Chapter 1561 War Preparations. When Marquis Balin was touring the hospital wearing a fear suit, everyone felt as if they were seeing the god of death. And they were all frightened. He was afraid that the other party would stop on his bed and shake his head again. But as long as the Marquis can pass, everyone feels inexplicably at ease. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen it before. You have to take a glance at it to feel this kind of peace of mind. Therefore, the usefulness of this Marquis's stay is greater than anyone imagined. It also greatly strengthened the southern defense line of the Fungi Mountains and the base camp's field hospital lineup. And in a relatively short period of time, the wounded in the hospital returned to the battlefield. In the past, injuries were simply treated with magic or divine magic. When faced with serious injuries, the consumption of magic and divine spells may increase exponentially due to various unknown reasons, or even failure. This is also the difficulty in using these supernatural powers. But with the use of medical skills, the injured body can be repaired to perfection. Magic and divine spells are only used to accelerate recovery in the final stage and do not involve the treatment part. So the consumption of both will be greatly reduced. This is like why Midi insists that when using the resurrection spell, the corpse must remain intact and cannot be desecrated. That is, in a state of being fragmented or missing limbs. Because it is the most labor-saving to use resurrection when it is complete. If only one hand or a head is left, it is not impossible to use the resurrection spell to completely resurrect a person. But this may be a miracle that can only occur if the Lord of Life comes in person. In this way, with magic and divine skills as the backbone, and combined with medical skills to solve the treatment part, it can be said that as long as people are not shattered to pieces on the spot or die to the point of death, they can return to the battlefield without taking too long to cultivate. This is a good thing for both soldiers and generals. The importance of veterans cannot be overemphasized. For generals, ensuring and continuing the combat effectiveness of the army is more important than anything else. What they are going to fight is not just one battle. It can be expected that it will be one continuous battle after another. It may last for decades, and may even require the last drop of human blood to be shed. As for collecting corpse remains, cut off the intact parts, sew them into a complete person, and then use the resurrection spell. This idea was proven to be unworkable a long time ago, because the one who comes alive will not be a specific person. It is the result of the integration of the memory and personality of the original owner of all body parts. The most common situation is that the person who survives will become a madman. In other words, this does not belong to resurrection, but should be classified into the category of necromancy. That is, the production of stitched corpses. The details involved involve the sole theory of lost land. All bodies retain memories of their previous lives. Reattaching other people's limbs to a disabled living person is like adding some parts to his complete soul that do not originally belong to him. But because the soul of a living person is inherently complete and in a strong position, it will not be easily contaminated by foreign objects. But when stitching a corpse together, you don't just create an empty shell and stuff it with a complete soul. Things like ghosts and ghosts are undead creatures in the classification of lost land. And they are completely different things from souls. In more technical terms, ghosts and ghosts are flawed souls. While the body parts are being sewn together, the soul also becomes mixed. It is not said which part's original owner can occupy a dominant position and dominate the revived sutured corpse. In order to control the stitched corpse, the necromancer usually destroys the consciousness of the soul in the corpse, and then uses spells and laws to control its actions. Therefore, those who sew up corpses are either stupid or crazy, and cannot have the same consciousness as normal people. Of course, after the stitched corpses wake up, their consciousness can be trained and gradually return to normal. But how long it takes to train, and what counts as normal is not easy to define. Take Finn, the former Lich and former Demon King, as an example. Of the stitched corpses she created, only Stone, the stupidest, remains loyal to her to this day. The other stitched corpses who were relied on as arms and appointed as personal guards all betrayed, just because Finn retained too much wisdom for other stitched corpses. This is why the use of resurrection techniques, in this era of rising medical skills, is still cautious. It's not just about finding some parts and restoring the integrity of the body to resurrect the person. Back to reality. In fact, at the beginning, old Duke Kalway was opposed to his granddaughter staying on the battlefield. Even if the base camp belongs to the rear, it is still not safe enough in the eyes of the elderly. However, he had exaggerated the reputation of his granddaughter before, with Marquis Balin sitting in charge and without. There were two extremes in terms of the morale of the soldiers. Not to mention the people brought by my granddaughter. They are indeed capable, compared with those little doctors, who also have the name of doctor. The Marquise's team has more knowledge, and can use their skills more flexibly to treat all the wounded. And the most important thing is that my granddaughter seems to have broken out of the so-called past, and reintegrated into the society, where she interacts with people. At least, doing these things did not make her resist. And it also satisfied her self-confidence. Isn't this better than being alone all your life? So for such a trivial matter, as whether it is dangerous or not, it is up to the grandfather to replace her dead father, and eliminate all signs of danger. After weighing the pros and cons, old Duke Kawe agreed to let his granddaughter stay. Of course, safety and protection have also been strengthened a lot. At least the Marquis guards of Balan territory, which had never been put to use since they were formed, were directly pulled over. In addition to the number of people required to adhere to the establishment, their training requirements and equipment standards are all similar to those of the Duke's Guard. The requirement for their first mission was that it didn't matter if all the people died. Their families would have their own families to take care of them. But the Marquis must not suffer any damage. However, old Kagong's worries, as well as most people's expectations and fears of being hurt, did not come true in the end. Winter is over and spring is coming. As everything revives, the snow in the area around the Wind Emperor Mountains begins to melt. Perhaps because of the curse of being close to the mountains, or simply because of the high altitude. The snow here did not begin to melt after the time sequence entered spring. Instead, it took some time. However, the areas where the snow begins to melt are outside the scope of the curse. That is, under the foot of the mountain. All the built defense lines, tall city gates, and standing magic towers are within the scope of the melting snow. As for the cursed mountainous area, there is constant wind and snow all year round. Even in summer, when the weather is the hottest on the plains, the wind and snow are still howling on the Fingdi Mountains. But compared to winter, the power of wind and snow is still much weaker, and the snow is more like non-existent. As long as the wind and snow from the sky fall to the ground, it will not take long to melt, and eventually converge into gurgling water, then into streams and rivers, flowing down the river to irrigate the land downstream. Therefore, if the alliance of demons and orcs wants to choose a good time to fight, it would be in spring. Because if we continue to wait, we won't be able to wait until the snow stops on the mountain. However, old Kawe Gong and all the sergeants and soldiers who were on guard did not wait for the enemy's attack. Instead, they waited for news that surprised them. The allied forces of demons and orcs moved, but not in the direction everyone expected. They did not cross the Fingdi mountain range again and attack the defense line dominated by the Gawana Empire. They also did not look back and headed towards the still cold Silatang Empire. Instead choose to go west. Judging from the geography of the demon-occupied area, to the north is the Suratan Empire, which has a large area of uninhabited land and is still in a cold winter climate. To the south is the Gawana Empire, which is densely populated but has well-run defense lines and dangerous mountains. Fighting towards the north would not bring much benefit to the demons and orcs, and they would have to go head-to-head with an empire. Fighting towards the south may yield the greatest benefits, but the cost will also be the highest, because this is not just a head-to-head confrontation. It's basically kicking the iron. However, the directions they can go are not only north and south, but also east and west. Whether heading east or west, they may have to cross large areas of uninhabited land and some difficult terrain. For example, to the east is another small mountain range extending from the Wind Emperor mountain range. It is shorter in height, but there is no curse on this small mountain range. To the west, you will encounter a large river that leads to the sea. It is impossible to pass without a ferry. But as long as these terrain difficulties are passed, a large area of land with rich population resources will follow. The countries on these lands were in the same original situation as the area they now occupy. There are many small countries, and there is no strong unifying force. The reason why we chose the west over the east is because we can't reach far from the east without encountering the Third Empire. That is the Hater Empire. Precisely because the buffer area in the middle was not large. The Hater Empire sent people to join the battle early in the hope of attracting the enemy to other directions, or at least keeping them out of the country's borders. If you go west, you will eventually encounter the Vader military state, which is also in the imperial sequence. But the number and population of the small countries in the middle are several times that of the east. So considering the resources and difficulty of chewing, it is very reasonable for the coalition of demons and orcs to choose to march from the west. So are people in the west prepared? The actions of the alliance of demons and orcs were detected by the new fast airship troops, who regularly ventured across the Wind Emperor Mountains. I'm afraid that in the human kingdom to the west, they don't know such news yet. Although as soon as he got the news, he sent the news through the forum and sent an official envoy on an airship to the small country to the west of the demon-occupied area. But no one can guarantee how effective it will be. These small countries did not do nothing during the more than a year before the war began. The country's regular army may not dare to move without permission. However, young people in the country, as well as some adventurers, as long as they were willing, joined the original southern front of the Suritan Empire early and suffered a big loss. If it weren't for the big river, I'm afraid that during the Great Retreat, the allied forces of demons and orcs would expand the battlefield to their doorstep. Now the demon coalition forces are blocked by the defense line led by the Guana Empire on the Wind Emperor Mountains. Then it is only reasonable for them to try to find a breakthrough in other directions. In this case, the big river can no longer be regarded as a natural danger that cannot be broken through. And can those small countries that have lost strength before take up the important task of blocking the Demon Alliance after a short period of recuperation? It can be said that no one is optimistic about it. Chapter 1562 Strategic Direction. Now a new problem is placed on the desks of the old Kagong, the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, and all the staff. Should we continue to hold on to this well-run line of defense, regardless of the life and death of other places? Just by doing this, it is difficult to guarantee that the Demon Alliance will not enter the territory of the Guana Empire from the west after bypassing the Wind Emperor mountain range. In that direction, except for the Grand Duke who is guarding the border, no other preparations have been made, or go west to support, and the Vader military nation, which is expected to send troops to attack the Demon Alliance. The Vader military state had actually intended to join the war for a long time, but the problem of supplies and routes had not yet been resolved. With the respect of the Empire, they are not willing to run into obstacles and take detours everywhere. If you just walk the shortest distance, the small countries you pass through won't be too worried. Or, the army cross the Fingi Mountains and attack the Demon Alliance's back path. If you have the chance, simply ignore the enemies forward and hit the Abyss Gate directly. Strike it down and close this damn door. From the moment the third opinion appeared, it was as if it had its own charm effect, constantly bewitching everyone's minds. The rogue style of the alliance of demons and orcs, which relied on fighting to support war, destined them not to manage their territory, let alone defend it. If this were an ordinary enemy, it would be very fatal. Because if you want to encircle and suppress the opponent, you can only chase the enemies, but the Gate of the Abyss will not escape. Knock down that door, and the remaining demons left in the Lost Land will be like rootless pods. Perhaps we can still replenish reinforcements through sacrifices. But if you do this, the rate of increase will certainly not be as fast as walking directly from the Gate of the Abyss. As long as the demons don't have fresh troops to supplement them, the remaining orcs won't be able to make any trouble, regardless of the fact that the majority of the people are still orcs. The real threats to the elite human troops are the very few troops composed mainly of strong orcs and the demon army. The average orc team is about the same level as the militia, and even has worse weapons and equipment. It's okay to bully the common people who are not fully equipped, but if they are facing troops with armor, it will be pure abuse. This is also why in the past, most of the orc tribes were suppressed in the underground world and could not come to the surface. Even if there are people living on the ground, they are just like rats on the street, being chased away by humans everywhere. Only a handful of people who continually prove themselves to be friendly are likely to be accepted into the human world. But when these half-orcs come to a new place and meet a new group of friends, they are usually rejected as creatures of the evil alignment. In the final analysis, the idea of directly destroying the Gate of the Abyss is the best way to solve this seemingly endless war. No one will disagree. But that doesn't mean no one will not worry. As one of the insiders of the secret behind this war, old Duke Kawe thought of a question. If the door of the Abyss is really closed like this, will things develop as the magician said? Sooner or later, another door will open somewhere. Just because the Gold Goddess, who has reached the pinnacle of powerful divine power, still exists, there are bound to be corresponding changes in MIDI. Furthermore, before this door is closed, will the world trees, or to put it bluntly, will the magician officially intervene? It's not the human side that's helping, but the demon side. Such a possibility is not impossible. The magician made his own position, and that of the world trees very clear. And this whole thing was inevitable. The only variable is what they plan to do. However, such concerns cannot be made public. faced with the request to cross the mountains and raid the gate of the abyss. Old Duke Kawe could not refuse righteously. Because I have no excuse or reason to reject this best strategy currently on the market. In that case, let it be. If it is true as the magician said, closing one door will only open another. Then after shutting it down several times to no avail, perhaps the human world will realize the futility of such actions. At this time, it should be easier for people to accept the method of not closing the door. As for what this method is, we will discuss it later. Anyway, taking one step at a time is better than the current situation of not knowing where to take the next step. Although doing so will come at a considerable cost. After thinking about this, old Mr. Kawe became less repulsive to everyone's discussion. Although the former Grand Duke, who was the commander of the coalition forces, would not speak during the discussion between the staff and the generals. No matter how deeply his attitude was hidden, everyone would still feel it to some extent. Even if there is no explicit objection, it will make people think that there are shortcomings in his own proposal that prevent this combative old man from agreeing. Now that the attitude is softened, everyone is again considering whether any suggestion suits the old man's heart. The generals and staff were having a heated discussion here, but they did not let the soldiers do nothing or talk nonsense. When the snow melted, a lot of training was rescheduled, and preparations for the march were also made. At a time when the demon coalition forces are turning their heads to fight in other directions, it is unacceptable for the soldiers to stay safely on this line of defense. So marching is inevitable. But no one knows where to go yet. So there's nothing wrong with making some preparations in advance. A small group of troops was even ordered to take the lead in crossing the Fingi Mountains and preparing to enter the no man's land where there was no trace of the enemy. In addition to reconnaissance, their purpose is also to serve as an outpost for future large forces, such as camp planning, construction, etc. But the busiest one is the airship unit, and it is a new type of fast airship of the same type as the twin Griffins. What happened to the north of the mountain range was the result of the airship troops' investigation, in order to formulate a more detailed plan. Of course, intelligence from the north is indispensable. For this reason, more airships passed through the passage above the Fingi Mountains and went to the north of the mountain to conduct reconnaissance. Understanding the movements of demons and orcs after the beginning of spring is the most important thing. Compare the reconnaissance results from previous rescue missions and try to figure out the marching routes of each unit to determine the intentions of the enemy commander. Even if they don't guess the opponent's strategic intentions, figuring out the enemy's current location and thinking about whether there is any advantageous place are also the focus of the staff officers. Although after the war begins, the general direction will be towards the gate of the abyss. But it doesn't mean that there are small groups of troops that can be eaten easily. The human coalition should let them go and focus on the main target. Of course, it is impossible for such a huge troop movement to have only one route and move forward in a single file. So where the different parts will pass by, you can make a big fuss here. However, the cutting-edge airship Twin Griffins was not included in the troops sent out for reconnaissance, because the seriously injured commander has not yet returned to the army. Although Ezio woke up, he was not allowed to leave the hospital yet. The reason was that Marquis Balin's surgery was perfect, but there were still unknown hidden injuries that had not recovered, and this injury was still destroying Ezio's body functions. So the commander, who always took the lead, was retained and became a guinea pig for research. The Marquis is checking every day to find the reason. After all, under normal circumstances, people of Ezio's level would not have the chance to become the research subjects of doctors. For example, people at the Ezio level have very strong physical fitness, and ordinary diseases will not happen to them. In the face of some internal and external injuries, they also have self-healing methods. They don't need to go to a doctor, and they won't go to a doctor, because doctors are not as familiar with this body as themselves. Once outside help is needed, it is usually quite serious or even near death. This situation does not happen often. It is possible only when you encounter enemies of the same level or during a big battle. The orc half-man made Ezio obediently enter the hospital without any resistance. Medical science has begun to move the progress bar of physical research on these warriors, who are already different from ordinary people. Among them, the effect caused by the dragon's blood surprised Queen Balin the most. Dragon blood's transformation is indeed a literal transformation, rather than a simple enhancement of physical fitness. Although it cannot be seen from his appearance, Ezio looks no different from ordinary humans except that he is stronger. But judging from the inspection results at a deeper level, Ezio has broken away from the limitations of the concept of human and moved towards another level of life form. Extraordinary. Such a term instantly appeared in Marquis Balin's mind. It's just that Ezio hasn't completely crossed a certain stage yet, but is in a transitional state of transformation. As for how to truly complete the transformation, the Marquise certainly had no way of knowing. She only knew one thing, and that was that the secret trick left by the orc half on Ezio was not just an injury. There is also very strange energy that is incompatible with this body, so it causes damage. This phenomenon even alarmed Fun, who led the former Lich to come to the southern defense line of the mountains from the holy city of Starry. This is also the reason why Ezio is able to move freely without hindrance despite knowing that his body still has hidden injuries, and why he wants to return to the front line but is unable to do so. The Marquise Balin alone could not suppress this restless young man. But if Fun takes action, let alone being nourished by dragon blood, even if Ezio is really a dragon, he will be suppressed, in order to avoid having his legs broken and forced to stay in the hospital to suffer. Ezio chose to cooperate obediently. That one sister is the one who says to break her legs. She just chooses to break one or both. But Fun didn't stay long before returning to the holy city, because the northern offensive has been determined. The army has also set off one after another, crossing the Fingi Mountains. The plan of attack was developed very quickly, because no one wants the Demon Alliance to realize their vulnerabilities, react, and let this once-in-a-lifetime fighter jet disappear before their eyes. Now that the army has taken action, the Twin Griffins certainly have their mission. As the commander, Ezio cannot continue to stay in the hospital unless he is willing to step down from this responsibility. Of course, Ezio was unwilling to be absent from such a battle, so he tried his best to win over the sister he had always been afraid of. Then came to the hospital on the defensive line, just because Ezio's condition was quite special and aroused her interest. But that's all. It's not to the point of wanting to dissect the other party. So Ezio asked to go, and she said, okay, then we'll leave because she doesn't want to get too involved in this boring war. It's not that I'm afraid of the existence of certain people participating in the war. It's just that it's troublesome. Chapter 1563 Counterattack Moment. There are a total of 5 mountain passes that can safely cross the Fingi Mountains. Advance through the 5 passes in front of the 5 levels and cross this cursed mountain. Although you can cross mountains in other places, the level of safety and danger is different from these 5 mountain trails. The orc army chose these special routes to cross the mountains in order to conduct a sneak attack, even if all the troops said were elites. After successfully crossing the mountains, only half of the troops that could fight were left. The missing half was either seriously injured or lost in the process. For humans, there is no need to take risks at the moment, so they naturally choose a safe route to pass. After the preliminary plan was finalized, the army began to take action. Although this war is not a tense battle against time, but if everyone wants to reach the Gate of the Abyss before the orc army returns to defense, they must move faster, instead of taking action after everything is fully prepared. As you can imagine, when the orc army returns to defense, it will take several times more effort to achieve the same goal. Therefore, even if the action is a bit hasty, as long as the supplies can keep up, even if there are some omissions, the frontline commanders below will find ways to overcome them. The first group of troops that crossed the Wind Emperor Mountains met up with the vanguard of the outpost. The first thing they did was to build a supply camp. The cursed Fingi mountain range is a natural difficulty. Even if you choose the safest route, it is still difficult to climb. In comparison, although the terrain after crossing the Wind Emperor Mountains is mainly hilly, it is still passable by vehicles such as carriages and cars. This means that the speed of marching will be greatly increased, but the difficulty of transporting supplies will not decrease relatively. The faster march meant that the supply team had to cover longer distances to catch up with the leading troops. In other words, although the supply team no longer has to cross mountain roads, they have to travel farther to complete their mission. Therefore, it is very important to establish a supply station on the north side of the mountain range. Divide the supply route into 2 sections, and hand them over to the team that is good at each. One section is responsible for browsing the Fingi Mountains, and the other section is delivered to the troops from the supply depot. What the first batch of troops and outposts did was establish supply depots, and an endless stream of supplies are also sent forward from the base camp in the south of the mountain range. Soon, the follow-up troops also quickly followed, and according to the division of 5 checkpoints and 5 mountain roads, 5 routes were simply formed to march north. Anyway, there are not many troops that can go through the mountains at the same time, even if they stay in the supply camp in the north to repair for a period of time and gather enough teams before setting off. The number of troops is still limited. Therefore, the young officers on the staff did not deliberately find more marching routes to the north. At most, They would order certain troops to branch off the route and deal with some enemies who were still in their original positions and not moving. When only the defenders maintaining the defense line were left in the south, and most of the troops crossed the Fingdi Mountains. The base camp followed suit and moved to the north of the mountain. And after that, the old Duke Kawe will lead his own army and also march towards the north instead of staying in the rear. The existing command system in Lost Land is not sufficient to allow commanders to stay far away from the front line. No one would want to use magic to deliver those large and cumbersome military orders, because the cost of doing so would be too high. The magicians are not willing to let themselves be reduced to messengers. You can use the forum. But Mr. Kagong, who was well aware of the forum's confidentiality shortcomings, didn't want to put this crucial task on a flawed tool. Therefore, in order to ensure smooth flow of orders, he still followed the old method and followed the large troops forward, even on the front lines when necessary. The twin griffins were not idle during this period either. Ezio, who did not belong to the airship force of the Hater Empire and did not need to defend a certain line of defense, and also had a ground force, was incorporated into the force directly under the old Kawe Gong. The regular legions affiliated with the Guana Empire still maintain their organization and have a certain degree of independence. These 10 armies, which are recognized as the most powerful, are all placed at the forefront of attacking the enemy according to their respective characteristics. The Chinese army directly under the old Duke Kawe was composed of private soldiers of some nobles who were friendly with him, and most of them were small nobles. On the one hand, it is because the great nobles will not easily submit to others. Instead of using power to pressure them to submit, it is better to maintain a certain degree of independence. Furthermore, if the army of the small nobles does not have a capable person to lead it, it will be as difficult to command as loose sand. Therefore, every army preparing to counterattack is composed of 1 or 2 big nobles leading a group of small nobles. Nobles from the same country are not limited to forming an army. Anyway, for nobles, sometimes status is more important than which king or emperor they belong to. Almost all of Ezio's team came from elementary schools and were members of the fraternity. This kind of unruly team will hardly be favored by the nobles unless they have outstanding achievements. After all, not being of noble birth sometimes means a lack of resources. But unfortunately, Ezio's team was one of the main forces in the retreat. In terms of merit, there are not many people who can surpass this team. Even the regular legions of the Empire are only well-equipped and well-trained. In terms of actual military exploits, the long-lasting peace in the Lost Land did not give these elite legions any room to perform. It is normal for them to be inferior to those teams that have fought in battles and escaped unscathed. Therefore, when reorganizing the legion, Ezio's team had many powerful nobles reaching out to recruit them. However, the airship twin griffins, which is also in Ezio's team, belongs to the family of the Grand Duke of Covey. Old Princess Kawe took the initiative and assigned the airship to Ezio's command. This is considered a loan, not just giving it away, coupled with the relationship between the old man and the magician, as well as the debt between the person from the elementary school and the magician. The old Kawe Gong easily brought Ezio's team into the direct system. Ezio was not dissatisfied at all when he was incorporated into the Central Army, which seemed unlikely to stay at the front line. This is not to say that he is content to stay in a safe place, but that damn intuition has given him another warning. The old tactics of the orcs are to attack in the east and west, divert the tiger away from the mountain, and then attack the enemy's weak spot with the main force to expand the results in one go. This series of combos is certainly useful, so the orcs use it again and again. Sometimes it's okay even if you are discovered. Then you can feign attack and change it to main attack, and the main attack becomes head-on confrontation. When the time comes, the brave one will win. Among the orcs, there is no shortage of people who are single-minded and would rather die in battle than retreat. Of course, that was in a state of madness. If morale collapses, half-orcs will also be the fastest to flee. Orcs are such an extreme race. The current actions of the human side seem to Ezio to be part of a strategy to lure the enemy deeper. I just don't know where the enemy is ambushing. You know, in the alliance of demons and orcs, the demon is the protagonist and the enemy. Orcs are just scraps, even if they are indeed more numerous. But since the Great Retreat, Ezio has rarely seen demons on the battlefield, including the attack on the south side of the Fingdi Mountains. The defense line established under the leadership of the Guana Empire was also dominated by the orc army, although demons also appeared. The types of demons and the number of casualties were just for decoration. It has nothing to do with the overall situation. Even in subsequent airship rescue missions, either no enemies were encountered, or they were encountered by orcs. The most unlucky thing is that a team like his own met a master of the level of a strong orc. So, where did the devil go? Ezio didn't think that the demons passed through the gate of the abyss, and went back to the abyss for vacation. The demon's ever-changing abilities are the real thorn in his side. I still remember that the most dangerous battle in the retreat was when a group of invisible demons attacked my team from the side. If the people from the Brotherhood hadn't stepped up to the plate, and the attacking demon wasn't a high-level and powerful enemy, perhaps there would have been nothing to worry about after that battle. So during the period of moving the base camp, Ezio handed over the ground troops to the Brotherhood's deputies. He himself stayed on the twin griffins and kept circling, trying to find out where the enemy might ambush, or how to launch a surprise attack. In the previous rescue mission, the airship troops in the sky were attracted to the distance by the orc team, and then the orcs semi-individually attacked the airship team that landed on the ground. Not only did he kill a lot of people, but he also exploded an old main airship of the Heidel Empire. This is just the method of half-orcs. In terms of cunning and scheming, the devil is definitely better than him. So this time when the enemy is lured deeper, how will the Demon Alliance fight? Or is this all just the unfounded worries of a young man suffering from paranoia? Staying in the control room of the twin griffins, Ezio, who had been restless, laughed at himself. In fact, in the eyes of others, he acted as if the injury on his body had not been completely healed. Although this was also the case. But compared to the hidden wounds on his body, the worries that Ezio found difficult to tell others were the source of his real troubles. In the distance, there are the plans of the magician and the world trees. And in the near side, there are the evil plans of the Demon Alliance that I don't know whether they have or not. No matter which one, Ezio was troubled. But no one could share the burden with him. The former cannot be said. The latter said that only a few people knew about it because he was afraid of affecting morale. And he and Ezio looked for possible clues. But these people are not as worried as Ezio. However, some people are just like crows, with good but bad spirits. Ezio's worries were finally confirmed to be not unfounded. And the enemy who showed his fangs had indeed thrust his knife into the weakness of the human army. After setting off from the base camp, when the Chinese army led by Old Kawei moved north, they suddenly discovered that they had been surrounded by enemies, ravaged by the flames of war. Enemies appeared from nowhere on the land that was supposed to be uninhabited. They were huge in number, several times the number of troops that had finally set out on the human side, and they were encircling them from all directions. Ezio was the first person to discover the enemy, and he also knew why the arcane eye on the airship had not detected the enemy's existence before. Because the enemy comes from underground. I don't know if it is another dug space to hide soldiers, or if it is an underground world space that already exists. But someone just dug another passage to the ground. Grey Dwarves. Join the fight. Chapter 1564, Response to the Siege. As soon as he discovered the enemy's presence, Ezio had someone report to the marching base camp through the forum. Under his command, the twin griffins quickly surveyed the number and distribution of enemies around the marching column. Judging from the results, the situation is not optimistic. When Ezio took the enemy's distribution intelligence, jumped directly from the twin griffins, and used the skills of the Sky Knight to arrive at the base camp where a temporary military tent had been set up, he had already seen the first 3 enemies. Hours later, there is no reason why it took so long. It's just because there are too many enemies, and they are too widely distributed. During the investigation, Ezio also made regular reports, with every investigation in progress report and part of the investigation results being sent to Old Kagong. The mood of the officers in the base camp also became a little lower. The reconnaissance means that the twin griffins have not yet seen the enemy's full picture. Some of the information that was sent back through the forum in advance was enough to make even the most determined warrior break into a cold sweat. Faced with such a disadvantage, it is impossible for a person to be completely emotionless. The only difference is that this emotion will become an aid or resistance to action. Some of the people who can be selected by Old Kagong to join the base camp may have unique personalities, but no one will be easily defeated in their fighting spirit. So everyone is waiting for exact information. Not only the twin griffins, but also the airships around the base camp have received the same order to detect the enemy's situation. The army where the base camp was located stopped advancing and turned to a defensive posture. Ezio's twin griffin is the fastest, and the arcane eye, which has been revised many times, has the best detection capabilities among all airships. Therefore, he was also the first person to bring back complete information and immediately projected it in the military tent of the base camp. However, after looking at the distribution and number of enemies on the map, and even a few recent photos of the enemies. Everyone's silence escalated into a lifeless atmosphere. It is true that there are short individuals among the half-orcs. But these thin half-orcs will have some special abilities to survive in this race that grows up in a harsh environment. However, the man who was about the waist of a normal person and as strong as a stone was definitely not an orc, but a dwarf. Another mainstream race in the Lost Land. But of course, the dwarves on the surface cannot get together with demons and orcs. This group of dwarves must be the close relatives of the surface dwarves living underground. The notorious Grey Dwarves. The uncivilized humans among humans are called barbarians. The uncivilized elves among the elves are the wood elves who belong to the world tree. And the uncivilized goblins have no other names. But they are definitely the most unpopular Homo sapiens creatures. It can be seen from this that uncivilized ethnic groups are not necessarily synonymous with primitiveness and barbarism. But compared to their culturally prosperous kin, these uncivilized tribes appear to be relatively backward. Being backward means that they may maintain some primitive bad habits. Grey dwarves are the uncivilized part of the entire dwarf race. This group of short men with bad tempers does not mean that they deliberately live in the underground world. They simply occupy one vein after another and refuse to leave until all the resources are mined. The dwarves on the surface know how to use trade to exchange things they need with other races. Because of the need for trade, their contacts with other races are relatively gentle. Therefore, when choosing a settlement place, you do not just choose a location close to the mineral vein, but there are more considerations. However, the Grey Dwarves are more accustomed to obtaining their needs beyond various minerals through plunder. Although robbery or all kinds of theft and deception are nothing new in the world, there are indeed not many people who can accept it if an entire ethnic group has such bad morals. Therefore, the Grey Dwarves were united by the human world and suppressed in the underground world, unable to make any big waves. Such hatred now allows the Grey Dwarves to find the most appropriate time to break out. In addition to the numbing troops surrounding him, Ezio also found many locations and directly attacked the troops hiding underground and filed out. I don't know if these are temporarily dug underground caves to hide soldiers, or simply the entrances and exits to the underground world. Or maybe there is indeed an underground world underneath this land. But these entrances and exits are newly dug. All these prove that Grey Dwarves are indeed outstanding in their ability to dig holes. It also highlighted a blind spot for airship reconnaissance, the underground. When a group of young staff officers angrily criticized the highly relied airship force for not discovering the enemy underground, Ezio was so angry that he laughed. He slammed his fist on the marching table. The makeshift table jumped and became crooked. Some people wanted to curse. But when they looked over, they were shocked to realize that the person in front of them was not an ordinary soldier sent out for investigation, but a man with the title of general. In particular, he is still the one who can defeat a strong airship alone without dying. This proves that he has at least one of the two items, good luck or strong strength. Not to mention that Ezio himself has great martial arts skills, and is not a small officer who can be called around by others. The staff officer in the Lost Land is far less authoritative than the staff officer in someone's home country who established a staff headquarters after World War II, and countries imitated their system. At this time, their status could only be regarded as the staff of the old Kawi Gong, the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. Such a person has no confidence in facing the generals of the frontline troops. If he was killed for offending the other party, maybe old Kawi Gong wouldn't even say a word. This group of young people may not all be from the Guana Empire, but they are all recommended or discovered by the old Kawi Gong himself. They are a group of young people with flexible minds. Their wish is to be assigned to the front line and lead a team to make achievements. Staying at the base camp as a staff officer is just a way to show your abilities. Of course, it is impossible for such a person to really offend a powerful general, even though this general is younger than them. He can't help but be able to fight. Commanding a squadron under Ezio was one of the best places in their eyes, because they were surrounded by a net. They were a little emotional and quickly regained their composure after the silent warning given by such a person. Everyone began to discuss various possible developments. It is impossible to attack. The idea of eating the scattered opponents one by one before the enemy completes the encirclement network is like treating soldiers as perpetual motion machines with unlimited physical strength. March quickly to defeat the enemy. Then march quickly to defeat the enemy again. This kind of behavior needs to be repeated several times, and it must be completed within one day. In order to defeat an enemy that is several times larger than oneself and has the intention of encircling him. This is impossible in this era of cold weapons that walk on two legs. Therefore, the Chinese army led by old Mr. Kawe actually had only two choices. One defends. The other breaks through. Breakthroughs can be divided into two directions. One was to charge forward, while the troops, leaving in front, joined up, and tried to regain numerical superiority. The troops in front were only a day's journey away from him. If they slowed down with a forced march, it would not be impossible to catch up. Even if there are enemies blocking the way, there is still a chance to cooperate with the previous troops to launch a pincer attack and defeat the enemies. The other direction is to retreat to the supply camp, or even to the defense line south of the Wind Emperor mountain range. But it is difficult to achieve this intention. Return to the supply camp, even if you don't consider the enemy to prevent your retreat. So what if you spend more than a day returning to the camp? The supply camp was not well organized defensively. It was just a transit station at best, not a fortress. As for climbing over the mountains and retreating to the south side of the mountains, that would be even more ridiculous. With most of the troops on the north side of the mountain, he, the commander-in-chief, wants to escape first. If this comes true, then I won't have to lead troops to fight in the future. So no matter how eloquent the young staff members were, there were actually only two options before old Mr. Koei. First, rush forward. Second, defend on the spot. In addition to deciding the movements of the Chinese army, old Kagong also quickly issued orders to other troops. Everyone was given a warning and asked to conduct reconnaissance of their surroundings to confirm the enemy's situation. The troops closest to them were ordered to turn around and join up with their own. The reason why all troops are not ordered to turn back is because rather than disrupting the pace of all troops and letting them fall into the enemy's trap, it is better to trust the commander of each troop. The previous warning was enough. There was no need to give random orders that would make everyone confused. Although the enemy's layout is very similar to the previous defeat of the southern front of the Suritan Empire, lure the enemy deep, then surround and annihilate them. But in the eyes of old Kawigong, there is still a fundamental difference. In the previous round of defeat, the coalition forces on the southern front actually relied on the main force of the two great Khans of the Suritang Empire to attack the enemy, while they themselves just took advantage. Unexpectedly, King Khan's main force did not move, and his group of miscellaneous troops became the enemy's main target. Only then were they beaten until their eyes were filled with stars, and not many people could escape alive. However, this time, the army led by old Kagong was a main battle legion with the Guana Empire as its backbone. The strength is not the same as that of the miscellaneous army that suffered a huge defeat. To put it simply, although what he has in his hands is not the regular army of the empire, the old Duke Kawei still has the confidence to take on the enemy. Even if not all of the people he recruited into the central army were strong enough to fight 1 against 100, they definitely could not be underestimated by the enemy. So he quickly determined his strategy. Taking into account the surrounding terrain results returned by the Twin Griffins' reconnaissance, there was no terrain conducive to defense. So they simply stopped running. Everyone defends on the spot and builds a position, instead of wasting energy on forced marches and engaging the enemy, hoping to defeat them quickly and then join up with other troops. It is better to turn yourself into a bait-like existence. Attract the enemy, and then let other troops cannibalize it from the outside. In short, don't fight in the field with the enemy. When he is well prepared, old Kagong is confident to deal with enemies several times his own. Although the airship unit did not discover the enemy's hidden whereabouts, it was already a great achievement to be able to detect the opponent's encirclement network in advance. If the enemy is not discovered until it enters the field of view, it is really too late. Now, there is still a chance. Chapter 1565 Battle. The Grey Dwarfs' participation in the war actually only increased the number of enemies. But whether they are orcs or Grey Dwarfs, in the eyes of the soldiers of the Guana Empire, they are just a miscellaneous army, with incomplete equipment and uneven quality. An enemy like this can already think highly of the opponent after just a few glances. This is not because the people of the Empire think highly of themselves, but a real fact. Although what the old Duke Kawei held was not a regular army carefully built by the Empire, it was still an army that the imperial nobles relied on to maintain their power. And those noble gentlemen are all with him. So he doesn't have to worry about risking his life. Because if you don't dare to fight, you may never need to fight. As for building a position on the spot, it is actually a matter of setting up a shield and spear to put some distance between you and the enemy, so that you can shoot with long-range bows and arrows. While killing the enemy, you also reduce your own losses. That's what fighting is all about. You can protect yourself and consume the enemy first. If someone gets mad, you can just charge forward and fight in close combat. This is why it is very advantageous to defend the city and engage in positional warfare. Of course, It is impossible for Mr. Kawe to ask for a one-night city. That would be too unrealistic. This kind of thing is not just impossible without prior preparation. Even if a simple camp like that was really set up. How useful it would be in front of people like Grey Dwarves, who have extraordinary strength per capita. People smashing rocks is just like eating and drinking water. Will they look at the wood? What the old man really relies on is the airship force headed by the twin griffins. Attacks from the air to the ground are an attack method that most people have never encountered in the current era of MIDI. And of course, they have not thought about how to deal with it. It would be great to expect those Homo sapiens, who have lived almost all their lives in the underground world, to understand what the sky is all about. How can we expect them to be able to skillfully deal with attacks from the sky? Or even pose a threat in turn? Although the airship legion of the Hater Empire is not in his hands. Except for 1 or 2 airships assigned to each legion for reconnaissance. The remaining airship troops follow his own army. Perhaps these airships are not all new. Nor are they all military grade. But the magicians carried on it were more than enough to torture some gophers that came out of the ground. Old Kagong did not let the airships float above the position, but let them rise high into the sky. In addition to using arcane eyes to provide vision for ground troops, it can also make enemies ignore dangers hidden in the sky. At the same time, ground troops also began to deploy. In fact, it is just a matter of mobilizing targeted teams in the direction of suitable opponents. For example, no matter how much the Grey Dwarves are looked down upon, they still belong to the heavily armored army. In this case, archers will not play a big role. So in the direction where the Grey Dwarves were attacking, old Duke Kawe had people assemble equipment for siege. Although there is no need to siege cities and strongholds on the road, demons and orcs have the habit of raising siege-level behemoths. These super-standard weapons are used to deal with monsters of the same level. Although there are no monster-level enemies in front of me. But these siege weapons are definitely very useful when used against heavily armored Grey Dwarves. As for the archer troops, they were mobilized in the direction where the orcs were attacking. The average armor rate of the orc troops is quite low. Many people even wear helmets and don't care that they are almost naked. It couldn't be easier to shoot this kind of opponent with a bow and arrow. However, judging from the enemy's encirclement network, although the orcs and Grey Dwarves were united, they still acted separately. Just like before, most demons formed separate armies and would not join the orcs' troops. At most, they would act together. The commander-in-chief is calm enough and has sufficient supplies. Therefore, even though the news that the enemy was surrounding them reached the ears of all the soldiers, not many people were afraid. You must know that they are the last team to set off after crossing the Findi mountain range. Therefore, most of the supplies in the supply camp were brought out by them. In addition to food, there are various weapons inside. In particular, there are enough arrows. So it is not a problem for archers to shoot until their arms cannot draw the bow. Then would anyone still be afraid of enemies several times their own? In the eyes of most people, this is a good time to make achievements. Even many young people around Old Kawe Gong invited themselves to join the frontline troops and let the swords in their hands be stained with blood. For such requests, the elderly are more direct. He directly pulled the guards to a position behind the front line and personally took charge in one direction. This direction is where the Grey Dwarves mainly attack. Old Kawe Gong wanted to see with his own eyes the enemies they encountered for the first time. What kind of fighting methods they used. And more importantly, how high their combat effectiveness was. He also met many dwarves when he was young and even made friends with them. But I have never encountered a Grey Dwarf. As for other directions, either the orcs were the main ones, or some Grey Dwarf troops were accompanying them. The former is an old rival, and there will be no big problem even if it is left in the hands of other generals. However, when they saw the enemy, they did not attack immediately. Instead, he stayed outside the reach of long-range weapons, far away from the prepared position of Old Kagong. Faced with this situation, Old Kagong did not panic. Instead, he ordered his men to prepare military rations and distribute them to all the soldiers. Although Mitty is accustomed to eating breakfast and dinner, some people will also add an extra meal at noon if permitted. Soldiers happen to be just that. Because according to actual combat verification results, there is a huge gap in combat effectiveness in the afternoon between soldiers who eat at noon and those who do not. Then dividing the dry food that is easy to carry, whether to eat or not, and how much to eat is all controlled by the soldiers themselves, which is the best strategy on the battlefield. As for whether they can eat it or not, it depends on the quality of the soldiers. Generally speaking, veterans are better than new recruits. Well-trained people are better than poorly trained people. The ability to eat and the amount of food are sometimes also indicators of measuring the combat effectiveness of an army. It's just that the enemy's actions made old Kagong a little puzzled. Compared to themselves, don't they lack time more? As long as the front troops turn back, all the people here will be in vain. Or are they planning to coordinate their attack together? So we are waiting for the troops from other directions to arrive and position ourselves. This is rarely seen in field battles, and they are almost always fought as soon as they meet. Unless the opponent wants to negotiate, a confrontation on the battlefield is likely to occur. But the Grey Dwarves on the opposite side should not think that there is still room for negotiation now. This is a battle between camps, and a battle for survival, which is different from the type of war between humans. No matter what the other party's intentions were, such a confrontation and waiting made many young people in the team, who could not hold back their composure, jump out to ask for a fight. I plan to defeat the enemy in front of me first. Of course, old Kagong directly rejected such a request, giving up the advantage to attack the enemy, facing Grey Dwarves all wearing heavy armor. It takes a lot of thinking. However, the news sent back from the airship hiding in the sky let old Kawe know the intentions of the Grey Dwarves. It's actually just a few pictures of war weapons being assembled, and it's a good illustration of what the Grey Dwarves are doing. In short, this group of dwarfs, who had tied themselves up like iron barrels, had no intention of attacking their own positions foolishly. Even though the defenses were crude and vulnerable, the Grey Dwarves still seriously fought the battle as a positional war and carefully prepared war weapons. Judging from the pictures sent back, huge steel crossbows, tall catapults that were completely incompatible with their height, and some weapons that were temporarily ineffective were being assembled. Although Grey Dwarves are scornfully classified as an uncivilized dwarf race by humans, they are not mentally retarded people who only live a primitive life. Although there is no beauty, the heavy armor on the Grey Dwarf looks like it is pieced together with some iron plates. But its sturdiness will definitely make its enemies distressed. The same level of craftsmanship can of course be reflected in these war weapons. At least old Kagong didn't believe that if the troops in his hands were hit by a catapult or an arrow from a siege crossbow, they could still look like nothing had happened. Since the opponent wants to fight for technology, old Kagong doesn't want to stupidly use a catapult to attack the opponent. I don't think it's fun to use a crossbow machine to fire huge crossbows, hurt each other, and see who can shoot accurately, who has fewer soldiers, and who can't survive to the end. He directly ordered people to fire 3 consecutive red fireworks into the air. Of course, the Grey Dwarves also noticed such signals. However, seeing it is different from understanding the meaning behind the signal. Most Grey Dwarves are still focused on the work at hand. If you want to live a good life, you have to remove some obstacles, and human beings are undoubtedly the biggest stumbling block. Therefore, the Grey Dwarves tried their best to prepare to destroy the enemy in front of them. Naturally, they ignore signals they don't understand. When the airship formation lowered its height and entered the battlefield from the southeast of the Grey Dwarf army, these strange things from the sky really attracted the attention of many Grey Dwarves. Even in terms of technical ability, Grey Dwarves are second to none in the underground world. But they have lived in the underground world for most of their lives. Even if they know about cutting-edge weapons like airships, few people have seen it with their own eyes. So when there was an opportunity in front of them, they didn't set their sights on the airship. I hope you can see some clues. And the next step is to build it yourself. However, when the airship appeared, it was not because the models were here for the catwalk. When the first spell fell from the sky, countless spells followed, killing the Grey Dwarves who looked like iron pots until they howled like ghosts. This kind of blow from the sky immediately stunned the Grey Dwarves. The one thing that makes them better than the orcs is that none of the Grey Dwarves yell in panic and then run around in disorder. The Grey Dwarves who were not affected were still standing where they were. But judging from the details of the military formation, we can still feel that they are emotionally shaken. It seems that the figure that was originally as strong as a stone is now constantly turbulent. Continue to hold the position? Or send troops to make the enemy's already shaken mood move towards the stage of collapse? Old Kagong was thinking. Chapter 1566 Shocking Change. It is not without reason that the elderly are so hesitant in the decision-making stage, regardless of the fact that he is touted as the imperial god of war. In this era of long-lasting peace, what he has done the most is to defeat some monsters, including king-level ones, and he has never failed. Even if the opponent is also a human country, the most they can do is bring an army to show off their power, and then scare the opponent's monarchs and nobles to the piss. You can do whatever you want to do from now on. After all, those small countries have no ability to fight against the empire. There are still actual wars between the empires of Lost Land, And that is only the Oz plain at the junction of the Karlsruhe Empire and the Hayder Empire. This is because natural threats are everywhere. Otherwise, the armaments of other countries will be wasted by this peaceful scene. But having never fought a war of this scale does not mean that old Kagong cannot control the situation. His family education and years of experience in leading soldiers can still serve as a reference. If there are people in the world who are more suitable for the position of commander-in-chief than him, then they are the old marshals of the Karlsruhe Empire and the Hayder Empire. But such people would not be sent to this battlefield. The reason is simple. The main force of the army on the battlefield is from the Guana Empire. The other two empires sent commanders of this level to compete for power, or to act as juniors? Is it possible for the Guana Empire to hand over its army to outsiders? On this battlefield, no official from the Karlsruhe Empire came forward, so I won't say much. The Hayder Empire has sent half of the main airship army, but the commander status in the Hayder Empire is only that of the airship army's deputy. This is to avoid some embarrassing situations, and the deputy's status is enough to withstand the old Duke Kawe and prevent him from abusing the airship army. This is enough. As for the fighter plane in front of him, it's not really the old man's fault that he couldn't make the decision to attack proactively, because the Grey Dwarf army is really too stable. The airship at hand plowed through the opponent's formation, but it was unable to shake the entire army and expose its flaws. Even though some locations were hardest hit by magic attacks, they were unable to cause fatal attacks to these Grey Dwarves wearing heavy armor. Old Lord Kawe didn't see it with his own eyes, but many Grey Dwarves did stand up after lying on the ground. After patting the dust on their armor, they continued to stand as if nothing happened. Dwarves already have demonic qualities. If Grey Dwarves have been hiding underground for such a long time, they will not be wearing simple armor tied with iron plates. To show the human nobles, this piece of heavy armor can be used as heirloom. Not to mention the magic resistance attribute. When the two are combined, the magician on the airship is often left alone. The Grey Dwarves below all look like turtles. But this is also related to the fact that most of these airships are not military grade, at least on the magician's gun emplacement. The magic amplification bonus is far less powerful than the military airships of the Hayder Empire. Many civilian airships don't even have facilities like magician gun emplacements. The secret weapon on the Twin Griffins hasn't been taken out yet, regardless of how many people already know this secret. Since the multi-barreled minigun consumes a lot of power in the secondary energy pool, it is difficult for Ezio to use it freely, unless he plans to squander all his power and launch another airship crash attack. In short, although the airship attack looks very fierce, the actual damage caused is not great. In this case, it would be a bit thankless to destroy the defensive formation you prepared and attack the enemy's queue. This made the old man hesitate. However, the airship offensive was not without success. At least the war weapons that the Grey Dwarves had prepared or were preparing were all scrapped. They are wearing armor with magic resistance, which does not mean that big things like siege crossbows and catapults also have magic resistance. After being hit by magic a few times, what should be ignited was ignited, and what should be corroded was corroded, regardless of whether it can be repaired or not. It is definitely useless now. The weapon parts piled aside and about to be assembled did not escape the disaster. They were also in a mess. Old Kawe Gong did not notice that the airship troops had made great achievements inadvertently, but he could tell that the Grey Dwarf troops, which had no damage, were beginning to behave differently. Looks like he's getting ready to attack. Are you not planning to fight? However, Old Kawe Gong certainly had no reason to object to the situation where the other party planned to come to his door and hit him with blood. All troops were directly ordered to be on alert, and those teams operating long-range weapons were required to complete all preparations before attacking. At the same time, Old Kagong also received news that the enemy was seen in other directions. Frontline commanders from all directions issued preparation orders at the same time. Moreover, the news of encountering the enemy came not only from the same route, but also from troops in other directions. The same news came from the other four rear armies. Fortunately, Old Duke Kawe gave the order for airship reconnaissance in advance, so that everyone did not encounter the enemy in a hurry while marching. Although there is not much time to prepare, being able to adjust the formation is already a big help. But this also shows one thing. The enemy has unknown investigation methods, and he also has a very clever commander. Only in this way can we grasp the marching time of the enemy and ourselves, launch an ambush at the right moment, and surround the human rear army, so the encircling troops are already in position. So it doesn't matter if they just launch the attack without extra preparations. Old Kagong thought so. But the real situation was far worse than he imagined. The reason why the Grey Dwarves made up their mind to attack was not only that the war weapons were destroyed, but also that the reinforcements that should be present were also ready to enter. In the deliberately left open space, the flesh and blood of the Grey Dwarves, who had been sacrificed during the previous airship attack, also became part of the sacrifice. And this speeds up the arrival of a certain big boss. In order to prevent the big boss from being hindered, the demon army, under the spell cast by a group of big demons, teleported to the position deliberately vacated by the Grey Dwarves. In fact, it is not an easy task for the big demon to teleport with other demons. But under the orders of the demon commander, whoever dares to raise objections will of course comply. And if the big boss stayed in the abyss, it would not be difficult to teleport by himself. But it is in the Lost Land now. This kind of behavior that will interfere with, or even destroy the balance of space, is likely to violate the taboos of the Guardian Lord and lead to unnecessary battles. But there are always some tricks that can make excuses for things that are not allowed. The method of sacrificial summoning is the best reason for these big guys. Moreover, the main body is already lost in the land. And with his cooperation, the sacrifices required for the sacrifice do not need to be too many. Originally, the time for its appearance should be when the two armies were fighting and the dead began to appear on the battlefield, so that the big boss's condition of coming across the distance would be met. But the airship struck first, creating dead bodies among the Grey Dwarves, giving it a chance to get in early. The big boss didn't hesitate to use it, right in front of old Duke Kalway and all the troops. The pungent smell of sulfur first wafted from the left side of the Grey Dwarf cube. Then black clouds and black fog emerged, and blood-red light drew clear lines in the darkness at high altitudes. The super-large demon summoning array unfolded before everyone's eyes. The next moment, a figure several times taller than a human appeared between the summoning array in the sky and the ground. Everyone still didn't understand why a magic circle appeared in the air. But the top of the summoned demon's head just touched the lower edge of the magic circle in the air. I originally thought it was very high, but for the other party, it was just right. What appeared was a demon with two wolf heads, a four-armed body, and a body of fur mixed with red and gray. One of the heads looked like a rabid animal, with red eyes, bared teeth and a gaping mouth, and drool all over its body. The other head had a sly look in its eyes, and remained silent. At this moment, the morale of the human army almost fell to the bottom. It wasn't just the frightening aura and the omnipresent sense of oppression that forced him. Moreover, because the characteristics of the visitor were so obvious, and he had left a legend in the land, no one could help but not recognize him. Wolfram, Lord of the Abyss, is a rare wise man and army commander among demons. He has countless titles and aliases, such as Brain Eater, Evil Wolf, etc. He is also the Old God and the New God of Lost Earth, the archenemies of two eras. He has achieved the ferocious record of devouring as many as 7 gods in one day, and he will inevitably bring a group of loyal brothers with him when he travels. It can be regarded as an alien among demons. Needless to say, not everyone can do this just to make other demons pay their loyalty. Seeing this figure appear, old Mr. Kalway didn't even think about whether there were other demons pretending to be this boss. This kind of thing is considered taboo in the abyss, and any imitator will be hunted to death by the real thing, or until he replaces the other person. But usually the result is the former. Another reason is that old Kagong remembered the warning of a certain magician. The reason why he was sure that the Demon Alliance would choose to go south, cross the Wind Emperor Mountains, and attack the Guana Empire in the early stage. Isn't it just because the Demon Alliance has the Lord of the Abyss? They have the capital to choose shortcuts. But in the previous battles, let alone the Lord of the Abyss, even demons were rarely seen. Therefore, old Kalway Gong let down his guard. All plans and arrangements did not consider what should be done if these superstandard beings entered the scene. The only ones who can fight against the Lord of the Abyss are the gods of the lost world. Of course, the 5 empires also have the foundation to deal with this kind of existence. But this is not something that old Kalway Gong can use now. To use those secret backups, His Majesty the Emperor must nod. Such preparations have been made on the southern defense line of the Fengdi mountain range. And when necessary, the Empire's 10 regular legions can step in to buy time for that thing to work. Of course, it turned out to be useless. Now that we have reached the north of the mountain range, that thing is not something that can be dragged along by a marching army. It doesn't matter if we have to arrange things in advance. The most important thing is that we don't have the consent of His Majesty the Emperor. In such a barehanded state, I encountered this big boss. Old Mr. Kalway knew that the time to risk his life had truly come. And this time, the chances of survival were slim. Chapter 1567, Surprising Outpost Battle. If it were an ordinary army, the moment they saw the Lord of the Abyss, they would have collapsed and fled. However, the army commanded by Riccardo Calvi, the former Grand Duke and the man known as the Empire's God of War, although not a regular army of the Empire, still persisted under such pressure. In fact, there is no such thing as a war aura in Lost Land, and morale is not a concept that can be easily quantified numerically. The bonuses that magic can bring cannot break through the chasm-like gap. Everyone, including officers and soldiers, can ask themselves, why can they still stand there and not escape in the face of an upcoming battle in which they know they will die? But they persisted like this, in front of the Lord of the Abyss, who is equivalent to a god. However, the double wolf-headed Wolfram did not rely on his strength and rode alone into the enemy formation to cause a massacre. Under normal conditions, the dominance of its body is controlled by the normal wolf head. It claims to be a commander and a wise man, but it doesn't like those reckless tactics. As for the crazed wolf head, it rarely gets the upper hand, but every time the mad head takes the lead, the scene always becomes very tragic, and the enemy has no chance to regret it. This kind of battle between hundreds of thousands versus tens of thousands is one of Wolfram's favorite scenes. He was the one with the greater numbers and surrounded the enemy. Having such an advantage, and then winning a beautiful victory, is not fun enough for outsiders to say, although it is not as good as being evenly matched. It is refreshing to win with wisdom, but as long as you win beautifully, you will always be in a good mood. In particular, it has a giant level figure. The tallest and strongest demon at its feet only reaches its ankles. Such a height allows it to easily overlook the entire battle situation, and no changes can escape its eyes. In conjunction with the whispers that the devil uses to confuse people, its orders can be issued directly to the soldier level, allowing everyone to act according to its wishes. This kind of ability to command war is, to use a certain time traveler's terminology, just like cheating. With such an advantage, it was certainly impossible for Wolfram not to use it. In its view, no matter it is the enemy in front of it or the army around it, no one is its enemy in one blow. It is the greatest mercy that it does not end in person. Wolfram didn't know whether the humans felt such fairness. Even if he knew it, he most likely wouldn't care. It just took a look at the situation on the predetermined battlefield and then directed the army to attack. For a time, all the troops surrounding the network took action at the same time. Originally, they all stayed outside the range of the enemy's long-range attacks. But now they walked in formation and directly entered this dangerous range. The melee team did not stop or launch a charge. They just moved forward steadily. This is not the distance that can be charged. Doing it too early is just a useless waste of energy. The long-range team started shooting after the enemy's front line entered their range. It's not just the archers in the orc army who bend their bows and throw them. Even the grey dwarves took out the crossbow on their backs after they got close to a certain distance. Loading, shooting, and moving forward. This undoubtedly makes them with short legs move slower. Of course, the human army is not idle either, serving as a target for others to shoot at. The archers on the human side are superior to the orcs in terms of the quality of the longbows and the quality of the archers. And the range is the same. So they started shooting while the orcs were still advancing. The arrow cluster made of fine steel effortlessly shot into the orc's crude weapon. In particular, the throwing technique was used to greatly increase the range of the arrow without weakening its power much. If this arrow hits the head or body directly, there is a high chance of a one-hit kill. Even if the fallen orc does not die on the spot, he will not be able to participate in the next battle. If it hits the hands or feet, it will not directly deprive the orc of its fighting ability. In the next battle, such an opponent is also very easy to deal with. The direction in which the grey dwarfs concentrated their attacks was also under the personal command of old Kagong. There was no such petty crossbow shooting scene. The grey dwarf raised his crossbow and advanced step by step. The crossbow machine they made relied on the dwarven technology, and its power and range were quite extraordinary. But if you can't bear it, the opponent directly uses war weapons. So what if he was heavily armed with plate armor? The spear-like crossbow arrows were shot from the siege crossbow, and could skewer 3 or 5 dwarves in one go without even breathing. Not to mention the catapult stones. If these big rocks were placed on the ground, they would not pose a threat to the grey dwarves at all. Whether you break it open or move it away, it all depends on your mood. But if it falls from the sky, it's a different story. No grey dwarf dared to pat his chest and guarantee that he could catch the stone bullets thrown by the catapults. Usually the first one hit will turn into meat paste. When the stone bullets rolled on the ground, They would be injured or killed upon contact. No matter how strong the Grey Dwarves are, they are still blind when faced with siege-level weapons. However, how could it be possible that old Cogong only carried this traditional weapon with him? As one of the 3 big guys in the automobile center, he doesn't mind revealing his car design and manufacturing technology. But for someone who firmly grasps the oil refining method, incendiary throwing weapons are indispensable. The weapon named kerosene bomb is a byproduct of refining gasoline. Those heavy oils that are not used in car engines. Refer to the formula of kerosene in the past, and find a deadly combination that can adhere to the human body and burn. These kerosene bombs will be equipped with fuses, so that after being thrown out, they will explode over the enemy and burn, causing area-wide damage. The attached kerosene and burning flames will penetrate through the gaps, causing unimaginable burning and high temperatures, and even ignite the attached objects. The Grey Dwarf's heavy armor failed to bring any sense of security or protection at this time. Instead, it seemed like a life-threatening device. He allowed the flames and kerosene to get into the gaps in the armor, and he couldn't even stop it. Even if he wanted to take off his armor, it would be too late. For the purpose of forging, all dwarves have the property of being resistant to heat and fire. But this does not mean that they will not be injured if they are burned, or that they will not even die. The flames will still cause fatal damage to them, especially when you can't extinguish the flames no matter what you do, and they continue to spread, increasing the scope of the burn. Once the Grey Dwarf is in the center of the attack of the fire oil bomb and is splashed with oil all over his body, he will probably not survive. Even if it is only affected, it can easily spread throughout the body and be fatal. Only by being very lucky, the burned armor part can be untied before it spreads and thrown to the ground, and there is still hope of saving one's life. But the burned part can only be treated slowly. The kerosene bombs in Midland are not as perverted as the white phosphorus bombs or Greek fire in a certain time traveler's hometown, and they are only slightly more dangerous than gasoline bombs. But at this level, in this era where cold weapons are the mainstay, it is still a quite terrifying weapon. For the Grey Dwarfs who face these dangerous war weapons, the only fortunate part is that the number of these weapons is not large enough to overwhelm the world. The most dangerous kerosene bombs also have a limited attack range and cannot be used unlimitedly, although the fate of those who are directly hit is very miserable. After all, they must be very unlucky to be chosen by such a coincidence. Most of the Grey Dwarfs still marched forward with their heads held high, betting that those bad attacks would not come to them, while shooting at the enemies. Old Cogong looked at the Grey Dwarfs walking very confidently, and couldn't figure out whether they really ignored the misery of their companions, or were being whipped by the Lord of the Abyss behind them to behave like this. When siege-level weapons are used at this time, it is impossible to ask for much lethality. The focus is still on morale. But if the enemy can really ignore the screams of his companions and his morale will not waver, then there will be little benefit in continuing to shoot. But it can't stop there. Doing so will greatly increase the enemy's morale and make them think that we are unable to continue. In fact, against the dense formation of enemies, the best weapon is the multi-barrel minigun equipped on the Twin Griffins. However, there was a great Lord of the Abyss watching from the side. Old Cogong had many concerns about whether to issue such an order to the Twin Griffins. Maybe he won't escape in an airship. But the doctors who are following his granddaughter are still behind him, in a central position protected by layers of protection. Regarding their plan to use the airship to retreat, it was prepared from the beginning. Therefore, old Mr. Conway did not dare to risk his granddaughter's survival on his own risk. Of course, it's impossible for that kid Ezio to agree to escape with someone, but he would not object to letting the airship out for those who need to leave, and then come to fight on the ground. Thinking of this, the old man also felt a little regretful. He should have packed the hospital group into the airship earlier. While you don't have to run around with your legs, you can also run more quietly when you need to. Unlike now, if you want your granddaughter to leave in an airship, you have to have the airship land to pick her up before you can leave. It's just that the airship is so big, and the action of landing to pick up people is too obvious. If the thought that someone was preparing to escape in an airship left in the minds of the soldiers, even if the soldiers around them were also from the Guana Empire, their morale would probably collapse. And once something like this happens, it will be difficult to deal with. The consequences are of course disastrous. But there are not all opportunities ahead. For some unknown reason, that great monarch did not personally participate in the battle. The only people it killed were the mortals under its command. Even the demons surrounding it were equally motionless. Although this distance is only a few steps for an Abyss Lord. Once the opponent activates, I'm afraid he can kill them with just one thought. But as long as you haven't reached that point, You must do your best at what you are doing. Opportunities come to those who are prepared, not to those who give up. Even if there is a being on the battlefield that he can't match, it doesn't mean that he can't beat his minions. To put it 10,000 steps back, killing one is enough to save money. Killing two is profitable. Old Kawe was heartbroken and his eyes were sharp. He raised his right hand high and sent out a signal. The defensive formation immediately opened several large gaps. And from the car center, special customized cars made of magic materials came out and lined up in front of the formation. The Grey Dwarf's powerful crossbow arrow hit it and bounced away without even leaving a mark. And the roaring sound of the engine was like the roar and low roar of these man-made ferocious beasts. Deep and bloodthirsty. Chapter 1568 First Formation. The leading car certainly belonged to old Mr. Kawe. And there was more than one customized car belonging to this old man. In the past 12 years, almost every 1 or 2 years, the old man bought a new car from his son's treasure house. So now in the castle of the Grand Duke of Kawe, the exclusive garage is lined with luxury cars. And these cars were all brought to the battlefield by him. There is a cute pink car driven by my granddaughter. Although it is an old model from more than 10 years ago, its performance and appearance design are not inferior to today's new cars. There are nearly 100 cars on the left and right, owned by the imperial nobles who followed him. These customized vehicles will appear on the battlefield. The original intention is that the nobles will be more comfortable using these vehicles to move around. Whether it is the suspension or the temperature and humidity control in the car, they are all adjusted for passenger comfort. And if you want to escape, these customized cars are really useful. It can be said that besides airships, it is the second safest and most reliable means of transportation. But in fact, as early as the first customized car was manufactured in the automobile center, under the prompting of a certain magician, old Mr. Kawe had some thoughts that were unknown to outsiders. It's just that to realize such an idea, even with the strength of a large duke family, he seems to be unable to do it. To this day, no matter what the other nobles' intentions are for driving their own custom-made cars to the front line, old Duke Kawe has commandeered them without hesitation. The drivers of these vehicles are still members of their respective families, and this is allowed. However, the use of vehicles must follow unified dispatch. It's okay under normal conditions, but if you don't come during war, it will be directly regarded as fleeing from the enemy, and those involved will be imprisoned. This means that you have to shed your skin even if you are not dead, relying on his own prestige to do such a hateful thing. Old Mr. Kawe only wanted this moment. Under the command of the command vehicle, all specially customized vehicles turned on the magical blessing state of savage crash, then pressed the accelerator hard and released the clutch. Hundreds of cars lined up in a row, rushing forward like wild horses. All kinds of exhaust sounds are roaring and powerful, and the front of the car is filled with a magical aura. After 12 years of development, automobiles have still not become truly popular. For Grey Dwarves who have lived in the underground world all their lives, they are even stranger existences, even if they have read relevant information on the forum. But the actual appearance in front of them still made the Grey Dwarves who maintained the queue feel confused. And then, they felt a bad premonition. On the human side, ordinary soldiers certainly couldn't understand what the battle in front of them was about. But those nobles who own customized cars are enlightened. They know very well that the difference between ordinary cars and these customized cars made of all magic materials is not only the price and comfort, but also the gap in car performance. The more important point is security. If an ordinary car is involved in a car accident and hits something, the passengers inside will either die or be injured. No matter how many protective measures are designed, it will be the same, because there are no traffic laws in Midland that force car passengers to do anything, such as wearing seat belts. As long as nothing happens, everyone will feel that such protective measures are unnecessary and redundant, and they will not think that they will be unlucky enough to have such a thing happen. Not shedding tears without seeing the coffin is not the privilege of a certain compatriot from his hometown. But when riding in a customized car, there is a way to ensure that no matter how bumped it is from the outside, the people inside are absolutely safe. Even ordinary cars may get dented or damaged after a few bumps and bumps. The customized car also has the function of automatic repair, although it consumes magical power. If you are driving outside an area where humans gather and encounter wild beasts or monsters, ordinary cars can only rely on the people on board to fight, or they can be chased by these monsters and beasts. But custom-made cars can directly face the difficulties and knock away these guys who are looking for death. To knock these big guys out of the wild, you need to turn on the savage crash magic effect of the customized car. This to many people, is the real value of customized cars. This magic will output the impact force of the attached person several times more powerfully, and reduce the speed decline affected by the reaction force to an extremely low level, close to nothing. This effect that completely violates the laws of physics, coupled with the self-healing ability of the customized car, can be said that as long as it does not hit a mountain, the customized car will not stop until the magic power in the customized car is exhausted. There is no need to say more about the consequences of the things being hit. Now nearly 100 custom-made vehicles have been assembled and used in an array. The result is that nearly 100 roads paved with flesh and blood have been opened in the queue of unknown grey dwarves. The heavy armor that the dwarves were proud of failed to protect the wearer. How can a 2 to 300 kilogram iron can end up well if it is hit by a ton of vehicles at high speed? In order to adapt to the terrain without qualified roads in the wild, most of these customized cars are designed with high chassis and large tires. After using the battlefield in front of them, the grey dwarves who were not knocked away, but only knocked over, became the dead souls under the wheels and were rolled over heavily. Don't think that the space directly under the vehicle is a safe location because of the high chassis and large tires. When the brutal collision is enabled, weapons such as guillotines and circular saws will protrude from the space under the chassis to ensure that the hit target will die even if it is not run over. Even those grey dwarves who were knocked away did not get under the car and were not run over. The high-speed impact they endured was no longer something heavy armor could withstand. Those grey dwarves, who were knocked down by them, and whose non-customized cars crashed into the line, also had to suffer injuries of varying severity. Nearly 100 custom-made cars just bumped into each other until they crashed through the queue of grey dwarves. These nearly 100 roads paved with mutilated corpses and various twisted and deformed steel plates looked very scary. In terms of effect, it is even more significant than the airship plowing through the grey dwarf formation at low altitude before. The damage to the morale of the grey dwarves was even greater than those war weapons that had been fired for countless rounds. Seeing various strange-shaped custom-made cars passing through the first queue, the drivers turned the steering wheels to the left in unison, and the cars turned a corner and sped towards the next dense queue of grey dwarves. This time, the grey dwarf could no longer maintain his composure. With their short legs, they are inherently insensitive in terms of movement speed. If they wait until these giant steel beasts drive in front of them before running away, no one will be able to outrun these monsters that move on wheels. So in the direction facing the front of the car, the grey dwarves dispersed without hesitation. They ran in all directions like crazy, no longer maintaining their formation, and even tried their best to stay away from their companions. This result surprised everyone on both sides. The grey dwarves collapsed without warning. The human side seemed to have achieved an unprecedented victory. But it angered the Lord of the Abyss, who came to the scene personally to control the battle. If both sides really go to war step by step, as long as he won the battle, no matter how serious the grey dwarf's injuries were, Wolfram certainly wouldn't care. If it loses, as long as the human side also wins miserably, it will most likely not be excited. Anyway, there are still troops surrounding them, and this group of humans will never be able to escape from his grasp. There could only be one ending, but losing so happily made the prince lose his face. Although the devil is thick-skinned, if the outcome is beneficial to it, then it is meaningless to worry about the devil's moral integrity. But if it was an unexpected defeat, how could an Abyss Lord accept such a result calmly? So it took action. The big demons under his command attacked everywhere, gathering the fleeing grey dwarves. Those who dissatisfied all died under the great demon's giant sword. This fear of death, if one goes forward, and death, if one retreats, makes the grey dwarf succumb. No one considered that it would be better to fight to the death than to die. So they fought to the death with the devil in front of them. All grey dwarfs think that if they charge into the human camp, they may die. And if they charge against the demons, they will die immediately. So the choice is obvious. So the grey dwarves gathered together hastily, formed a solid queue, and charged towards the human position. The wailing sound seemed to embolden oneself, more like venting the pent-up emotions. For a time, although the offensive was scattered, it also gained momentum. And that new thing that he didn't know how to deal with became Wolfram's target. Even if there is no way to completely destroy the opponent, they still have to be driven away. The two-headed wolf Lord of the Abyss lives up to his reputation as a wise man. As long as these new gadgets have no other functions, they are as good as they are. And he quickly formulated several strategies. Its giant-level body is not as slow as a giant. Instead, with a few flexible strides, he approached from the side and looked for the next target, preparing to rush into the formation of vehicles. Wolfram stepped hard. Directly stepped the car on the edge into the dirt. Regardless of whether there is damage to the vehicle body or whether the driver is alive. If you want to continue moving, you will not be able to do it without getting yourself out of the soil. The four hands picked it up again. Except that the fourth car was a little beyond the reach of its arms. And the other three arms picked up a car with one hand. When the custom-made car was originally designed, it was never thought of facing an enemy of this size. So it was naturally unable to resist such an action. A custom-made car made of magic materials is very strong. But it also depends on who the opponent is. The grip strength of the Lord of the Abyss is not only physical strength, but also has magical properties of destruction. For a great king, this kind of thing is as natural as breathing. And there is no need to deliberately perform it. So with three hands, the three cars were crushed directly. It is true that the customized car has the function of self-healing. As soon as Wolfram loosened his hand, the thing in his hand began to return to its original state. However, the living person sitting inside does not have such ability. The previous squeeze was so severe that their bones were broken. Their flesh was broken, and their blood was squeezed out. Now that the vehicles are gradually recovering, they are no longer dead. Without the driver, even if the magic customized car has supreme power, it is no different from scrap metal at this time. Knowing how to deal with it, Wolfram became more energetic. It regarded the vehicle in its hand as a stone bullet and threw it at other cars that were still running. Then he caught up with several more cars and followed the same pattern. The man who drives the customized car is certainly not a fool. Anyway, there is no place you can't go with the magic of brutal collision. At the command of the convoy commander, all the vehicles scattered and ran rampant. While avoiding the Lord of the Abyss, he also tried to cause as much damage as possible. Chapter 1569, Hidden Worries in Advantageous Battle Situations. If the speed of the customized car was fully opened, Wolfram would not be able to catch up without using some secret skills. But when the throttle is fully opened, there is no controllability at all, and it can only move forward in a straight line. And if the speed is too slow, as long as the Lord of the Abyss catches him, he will be smashed to death. So most of the time, car drivers don't care where there are more enemies. They just want to hit them. They still focus on avoiding the pursuit of the Lord of the Abyss. For Wolfram, these iron boxes, which were about the same size as his feet, were not difficult to deal with. But the large number and speed make dealing with these little things a little troublesome. It's not okay to just leave them alone. The previous record of directly defeating Grey Dwarfs shows that these little things are still very powerful against those incompetent mortals. So it can only angrily chase these little things that fly around like headless flies. In the eyes of old Codgong, although the magic custom-made car cluster only showed its power once, it was run away by the Lord of the Abyss. But being able to drag that one along is an incredible feat. He didn't care whether they could continue to kill Grey Dwarfs. On the one hand, it was also because the Grey Dwarfs, who were driven by demons, were already engaged in battle with their own troops. The two sides entered a state of close combat. There is no way he would let those rampaging guys crash into his queue, because the Grey Dwarfs were gathered in a row by the magic custom car first. They ran away in all directions. Although they were gathered by the demons, they eventually formed into groups of 2s and 3s and launched an offensive against the human positions. In addition, they started charging too early, which not only wasted too much energy, they also failed to form a proper attack formation, and instead ran into the human positions sporadically. Overall, they had no advantage at all. In this case, the elite soldiers on the human side dealt with the timid Grey Dwarfs. Except for the iron barrel-like armor, which was a bit in the way. The fight was quite easy. The soldiers of the Guana Empire are no stranger to dealing with this kind of opponent, with extremely high defense and tough skin. In World of Warcraft, there are many such high defense attributes. To deal with it, I naturally came up with some tricks. Although these routines are used on Warcraft, they may not be fully applicable to Grey Dwarves wearing heavy armor. However, the soldiers are familiar with the relevant processes and methods, and can naturally find ways to deal with these iron barrels. You can use it now. Specifically, they pushed and tripped them, dragged them into a crowd after falling, and then smashed them to death with sticks. The purpose of the military formation is to create an opportunity to win with more enemies, and to reduce one's own damage. Therefore, the soldiers are not unwelcome to this style of play. As for one-on-one combat, that's not for the battlefield. Unless he is like the strong orc half before. He is so strong that no one dares to fight him. In order to prevent him from slaughtering the weak, only Ezio, a stupid young man, dared to go up and resist. But it's also a time of support, and a time of injury. Although the Grey Dwarves were not a problem, the other team was completely different. In the direction where Old Kawe was guarding, the enemies were mainly Grey Dwarves, and there were no troops from other races among them. But the Lord of the Abyss appeared and brought an army of demons along the way for it to use. This army gathered the scattered Grey Dwarves and drove them forward to kill the enemy. And they themselves couldn't sit back and watch the show. They chose a direction early and launched an attack on the human army. The big demons who went to gather the Grey Dwarves seemed to have become a war team, and they were stationed at the edge of the battlefield. The remaining demon army formed a military formation, cooperated from far and near, and attacked the human side. The devil's long-range attack was not a crossbow or a stone throw, but a direct magic bombardment. For a time, fireballs were flying all over the sky, wave after wave. Fortunately, there are always gaps in the magic, rather than an endless stretch. Otherwise, no matter how elite the human army is, it will be stunned and crippled. But even this kind of magic offensive with long intervals is still a headache. Humans, unlike dwarves or elves, have demonic qualities. Although the soldiers belonged to the private army of the nobles of the Guana Empire, and were considered elite in the eyes of small countries or civilians, they were not equipped with a full set of magic equipment for self-defense. The large wooden shield is covered with iron, and can be erected to cover half of the body. Such a shield is already a rare and good piece of equipment in the hands of soldiers. Standard equipment cannot be replaced by soldiers at will. Nowadays, the frontline soldiers facing the demon army can only use this kind of shield to withstand the fireballs thrown by the demons. Demonic fireballs are slightly different from magic fireballs. One big difference is that the demon's fireball has the properties of lava. In addition to sputtering, it also tends to adhere to the hit object and continue to burn. If equipment without magic resistance encounters magic, it will have to endure it, whether it was the impact of the fireball or the explosion. A group of tall and strong men carrying shields were able to resist them all. At most, his body swayed for a moment. Then he stood firm again. But the flame attached to the shield was not extinguished so easily. Even if it fails to ignite the shield, it can still melt the iron covering it before it goes out on its own. If a damaged shield like this is parried a few more times, and then hit directly by a fireball, the shield will explode as well. Otherwise, it would be too hot to handle, making it difficult to hold it. Once the shield is gone, the armor becomes even less safe. No matter how elite the soldiers are, they will still have to run away when they are hit by a demon's fireball. No one can really burn themselves in flames and still fight as if nothing happened. It was this wave after wave of close-range shooting that shook the formation of the human soldiers. Several goathorn demons holding scythes took the opportunity to rush into the formation, followed by little demons holding sharp claws and showing sharp teeth, and rushed into the army. However, once the close combat begins, the devil's advantage is no longer obvious than before. The body of the goathorn demon is superior to that of humans, and it is better than the elite soldiers among the humans in front of them. But compared to humans, little devils are like big dogs and evil wolves. The teeth and claws are sharp and stained with the poison of the abyss, so they won't be of much use against a group of armored soldiers. In particular, this demon army is not good at forming military formations, and they mostly do their own thing. So back and forth, they were fighting against the human army that they had baptized with fireballs. The outcome was not clear in a short period of time. When the two sides are fighting, reinforcements cannot be sent casually. The most important thing depends on the state of the battle, whether it is a battle or a melee. If it's the former, reinforcements will have to be added based on the feng shui direction. Perhaps this statement is a bit mysterious. In layman's terms, it means attacking from the flank or attacking from behind. Anyway, it is not about blending into our own troops and attacking from the same direction, because doing so will easily destroy one's own formation and cause disadvantages. If a melee breaks out, reinforcements should encircle, then shrink and suppress. If there is a melee and one's own defeat is already apparent, then the reinforcements should appear in formation in the rear, cover our retreat and regroup, and attack the chaos in an orderly manner to stabilize the situation. In short, when reinforcements are coming, they don't just rush in all at once. They also need to be strategic. As for how to fight and which reserve troops to use, it all depends on the commander's vision. Old Kawe Gong may be a little hesitant about grand strategy, but in this kind of battle, he seems to have innate intuition. Messengers were immediately dispatched to order the appropriate troops to support the pincer attack on the demons. On the contrary, to deal with the Grey Dwarf troops, the frontline soldiers are enough to deal with it, and there is no need to send additional reinforcements. In such a good situation, old Kawe Gong actually felt bad, because he knew very well that the real enemy had not yet entered the game. At least 1/3 of the magic custom-made vehicles carrying the Abyss Lord's kites were damaged. The old man didn't know exactly who it belonged to. He would have to do an inventory afterwards to find out. But the remaining ones also led the Lord of the Abyss away from the battlefield and left the battlefield. But this distance is nothing to a Lord of the Abyss. Even if he didn't use the same flickering talent as the big devil, it would only be a matter of a few steps for the mountain-like figure to reach him. So when that statue turns back, when will the fierce battle really begin? Compared with his superior battle situation in this direction, the outcome in the other 3 directions is not so obvious. The most important thing is that there are no magic customized cars in the other 3 directions to rush in, directly beating the enemy to pieces and demoralizing them. In the case of battles and formations, the advantages of the coalition of demons, orcs and grey dwarves are still very obvious. There are just so many of them. Even if the human army is so elite that it can even out this gap, it doesn't mean that it can fight more than one at the same time. It's just that you can deal with enemies faster and have more physical strength to fight continuously. Therefore, how to dispatch, how to surround the enemy and create local advantages, how to support one's own side and avoid being surrounded depends on the capabilities of frontline commanders in all directions. As the commander-in-chief, the old Kawe Gong was certainly not someone who watched the battle develop in other directions with cold eyes. After listening to the news sent back, he thought for a moment and then ordered someone to send an airship on standby at high altitude to provide support. In this direction, there is a threat like the Lord of the Abyss. Even if the airship is for civilian and commercial use, it is extremely expensive. How dare you show off your power on the head of the Abyss Lord and test his ability to fight against the air? Basically, in order to cause effective damage to the ground, the magician on the airship must only maintain a height high enough for Wolfram to jump and fish one down. This is simply too dangerous. As for using an airship to defeat the Lord of the Abyss, old Kawe Gong has never even thought about it. But there are not so many scruples in other directions. Sending airships for split support can reduce the pressure and speed up the battle, allowing everyone to turn their attention back to their own side as quickly as possible. If there was to be a head-on conflict with the two-headed wolf in the end, a bloody battle between the whole army would be the inevitable result. An army relying solely on its own side has no chance of winning. And because the airship is being used, we might be able to find an opportunity to pick up the group of people from the hospital. Mainly my granddaughter. Doctors are of course very useful on the battlefield. But for that kind of first aid, the little doctors brought by old Mr. Kawe are enough. The medical team headed by the Marquise de Libelin was on the battlefield. Just like a time traveler's hometown, where medical professors from top universities were asked to do some bleeding stopping and bandaging work on the battlefield. Let's not consider whether someone did this voluntarily. In terms of the allocation of human resources, this is a waste of money. It would be even more stupid to allow these elites to die on the battlefield. Therefore, evacuate these people as soon as possible to keep them away from the battlefield without irritating too many people and causing negative effects. This has become the most important goal in Lao Kawe Gong's mind at this stage. Of course, the biggest reason is still my granddaughter. Chapter 1570 Unexpected Reinforcements. The situation on all fronts looks good. Those who met the enemy on several other roads were surrounded by an army several times larger than our own. But the human army, which knew the news in advance and was fully prepared, did not fall into the panic after being surrounded. Instead, they launched a beautiful counterattack. Just wait for the troops in the front to turn back, and the surrounded rear troops can unite with the front troops to flank the enemy. Even if the results of the annihilation battle are not achieved by then, the Demon Alliance will inevitably lose a lot of blood. If it had been 20 or 30 years earlier, the Devil Alliance's ambush and encirclement strategy would have been an unsolvable strategy, because it is difficult for the surrounded party to send messages to other troops to inform other troops of their situation. Being eaten in silence is the only outcome. But the unrestricted forum defeats the advantage of this strategy. It only gives the ambushing party a slight upper hand. And this advantage is time limited. If you cannot completely defeat the enemy within the time limit, you may be dragged down. The most anxious situation for a besieged party is that there are no reinforcements from outside and no supplies from inside. Although the troops under the command of old Kawe Gong still relied on the old method of delivering orders, he still established several emergency communication channels on the forum just for use at such moments. Besides, there are also airships that can deliver orders. These man-made objects flying in the sky are the real difficulties that the Demon Alliance cannot solve. Therefore, even though the human side is surrounded by groups, The number of enemies far exceeds our own. But not many people are worried. Afraid that they will not see the sun tomorrow. Because everyone knows that as long as you persist, the moment the returning front troops appear behind the enemy, it will be victory. It can be said that the demon coalition used the holes dug by the Grey Dwarves to create a beautiful ambush. But such a strategy no longer plays a big role in today's Lost Land ecology. Unless the demon side has a way to defeat the human army in a short period of time. Have it? Of course. There is not just one Lord of the Abyss coming to Lost Land, but 3, riding on his war horse. Old Kawe was overwhelmed by the intelligence coming from everywhere. When he heard the fragments of words conveyed by the order, he still needed to reorganize them in his mind to understand the battle situation in various places and see the overall situation. Don't look at such actions as inconspicuous. Without God's perspective, war is like being shrouded in a fog to people in war, and who is not groping forward tremblingly. And such actions really occupied the old man's full attention. When he thought about possible ways for the Demon Alliance to break the situation, he remembered the warning from the magician. There is more than one Lord of the Abyss who has come to Lost Land. But it was only once that caused the signs of changes in the heaven and earth. And the other 2 times were covered up. Therefore, old Kogong could only choose to believe it or not. But he could not verify it. This time, Wolfram suddenly entered the battlefield through a pseudo-summoning technique. What about the other 2? If we want to use the same method to sacrifice the war dead, we can fake summon the Lord of the Abyss from place to place. So can the vision that appears be covered up? Even without such a method, with the strength of the Abyss Lord, no matter how far away it was, it could still come here in this short fighting time. There is no need to go to the entire summoning array so hard to tell others that I am coming, or to try to hide it. So, where did those 2 statues go? Or which way to attack? As soon as the thoughts came together, his vision suddenly became dazzled. A few steps in front of old Kogong, 2 groups of 4 people suddenly appeared. A succubus with horns, and a male demon with bat wings and pointed claws. The 2 demons came to attack. The ones who resisted the 2 demons were a man and a woman in strange clothes. The woman's back is petite, with her hair combed into buns. Half-length blue silk cheongsam with gold trim, corset crop trousers, and silk shoes. 3 feet of autumn water in his hand held the succubus's hands. The male is also slim and slightly taller than the female. He wears his right collar and wears a jade belt around his waist. Without a crown, she tied her hair with a hosta. The long sword in her hand is also 3 feet long, wider and thicker than that of the woman, and can also firmly resist the sharp claws of the male devil. Just like this, the 2 demons interacted with each other. Suddenly and inexplicably, everyone saw it and were all suspicious. But when someone wanted to step forward, they found that they couldn't move their hands and feet. This is not the feeling of being under a spell such as paralysis, but more like the feeling of being separated from the body. A situation where you want to do something but your body can't keep up with the response. The next moment, a violent storm hit, knocking everyone to the ground. Even an extraordinary person like old Kawe Gong could not stabilize himself, let alone keep his car, and was also knocked down. This storm is not an actual strong wind blowing outward. It is the conflict between 4 divine powers, or equivalent things, and the overflowing wind pressure. Ordinary people were swept away and had to kneel down. It is true that Ricardo Calvi transcended the mortal body, but his horses did not have the same ability. Therefore, when the old man fell to the ground, it was not so much that he was injured by the extraordinary person, but that he was injured by the horse. However, this time, ordinary people will only think that the person coming is extraordinary. Only people at the level of old Kogong would feel the danger and horror. He knew that in addition to Wolfram, the Lord of the Abyss with the 2 wolf heads, there were 2 other lords, who had also come to the Lost Land. But he didn't know who they were, let alone when or where they would appear. Now the trace is appearing in front of you. In addition to killing himself, old Kogong didn't think anyone around him was worth killing. After all, he still holds the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition forces. If it fell, the human army would at least be in chaos. Considering that everyone is deep in the enemy's position, this chaos may cost their lives. If the human army that breaks into the north of the Fingdi mountain range is exhausted, then the Guana Empire will be like a door open. The manpower he left behind to guard the southern defense line was just for maintenance. If it were used for defense, it would be full of loopholes. Therefore, the assassination by Lord Abyss personally can be said to be a good deal with huge profits. Fortunately, it was blocked. But this is what surprised old Kogong even more. When did a person appear among humans who could rival the Lord of the Abyss? And there are two of them. According to Ezio, there is a man named Armida who is capable of semi-confrontation with the orcs. But that man was a tall and powerful barbarian. And he obviously didn't match the two people in front of him. It's already an era when war breaks out and strong men emerge in large numbers. The old man fell to the ground and propped himself up, looking at everything in front of him in surprise. The two groups of humans and demons who are at odds with each other retreat immediately when touched. In fact, it only took a few breaths from the time they fought, exchanged, and retreated. But the huge and powerful forces collided with each other, confusing the surrounding time, space, and minds. This gave people the illusion that a long time had passed. In terms of surprise, the two Abyss Lords are not inferior to humans. A sure blow was blocked, and an offensive that could cut off mountains and rivers was parried by the two people in front of him. This made them wonder, did they become weaker after coming to the Lost Land? The devil is in the Abyss, and is controlled by the Abyss. They usually rule over everything. But as long as the Abyssal will has a thought, they will lose everything. After arriving in the Lost Land, the restraint of the Abyss was gone, although the support of the Abyss was also gone. This has indeed reduced the power of the Lord of the Abyss. But it will not be so weak that any human being can fight against him alone. The Succubus King did not dare to relax his posture, looked at the two casual people with vigilance, and asked in the common language of Midi, "Who are you?" The girl with buns combed her hair stood in a golden rooster position, holding swords and flowers in her hands, and said with a smile, "My surname is Hua, and my name is Defa. Please give me your advice." The man is more calm, and does not like to pose as much as Hua Defa, but he also had a kind face, not feeling like he was facing a formidable enemy at all, and said gently, "My surname is Shuang, and my name is Xiaowei. I don't need any advice. We all regard peace as the most important thing." The other great king was impatient, pointed directly at the two of them, and cursed in abyssal language, "No matter what your names are, do you really think that you two can stop us with your strength?" Before Hua Defa and Zhuang Xiaowei could reply, another sinister voice came from behind the two great monarchs, saying, "If there is one more person, can we kill both of you on the spot? If you die here, bien, can you still return to the abyss and resurrect?" The two great kings were startled when they heard the sound. They jumped left and right, and stared at the person who made the sound. The man's upper body was made of red silk with small sleeves. His lower body was made of five-fold hakama. His waist was 3 feet and 2 inches long, and he had a willow leaf scimitar and straw shoes on his feet. The long ponytail that reached the sky did not sway with the steps, but hung smoothly, allowing people to look left and right at the Abyss King who jumped away. The visitor introduced himself. "My name is Malu Yalong. With the combined efforts of the three of us, it will be difficult or not to kill your two demons." This extremely straightforward threat made the two Abyss Lords alert. Ordinary people may care about the weapons in the hands of the three people, but what really scares the two monarchs is the three of them. The Succubus Lord, who is familiar with the affairs of the Lost Land and has even taken advantage of the recent changes, said tentatively, "Are you from the Kingdom of Silk? The Kingdom of Silk?" The three looked at each other innocently and asked each other, "Are we similar? It should be very similar. It's similar to what I remember. But there's still a difference. The country of Silk. I didn't pay attention to that. But to be honest, I hate the people there." Seeing the three of them chatting as if no one was around, the other Lord of the Abyss gave a loud shout and revealed his true form. His body swelled even more, and he grew several heads taller. "What's wrong with being human? You are not human at all." Malayalam looked disgusted and said bluntly in the same abyssal language, "So what? Can't I beat you if you're not a human being? If you break a taboo, I'll just hit you." The Succubus King heard the point and asked, "What taboo have we committed? Why are you taking action now?" This is a heart-wrenching question. If they really came to help humanity, then many people died in the previous war. So why didn't they come forward? If he came here to kill the Lords of the Abyss, why was Wolfram the first one who came out to show off? Okay. Therefore, the Succubus Lord was quite serious in asking this question. Hua Defa, the only female prime minister, pointed his sword at the old Duke Kawei, who was still sitting on the ground, and said clearly, "I don't care how many people die, but there are some people you just can't kill." The Succubus Lord sneered and said, "What if I have to do it? Then go to HL." Hua Defa smiled sweetly. The next moment, a sword slashed through the head of the succubus. Chapter 1571, Retreat from the Enemy. The action of Jian's owl's head looked cool and unrestrained. But in fact it didn't hit anything. This succubus king only left behind a phantom that others could not see through. And the real body had already disappeared. Judging from the expression of the other abyss lord, his companion escaped cleanly. But even he was surprised. It's just that the situation of 1 against 3 doesn't allow it to think too much. As soon as it saw 3 pairs of eyes looking directly at it, it also moved. He opened his mouth and shouted at everyone in a pretentious manner. Of course, such intimidation would not have any effect. The 2 swords and 1 slash came at lightning speed. Although it hit something, it was only an arm. It turns out that the second lord of the abyss, who ran away, did not have the ability of the succubus. He left behind a phantom that seemed real and fake to confuse others. And the real body had long since disappeared without a trace. If it wants to run away, it can only do what a lizard does by cutting off its tail to survive. Otherwise, with the speed and vision shown by the opponent, it would never be able to run away. By leaving an arm and using secret techniques to escape, you can use your breath to temporarily confuse the opponent and leave before the enemy notices anything strange. But in fact, the reason why the 2 abyss lords were able to leave was mainly because the 3 had no intention of pursuing them. As soon as they saw the 2 abyss lords retreating, they simply sheathed their swords. It was this action that overturned the original guess in old Kagong's mind. Besides, there was still a fierce battle outside, and the Chinese army's main formation where he was located was suddenly attacked by the Lord of the Abyss. Although there were no casualties, the commotion also brought a lot of sequelae. At least when his banner fell, and the entire army did not collapse. Old Kagong was only grateful. It seems that the people below are indeed stable enough to stabilize the soldiers and maintain the military formation. If the commander-in-chief overthrows the flag and causes their entire team to collapse, there is no question of whether they can deal with it or not. At this moment, all the dead souls are at risk. Their courage is exhausted, and the enemy is taking advantage of the situation. So there is no need to consider the issue of cleaning up. Just run for their lives. But here's the interesting point. The commander of the Grey Dwarves is not the kind of pustule who just obeys the oppression of the devil and has no ability at all. He still has some eyesight. Especially when he saw the enemy's handsome flag fall. He almost shouted with excitement. Just as he was about to publicize the death of Chi Taishui, he found one thing helplessly. Humans couldn't understand what the Grey Dwarf beside him said. Having lived in the underground world all their lives and rarely communicating with foreigners, the Grey Dwarves have long had a unique and mature language system. Of course, there is no opportunity or need to learn Midland Common. Now that they have joined the Demon Alliance, they have nothing to say to the orcs. When I was in the underground world, you hit me on both sides and I ate from you. And there was no stopping for a moment. This was only possible by relying on the devil's whispering mental voice transmission. And they were barely able to communicate. Now they pointed hard in the direction of the enemy commander to remind them that in the eyes of humans, it was the Grey Dwarves who were yelling without knowing what they were talking about. While they are fighting, who has the thought to look at what is happening behind their backs? All took advantage of the Grey Dwarf's distraction to give them another head-on blow. So the Grey Dwarf screamed for a while. But instead of destroying the enemy, he allowed himself to be slashed a few more times. This is such a loss. I can't express the pain in my heart. Although the general trend has not changed, there are still some effects in the details. It's not that what happened in command of the Central Army was ignored, but that these people wisely controlled the development of the situation. So as soon as old Kawe Gong was fine, he immediately urged everyone to organize the army and raise the banner again. The big military drums were beaten at the same time, and the thumping sound spread throughout the army. This is the clarion call for an all-out attack. This big snare drum is something you can't find anywhere else. By using this big guy, old Kagong showed that he was still alive. And of course, it also showed that the Grey Dwarves were defeated. Simply use the entire army to attack and finish off the opponent in one go. However, the old man's personal guards did not participate in the attack. Even if personal guards, like them, achieve military exploits, the merits will be recorded on their master. If your subordinates are shrewd, they will naturally have another set of rewards and punishments internally. If your skills are not good enough, you will get the credit for nothing, and it will also cause resentment. Besides, for the personal guards, the most important thing is the safety of their master. If he loses his master's life just for the sake of merit, no matter how great his achievements are, he will still be dead. Secondly, none of the people who have followed the old Duke Kawe to fight so far are young. They had long passed the age of seeking fame and promotion through meritorious deeds. So the old man did not move, and they stood firmly by his side. Of course, it is not impossible for old Mr. Kawe to go into battle and kill the enemy. As an extraordinary person, he is different from the old and frail old guys around him. When it comes to killing people, he can guarantee that among all the legions under his command, no one can fight better than him. However, Hua Defa, Zhuang Xiaowei and Mao Yalan did not go into battle, so the old man stayed behind. However, some small nobles also want to establish friendship with these three fierce men. It would be better if they can be taken under their command. But the old man has taken action. Who dares to play a trick to win love without any discernment? If these three decline, and a great duke family's solicitation is rejected, will it be their turn? It's just that these people never thought that they could face the Lord of the Abyss alone, and their strength would be comparable to that of a god. Will such a person be recruited by secular powers? Not to mention they are not human yet. Although they are not without desires, their desires cannot be filled by ordinary people. The reason why the old man stayed was not to recruit these people. He knew the abilities of these three people, and he knew even more clearly that it was impossible for him to recruit such talents. Even if you recruit it, you won't dare to use it, because there is no means to restrict them. They are easily turned against their customers. Old Ka Gong was just curious. Hua Defa said before that they were here to protect themselves, and he didn't want to pay attention to the others. From the performance point of view, they did so. So why are they willing to do such a thing? This is what the old man wants to know. It's just that the idea is beautiful, but the reality is not so beautiful. The three of them didn't leave because they had entered the supreme realm of chatting again. Chatting nonchalantly in that mysterious realm. When old Kawe Gong interrupted, the female Hua De smiled. The male Zhuang Xiaowei nodded slightly, but the gentle Mao Yalan looked arrogant. As soon as the three of them came, they disappeared on the spot without a sound. The breeze blows, walking so without any fireworks. The old man suddenly realized something. With this ability, apart from the magician's flashing technique, even the great devil's flashing talent is not so easy, let alone the ordinary magician's teleportation magic. Just thinking about this made old Ka Gong even more horrified. In that family, a demon king from 1,000 years ago was resurrected, and that person himself had a record of fighting the Lord of Guardians alone 12 years ago without dying. If you let go of the confusion, this is already the ability to walk sideways. As the head of the Grand Duke's family in the Empire, the old man really wants to use his wits on the weak magician, not only to torture the living people to death, but also to revive the dead. But why don't you dare to provoke those two people? Isn't it because their strength is too amazing? It is better to be soft than hard. It just so happened that my granddaughter took one of them as her teacher, and the two parties collaborated on several projects. It can be said that the relationship couldn't be better. Look, don't they all send people to protect themselves? But the old man couldn't help but feel frightened by the origins of these people. How come any person in that family can be considered right by the Lord of the Abyss? As long as a powerful divine power does not take action personally, it usually takes at least 3 gods of the mysterious land to subdue an Abyss Lord. Now, one person blocked another with one sword, and after saying a few words, he let the other person run away. Let alone whether old Ka Gong has seen such a skill. He has never even heard of it. Don't think of the Lord of the Abyss as a cat or dog that can be seen everywhere. He can be grabbed or kicked by anyone. The nearly 100 magic custom-made vehicles that crushed the Grey Dwarf army to pieces, causing morale to collapse, were like paper toys in the hands of the Lord of the Abyss. Wolfram, pinching one car and exploding one are proof. Although the origins of the 2 great kings who were scared away were not yet clear, as long as they had 10% of Wolfram's abilities, they were not something mortals like them could resist. Even an extraordinary person like himself is just a usable soldier in the eyes of the gods and kings, and still has no qualifications to be treated as equals. However, the magician agreed to let the 3 people protect him, probably only to protect himself from opponents of the level of the Lord of the Abyss, but not to protect him at all times. If he commits suicide and has someone to support him, and goes alone into the midst of millions of enemy troops, that person will most likely watch until the end. Regarding that person's temperament, old Ka Gong dare not say that he has a complete grasp of it, but he has a somewhat clear understanding of it. He is not from the Lost Land. He only feels alienated from the Lost Land, and has no closeness to it. This is why the Abyss invasion happened. The magician could act like a normal person, thinking about the possibility of cooperating with the devil to fulfill the requirements of the world trees. Old Kawe Gong did not dare to say that he would make some great achievements or establish any immortal achievements when he established himself in the world. But he is a human being, and his heart is also toward people. Like the magician, standing higher and looking down at all living beings. It takes so much cold-blooded thinking to count everything in the world. However, based on the origin of a certain transhuman, even if it is not said that someone has been poisoned by various video games, in the era of statistics, who would still consider the situation of each living person. It's not just that all kinds of statistics are flying all over the sky, whitewashing a peaceful and prosperous age. The problem is that there are many twists and turns in it, and people who know the truth are laughing but not talking about it. Old Mr. Kawaii had no idea what to do with that magician, let alone the former Demon King. Using his granddaughter as bait to lure her teacher out was something he was reluctant to do. He didn't ask Marquis Balin to follow him to the battlefield, and the old man also kept him by his side to keep an eye on him. If there is any danger, the airship will be used to evacuate people. Even if he, the granddaughter who majored in undead magic, really let go of his hands and feet, maybe the Abyss invasion would be settled. However, in the history of Lost Land, even in the most difficult times, no one would use the undead natural disasters to defeat the Abyss demons, because no matter who wins, it will become another hazard, and it may not be easier to deal with than the previous one. But at this moment, the old man didn't think so much. He was just thinking. The magician had no flaws, and the Demon King always didn't care about worldly affairs. But did those powerful men who could rival the Lord of the Abyss have any chance of luring them into the game? It's about where they're coming from, and whether they want something. However, all this is unknown to old Kawaii Gong. If he had known, I'm afraid his little thoughts would have been extinguished long ago. Chapter 1572. After the first battle of the northern attack, the departing Lord of the Abyss did not disappear from the battlefield. They just moved to other battlefields, broke up the human army, let the demon coalition defeat the humans, and then stopped. The fight was quite restrained. Even Wolfram, the leader of the two wolves, who left after the magic custom car, was the same. After leaving, he did not return to the battlefield where old Kagong faced the great wars, but went to other places. The reason why the Lords of the Abyss did this was to test whether those opponents would appear, and to constantly explore the opponent's limits. However, the results are not gratifying. The Lord of the Abyss came to the battlefield in person and defeated the human army, but the strangers did not stop him. But as soon as the thought of killing comes up, he will trample on everyone and kill everyone he sees. Even before the first blow is released, it will be blocked by the stranger, as if the opponent has analyzed his mind. Moreover, the stranger's appearance not only came in time, but also came unexpectedly. Every time he appears, one person appears, and many others hide behind him. If the Lord of the Abyss retreats when he sees the difficulty, then everyone will be fine. If it were forced, it would be a one-to-many group fight. The female Prime Minister Hua Defa, the male Prime Minister Zhuang Xiaowei, the warrior Ma Deer Yelong, and the barbarians killed Armida. These four people have gone through several battles, and although they have become famous, most of them complain. There is no reason, just because these four people are powerful enough to defeat the Abyss Lord, but they are unwilling to kill the enemy. Ordinary demons, orcs, and grey dwarves were able to show off their evil deeds, but the four of them did not stop them. In other words, the orcs would encounter Armida from time to time. The two old rivals met and said a few words before retreating. Just don't even fight. After all, since he half knew that the barbarians could fight against the Lord of the Abyss, he no longer even had the desire to fight. Even if they don't fight against the ordinary army and the three Abyss Lords appear, the four strangers may not show up every time. Sometimes he showed up to fight, and sometimes he allowed the Lord of the Abyss to kill humans. Of course, ordinary people don't know the intentions of the Lord of the Abyss actions. They can only see that sometimes they are stopped, and sometimes they are not. No one knows what the standards of action for the four strangers are, and because those four never communicated with others or defended themselves, the resentment among the people naturally deepened. These grievances may have never been spoken out, and they may not dare to. But that doesn't mean those four people can't hear them, because the four of them are exactly four human SHLs composed of over 10,000 boxes. They have all the skills that Hagiri possesses. Especially the combination of thousands of boxes is like forming an amplifier, and many abilities are increased. Let's just say that the swords in their hands are also Hakakiri, but it can be put into the sheath because the sheath is also a sachet. They can break wood, stone, and iron tools. They don't want to be restrained, but they can't attack their own kind. On the one hand, everyone knows each other inside out, and even if they want to, they can't do it. The reason why the number of shots is so rare even to the point of being picky, is because a certain magician only made 2 comments about them. The first is to protect Lao Kawe from death. This is Lin's only political ally. With his help and without his help, the difficulty of achieving your goal will be several times different. Naturally, it is impossible to let this old man die in battle. The second is to ensure that the human side does not suffer a major defeat. But this request is a bit idealistic. What's a big defeat? Why doesn't it count? But Lin never explained too much to the Hagiris. Anyway, if you go through 10,000 boxes, you will naturally make up for everything. Even if Lin gave a thorough explanation, the result would be different if Agiri and the others turned sideways. So just click and stop. Furthermore, when you delegate things to others, you must accept what others do, or else you have to take back and do it yourself. As a terminally ill cancer patient, how could Lin try his best to ensure that mankind is always victorious? This kind of thing is obviously of no benefit and goes against his own goals. It is precisely because of the suffering on the human side that we can take advantage of the situation. There is no such thing as perfection in the sense of propriety, which is bound to attract resentment. Therefore, Lin had no intention of coming in person. Even if he asked the Hagiri human SH.L to come forward, he would also let them assume other identities. Anyway, Hagiris have no original appearance. Whatever they want to look like depends on the thoughts of the public. Only then did these 4 names appear, which were different from the lost place and had nondescript names. As for the unwillingness to kill enemies on a large scale, apart from the fact that a certain magician did not ask for it, they themselves were not willing to do so. The main thing is that it's just not fun to do. Previously, I followed someone to the abyss and entered the kingdom of the evil god. At that time, the 4 human SH.Ls appeared in front of the world for the first time, because they were forced to take action at that time. They were killing them, but being awakened by someone, killing people, or killing demons, will not help Hagiri, even if they can be judged by the number of enemies they kill. So what? Hagiri is not a bloodthirsty person at heart. Once he feels bored, he will no longer kill on his own initiative. You must know that Hagiri uses weapons to travel in the mysterious land because it is the easiest way for them to cooperate with Homo sapiens. After all, there is no moment of peace in the history of the mysterious land. Even if Homo sapiens does not compete with Homo sapiens, he still has to compete with heaven and earth. Weapons are indispensable. However, as long as there is a choice, there are still many Hagiri who are unwilling to use them as weapons. Especially the new members of the Hagiri clan who accompanied a certain magician into that strange world and were separated and born after returning. This was not stained with blood. Even if Lin fought with Hagiri again later, there were still some Hagiri who never hurt anyone and only helped to set up the Jotian formation. Anyway, the reality is that there are no enemies who need to attack all of them. So Lin just lets them go. Now when they use human SH.Ls to fight again, they didn't even kill the Lord of the Abyss. It's not that you can't kill the other person. It's just that you don't think it's necessary. The person didn't make such a request anyway. Although Lin made the request, he still gave Hagiri a high degree of freedom. He also didn't want to overly restrict Hagiri's actions. After all, the 2 parties were in a cooperative relationship where each got what they needed. And it wasn't a master-servant relationship. As long as it doesn't touch his limits, Hagiris can do whatever they want. For example, someone only asks for the protection of Lao Kaogong. In fact, including Ezio, children from elementary schools and fraternities were somewhat protected by Hagiri as long as they had contact with him. But this protection does not protect them from injury or death. If their skills are not as good as others, or they are deceived by tricks, they are not as smart as others, and their death will only be regarded as fate. Hagiri doesn't care about this and can't control it. Super strong enemies, like the Orc Half and the Lord of the Abyss. Killing the children protected by Hagiri is like killing pigs and sheep, and this will trigger Hagiri to take action. However, for someone like Ezio, who is about as powerful as the orcs, fighting against them is actually a useful training. Therefore, Hagiri would not intervene until the critical moment came. Only when his life was hanging by a thread did he kill Armida to save him. But in fact, according to the original standards, Ezio's defeat at the hands of Half can be regarded as inferior to others. However, Hagiri came to the rescue, which shows that their actions are not entirely fair and impartial, and they still have discriminatory intentions. In short, no one except Lin knows the origins of the 4 strange people. And of course no one can figure it out. Their actions replace the lost gods, who should come forward to fight against the Lord of the Abyss. So some people speculated that they were heroic spirits under the Lord of Guardians. And that was why their whereabouts were so erratic. It's just that the Lord of Guardians is still blocked in his own kingdom by the gold coin goddess Queen. And he can't come forward to explain this kind of thing. He is not a god who sends down oracles to communicate with his followers. The belief system of the Guardian Lord has no priests, bishops and other clergy since it's separated from the Church of Three Holy Lights. And it is not possible for secular people to actively contact it. Therefore, the relationship between the four strangers and the Guardian Lord cannot be verified. However, the more unclear it became, the more lies were spread, and people believed it to be true. If it weren't for Haikiri's special powers, the gathering of willpower on this battlefield would have helped them ignite the divine fire and truly become the dependent vassals of the Lord of Guardians. Not to mention that everyone complained that the four strangers were unwilling to come forward to help them kill the enemy. They were thankful that they had to resist the Abyss Lord from time to time. Ever since the ambush where the Grey Dwarfs first appeared, the war on the north side of the Wind Emperor Mountains has been like a battle on a chessboard, with you coming and going, each gaining and losing. After the Grey Dwarfs also joined, the number of the Demon Coalition was much larger than that of the Human Coalition, even with the Guana Empire as the backbone. Human soldiers are rare elites, and it is easy to defeat many with one. But war is no better than a confrontation in front of the battlefield. It is better to see the enemy rush past, with the help of airships for reconnaissance and orders, and the assistance of forums. Lao Kagong commanded and dispatched the troops to divide, encircle, and annihilate the enemy. Supply and support must also be considered, and we must avoid going deep alone and becoming the target of the enemy. Under the command of Wolfram, the Lord of the Abyss headed by two wolves, the Demon Coalition relied on their numerical advantage to be on par with the old Duke Kawe. I don't know what kind of methods they used to detect and pass orders, but the military's reaction speed was not inferior to that of humans at all. This made old Kawe Gong once wonder whether the Demon Alliance would also use the MIDI forum to have such convenience and speed. Therefore, people who are good at programming languages and have cracked the secrets of the forum were sent to the rear to carefully search for clues about the Demon Alliance's order. It's just that the forum created by someone has developed to this day, but there is no index or entrance portal. Without clear address guidance, others will naturally not be able to enter. The masters recruited by the old Kawe Gong wanted to explore whether there was a message from the devil, but they were unable to do so. In fact, if he asked a magician who had truly mastered the forum's backdoor, Lin would clearly tell him, no, the forum is based on the MIDI common language, which is not the same as the writing of other Homo sapiens. When Lin first set it up, he never thought about expanding the functions of different language families. When he came into contact with more of the world, he no longer had the authority of the Tower of the Great Sage to change the core of the forum. Many people who asked for an upgrade were blocked by him using this excuse. But it is unknown whether the demons have used the forum's program structure to establish their own forum. After all, the relevant underlying architecture has been circulated a long time ago. It's just that no one would take advantage of it at the time. Anyway, the Demon Alliance has another method of communication, which is not inferior to the airship cooperation forum method of transmitting orders. And with this, he fought equally with the old Duke Kawe. The war between humans and demons has become a battle for every inch of land. Often we win today and lose again tomorrow. Fortunately, there are no ordinary people living in this land anymore, so we can avoid the disaster of surviving in the cracks. But overall, the Demon Alliance still has the upper hand, because their troops that invaded the West were not recalled and were still fighting in the direction of their original goals. Chapter 1573, Detour and Attack. The main force left to fight against humans is demons, with other underground races assisting. And not only the orcs and grey dwarves, but also the goblins and the rather rare illithids appeared in this coalition of evil camps. However, the illithid has a special status and does not line up on the front lines to fight hand-to-hand with humans. He just hid in the back line, confusing and affecting the minds of the soldiers. In contrast, the human coalition, led by the Guana Empire, recalled the troops who wanted to make the northern expedition to join this big game. After only 5 battles, he remained undefeated. The raid on the Gate of the Abyss naturally stopped. No one is sure that the gateway can be built when supplies are cut off. In other words, the evil camp coalition led by demons only used half of their strength and ended up in a tie with the human side. This is still one empire using all its strength, and the other empire using most of its strength. If the evil coalition forces concentrated all their strength, Old Kagong would probably have no choice but to retreat back to the south of the mountain range. The Fingi mountain range lies between the Northern Expeditionary Army and the Empire, so it is not easy to supply supplies. When the war situation on this land was at a stalemate, everyone couldn't help but turn their attention to the west. The Western Root Army, with orcs and grey dwarves as the main force, needed food supplies. It's not entirely true that demons don't need supplies, but the fact is that the devil will be full even if he eats dirt, because they can convert everything in the mouth directly into the required energy instead of going through the digestive system. The biggest difference is that the latter can be picky. However, the purity of the things in the mouth will still be related to the amount of energy they purify. The most outstanding thing is the condensed body of spiritual consciousness of Homo sapiens, commonly known as the soul. The killings on the battlefield, whether they are casualties of the enemy or our own, can become the devil's food. Therefore, in the battlefield north of the mountain range, the demons can also use war to support war to maintain the situation of oppressing the human coalition forces. But except for demons, other races from the underground world are not as talkative as demons. Even if they don't eat fish, they still have to eat grains, fruits and vegetables. However, just after one winter, the emergency rations were rescued by an airship again. Although the large army has not yet fallen into a state of food shortage, the situation is very obvious. They must find the next supply location to have the capital to continue fighting. If you can't find it, this isn't something that can be solved by retreating to the underground world. It's very likely that they won't be able to go back and will just be buried on the surface. Therefore, even if half of the strength is used on the battlefield on the north side of the mountain range, it will be a 5-to-5 battle with the human army. Lord Wolfram of the Abyss, who commanded the entire army, did not even think about withdrawing the troops that invaded the west and completely defeating the army of the Guana Empire. Perhaps after withdrawing the western invasion force and defeating the main army of the Guana Empire with all their strength, they could then cross the mountains and invade the empire from the south. Wouldn't that be gold and silver treasures all over the place? And endless food? In addition, the defeated army is also a good source of food. Everyone does not care whether the meat is broken, but the idea is beautiful. But the reality is cruel. The army led by Old Kawe Gong was not a ragtag group like the multinational coalition forces on the southern defense line of the Suli Tang Empire. This kind of army is tough. I don't know how many people would have to die if I wanted to chew it off. One might think that the large number of deaths produced by the evil alliance would also help reduce the supply pressure. However, this kind of thought will only exist in the mind of the commander of the Abyss Lord. Who among the people below would be willing to become a sacrificed pawn? Besides, there is obviously an easy route. So what's the reason for having to go head-on? If the 3 Abyss Lords who have arrived can exert their influence on the ordinary army, they can suppress the human coalition forces forcefully, then it is not a problem for the troops invading the west to turn back and jointly attack the Guana Empire. But it was obvious that the strength of the 3 monarchs was limited. No matter what the reason is, the battlefield north of the mountain range is in a stalemate, so finding another breakthrough point is a very reasonable choice. Wolfram did not particularly suppress such thoughts, because this is a fact, not a fallacy. There is no need to deliberately deny other people's opinions in order to demonstrate control. As the Lord of the Abyss, it does not need to prove anything else. And seriously speaking, such division of troops was originally part of its many plans. It was just brought up by someone else first. Moreover, on the battlefield north of the Fingi Mountains, winning a battle with the same level of strength as the enemy was a different pleasure to a commander who prided himself on his intelligence than overwhelming him with superior force. Speaking of which, the great kings who crossed the gate of the abyss did not have any great ideals or clear goals. Just because it's fun. For the Lord of the Abyss, adding some changes to their long lives is the meaning of fighting this battle. So Wolfram stayed on the north side of the mountain. For the West Root Army, this Lord of the Abyss was only a nominal commander. The actual planning, orders and arrangements were jointly decided by the generals of the West Root Army. Anyway, everyone knows that sooner or later the Western Root Army will break into pieces, disperse and hunt separately. Therefore, the bloatedness and inefficiency in the command system are only temporary. No one jumps out to correct, let alone criticize. The only natural barrier on the West Road that prevents the invasion of the evil coalition is a big river. At the beginning of spring, the snow from the mountains melts and flows down. So the river flows very fast during the season. If the flow is fast, many methods of crossing the river cannot be used. At least it is impossible to wade through the water on foot. Looking up and down, they could not find a slow-flowing bend in the river, which also made this evil coalition give up the idea of wading. It's not that they coming from the underground world, don't have a way to cross the river. After all, there are rivers underground. There are some grey dwarves staying in this West Route army. Although building a bridge has nothing to do with forging, skilled people will naturally refer to their own experience to find the most suitable solution. And all that is to be built is a temporary bridge, regardless of issues such as durability and safety. There are many methods that can be used. The more troublesome ones are probably those tall war beasts. Due to their weight, ordinary toilet bridges may not be able to bear it. If the bridge is broken, just find a way to repair it. But if any giant beast falls into the river and is carried away, it will be a big loss. These giant beasts are neither easy to tame nor easy to cultivate, and no one wants to lose them in vain. Fortunately, this is a magical world. Some difficulties can be solved easily by using magic. A portal connecting both sides of the river can easily solve the problem of giant beasts crossing the river. The reason why the whole army is not allowed to pass through the portal is that the difficulty lies in consumption. Every time you use the portal, the corresponding power will be consumed. The farther the transmission distance, the more objects are transmitted, and the greater the consumption. Although these people from the underground world are not poor people, especially the Grey Dwarves, their possessions would be coveted by everyone. But having money is no excuse to waste it casually, especially on a group of low-level soldiers. Therefore, in addition to allowing the passage of war beasts and important supplies, the teleportation gates built are only allowed to be used by high-ranking officials of various races who are greedy for safety and convenience. The remaining soldiers still took the risk to build a bridge and walk on it. Due to the swaying of the flowing water, the bridge was unstable, and many soldiers fell into the river and ran away. Although it is a pity, after crossing the river, it is a smooth road. So how can the evil coalition not be excited? So for the person who fell into the river, there is nothing but a pity. The crossing wasn't very fast, but it was almost unobstructed. The small kingdom in the direction of the invasion of the evil camp's Western Route army failed to organize any defense forces. I could only watch the enemy cross the river and the natural dangers. It's not that these small countries are unwilling to act, but that they received the news too late and had no time to react. Many countries have even just sent out recruiting officers to various places within their territories to recruit soldiers. And consider the civilian adventurers and mercenaries who previously joined the southern front of the Suritan Empire and were subsequently lost. The situation of these small countries, as considered by the top leaders of the United Evil Camp, is an extremely sweet fruit. Although it is not as large in population or wealth as the Guana Empire, it is better in terms of ease of fighting, even in the eyes of outsiders. If you don't bully them, then who should be bullied? And these small countries have no way to accuse the Guana Empire. After the people in the empire got the news, they immediately found the powerful figures in the small country through the forum, and then sent an airship to send a message to confirm what they said. But it's almost like these small countries started recruiting troops at this time. It was too late to mobilize the defenders on the southern defense line of the Guana Empire Mountains for support. As long as the big river cannot be hindered, reinforcements from the Guana Empire will arrive only after these small countries are beaten to pieces. At this point, even if the Empire can prevent the evil coalition from continuing to invade, the irreparable damage has already been done. Compared with the slow and unresponsive Guana Empire, these small kingdoms still pin their hopes on another powerful country in the same sequence of the 5 empires Vita military state. It's just that the military countries also intended to send troops to support the defense line south of the Findi Mountains. But they were stumped by these small countries and were unable to cross their kingdoms and obtain supplies from the local area. The relationship between the two parties is not harmonious. But it's not to blame these small kingdoms for not giving them face. It's really the journey of the Vader military kingdom that taught them too many lessons. When an empire is called a military country, it is natural that the people in this country are martial and have all the strategies and means. As long as the people in the military state are given a little excuse, they can swallow each other without changing their expressions. The Vader military kingdom has done too many things to annex the country through false pretexts. No wonder all the kings and nobles, old and young, were frightened when they heard that the military wanted to use the road, and they made every possible effort to make things difficult, just to politely refuse. Fortunately, great powers still have some respect for their actions. As long as they can't find a suitable excuse, Vader's military will not fight hard. That's why those small countries dare to stand firm and refuse to let go. Let's talk about the religious war 200 years ago. The strength of the military and the various sects naturally opposed each other, which can be regarded as the hardest hit area. Therefore, in the past 200 years, the military and state have also restrained their behavior a lot, which is considered to be to recuperate and recuperate. Now that the countries are in trouble, everyone thinks of this old neighbor again. Letters asking for help arrived like snowflakes in front of the military emperor's papers. Chapter 1574. The military country attacks. The military state has standing legions. Always 10. It's not that there is any restriction on rank. It's just that I can't afford to raise more. Of course, ordinary kingdoms also have standing corps. But in terms of sophistication of equipment, quality and quantity of personnel, they are not at the level of the empire. Even if they were to take them to the front line, they wouldn't be dead enough. Not to mention the issue of command authority. So we still have to ask for help. Perhaps it would be a long way from the Vidal military state to meet the evil camp's western route army. But at least, it would be much closer than the people of the Guana Empire. Not to mention that the main force of the Guana Empire has crossed the Wind Emperor Mountains to attack north, and is at war with the demons. It is unrealistic to expect them to support the west side. Especially after seeing the situation clearly. He knew that even if the main force of the Guana Empire really went to the west to support them, it was very likely that they would bring the demon army that was fighting with them. Just half of the evil camp's army is already too much to bear. The area to the west of the mountain range is really regarded as a battlefield, and it has not become a desolate place like the north of the mountain range. It's really better not to have such troublesome support. Then the best person to ask for help is really the Vader military nation. In fact, the military emperor Friedrich Bayer has long had the idea of supporting the war against the Abyss. And the 10 standing legions are also in a state of being ready to go at any time. Because from a geographical point of view, when the threat from the gate of the Abyss expands, the military country will inevitably be attacked by demons. Instead of waiting for the demon alliance to grow and attack at your doorstep, why not place the battlefield outside the country's borders? Although the supply line will be stretched, it can protect the territories and people under the rule from the harm of war. Comparing the advantages and disadvantages, there is really no reason not to send troops overseas to fight. Another more personal thought. The military state favored martial arts. But 200 years of recuperation meant that the emperor of the military state during this period had nothing to show for his achievements. Regarding his evaluation in history, is he a mediocre emperor? Or is he an emperor who has made great achievements in fighting against demons, and is one of the leaders of the human camp? This is a very important matter for the old emperor of the military state. The emperor of the Vita military kingdom was not as old as Armin Kazalnia, the emperor of the Guana Empire. But he was still at an age where his death would not be a surprise. This meant that there was not much time left for the military emperor Friedrich Bayer, if he hoped to accomplish some great deeds that would leave a lasting legacy before his death. There could be no better one than the one before him. It's just that Junba was burdened by its past reputation, and few kings or lords dared to let Junba's troops pass. Even Emperor Friedrich Bayer emphasized many times that he had no intention of subduing anyone. Compared with the gleaming merit of annihilating demons, the merit of annexing several small kingdoms and occupying several territories is simply insignificant. But if people don't agree, they just don't agree. Even if they are private adventurers or the private armies of nobles. It is very difficult for people who come from the Vader military country to lead troops to borrow the passage. There is no way. The excuse that people are missing in your city and therefore must be searched in the city has been used too often in the past. It can be said that even a cat is unpopular as long as it has the sign of Vader military state on its head. Now the situation has changed. Obstacles were no longer obstacles. The kings and lords who were extremely tough-talking at the beginning not only lowered their bodies and lowered their heads, begging the military and the state to send troops for assistance. Even the supplies along the way were paid for. Therefore, the 10 regular legions of the Vader military state set off immediately, accompanied by private armies of nobles and nobles. The level of mobilization of the military state was similar to that of the Guana Empire. Almost all of them were mobilized. Within the military state, the recruitment and establishment of reserve forces also began. Equipment like this can be solved if you have money. But if you want the army to exert its combat effectiveness, training is indispensable. Even if they recruit the strongest among the adventurers and have strong individual soldiers, it will take considerable training to adapt them to the fighting style of the military formation. An army that does not practice military formations and formations is no different from a rabble. Of course, it is impossible for the Vader military state to send out such a large number of troops to fight. Not only would it be a waste of lives, but it would also damage the reputation of the military nation. And the reason why they came out in full force was because they made the decision after looking at the record of the Guana Empire, the regular army of the Guana Empire, and the private army of the nobles, coupled with the airship army of the Heidel Empire, and some miscellaneous troops, were able to fight evenly against half of the Evil Camp coalition forces. Then the other half of the Evil Camp's coalition forces, the Vader military nation, are not so arrogant as to think that they can defeat them without exerting all their strength. The reason why the 5 empires can be tied together is because there is not much difference in strength between them. It is easy to bully some small countries, but the empire versus the empire is a stalemate with mutual exchanges. Look at the Karlsruhe Empire and the Hayder Empire that have been fighting on the plains of Oz for hundreds of years, almost turning the national war into an annual international league. Although there will only be one empire participating in the battle on the reserve battlefield on the west side of the Wind Emperor mountain range, no one can estimate how many miscellaneous armies there are in other small countries. The overall strength is definitely no better than that of the human coalition led by the Guana Empire in the north of the Fingdi mountain range. Fortunately, the devil does not focus on this direction, and the chance of the Abyss Lord appearing on the western battlefield is not high. It can be said that the western root army of the evil camp is also weak. In other words, the Vader military state is not unable to support the overall situation on its own. But the actions that should be taken in and united still need to be done. As long as there were organized troops in the kingdoms or noble territories that the military troops passed through, they would also mobilize most of them and take them to the battlefield. This is a war involving the survival of the race and life and death. It is not just a war started because of different political stances or old grudges. Therefore, most kings and lords are still willing to order their subordinates to cooperate. Everyone knows that cooperation is the only way to survive. The thick thighs of the Vader military state are the biggest guarantee for everyone's smooth survival. As for the idea of joining the evil camp, it is similar to the act of washing yourself clean and peeling off your skin, and then automatically jumping on the dinner table. Although there are some secretly demon-worshipping groups, most people are still sane. Even those groups that worship demons, they just worship demons and hope to gain power from them. It does not mean that these people will cooperate with orcs, grey dwarves, etc., these residents of the underground world without any hindrance. The former also have a little bit of a contractual spirit and know how to give some sweetness to those who provide sacrifices to them. The latter just robs, kills, and eats people, and has no possibility of coexisting with humans. It is said that these evil camp Homo sapiens races will be driven into the underground world, which is not a place they'd like to live in. This opposition in character and stance is the real reason why they were driven underground. And because the resources in the underground world are poor, especially food. Therefore, the residents of the underground world are always thinking about how to invade the surface and occupy a territory and run it well. All these causes and consequences predict that the west side of the Fingdi mountain range will also become a cruel battlefield. However, before the troops of the Vader army arrived, those fertile lands and prosperous towns near the river were the first to suffer. The importance of water to living things is unquestionable. Civilizations are all born by or near water. There is no such thing as a civilization born in a barren desert. There were also many people gathered along the river. But since the Fingdi mountain range was cursed, this big river originating from the mountains has brought some inexplicable and unknown magical effects. And the people who make a living on it have dispersed. In fact, a scientific method can be used to explain the local changes. That is, the riverside has become a high-power area due to the curse of the mountains. And because its source is a negative curse, even though it is not an abyss, it still has the chaotic attributes of an abyss. Living in such an area is excellent for people with magical talents. Even if you have just a little bit of talent, you may be able to make breakthroughs with the help of regional bonuses. As for the subsequent attribute bias, it depends on whether the magic inheritance can reconcile the chaos here. But the issue of the magician's subsequent achievements is not considered. The high-power area by the river is like poison to ordinary people. Living in such an area for a long time is not only prone to diseases and disasters, but even the children born have problems. Over time, people on both sides of the river became extinct. Everyone lives a little further away. It's not like there aren't magicians who find this place wonderful and want to live in a place like this. But the magician has no way to live apart from the crowd, so he has to follow the crowd. In the end, only a few magic towers were left standing on the shore, serving as civilized guardians to guard the aquatic tribes in the river. The crossing point chosen by the Evil Camp Alliance is of course far away from these magic towers. Even after crossing the river, they did not surround or destroy these magic towers. As we all know, Although the magic tower is strong, it has no legs and cannot run. Whether it is chasing the enemy or running to be chased by the enemy, it is impossible. Therefore, if the magic tower is to be effective in the war in the Lost Land, it must guard the traffic junction. However, there are many magic towers that are not located at strategic traffic points, but are built in places far away from civilization to withstand natural invasion. This is to create an isolation zone between civilization and nature, so that humans can explore the wilderness with peace of mind and expand the area covered by civilization. Such a magic tower will naturally not threaten the evil camp coalition forces that deliberately avoid it. In fact, there are many such magic towers still alive on the battlefield on the north side of the Fingi Mountains, and they have not been deliberately destroyed by the demons. And around these magic towers, many humans are sheltered. In the original airship evacuation plan, these people were also among the evacuation targets, because to protect the magic tower in war, manpower is also needed. However, the humans seeking asylum are old, weak, women, and children. These people can't do much to help except consume limited supplies. So they were taken away by the airship and replaced with more useful garrison soldiers. Old Kagong was able to fight five waves of demons on the battlefield on the north side of the Wind Emperor Mountains. The safe zone camp sheltered by these magic towers also contributed a lot. It's just that they are both magic towers, but they can't play such a role when isolated by the river. Even if a tower owner discovered the place to cross the river, he had no soldiers, and only adventurers in 2s and 3s responded to the call. Of course, there was nothing he could do to cross the river with an army of hundreds of thousands. Chapter 1575 Floating Island. When the nearest lord arrived with his troops, what he saw was a dark army with its back against the river, already in formation, and ready to go. There was no suspense in the first battle after crossing the river. The lords who can come to stop the attack only have a few hundred soldiers under their command. The evil camp coalition forces didn't even need to move their main force. They just moved their partial forces to scare the opponent back. However, retreating was not the end. The 1,000-man orc army tracked the retreating troops and reached the lord's territory. Of course, there was a burst of killing after that, which became the first result of the evil camp. It's a pity that the young master of this territory has great ambitions, but does not have the corresponding strength. When he ran into the evil camp alliance, he and his very foundation were smashed to pieces. After crossing the river, no one stopped me. As if they had discussed it beforehand, all the tribes broke into pieces, like mercury pouring down the ground, and attacked from all directions. It's not like they didn't know that the Vader military empire was coming towards them, but it hasn't arrived yet. Worrying about things that haven't happened yet is not what these people do. Besides, the most important issue at hand is food supply. They would come to the Western Front just for a bite to eat. Originally, there was not much food stored for winter and spring. Most of them were also intercepted by the Lord of the Abyss on the battlefield in the north of the mountain, and supplied to the multi-ethnic army that assisted the demons. There are even fewer who can be taken away by the Western Route army. Along the way, they were actually on the verge of food shortage. Some unpopular teams have also become vague targets for other teams. From time to time, after a night, there are a few people missing. He was said to be an escape, but in fact, he was secretly killed by his comrades. As for the purpose of killing, everyone knows it and won't say anything. Under such circumstances, if you don't know how to raise food, you may have to wait until you starve to death before you start thinking of ways. Now a fertile land is exposed in front of you without any defense, and the enemy has not yet arrived. If we don't take this opportunity to prepare more food, how can we cope with the upcoming war? Besides, in the countries on the west side of the mountain range, the population gathering points are scattered, and there are few large cities where people can gather. If you want to raise food, you have to walk more roads and spend more time. This is also why the army disperses, and the biggest reason is out of necessity. Secondly, no gathering point can withstand a large army attack. Most people may not have seen the walled city before it was broken by the former army. Then the rear army naturally failed to gain any spoils. Instead of doing this, it is better to disperse the army and do its own thing, as long as they agree with each other. If someone has taken action on a target, the others will find another target and will not fight among themselves. How many people would be willing to abide by such an agreement is open to question. But at least on the surface, the various races in the evil camp still abide by their agreements and appear harmonious. After all, there is still a big enemy outside, so don't rush to fight among yourself. Once the evil camp's army disperses, it will naturally become a disaster for this land. The armies of the lords from all over the country were under-recruited and unstoppable. The militia in the towns alone was vulnerable. There are people with lofty ideals among the people. But the southern front of the Suli Tang Empire died completely before. Those who were not dead also went to the defense line in the south of the Fengdi Mountains, or to the human gathering area surrounded in the north of the mountains. The surrounded people were rescued by airships and returned to the south of the mountain range. It can be said that those who originally lived on this land and had the courage to fight against the evil camp coalition forces have either died or gone to other places to continue their careers. Even if he knew there was trouble in his hometown, he would either be in the middle of a battle and not be able to escape, or it would be too late to rush back. Even if not all the people left on this land are old and weak, most of them are young and strong and selfish. How could such a person be able to stop the evil camp's army from wreaking havoc? This is because the enemy does not want the Japanese to fawn over them. Otherwise these people may directly change their banner. Nowadays, it is straightforward. If you want to change the deal, others are not willing to accept it. The requirements are also very clear. The meat can be kept, but the people are of no use. As for the financial resources, it would be a waste to keep them for the corpses. So of course, they should be collected together. There are no banknotes in Midi yet. Money is gold, silver, and copper. Pots are iron, knives are steel, and all that can be taken away are resources. Besides, the army came from afar, and they were so hungry that their eyes turned red. How could you not eat meat when you have meat? And focus on recruiting your younger brother? This is really the kind of posture that wants people and money, and gets both people and money while sweeping away the land south of the river. The army of the Vader military state has set off, but it will take time for them to reach this land. These days, the army of Midi still mainly marches on two legs. Even if there are war horses and pack horses to assist, it will only speed up some time, and it will not arrive in an instant. For example, the Guana Empire uses trucks as troop carriers, which can move extremely quickly. There are only 6 regular legions with this ability, and all of them have participated in the war. Only the Emperor's Iron Guard has not left the Imperial City, which is considered the Empire's last line of defense. Not to mention the private armies of the nobles. Even the private armies of the Duke of Kauai family have not completely changed their uniforms. No matter how covetous other nobles are and want to buy with money, it will be useless if the production of the automobile center cannot keep up, in addition to the uninterrupted civil and commercial needs. In terms of military affairs, the old Lord Kauai also instructed to first satisfy the regular army of the empire, followed by the nobles. This is because military personnel carriers have more requirements in terms of durability, performance, and structure, and the differences between different vehicles cannot be too big, whether it is performance or other aspects. Such requirements are intended to reduce trouble in supply and maintenance. Unlike manufacturing trucks for civilian or commercial needs, you may build a dozen or so and then have minor modifications. If nearly 100 vehicles are built, the technology will be upgraded. Such changes in progress are not allowed on military trucks. Therefore, there were not many trucks built to transport troops. They were distributed throughout the empire, and even fewer fell into the hands of the nobles. This is the empire closest to the automobile center. How could the Vader military state achieve mechanization of its military without relevant technologies? In fact, except for a few big nobles in the military country, they obtained cars through connections and used them as big toys for showing off. Most people only know that there is such a thing as a car from forums, and not many people have actually seen it. The army of the military state still marched in the old way, and their marching speed was much faster than the armies of other kingdoms or nobles. Even so, it will take some time to reach the war-torn place. Only the local people have to bear the suffering during this period. It's not that these people who faced the pressure of the army never thought of resisting, but their strength was too small. Even if the Lord mobilizes his army, or if all the men in the towns and villages unite independently, facing the evil camp's coalition forces will still be like a small fight, and they will be defeated and dispersed in a few moments. They also thought about escaping the war, but more people have an unforgettable love for their homeland, and refuse to leave it no matter what. And those local lords, who were granted titles, were even more unwilling to give up their foundations. Once the people are gone and the land is occupied, what's the use of having an empty title? Or else he would hold on until the last moment, naively believing that he would not be so unlucky and be targeted by a group of evil man-eating creatures. No one who holds this idea does not regret it. By the time they know it's impossible to leave, it's usually too late. I thought that this kind of suffering would continue until the army of the military country arrived and gave the evil camp coalition a head-on blow. Only then did these man-eating evil creatures learn to restrain themselves. Unexpectedly, an unexpected force joined the war. On February 12, 750 in the Aramaic calendar, when the orc army surrounded a small town and prepared to attack, the bright day was actually covered by a large shadow. For a moment, the town and the orc army seemed to be in darkness. Everyone was frightened and looked up to see the source of this shadow. I saw a small island floating above everyone's heads. People under the shadow cannot see the whole picture, but people far away can see this floating island from a distance. The bottom of the island is not all rocky soil. There are moss and vines growing there, and there are even trees growing horizontally. And there is also a bit of greenery. However, there is no such natural scenery on the top of the island. There are only towers standing on top of each other. However, there is order in the chaos. In the eyes of a discerning eye, the buildings on the island are like countless magic circles nested inside each other. No matter how powerful the magician is, he can't see through the mystery at a glance. The floating island is one of the 5 floating islands, a sacred artifact of magical civilization passed down from thousands of years ago. And its name is Edda. The ancient magical civilization was earlier than the Elf dynasty and the Dwarf dynasty. In the final stage, they combined the power of elves and dwarves to create 5 mystical energy cores, causing 5 pieces of land to break off the surface and float into the sky, becoming sky islands. The magical civilization at that time gathered all precious things and gathered them on the floating island. In the end, the naturally selected people gathered on the island and abandoned everything on the surface, including the civilized government and other losers. The flourishing magical civilization came to an end. It was neither destroyed by others nor self-destruction. It was just a group of arrogant people who chose to escape the world and cut themselves off from the lost land. The behavior of the silver-bearded dwarves in the Dwarf Empire is similar to that of the silver-bearded dwarves. What the facts are is unclear. After all, this whole thing is too long ago, and recorded documents are too rare. Later generations can only guess what happened at that time based on a few words. Such stories have been circulating in the Lost Land for a long time. For a long time, magicians have been saying that they were taken to the floating island and then released. It's just that most of these people's claims cannot stand up to scrutiny. In addition to being unable to justify themselves, there are many things they say that are specious. For example, the reason why I was taken up, and why I was let down from the floating island again. Every time I ask about these things, the answer is different every time. On the one hand, no one can prove that these floating islands are still lost. Many magicians believe that if the magical civilization was so powerful back then, it would be possible for the entire island to escape to an alien plane by developing some methods of plane transfer. Therefore, there is no trace of the floating island in the Lost Land, because they have left the Lost Land long ago. Regardless of past speculations, after thousands of years, the floating island has reappeared. Although there is only one island, it will not be a surprise when the other 4 islands appear again. The floating island appears, of course, not to show off its presence. Countless iron kite-like things flew out from the island, with golden wings and silver feathers, reflecting the light of the sun, flashing and flickering, coming to take lives. Chapter 1576, The Unsatisfactory War. There are different opinions on what the ancient magical civilization looked like. This is not because there are too few records, but because there are too many records, and some of them are true and false. So the original picture has long been blurred. There used to be a school of magicians who pursued these ancient magics, hoping to have the power to change the world. But they couldn't get it, and there was even a danger of it backfiring themselves. Over time, the magicians of this school gradually withdrew from the mainstream, and even cut off their inheritance. The reason why it is impossible to recreate ancient magic is simply because the environment between now and the past is different. The 8 powers of the Lost Land were not 8 at the beginning. Just say that 1,000 years ago, in the Dark Age when the devil came to dominate the land, there was no such thing as power. This was in the New God Stand, when the 8 Lords of Power were born and became the source of magic for magicians. And that was how they got the so-called power. Different eras have different environments and different training and combat systems. Even those Abyss Lords in the Abyss, who have lived for countless years, know how to keep pace with the times. If you cannot keep up with the pace of a certain era, you will be eliminated by the era. The floating island has been inherited from ancient times. Of course, no one knew how it developed over these thousands of years, or maintained its ancient appearance. Now that it has been traced, it is beginning to show its clues. The iron kite is slightly larger than a human being. When they flew closer, when they took a closer look, they turned out to be human-shaped armored warriors with 2 wings on their backs. But these 2 golden wings are not like birds, which need to flap their wings to fly. Silver Feather has a variety of magical effects. It can support people to fly and undergo various changes. And these iron kites flying down from the floating island have arms like magic wands. As soon as it gets close to the surface, it will continue to bombard the enemies on the ground, either solidified or imaginary. Magic with various attributes has fatal power. What's more, he uses his hands like a staff to spray green poisonous mist. While it hurts the heart and lungs, it also corrodes the body. Suddenly, the orc army that invaded this place fell to the ground with a roar. But from this blow, we can somewhat tell what the thoughts of the floating islanders are. The green mist filled the air, not only injuring the invading orc army, but also the militiamen guarding the place. They fell in the same dust and died in the same miserable way. However, the flying iron kite didn't say much, and went straight to find the enemy to kill, using the same attack method. It was as if he didn't notice the accidental injury, and he was completely unapologetic. Of course, I never cared about it, although accidental injuries often occur in wars. But whether you try your best to avoid it, and whether you feel guilty if it happens, are different from those who do it intentionally. The floating islanders give people the impression that they don't care about these things and just let them happen. Not only the green mist messengers, but also many islanders who control the iron kites have this tendency. It's just that their actions are not obvious, and they don't deliberately greet humans. Furthermore, the situation at the scene was that there were many orcs and few humans. Naturally, most of the attacks had to be endured by the orcs. The orcs fled, and so did the humans. But they both fled in different directions. The iron kite chases the orcs instead of humans. This is probably the best news. In this situation, it is not without shrewd people on the human side to see it. But at least the floating islanders are here to kill the enemy. They are lucky to be alive. How can they ask for more? Please, will those powerful men in the sky be willing to listen? Midi respects strength. Behind the word, respect, there is not a trace of sadness and sadness hidden. Seeing the iron kites flying back and forth in the air, accompanied by the miserable howls of the orcs, the balance of the war has been completely tilted, and the winner has been determined. No matter how fast the remaining orcs fled, running on 2 legs could not be faster than flying in the sky. In the end, the floating island entered the world and defeated a large army of orcs in the first battle. Thousands of people were killed and wounded in an instant. There are even floating islanders who claim to be heavenly beings, saying they came here to resist the invasion of the abyss. This is great news for humans. However, although the floating island is floating in the air, it does not move freely like an airship. Its movement mechanism has not been revealed to anyone by celestial being. The floating island Edda, which everyone only knew existed, stayed where it appeared, judging from the shadows on the ground. The floating island Ada moves a little every other day, and is not completely fixed in one place. Although the heavenly beings are determined to attack this group of sapiens from the underground world, who are allied with the devil. But they only send out empty whales similar to those of Fakung, plus countless iron kites to trek away to attack the scattered enemies. This expeditionary force did not stop anywhere to rest. After each day's battle, it would definitely return to the floating island to rest. He never shows his true face in front of outsiders. At most, he talks to people like a warrior. Although the language they use is similar to the common language of Midi, the words and intonation are different from today's, and have many ancient styles. This is why everyone thinks that the floating islanders should be humans, because the common language of Midi was originally used by humans. But now that the world of Midi is dominated by humans, human tongue has become a universal language. However, the accents are different in different parts of the land, and everyone is not surprised that the adventurers coming and going speak the accents of different places. Even when talking and comparing, they can still understand what each other wants to convey. Therefore, although the floating island made a stunning debut, the Iron Kites team was also very impressive. But from a war perspective, it is not without its weaknesses. To be honest, it is like comparing the floating island to a magic tower with a wider radiation range and more power. The advantage of the magic tower lies in its defense and long-range attack capabilities. It is a proven fact that a magic tower can protect residents within a 10-mile radius. However, the shortcomings of the magic tower are also obvious. In addition to being unable to run or escape, The biggest disadvantage is the lack of manpower. Everyone in the tower is a magician, or at least a magic apprentice. But as a building that has both living functions and stores supplies, there cannot be too many people living in the magic tower. However, the first thing to fight in a war is to fight against large numbers of people. Even if Midi has great personal power and can defeat an enemy army, those strong men will rarely fight against an army alone unless absolutely necessary. The main reason is that cutting them off one by one takes too much time and effort. Even if you can build an army around the magic tower, it is still no safer than hiding in the tower. Moreover, there is an invisible difference between the people in the tower and the people outside the tower. Therefore, the manpower problem of this magic tower is also a flaw. On the other hand, looking at the situation of the floating island, although it is not like the magic tower that cannot run, it seems that it cannot run fast now. Stagnated at the place where it first appeared, moving no more than an inch every day. The ability to attack from a distance has not yet been demonstrated. But looking at the island, the magic towers are like a forest. Even if the bombardment is not 100 miles away, there are still 10 or 20 miles away. It can't be worse than the magic tower built on the ground. As for the manpower issue, although I don't know how many sky whales and how many iron kites are available on the floating island, the combat power compared to the number of 2 palms on the top of the magic tower is already much more. The presence of Tibetan troops on the island is definitely not a big problem. It's just that we don't know how many troops are hidden on a floating island. But for some reason, this powerful army couldn't leave the floating island too far away. I don't know if there are any restrictions, or if these people just don't want to. This means that the range that the floating island can cover and protect is indeed larger than the magic tower. But as long as the enemy avoids this range, he will not become the target of the floating island attack. This discovery disappointed many people, but made many people in the evil camp feel happy. At least the army is hunting elsewhere, and doesn't have to go head-to-head with the floating island. From the small country to the west of the Fingi Mountains, a king came to meet with the celestials of the floating island. We talked about a lot, including whether he could be the leader of the coalition, lead the armies of various countries, and defend the western route army from the evil camp. There is a posture of shaking off Vader's military power and hugging his thick thighs. He also asked if the floating island could move quickly and move to the sky above his kingdom to serve as horns to protect each other. It's just that the words sound nice, but the real intention is to seek shelter. There is also the ability to ask Sky Island about the locations of the other 4 floating islands. All these are of great significance. However, the celestial beings on the floating island are not stupid, nor are they ignorant people who don't know how to maneuver. Regarding the naked inquiries of the king of this small country, they used ancient proverbs and steadily blocked them all. If you ask a question that has already been revealed, say it. If it has not yet been revealed, keep silent in the name of confidentiality. The power of Sky Island is a big secret, and of course, it cannot be disclosed easily. As for the other 4 empty islands, I really don't know. 1 floating island is a country, and the 5 floating islands have not been in contact with each other for a long time. No one knows what is the status of each other, and whether they are still floating. As for the meaning of unity, the heavenly beings on the floating island are above the level of surface magicians per capita. They treat the people on Earth as if they are not as good as their own children. How can they have the idea of uniting? You must know that a lion can only form an alliance with a tiger, but it is impossible to form an alliance with a sheep, let alone a mouse. Although I don't know what the council's considerations are, they decided to show up to help the people on the Earth to resist the war in the land launched by the devil. A group of celestial beings just obeyed the council's orders, put on iron harrier suits, rode on the sky whale, and set out to conquer the surface. Anyway, hunting some small beasts on empty islands on a daily basis is never enough fun. If you don't get permission for a few years, you can only enjoy yourself by shooting targets for a few years. Now that the ban has been relaxed, the council has made it clear that even if the orcs, grey dwarves, etc. are wiped out, no one will be punished. Everyone was gearing up and eager to go on the expedition. In just a few consecutive battles, although the floating island achieved an overwhelming victory, the overall situation was not ideal. From the human side, if the enemy is regarded as a giant octopus with tentacles grabbing everywhere, then the floating islanders will just cut off a few tentacle ends, which will not harm the overall situation at all. For the Western Alliance army of the evil camp, although the floating island is powerful, its shortcomings are too obvious. Such an opponent is difficult to deal with. But just choose not to deal with it. Even though the area that the floating island can protect is larger than the magic tower, it does not cover all of the lost land. Outside the sheltered areas, there is still much to be done. However, the heavenly beings on the floating island may be the most dissatisfied group. They appeared. They participated in the war. And they did show their authority. But no one paid attention to them. Perhaps the fact that others take a detour when they see you is the best proof that you are strong enough. But the floating islanders are not here to prove what they already know. There is also a protagonist who thought he was the one who showed up at the critical moment to save everyone from danger. As a result, he was robbed of his love, let alone the supporting role, and was forgotten by people. The dissatisfaction of the Vader military kingdom was not stated explicitly, but it could be clearly felt. Many situations are intertwined, and the battlefield to the west of the Fingdi mountain range has become strange. Chapter 1577 New Tactical Ideas. Old Kagong also couldn't understand the battle situation on the west side of the mountain range. However, as the commander-in-chief of the northern battlefield, the west side has nothing to do with him. He only needs to pay attention to whether the enemies in that direction have moved back. That's all. The old man was busy fighting a battle of wits with an abyssal lord, and had no time to talk about what the empire to the west wanted to do with the floating island that suddenly appeared. Besides, even if you want to reason, whether others will listen or not is another matter. For the Vader military state, both sides are empires, and there is no question of who is inferior to whom. As the floating island is the inheritance of ancient magical civilization, the thought of dealing with such people is really tiring. Although old Kawe Gong is a great nobleman of the empire, he also knows very well what kind of face this kind of people with ancient heritage look like. In addition, what he faced was the main force of the evil camp. The army is dominated by demons, and 3 abyss lords appear from time to time. It can be said that one wrong step on such a battlefield will cause serious losses. How can I care about other battlefields? And as the casualties increase, the pressure brought by the enemy also increases. This is not an illusion. Through the staff's calculation of the returns on various battlefields and the reconnaissance of the airship, the number of enemies is indeed increasing. Whether it's demons or troops from other races, the only explanation is that the enemy has reinforcements. The reinforcements from the underground world are understandable, because there must be an entrance to the underground world somewhere on this battlefield. Even if there isn't one, the Duergar can dig it. The demon can continuously summon similar people from the abyss into the maze by sacrificing the dead on the battlefield. In order to prevent such a situation, not only the corpses of the dead must be properly disposed of after every battle, no longer can only some evidence be left behind, and the rest hastily buried or burned. It is even more necessary for church members from the light camp to appear to help purify the souls on the battlefield. Compared to flesh and blood, perhaps these souls of the dead with resentment and murderous intent are more favored by demons. This also creates a troublesome situation. That is, after the battle, if the result is not that the human side can dominate the aftermath of the battlefield, then it can be regarded as a failure for the human side. In short, the enemy has a tendency to become stronger with each passing day. Faced with such a war situation, even if Shilu was willing to hand over command, old Kawe Gong would not be able to handle such a huge matter. In order to deal with the increasing number of enemies, the northern battlefield will inevitably shrink the defensive area, allowing our own forces to be more concentrated. In this difficult situation, there are still outstanding achievements worthy of praise. That is, around the surviving magic tower, humans have won a great victory whether attacking or defending. It's just that such a victory is difficult to replicate in large numbers, because these remaining magic towers in the north of the Fingdi Mountains were far away from traffic hubs. They were not pushed down by the evil camp coalition forces. The current situation of the war has changed from the original rapid march southward to a battle for regional areas with mutual exchanges. Only then did some of these originally unimportant magic towers become important nails hammered into strategic points. It's a pity that there are very few magic towers like this. There are only a few magic towers worth using on the entire battlefield. Although there are still many surviving magic towers, those places are at most used to house wounded soldiers, or as a transfer station for supplies, or as a temporary shelter for the troops. Such actual combat examples made old Kagong think of the feasibility of a tactic. To this end, he found a magician who was hiding and pretending to be dead, and asked, "Is there a way to quickly build a magic tower?" "What to do?" Lin asked, confused by the question. "I'm thinking about the possibility of building a tower all the way and fighting all the way to the north. I don't want a complete magic tower. I know how expensive it is to build a 3-story tower and how many precious materials it takes. All I want is the most basic one. It can be used as a watchtower to launch attack magic and support nearby troops. It doesn't matter if it's not a complete magic tower. This means planning to insert towers all the way to the enemy's base camp. Why does such a tactic have a strong sense of immediacy? Lin said seriously. Is it really okay if it is not a complete magic tower? Sir, do you know how many people will be frightened by this approach? It means you do have such a method. Right. Old Kagong asked without hope at first. But now he asked with great interest. Lin thought for a moment, snapped his fingers, and enveloped the Chinese army's tent with the magic of the night sky. Subsequently, many design drawings about the magic tower were unfolded, with many details that even a real magician might not be able to understand, let alone a noble. Although old Duke Kawei was a great nobleman of the empire, his status did not allow him to understand someone's design. Lin showed this just to tell others that he had done serious research. He said, I do have a way to build a complete 3-story magic tower, and the cost is unbelievably low, and as long as the preparations are done well in advance, the construction can be completed within a few days, but it requires a lot of manpower. I think this is definitely in line with your requirements, but have you thought about the consequences? After being asked this rhetorical question, old Kagong thought about the reason for the magician's warning. He was not a young man who knew nothing. He immediately knew that if this method could be used to deal with demons, it would definitely be able to deal with noble lords. After a long period of struggle between the nobles and the magicians, both literary and military, the magician's convention was established, leading to today's situation. If the magician in front of him can really achieve the tower insertion method he imagined, how will the noble lords respond in the future? Will it change the current situation in Lost Land again? How to stop magicians in the future? But in fact, as long as you change one current situation, you can avoid a lot of trouble. That is to change the current situation in which the magic tower is monopolized by the Magician Association. In this way, the pressure for new technologies developed by new tactics will shift from the heads of the noble lords to the heads of magicians. At this stage, the lords can only have influence over the magic towers built in the city, although the dominance is still in the hands of the Magician Association. If the magic tower in the city belongs to a magician who has a grudge against the lord, it will be a disaster. Therefore, the lord at least has the right to suggest and veto the tower owners of these magic towers. But if the dominance of the new type of battle tower can be separated from the Magicians Association, it can be said to be a major reshuffle that will affect the entire lost continent. So the question is, how can we make the magician in front of us willing to release this technology? Old Mr. Kawei knows that there are many technologies in front of him that have not been publicly circulated but have far-reaching impacts. Even the parts that have been made public, whether it's a forum or a bank, any technology has changed the minds of fans. In fact, this idea is a bit too taken for granted, because it takes a lot of effort to turn a concept into an applicable technology. This is not something you can conjure up by just tapping your head, knowing that passing a nuclear bomb and building one are two different things. If you can recite a few lines of Amitabha, you are a Buddha. There are many things in someone's heart that they just know but don't know why. And because of past actions, people have some unrealistic confidence. But Lin didn't lie about the magic tower. Before, he was busy with people from the Technology Guild on similar work, in order to build the magic towers on both sides of the Gate of the Abyss. Lin could carefully study the construction method of rapid construction. The purpose is to build the magic tower with the permission of the humans, before the humans regret it, and before the demons try their best to stop it. As long as there is permission and the magic tower is built, it will be useless for anyone to protest at that time, even if only one tower is completed. Under the cover of the first tower, the tower on the other side of the Abyss Gate will not be a problem. According to the requirements of the old Kagong, rapid construction is undoubtedly a very important part in the war. Otherwise, based on the construction period of the magic tower, it could take decades or even hundreds of years. Then the remaining part is to reduce the functions of the magic tower and reduce expenses. After all, if you want to conform to the old man's fantasy, it is not something that 1 or 2 towers can solve. To build a large number of towers, the construction cost is an unavoidable hurdle. In fact, Lin started thinking about this matter a long time ago and has achieved certain results. Specifically, the old method of building a magic tower using magic materials was changed to using ordinary materials as rough embryos, covered with magic materials, and using a method similar to laying tiles to make the magic array work. The reason why the home of the holy city Estali has become a dragon's pond and a tiger's den in the eyes of outsiders is the actual embodiment of this technology. Putting this approach on the magic tower can significantly reduce the construction costs while maintaining the original functions of the magic tower. And because the rough parts can be quickly shaped using cement, the speed of construction will not be slowed down by the inability to use magic shaping to directly change magic materials. If you want to follow the old man's request without building a complete magic tower, it will be easier, reducing the defensive function, reducing the internal living space, and building a tower with no other function except military use can meet such requirements. However, with so many innovative technologies, it is still difficult to truly meet the requirements for building large numbers of towers. The difficulty is that the strange objects that can be used to create energy pools are not encountered casually. An open secret among magicians. The reason why the magic tower is so strong is not to protect against external enemies, but to prevent the energy pool from getting out of control. Although someone already has a way to reduce the cost of building a magic tower, however, it has not been actually built. So there is no guarantee that the new method is sufficient to constrain the energy pool and reduce the risk of loss of control. The energy pool is also the key for magicians to firmly control the magic tower. There will be no magician secretly building an energy pool for the nobles. Without a corresponding building to restrain the energy pool, loss of control is the only result. To build a corresponding building, it is the magic tower. Since a tower is to be built, how can it be possible to maintain a secret? So this is an unsolvable cycle. In other words, the problem of the energy pool is the final difficulty in completing old Kagong's idea. This is also the part that Lin hasn't found a solution to yet. Chapter 1578 Difficulties with New Tactics. Tell old Kagong truthfully what you have learned now, and the problems that have not yet been solved. Lin said. Regarding this part, there is actually a tricky way to deal with it. That is to build a secondary energy pool. You mean the kind on the airship? Old Kagong asked. That's right. The secondary energy pool cannot produce power. So there is no need for a very stable restraint body to restrain the power of the energy pool from getting out of control. Moreover, the Magician Association does not restrict the use or construction of the secondary energy pool by people other than magicians. The most obvious example is that there are many airship makers who are not magicians. Although some people entrust the secondary energy pools on the airships to magicians for safety, there are also many non-magicians who choose to do it themselves. Production. Old Carmi agreed with this statement. But as the owner of an airship, he also knows the flaws of the secondary energy pool. So he asked, so how do we replenish these secondary energy pools? The new type of magic tower cannot be like an airship and can go to a certain magic tower to replenish it. A certain magician smiled and said nothing. Seeing this, the old man rubbed his forehead and sighed. Is it possible to throw a large amount of magic stones to replenish it? Although this will save a lot in construction costs, the subsequent maintenance will cost more. That's right. And by doing this, I can guarantee that there will never be any resistance to the Magicians Association. I would even wish that any lord would be so stupid as to waste money on something that is no different from a bottomless pit. Old Lord Kawe said feebly. Everyone should be more subtle about this kind of thing. Someone said in a sarcastic way. Is there no solution? Old Kagong asked persistently. If it is really solved, it will only be more troublesome. Someone said frankly. However, seeing the old man's disappointed expression, he said in a more serious tone. Actually, I don't have no ideas to solve the problem of the magic tower energy pool. But regarding political issues, I would like to ask you to come forward and communicate with the Magician Association. No matter what. If you want to control the magic tower, you still need a magician. You can't exclude this group and do your own thing. After thinking about it, Lin changed his original attitude, rubbed the back of his left hand with his right palm, and said flatteringly, if possible, can the magic towers I plan to build on both sides of the Abyss Gate be solved together? Knowing that once someone asks for help from this magician, this question that has been avoided by the old Duke Kawe will be raised. It is simply unimaginable to let the magician in front of him take charge of two magic towers again. And he is still in such a key position. And for a magician who can compete with the Lord of Guardians, let alone the title of Great Magician, it is not an exaggeration to give him the title of Dharma Saint. The Dharma Saint is qualified to build a 5-story tower. And he cooperates with another Demon King to build a 5-story tower and nail it on both sides of the Abyss Gate. This must be disastrous news for anyone or the devil. But if you don't agree, how long will it take for others to develop the technology that this magician has mastered? Although the demands of war will oppress human potential, war technology will also develop rapidly. But who takes the lead and how long it takes may determine the outcome of a war. to fight against the demons of the abyss. Do humans still have time for slow research? Especially with the Lord of the Abyss at his side, and at a time when the gods of the lost world are unable to show up. The power that the magician possesses is necessary to fight against the Lord of the Abyss. Even if the magician doesn't come forward in person, at least those four wonderful people can stand on the front line. Although the magician did not use this as a threat. If the two sides really fell out, would things still be like they are now? And would anyone deal with those inhuman beings? Old Kawe Gong doesn't think that when the Abyss Lord has no worries at all and can exert its full combat power, the human side will have any chance. The magician in front of him did not let the Lord of the Abyss wreak havoc. He might have considered that when it was his turn to come forward to clean up the mess, the situation would not be too bad, and it would be easier to clean up. But if the humans are stubborn, it is not ruled out that they will let the Lord of the Abyss take the sword out of its sheath. Even the worst-case scenario is to switch to the devil's side. In fact, this magician kept contacting him, and even if he did not cooperate with his actions, he still revealed a lot of important information. These are all good intentions, which are enough to prove that his first choice is still the human side. Now he has the possibility of realizing the magic tower tactic he thought of, and his request was just to solve the problem recognized by the Magicians Association by himself, and to bring up the matter of the two towers. Of course, it is impossible for me to leave things to others, and then just want to see the results and be stingy in providing help. It seems that this matter is a test for others, and I am indifferent to whether it succeeds. In fact, the old man's original intention was to act recklessly, regardless of whether the Magicians Association agrees or not. As long as someone helps him build the tower, it will be easy. But old Mr. Kawe thought that the biggest resistance has never been the association. The association just issued an order, and the magicians chose to obey it. The consensus of this group is the reason why the noble lords have not been able to find anyone among the magicians to build a tower for the nobles to fully master the magic. The magician in front of him threw some of the problems back to himself, which was not a reflection of this attitude. So can I really find a magician willing to cooperate? If you can't find the nobles of the past, how can you possibly find the nobles of today? Thinking of this, old Kagong thought of another possibility. If he stated that he would unconditionally support the person in front of him in building towers on both sides of the Gate of the Abyss, would he reciprocate with the same attitude and contribute his knowledge and technology? Ask as soon as it comes to mind. The old man asked in his usual familiar tone. Boy, if I completely support you in building the two towers on both sides of the gate, can you support me? Lin is also a caring person, and he can understand even if the old man doesn't explain everything. But the concerns in his heart have not changed, and he asked, Sir, even if you are willing to support, can you provide substantial assistance after the magic tower is established? If it is only verbal support, how will it help me? And if you plan to build a tower on this land, do you want to annex it? Or will you provide the magic tower built here to the magicians who obey you for free? Of course, the ignorant Heener will not understand that these matters are not decided by a few people alone. He will not have thought about the consequences of ignoring the opponent or acting arrogantly in the face of those who hold opposing opinions. If things were really that simple to handle, then it would be a waste of my life to worry so much. There is nothing wrong with respecting personal power, but there are many things that cannot be smoothly promoted under the command of someone who is better at fighting. Otherwise, in the history of my hometown, there would not have been so many reforms that failed because of petty officials or low-level officials acting in disguise. Old Kagong understands very well that sometimes things don't always turn out as expected. So the question is, when faced with the need to drink poison to quench thirst, whether to drink this cup of poison or not. And more importantly, has the time now come? In the end, old Kagong just said earnestly, be prepared for everything. Boy, maybe when things come, there won't be much time to wait. For such an obvious hint, Lin understood what preparations the old man had to make. Lin doesn't have much opinion on this. That would just be adding one more issue to the already overwhelming list of issues. Because it was wartime, old Mr. Kawe still had endless tasks to deal with. So he used his old habit and waved off guests. In fact, it is very inappropriate and disrespectful to treat a person who can be alone with the Lord of Guardians with such an attitude. However, the two of them have become very familiar with each other and have long since stopped caring about such small details. Therefore, some people do not feel dissatisfied with the old man's waving away, and may even wish for it. Everyone knows what the biggest trouble is for the elderly recently. If someone stays and makes his or her presence too obvious, is he trying to help others solve their problems? And if there is one, There are two. And if there are two, there are three. What if you can't leave in the end? So as soon as he got permission, Lin turned around and left without saying a word. But before he could activate his flash technique and leave, he was stopped by the old man again. Old Kawei Gong asked, "Are those 4 people related to you?" Although it was a question, the tone was actually affirmative. This was a fact that the old Mr. Kawei had already determined. Lin was a little confused for a moment and asked, "Who are the 4 people?" "Hua Defa, Zhuang Xiaowei, Malu Yalong, and Kill Amida." Upon hearing this, Lin immediately understood who he was talking about. In fact, Lin had only given the Hagairas a certain proposal before, and they would not care how they planned to implement it afterwards. So Lin did not know the disguised identities of the Hagairas. Now that I hear it, I wonder who else could have such a stupid name. Lin neither admitted nor denied, but asked, "What happened to these 4 people? How about letting them officially join the army? I can guarantee that they will not abuse their combat power. At least let them stand in front of the battle to boost the morale of our army," Old Kagong said with hope. "On this point, I can't promise anything on their behalf, but I will tell them your opinion and let them make their own decision," Lin said conservatively. "Aren't they your men?" Old Kagong asked in surprise. Lin helplessly shrugged and said, "Even my people may not necessarily obey my orders. Besides, you know their capabilities. Who am I to order them? Am I not afraid that they will disobey or rebel?" The old man lowered his head and thought for a while, then raised his head and asked, "Who are they? They can't be people from the Kingdom of Silk or barbarians. Really want to know?" Lin asked in an uncertain tone. Old Kawei Gong nodded without hesitation. Once you know the other party's identity, you can take advantage of it. Although the magician in front of him made it sound like there was something wrong with the other person's character, the old man would not give up without getting in touch with him personally. "They are Hakakiri," Lin replied directly. "There is no cover-up. And of course, there is no deliberate attempt to mislead people. The answer is that simple." But the person who heard the answer opened his mouth like a goldfish. Then the old man looked down at the pile of official documents on the table, waved his hand and said, "I understand." Of course, the old man knew very well what kind of hagiri it was to be raised by someone who was being cunning. It's not like he hasn't asked for it in recent years, thinking about changing his weapons. But every time, he was criticized to the point of doubting his life. In a word, stay away from hagiri and your life will be happy. Stay close to hagiri and your blood vessels will burst. Chapter 1579 The Strange Dynamic Calm. The 2 battlefields where humans fought against the Abyss entered a strangely peaceful state at the end of spring in the year 750 of the Aramaic calendar. This is not to say that there are no more battles, but these battles are interdependent. And sometimes we lose, and sometimes we win. Comparing the final result with the initial state, they are almost the same. The Guana Empire and the Hater Empire are leading the way, and the old Kawi is working on the possibility of implementing the magic Talon tactics before the showdown with the Magicians Association. Of course, we must first make some preparations and win over a group of people. Although the old man was unable to outmaneuver his old rival, who had become prime minister when he was the military minister of the empire, this did not mean that he was a political novice. People who can enter the top place of imperial politics, even if they are losers, can make all the difference in other countries. Without any ability, he would have died long ago with no bones left. When the stage changed from the empire to the entire lost land, and the target of the fight was the Magician Association, as long as old Duke Kawe wanted to deal with it, he would have no worries. Also because the focus was on preparing for a conspiracy with the Magician Association, it was inevitable that the situation on the battlefield would be overlooked and the devil would take advantage of it. However, the Demon Alliance also exposed some extremely stupid loopholes from time to time, providing humans with the opportunity to counterattack. These unexpected victories seemed to have been deliberately given away. Sometimes when old Kawe Gong calmed down and thought about the battle situation, he couldn't help but wonder if the Lord of the Abyss was also planning something. So he was so careless and allowed some outrageous mistakes to occur. On the battlefield where the Vader military kingdom and the floating island Edda were located, although there were no demons among the enemies, they were numerous in number. In comparison, a powerful country with an imperial rank and a floating island, even though the soldiers are rare strong men, in addition to being inconsistent and trying to seize the dominance. What's worse is that they are insufficient in number, unable to completely block the invasion of the evil camp's army. The floating island finally moved, but not very fast. and seemed to have certain movement rules, and could not move freely. Therefore, at the beginning, the unprepared enemies were indeed made to suffer. But the quick response of the evil camp still reduced their threat. The Vader military state finally arrived. But the problem of troop strength made it impossible for the commander of the military state to drive away, gather, and then eliminate the evil camps that were scattered around for hunting. Even when it comes to setting up defenses to prevent the enemy from invading the small country under its protection, there are still some deficiencies. As for the troops sent by various small kingdoms to form the coalition, since they are not like the Guana Empire, they have gathered people for training early, so their combat power is not trustworthy at all. To be honest, it is on the same level as the multinational coalition forces that suffered a huge rout on the southern defense line of the Suli Tang Empire. Even if every small country and its soldiers are aware, they know that after the front line is defeated, they and their relatives will be the first to suffer. So everyone is willing to risk their lives. But some things can be accomplished without awareness. Don't say that the military country discriminates against these small non-imperial countries. In fact, it is because their strength is not enough to be trusted that this situation occurs. The commander-in-chief of the military country is a figure similar to the old Duke Kawe of the Guana Empire. In terms of seniority and ability, he is a rare talent in the military country. And if he can stand out from a group of beatniks, he will not be a novice in terms of political methods. At least the kings of the small countries who dealt with him were all treated submissively, and no one dared to make any big waves. Otherwise, there are people who demand control of the coalition forces on the grounds that they are on the front line, and their lives and the safety of the kingdom are at stake, even before the arrival of the military state. Taking advantage of being the first to make contact with the floating island, there was a faint tendency to subordinate the coalition forces of small countries to it. Eventually the alliance was broken up. For other small countries, the thick thighs of the military state may be poisonous, but they are really thick. Although the person who wanted to unite all the small countries seemed to have a sound idea, he still used the power of the floating island to make it happen. But that idea has not been put into practice, and floating island has not really expressed its support for that person. Once things change, it will be a disaster for small countries like them. In short, the situation in the west of the Fingi mountain range is that the human side continues to retreat, while the evil camp coalition forces continue to advance and capture land one after another. But at least give the humans time to evacuate their homes. Just like the situation in the north of the Fingi mountains more than a year ago. But the difference between more than a year ago and today is that the actions of the evil camp's army have made mankind no longer have any hope. Left surrounded by enemies, and without the protection of the human army, they had no other choice but to die. Therefore, as long as the Lord made up his mind to leave, no one would insist on sticking to his homeland. And the determination of the lords will be affected by the kings. When the king is about to run away, does the Lord still have the obligation to defend the land? In this era of Midi, there really is no such thing as a money-crazy person who doesn't even care about his life. Furthermore, the retreat to the north of the mountain range was the result of a few teams risking their lives. Strictly speaking, it was just part of a great rout. Today's retreat is backed by Vader's military. They are not chased away like the rats last time. So the retreat will be much easier. Although the military state cannot form an all-encompassing blocking defense line, it can still protect the retreaters' retreat. Floating Island Edda's actions also used this retreat to unite with the Vader military. Because of the strength of the floating island, the shelter under the floating island is the safest. But in order to chase the enemy, the floating island began to move, which can make the people who were originally protected by it dissatisfied. However, if gods care about the complaints of a group of mud-legged people, then they have no right to call themselves gods. Just like the king who flaunted the flag of the floating island, Ada did not admit anything. And of course, they would not be responsible to anyone, whether he wants to leave or stay. Floating Island Ada will neither notify nor ask anyone. However, when they realized that the Vader military nation was moving faster than them, in contrast, the enemy's reaction would also change according to the military nation's actions. If they want to kill the enemy, they have to cooperate with the military. But the Empire versus the floating island, the people of the Empire versus the heavenly beings, are like the tip of a needle versus the awn of wheat. Close cooperation between the two sides is impossible without a long period of running in and struggle. At this stage, both parties only provide limited advance notification of their respective actions, and then make their own plans. But it was actions like this that made the military commander design several traps. When the army of the evil camp chases a certain group of retreating people, It is easy to catch up to the location where the floating island stays. As soon as they enter the action range of iron kites and sky whales, they usually end up being annihilated, because it was so difficult to encounter enemies. The original fighting method of floating island was to drive enemies away and break things up. Seeing an enemy now is like seeing a treasure. Unless they kill everyone, the heavenly beings on the floating island are unwilling to stop. Although this kind of cooperation was quite rough, after trapping and killing the evil camp several times, it still calmed down these guys who were jealously staring at the two-legged sheep. As long as they calm down, the speed of the attack will not be a crazy push forward, but an opportunity for the human side to evacuate the civilians as far away as possible. However, this advantage could not last long, and the evil camp immediately had a way to deal with it. They no longer directly chased the human fleeing team, but used methods of driving and setting up pockets to surround those who fell into the trap. When marching is no longer about directly confronting the enemy head-on, or moving to block the opponent's offensive. Just like playing chess, you must consider whether the opponent has set a trap and how to conceal your true intentions. The situation in the war west of the Fingdi Mountains becomes more complicated. The situation on the two battlefields remained in this state of no advancement or retreat. A group of people or demons, as commanders, were either thinking of ways to break through or starting to implement means to break through. Needless to say, old Kagong's Talon tactics were not mentioned, but the several Abyss Lords who faced him were thinking of ways to hunt down the four strangers. Although the two sides have fought against each other, they have not shown any real fire, and it is at the testing stage at best. And because there are more aliens than the Abyss Lord, every time the battle escalates, several other people will definitely come to help. The Lords of the Abyss could only simply retreat. Otherwise, they would fall into a situation of being beaten by a group of people. The easiest way to break through this dilemma is to increase the number. In the successive battles, the number of casualties has already exceeded the threshold of the sacrifice summons. It just requires secret summoning, finding a prince who is willing to cooperate, including the method of distributing the spoils, all of which require time to communicate and contact. And although the number of souls and flesh and blood is past the threshold, it still takes a lot of effort to summon successfully. In fact, the more sacrifices, the better. But to summon them with the current number, some arrangements and preparations are required. This also takes time. Another trouble, not too big or too small, is how to keep track of the whereabouts of the four strangers. Spies arranged by the devil on the human side. It doesn't have to be humans. It could be small creatures other than humans that are generally ignored, such as ants, mice, etc. It may also be a demonized item that is used by humans as a magical weapon full of power. In fact, these things have become the devil's eavesdropping tools. Even if they are closed to the core people, there is nothing they can do about it. How could something that no one on the human side can grasp be known by the devil through spies? As for old Mr. Kawe, he completely ignored them after he found out that those people were transformed by Hagiri. He neither wanted to know why Hagiri changed like that, nor did he want to know their course of action and find a way to cooperate with each other. Hagiri is not a human being and cannot be reasoned with. The situation west of the mountains is relatively simple. The Vader military state is in intrigue with the floating island, and each wants to bring the other under its command. The evil camp coalition forces on this side are groping for the defense layout of the human side, planning to make another detour. The previous battles had replenished a lot of food for them, and without the immediate crisis, they no longer had the idea of a head-on confrontation. This group of people was picking on the weak, so they gave up the battlefield of crossing the Fingdi Mountains to invade south, and clashed head-on with the Guana Empire. Now, how could it be possible for them to scream on the ground just because the opponent was the Vader military state? However, in such a situation of balance of terror, an uninvited guest came to the bottom of Edda, the floating island. Looking up at this floating in the sky, the greatest man-made thing in the history of the land. Chapter 1580A, First Exploration of the Floating Island. The person who came was Lin, who had just taken over the task of designing a simple magic tower for war from the old Lord Kawe. In fact, most of the design drafts are already available, and we also have certain ideas about new energy pools. But how could Lin not be interested when he had the opportunity to see the ultimate secret energy core of ancient man-made objects? Although I saw the experimental work of the missile energy core in the subway city, where the Silverbeard dwarves lived in seclusion, the intelligence contained in it almost wiped out the Silverbeard dwarves. But according to the Silverbeard dwarves, there is still a considerable gap between the failed product and the finished product. It's just that although the inheritance of the Silverbeard dwarves retains relevant knowledge, because it also involves the secrets of other races. Even if the silver-beard dwarves have the materials, they cannot recreate a complete energy core on their own. They couldn't tell the difference between the experimental work and the finished product. It's just that the person responsible for supervising the construction decides whether it can or cannot decide the fate of this energy core. At that time, it wasn't like Lin didn't think about seeing a real Mithrin core. It's just that he can't find any trace of the floating island, even if he tries any method. Of course, I didn't get a chance to see the full version of the Miser energy core. Although someone has a relatively deep knowledge of the arcane eye, there is almost nothing that cannot be detected. But the premise is that the object is within the detection range. Therefore, if Lin wants to use the arcane eyes to find the floating island, he must first confirm which area the other party is in. Isn't it that I don't even know where the floating island is? If it had been known, it would have been found long ago. Unless the arcane eyes are made into clusters today and have a global layout, are they thinking of themselves as the Magnesium Emperor? Or a vigilante hero like the Watchtower in DC? Let's not consider the cost of doing such a layout. If you really made the set, what would it be used for? Even if you don't use it yourself, you give it to others. Why? Instead of calling yourself the king and hegemony, you should instead support the dragon? What's wrong with lying down at home after eating? In short, the traces of the 5 floating islands have been hidden so far, and Lin can't find any clues. Even Lin thought that the floating island had left the lost world and gone to other places, or other planes. So I gave up and continued the search. Now, because of the fight against the Abyss invasion, a floating island was forced out. Isn't this an opportunity for someone? The reason why Lin didn't run to the island immediately was because he wanted to wait and see first to see the island's style and stance. After all, according to informal historical records, the 5 floating islands were separated at the first opportunity, and even started a civil war. It can be seen that the camp attributes of the 5 islands are different and even conflict with each other. As a group of people who specialize in magic and have achieved such achievements, it is conceivable that there would be such divisions. On the contrary, the situation where the 5 islands are closely aligned is the most unlikely thing to happen. But Lin also marked it in advance to prevent the floating island from suddenly disappearing again. This mark was placed in the uninhabited area at the bottom of the island, and we stayed there for a short period of time. This was also to observe the warning measures of the floating island. But it seemed that Lin was not discovered. After a period of side observation and understanding from all aspects of the information available on the forum, Lin probably figured out what these people were thinking. The only thing uncertain is their purpose in doing so. I just happened to be waiting for a mission today while being bussed by the old Kawi. And the Miser energy core and the energy pool belong to the same category. Maybe I can find more inspiration and reference points from the full version of the energy core. So doing 2 things at the same time, Lin began to think about the issue of entering the front of the floating island. Before, I was doing some sneaky things in the uninhabited area at the bottom. It should be considered normal that he was not discovered. Or he was just lucky. Lin believes that the former is more likely, because there are not only plants growing at the bottom of the floating island, but also some magical birds that live here. Some build nests on the branches, and some live directly in the holes. Each has its own area and does not interfere with each other. Just no ordinary birds. Based on Lin's observations at the time, it is very likely that the floating island is usually suspended in the sky at a considerable height. At such a height, ordinary birds have no way of surviving. Only a demon bird that is full of power can rely on its talent to withstand the low temperature and thin air in the high altitude. In fact, when he saw a creature at the bottom of the floating island for the first time, Lin doubted whether it was the magical bird for security kept on the floating island. However, after several trials, I was able to determine that these were all wild, not domesticated, and of course had nothing to do with the floating island's warning system. Since there are creatures at the bottom of the floating island, and they are still wild, it should be proved that the floating island's management of the uninhabited area at the bottom is loose and has loopholes. However, I have no obligation to help others solve such problems, let alone come to them and proactively notify them of such matters. What we want to enter this time is the front of the island. This group of guys who call themselves heavenly people are in the living area, residential area, and management area of the floating island, where all activities occur. Under such circumstances, could I still remain undetected and simply find what I was looking for and leave? Although Lin was very confident in the concealment-oriented white tiger robe he designed, he was only 50% sure that he would not be discovered after landing on the floating island. The reason why the success rate is so low is because there are only 2 outcomes, being discovered and not being discovered. The floating island comes from ancient magic inheritance and has been isolated from the main world of Lost Land for so long. It can be said that even if there is knowledge from the same source, there will be a considerable chance to find a different path. So are my concealment methods still useful? Has Floating Island developed another set of investigation methods? These are the risks to which you are exposed. But no matter how great the risk is, this trip must be made. So after Lin first built himself up mentally, he used the flash technique to move to a higher altitude than the floating island. The purpose of doing this is to observe the front of the island from a god's perspective and find a suitable place to sneak into. Lin did not dare to use the arcane eyes for active detection, because doing this, in the eyes of some people who are very sensitive to magic power, is the same as announcing with great fanfare that he is here. The person who bets on a city that uses magic to pull a large piece of land into the sky has a dinosaur-level sense of power. It's better to bet that monkeys can't climb trees and cats can't eat fish. Anyway, these are unlikely to happen. So Lin is very careful. After carefully choosing an invasion direction, he used the flash technique to enter Ada among the 5 floating islands in the Lost Land. Just as soon as he set foot on the floating island, Lin felt a strong sense of unreality. Even though he is wearing a white tiger robe and all kinds of concealment magic is fully activated, he is now walking between reality and illusion. But his 5 senses are still uncompromisingly real. In order to adjust to this situation, Lin spent a lot of thought. After all, in all worlds and planes, if you want to obtain the most information from the target under investigation, the best way is to be in the same position as the opponent. If you stay in a different location, what you see will be distorted to some extent. If you can't get the most real and usable data, you might as well completely escape into other worlds or planes. Why bother crossing multiple realms? Therefore, Lin was very confident. With the power of the white tiger robe fully activated, he could still feel the touch of green grass under his feet. You can smell the fragrance of new shoots covered with soil after the spring rain. And most recently, the stench of rotting corpses and blood. There are also half-orcs, a race that prides itself on not bathing, and has soaked itself in the sour smell for a lifetime. But standing on the floating island, Lin felt something was wrong. As for what was wrong, he couldn't tell for a while. Then he turned around and looked around, trying to find the source of this strong sense of dissonance. Lin unexpectedly realized that he seemed to be surrounded. The last time I sneaked into the gate of the abyss for reconnaissance, I was also surrounded by the succubus army led by the succubus king. But at that time, the arcane eye prop used for reconnaissance was exposed. Although it was hidden, the fluctuation of power still attracted the attention of the devil. This time I didn't bring anything extra, and the power of the white tiger robe was fully activated. So this group of heavenly beings on the floating island happened to surround the place where he was standing due to other reasons? On the floating island, the heavenly beings surrounding Lin were not wearing kite suits. They did not show their true colors, but wore another type of full coverage armor. The most obvious feature is of course the missing pair of wings on its back. Instead, a ray-like plug-in board was inserted in a circle on the back, and there was a diamond-shaped generating device at the end, which connected all the plug-in boards with a halo of light. Make them look like the Buddha with the backlight in someone's hometown Buddhist painting. However, these people are definitely not Buddhas, and the circle of light is not a sign of perfect merit. It seems that after a certain device is activated, the excess energy cannot be effectively used, and the excess energy overflows. Simply put, it is entropy. As for the function of this device, Lin guessed that it was some kind of anti-gravity device, because this group of people are floating in the air without any resistance. Their actions are all carried out off the ground, and they do not step directly on the ground. The reason why I didn't guess about other devices that allowed these celestial beings to float in the air was because they didn't have jet devices on them. Whether this equipment is used or not is quite obvious. At least the air that is sprayed out and used to propel the main body must find a source. As for other speculations, they are even more unreasonable. At least there is no guess that can support them flying in from a distance and surrounding someone. Anti-gravity magic is on the list of apprentice-level magics, which shows that its difficulty in learning is not very high. It's just that it's easy to get started but difficult to master, and few people can use anti-gravity magic freely. Therefore, if the magic apprentices in the Lost Land want to fly freely, they still have to learn flying skills instead of relying on anti-gravity magic. But what Lin is really concerned about is that these celestial beings are not like the succubus at the gate of the abyss, who just guessed that there is someone at a certain location, but don't know the precise direction. The circle formed by heavenly beings clearly knew where someone was. and everyone was staring in the same direction. However, even though these celestial beings also wore masks, Lin still felt a little unconfident in their hearts. Not sure if there are really people here. One big proof is that they didn't even take out their weapons. Otherwise, someone is so blind that they don't even recognize weapons. Is this a true discovery or a false discovery? Do you want to take the initiative to jump out? Lin struggled. Chapter 1581 Guardian Edda. Who are you? Stranger? A soft, hypnotic voice came. The sound came from all directions, and was erratic. In Lin's impression, there was only one kind of person who could speak like this, and that was a god, or at least an existence of the same level. What will a magician look like after he has faith? But soon, Lin thought of another possibility. The source of the sound is not a god, but an intelligent body born from the Miser energy core, just like Lupita, the guardian of the Silver-Beard Dwarf Iron City. Is this another city ruled by AI? Lin couldn't help but think so. Then it is not impossible to be discovered by oneself. Although Bai Hupao gathered himself and several young men who loved to crack his own investigation techniques. The essence of the two sides was a battle of wits and courage. But no matter the investigation techniques or cracking methods, they can never escape the category of people. Think from the perspective of a human and crack it to the extent that a human can do it. Even if the ability reaches the level of extraordinary beings and gods, the thinking is still limited to what humans can understand. Even if their vision is different from that of ordinary people, they will not abandon the essence of being a human being. It is these that construct Lin's investigation and counter-investigation system with the arcane eye as the core. But is this really a perfect state without any flaws? If so, why are there minor revisions every once in a while, and major revisions every once in a while? In fact, from the moment the weaving of the white tiger robe was completed, the technology of the white tiger robe was already backward. Such a reality can't help but make some time travelers feel the endless and eternal battle between hackers and firewalls. So for a person who has completely gotten rid of the people-oriented thinking, is his white tiger robe really flawless? Lin certainly wouldn't guarantee such a thing. Perhaps these are born from the Miser energy core. Or to be more accurate, from the consciousness that sprouts from the purple-level magic stone. Even if they can learn some human taste in the process of contact with humans. But they do not have the same growth experience as humans. And they do not have the same needs and weaknesses as humans. Which means they are destined to think from a different perspective than humans. Or even be anti-human. Having lived with nearly Manchukuo for more than 10 years. And having spent a considerable amount of time with Khan before that, Lin has a say in the extent of these inhuman thoughts. Sometimes he would be dumbfounded by the magical logic of the Hagairas. But more often than not, the results of the Hagairas derivation would be terrifying to think about. Hagiri has the ability to drive people crazy or harry them. If the owner of the voice in front of him is really what he imagined, it would not be news if he could find a major flaw in the white tiger robe that he has not yet discovered. So after thinking about it, Lin Lue appeared directly, surrounded by a group of heavenly beings. At the same time, the robe on his body changed from white to black, and he put on the Xuanwu robe, the most powerful equipment for protecting his life. There is no problem with this thing being technologically backward, and it is also a growth-oriented piece of equipment that is impossible to create a second piece of. After all, the Xuanwu robe itself can be considered alive, and it is still a god, even if it is incomplete. Lin's actions certainly frightened the heavenly beings surrounding him. Although it seems from now on, the average combat power of the celestial beings is quite high, enough to rival the adventurers or mercenaries of the Lost Land, who are ranked among the strongest. But Lin didn't think that this group of heavenly beings had reached the level of strength of gods per capita. Although there was cheating in the anti-power equation, it gave Lin the strength to fight the Lord of Guardians. But even without these, he is still a magician who can confront gods with weaker divine power. Even if he used trickery, being able to survive from the hands of gods is an amazing thing in itself. Just be careful not to capsize. And don't fall for tricks you haven't seen yet. Lin was confident that the number of people in front of him was not enough to keep him, or even hurt him even a hair. So Lin showed up. The crowd of heavenly beings surrounding this place were frightened by the sudden appearance of an unknown person in front of them. They just came as ordered and gathered around an empty spot. At first, they did not understand the order issued by the Supreme Council. But now they knew how serious their failure was. The group of people responsible for the internal security of the floating island all angrily took out their weapons and pointed them at someone. It was an inconspicuous thing like a short stick. But as soon as it is held in the hand, it will quickly pop open and stretch out like a long stick. One of the ends is separated from the left and right, becoming thin and pointed, making the weapon look like a double-pronged fork. However, Lin believed that this would not be a weapon for hand-to-hand combat. At least the electric light that twines and dances between the two tips is a power that is so rich that it has become a physical liquid. With this level of concentration, it is enough to hit someone with it directly. It does not require any magical effects at all, but it can make people unable to resist and die. Lin didn't dare to make any rash and unnecessary actions for the time being. Who knows if the etiquette or gesture cues in the past and present have the same meaning? If there is a misunderstanding somewhere, and you are beaten by the other party, even if the beating does not hurt, you are not unjust. Besides, since he came uninvited, he was inherently weaker than others. There is no need to be overly strong at this time and destroy the possibility of future cooperation. Listening to the other party's accent, although it is slightly different, it is still based on the common language of MIDI. So Lin directly said, "Why don't you show up and see me? I'm very interested in how you found me." At this time, a tall woman who looked like a spirit suddenly appeared in the encirclement, right in front of Lin's eyes. The way the other party appeared and the shape after it appeared made Lin even more convinced that the person who appeared was the same existence as the original silver-bearded dwarf guardian. The reason why it is said to be a spirit body is because the person who appears does not have a physical body, but is just a human outline as transparent as glass. But her appearance is quite distinctive. Oval face, wide forehead, thick and straight roots, but narrow and thin nose, slightly thin lips and long chin. Although it looks like a human being, its features are quite different from those of the MIDI people Lin has seen so far. In particular, she is tall, but her body is too thin. She is almost skin and bones, just like a paper figure. As far as her breast shape is concerned, it is only a slight bulge on a row of clearly visible ribs. This is not to say that the person who appeared was not wearing any clothes. It's just that her entire body is as transparent as glass. As long as you look carefully, you can easily see the outline of each layer, and even the internal organs can be vaguely seen, based on the appearance of the celestial beings beside him, and the celestial beings who were wearing iron kites and fighting on the battlefield. Lin boldly guessed that under the armor, the celestial beings were all tall people with an average height of over 1.9 meters per person. After all, with the whole set of armor, the height exceeds 2 meters. A certain time traveler, a guy who is not short, is only as high as someone's chest. The appearance of such a person made the gods a little excited. But then they calmed down. They were not worried about their own being killed by intruders. This spiritual body posture was just the end. The main body is not damaged, and no matter how much the ends disappear, there will be no impact. The gods are just worried that this image will be insulted. Lin stepped back slightly, bowed slightly and bowed, then said, "Sir, I am the magician Gabra Ash Tripwood. I wonder if I can ask you for your name." "My name is Ada, the great wizard of Tripwood in the lower world." Knowing that his title can be prefixed with big, it seems that the other party is not ignorant of the mysterious world on the surface. Lin's expression did not change, and he pretended to be nonchalant and asked, "Ada, is it the same name as this floating island?" "I am the island you call me, magician." This is self-confidence. However, as a magician who pursues the truth, he has the ability to adapt to strange things. Therefore, Lin's face was indifferent, without any expression of surprise. And he was not unusual. Lin changed the subject again and said, "Oh, Sir Ada, I think I probably know the reason why I was discovered. Your concealment ability is very strong. But if I can't even notice that there is one more person on me, then as the guardian of the floating island, I would be derelict in my duty." Ada seemed to be complimenting her, but her tone was actually calm. Said, to put it simply, Lin has always regarded the dust under his feet, the buildings on the roadside, a stone, and a grain of sand as inorganic objects. Naturally, when designing the hidden magic of the white tiger rope, avoidance in this aspect would not be considered. But now, under the prompting of the guardian in front of him, Lin changed the viewing mode of his field of vision to take a look at the distribution of power on the floating island. Sure enough, this scene of plants, trees, earth and rocks being filled with power looks very unusual. At first, Lin only thought this was a sign that the floating island was filled with power. But a closer look shows that these powers do not exist naturally, but like blood, it exists in a certain circulatory system. This also means that the place where this power is distributed is like the limbs of a certain creature, Since you are standing on the body of a certain creature, no matter how high your level of concealment is, as long as you make contact, you will definitely leave some traces and be discovered. It's like people can't see fleas on their bodies, but when bitten by fleas, they will itch to an unbearable level. Then you know that there are troublesome little creatures, like fleas on your body or in your environment. Lynn asked helplessly at this time. Isn't it possible that you discovered it when I was tampering underneath? Ada showed a faint smile and said slightly proudly, Are you talking about this little thing? Then she spread her hand, and the shadow of a ring appeared on her palm. This is a set of rings made by someone for positioning the blink spell. This one is one of the lowest level 9 rings, and Lynn wants to use this ring to locate the floating island. In this way, even if the floating island escapes to other planes, he can still find the floating island through the ring. But Lynn also knew that the shadow shown by Ada was really just a shadow. The body of the ring is still buried in its original position. But Ada can make a demonstration, which means that she does know the ring and knows where it is buried. Lynn felt helpless. The marked guardian didn't look angry, and said calmly, You didn't do anything that might cause harm at that time, and I was very interested in this little thing, so I didn't stop it. Lynn felt even more helpless. Chapter 1582 The Former Guardian. Before someone's embarrassment subsided, Ada asked again, Then Grand Magician Tripwood, what is your purpose here? Want to see you. Lynn's direct speech immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of many heavenly beings. Some people even took up arms and planned to attack. On the contrary, Guardian Ada was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth with the back of her hand and smiled softly. Although I really want to say that such words to please women are considered cliché for me, who is always respected by others. But I think what you want to see is not the me in front of you, but the core of my body. Have you ever seen a being like me? Ada quickly discovered some facts from someone's ambiguous words. And that sudden rhetorical question really caught someone off guard. After all kinds of thoughts swirled around, Lynn finally said honestly, I once saw a guardian, Lupita, in the Iron City, where the Silverbeard dwarves lived in seclusion. The contemporary dwarf patriarch said that Lupita was born from Mizran, the core of intelligent life. But the energy core is incomplete. But the silver-bearded dwarf can't explain why it is incomplete. So today, when I have the opportunity, I want to see what the truly complete Mither energy core is. What does it look like? Oh, it's that sister. It's so nostalgic. At that time, our consciousness was still ignorant, and we didn't know anything. We only knew that there were a few sisters and their names. In fact, Lynn guessed that the so-called name was just the code name during design. The name of the design time is different from the official name. This is the perception of most people. But in fact, it is not uncommon for design names to be converted into official names. So I'm understandable. I wonder how she is doing now. She was accepted by the Silverbeard dwarves. How is she doing? Regarding Ada's question, Lynn was only full of embarrassment at this time. Thinking of the guardian who almost wiped out the silver-bearded dwarves, Lynn certainly would not have any special tolerance for her just because she had a cute image. At that time, Lynn could pack up Lupita and send her to the Dream Tower to be imprisoned. Let the semi-finished missile energy core owned by the Silverbeard dwarves get rid of the control of artificial intelligence. At that time, I thought that by doing this, the Silver-bearded dwarves could completely escape the crisis caused by artificial intelligence. In fact, according to subsequent research, it was found that this was only temporarily eliminated. The reason why the purple-level magic stone is special, that a human-like soul is born inside it, is because of the special nature of its crystal. In fact, magic stones are divided into 7 colors and 7 levels. This is because the 7 levels of magic stones have different crystal structures, allowing them to store different amounts of power. The more advanced the magic stone, the more complex its crystal structure is, and the more power it stores. This structure is also the main reason why the magic stone's lost power will be slowly replenished after a slight loss. If there is too much missing, it is possible to fall down a level. When the magic stone's power is completely exhausted, it becomes white crystal and cannot even be called a magic stone. Although white crystal can be regarded as a magic material, even if it is replenished with power, it can only be charged up to the level of red glory. That is the lowest level of magic stone, and it also loses the ability to replenish itself. This kind of white crystal is the main material used to build the airship's secondary energy pool. The more advanced the magic stone, the more complex its crystal structure is. When it reaches the level of purple-level magic stone, it is directly like a brain nerve, with dense conduction circuits. It is this structure that supports the birth of human-like intelligent life. It's just that most of these beings are ignorant, and they may not even be able to understand the situation in which they have developed consciousness. This is also the reason why Fa refuses to use the purple transformation magic stone, because there is a pure, but impure soul hidden in it. This means that although Lin took away a Lupita, it certainly relieved a crisis for the silver-bearded dwarf, but it was only temporary. One day, the Miser energy core they use will give birth to another new soul. As for Lupita's fate, after she was imprisoned in the Dream Tower, she was trained by the Fat House Avatar and the middle-class Avatar who still existed at that time. Well, labor re-education. Of course, it's impossible to just drive the other person crazy like this. The tastes of those two people are not so vulgar, or rather lower. Rather than making someone collapse, they prefer the other person to be furious while still having reason. So that degree is always under control. As the old saying goes, a wife is worse than a concubine. A concubine is worse than a thief. And a thief is worse than not being able to steal. If Lupita was really spoiled, she would have been discarded on the day she was spoiled. Such is human nature. In short, Lupita, who looks like a silver-bearded female dwarf, struggled to persevere under the torture of the two incarnations of evil. In the beginning, because she was not familiar with the operation and logic of programming languages, she was easily controlled by DOS attacks and infinite loops. When she was trapped in the Dream Tower, of course she also tried to find ways to learn these two aspects of knowledge. But when Lupita had achieved some success and hoped to use it to counterattack, someone's computing power had already tripled, and she didn't know how high it was, coupled with the addition of Agiri. That is, Khan at that time. This nuclear guardian who played with the silver-bearded dwarf in the palm of his hand even lost confidence. Perhaps it was the disparity in computing power. Or perhaps it was because Lupita, who was separated from the foundation of Amethyst and had only consciousness, had no power to fight against the enemy magician or Agiri. Recognizing this fact made her calm down and stop making unrealistic plans. Later, the Dream Tower was upgraded to a sub-dimensional tower. Before that, Lin removed this artificial intelligence-like product, which was regarded as a hidden danger, out of his consciousness. Lupita was also happy to be free from the torture of the other two incarnations. At this time, she had no ambition to resist. Surrounded by a group of jackals, tigers and leopards, it is already very difficult to stay alive. How can there be any possibility of turning the world around? After many changes, although Lupita is still moving under someone's eyes now, she is much freer than when she was first captured. Because of his bad criminal record, Lin did not dare to give any important positions or substantial authority to Lupita. It is even more impossible for her to take on the job of taking care of people. Unless she intends to kill the opponent, she will send out this ultimate weapon. Lupita now takes advantage of her digital lifelike capabilities and takes charge of the forum indexing system originally designed by Kaya. This system uses the forum backdoor to crack all the messages on it that require or do not require permissions, and will also actively organize the information. If it is for an incident, the causes and consequences of the incident will be sorted out. Even if there are multiple causes and multiple consequences, the proportion of information on the forum will be clearly listed. If it is a relevant person, a genealogy of the person's relatives and friends will be compiled, and the experience has been recorded on the forum, and attach links to relevant articles, not just dry introductions. It can be said that this indexing system, unlike some time-traveling websites such as Bone Cutting or Baidu, only provides keyword searches and also allows for pre-positioned advertisements. It is a strategic spyware that uses big data analysis and automatic copywriting to provide complete target data. This is a product based on the Magnesium Prism project. It's just that Kaya is someone's apprentice. In addition to taking care of a certain magician who is not working hard, and another sister, she also has a large group of children in an elementary school who need her care. Once I have some free time, there is another honey friend who needs company. Even if the children in the elementary school are not entirely responsible for Kaya, there are many of them. Therefore, as the daily work becomes more and more arduous, Kaya has already become powerless to establish the forum indexing system. It means that when I first built this thing, I just did it with the mentality of enjoying the gossip and just providing technical support as a teacher. In fact, neither of them, or anyone in the family, is particularly dependent on this system. They really regard eating melon as their daily work or pastime. But when needed, there is still a big difference in the speed of gathering intelligence with or without this indexing system. Therefore, the daily maintenance of this forum index system was placed on Lupita. If she doesn't want to, then she can only use magic materials to make a clay doll. Put Lupita in it, and control the clay doll as an intelligent core. In other words, give Lupita a body that can move in the real world, thereby limiting her. Given the two options, Lupita chose the former. After all, the biggest reason why she wanted to destroy all the silver-bearded dwarves in the first place was not hatred, but just because she was too bored and wanted to find something to do. If there were gossip to read and melons to eat, which would kill her nearly endless time, then why not do it? You must know that human beings are stupid. But there are thousands of people, and there is no repetition. Maybe it can be classified into several major categories, but the details are different and the results are different, which still makes Lupita hooked. In contrast, if you choose the latter, enter the real-world life. Someone made it clear that it was impossible to prepare a body that was too strong for her. As for that clay puppet made out of magic materials, what is it? According to the design given by someone. Apart from the fact that the appearance is exquisite enough and can be modified according to Lupita's wishes, the strength is at the slime level. Perhaps it is difficult to kill such a body completely, but it also cuts off the room for progress in other aspects, or loses some convenient abilities. So how to make a choice is actually not difficult to decide. In short, a certain guardian's criminal record has always made someone very uneasy. Even though he has mastered the forum indexing system, his authority is still restricted, and he does not have an unimpeded super account like Kaya. However, even if it is a limited authority, it only restricts Lupita from being able to speak on the forum and go out to troll people in person. Lin didn't believe at all the promise made by this person, who looked like a female dwarf, but was actually a scheming green tea bitch, guaranteeing that he would never reveal that there was a backdoor to the forum. No matter what Lupita's true thoughts were, she accepted such treatment and became one of the unpaid employees of some evil capitalist. Lin selectively informed Ada of Lupita's condition. As for the hidden part, it is actually the back door to the forum and the secrets that I don't want others to know. Apart from that, he honestly didn't hide anything about how much Lupita suffered at his hands, and told them all. Chapter 1583 The Secret of the Floating Island. Such an experience was of course unacceptable to all the heavenly beings who were watching, especially when Lin mentioned that Lupita, the guardian of the Silverbeard dwarves, was trapped by someone and stripped away from the half-finished Miser energy core. They couldn't help it. Compared to the furious Celestial Defense Force, Ada's projected incarnation was much calmer. She did not feel displeased that her kind was being treated in this way. Instead, she stared at someone with a curious look. Lin did not make any excuses for his actions, including repeatedly emphasizing what Lupita had done to the Silverbeard dwarves. This kind of thing is only said once, and those who are willing to listen will naturally reflect on it. For those who are unwilling to listen, it is useless to emphasize it many times. Lin just told Lupita's situation one by one in chronological order. During the process, some members of the Celestial Defense Force, who couldn't bear it anymore, rushed forward without orders. He cursed and cursed, obviously wanting to teach someone a lesson. Didn't fight back, or just got beaten without fighting back. Lin directly used a flash technique to send the opponent back to his original position. Just such an understatement seemed to anger more people. For a moment, all the Celestial Defense Forces planned to charge. Ada didn't stop anyone, but she didn't show any particular vigilance. She just looked on, because he could not grasp this person's thoughts. Lin also considered that he hoped that the other person would cooperate in the future, so he did not dare to go on a killing spree. Faced with a group of people rushing toward him, Lin just sent them back to their original positions. However, if you want to use flash to teleport ordinary people or objects, if they do not have the means to protect themselves from the erosion of alien energy, Lin will have to cast additional protective magic. Otherwise, they will be allowed to be eroded by alien energy, and eventually become evil gods and become monsters. Irreversible. In fact, it is Lin who has no research and common sense to reverse the phenomenon of evil deification. Although today, the power consumption of protective magic is no longer unbearable for Lin. But with so many people rushing up to him one after another, it still made him feel troubled and unhappy all over again. But it wasn't hard at all. In the end, Lin snapped his fingers and sent everyone to the sky 2,000 meters away from the floating island instead of simply sending them back to their original positions. This action finally made Ada, who had always maintained a calm attitude, raise her noble chin. At this time, Lin finally brought Lupita's story to an end. The man was looking directly at Ada, who was looking up, quietly, and not disturbing the other person's thoughts. Ada didn't ask about Lupita. Instead, She looked up at the direction where the celestial troops were sent by her. From this action alone, Lin was sure that the opponent also had a way of locating the target, or that he had good eyesight. Well, for an intelligent life with a floating island as its body, there should be no such thing as good or bad eyesight. When someone was having random thoughts, Ada suddenly asked, "You didn't hurt them, did you?" "No. I'm just annoying them. So I sent them to high altitude. I hope they can get some wind and recognize the real problems. It's not that I can't kill them. It's just that we all stand against the Abyss camp. So there's no need for me to do this. If you send them up, they will fall to death at most. But they can fly. But they can't fall to death at this height. If they can, give up on such useless people." Lin said, "No. Actually, they can't fly. In other words, the equipment they carry is only for use inside the island. The flying equipment outside the island is a different set, and their position belongs outside the island," Ada explained. After hearing this explanation, Lin immediately thought that this was not a principle similar to maglev. It was not the principle of a general internal planetary aircraft that uses air jets and buoyancy to fly. So, someone couldn't help but look up. His eyesight is not very good. He is neither nearsighted nor farsighted. However, relying on the environment detection magic that comes with it, one can easily enlarge visible targets in the field of vision to the point where they can be seen clearly. And the group of people he sent to the sky were dancing. It should be said that they were like drowning people, with their limbs swinging exaggeratedly and rolling in the process of free fall. But when someone wanted to talk about the remedy, it was Ada who said with relief, "Forget it. It's exactly what you said. If they fall to death from this height, then I really have to consider keeping them in the island's defense force." "Is there any flaw in evaluation during the process? The premise is that you don't have any backhand to hinder them." Raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, Lin said, "I came here with good intentions. This is just to gain some space for us to talk properly. I am not really hostile to them. If I wanted to hurt them, I would have done that move just now. As long as they are not allowed to go up intact, they will be killed." The reason why Lin was so confident was because he rechecked the island's environment after being prompted by the guardian of the floating island in front of him. It was discovered that there was indeed a device similar to maglev, which, combined with the buoyancy rings deployed on the backs of the heavenly beings, allowed them to fly and move freely within the island. Moreover, based on the range of influence of magnetic levitation and the height of the group of people in the sky, they were calculated. Even if they really don't know how to perform feather fall, their speed after free fall will decrease rapidly after entering the range of maglev influence, and they can still float into the air on the floating island in the end, instead of smashing them directly on the ground like tomatoes. Indeed, Ada agreed with someone's explanation. Although she does not know how to calculate physics and mathematics, she is quite confident in her own protection device. She does not think that the heavenly being sent to high altitude will really fall to death, as long as the person in front of her is not prepared for a backup plan. A sudden attack will happen. Kill! Now that the group of people who were sent away didn't have to worry, Ada turned her attention back to the magician in front of her. Question: "So you said you want to see my core? Do you want to arrest me like Lupita?" Hearing Ada's direct question, Lin had to explain. "No, of course not. I'm studying the Miser energy core to see if I can find inspiration for transforming the design of the Magic Tower's energy pool. It's not to arrest you. And Lupita was captured by me because she wanted to enter my consciousness and control me, and even turn my brain into a pot of porridge. But she didn't expect that my conscious world was different from ordinary people. So she was trapped. Once inside, there will be things to do next." Ignoring the question of how someone's conscious world captures a soul born from a purple transformed magic stone, Ada accurately captured another key point in someone's words and asked, "Do you want to transform the energy pool design of the Magic Tower?" "Why?" The history of magic towers is quite long, but the large-scale construction of magic towers only started after the end of the Dark Ages. Before that, the magic tower was the ultimate weapon for magicians, and the secrets of its design and construction were not easily disclosed. Of course, there was no standard shape for the magic tower at that time. As for whether any magic towers from before the Dark Ages have survived to this day, the answer is no. Thousands of years ago, when the Dark Legion came to dominate the land, the magic tower was regarded as a rebel force, or might become a gathering place for rebel forces. So it was destroyed directly. But as the current inheritance of the ancient magic empire, there is of course a magic tower on the floating island. In other words, There are no ordinary buildings on the floating island. At a glance, everything in the water is a magic tower. It's just that its appearance is more bizarre than the magic tower on the surface of the lost Earth. This was analyzed from the special vision in Lin's eyes, as early as when he approached the floating island. The upper half of the floating island is completely different from the bottom, which has no traces of man-made construction. On the contrary, the upper half has no traces of nature at all. There are no green parks, no flowers and plants, no fountains, swimming pools, and anything that has nothing to do with magic and magical buildings. The reason why it can be concluded that the buildings on the floating island are all magic towers is naturally because of the obvious power fluctuations. Lin had no doubt that when these thousands of magic towers attacked at the same time, they could destroy the city with one blow. This is not an extermination method that makes a hole in the ground, but a method that directly evaporates a city and disappears from the surface of the Earth. And it can be detected. There are more violent power fluctuations belonging to the energy pool, which are more than the number of buildings in a tower. It can be seen that there are many high-level magic towers with one tower and two pools, and even one tower with 3 pools and 4 pools. However, apart from the quantity, the way other parts were used did not make Lin Yu's eyes light up. The first is this large amount of energy pool, in addition to supplying the magic of the tower itself. That is, the building where it is located. It mainly supplies the Miser energy core of the floating island through a large water pipe-like channel. In fact, if you think about it, this makes sense. Although the semi-finished energy core in Silverbeard Dwarf Iron City can actively provide various magic effects and power consumption to maintain the entire Iron City. But the silver-bearded dwarves are not magicians after all. And there are many facilities in Iron City that are equipped with mechanical devices, rather than relying entirely on magic effects. To put it simply, the daily power consumption of the entire Silverbeard dwarf clan is not large. So relying solely on the natural recovery power of the semi-finished Miser energy core itself is enough. However, it is necessary to maintain a huge floating island floating in the sky, and to be completely hidden on a daily basis, in order to avoid the detection of the mysterious land for thousands of years. Such power consumption must be an astronomical figure. Can a complete Mithrin core really handle it? This is a question someone has had for a long time. Even if the complete version of the Miser energy core has more than 10 times the output of the half-finished product from the Silverbeard dwarf, it is not enough to support such a huge consumption. Now, taking a closer look, I finally understand the design of the floating island. Miser Energy is not so much a main power plant, as it is a distribution station that also has the function of generating electricity. It gathers the power output of the energy pool on the entire floating island, transfers it through the Miser Energy core, and then transmits it to the magic array that keeps the entire island floating in the air. If there are other functions, those magic circles that produce effects will of course consume power. Of course, the Miser Energy core will also generate power independently, but the bulk still comes from the energy pool of the magic tower on the entire island. The reason why Lin was able to see so much was because of the design of the floating island. The diversion of power was not hidden at all, and could be watched by anyone. Therefore, the magic tower on the island cannot fully exert its power, because at least half of the power flows into the energy core. Chapter 1584 Magic Stone Energy Pool. But even if the magic tower on the floating island cannot be fully utilized, so what? How many of the magic towers on the Lost Land have exploited the use of energy pools to the extreme? The answer is no. Those 4-story, 2-pool magic towers that are exclusive to great magicians, or the 5-story, 3-pool magic tower that can only be owned by magic saints. Rather, there is such a demand, rather than such waste. It can show the style of an expert and is more respectable. As for whether the energy pool on the floating island can be utilized to its full potential, Lin can't tell yet. But the cluster attack of thousands of magic towers was destined to be something no one dared to ignore. Because if you ignore it and get hit from the front, you will be seriously disabled. Let's not evaluate or analyze the functions of the magic arrays engraved on these magic towers on the floating islands, because it obviously has a personal style, but not a unified design. This is a bit of a waste of the effectiveness that can be produced by gathering so many magic towers together. It's like gathering a group of strong adventurers into an army, but just letting them do their own thing during the battle. Although they maximize their characteristics, they lost the cohesion and maximum power of an army. Furthermore, these inheritances originate from the ancient magic empire, even though they have taken a different development path from the surface world of Lost Land. They are still essentially magic. As long as it's magic, you can analyze it from the spell model, no matter how complicated it is. And there are too many. So not only does it take some time to analyze, but it also takes more time to organize. The former can also be left to the program for automatic processing, when faced with something that is seen for the first time and organized into readable data. You can only take your time to think about it. So, these things are not urgent. Lin's focus today is still on the Miser energy core on the floating island. Ida was obviously interested in someone's idea of transforming the energy pool. So she asked why she wanted to transform the energy pool design. Lin then told the tactics that old Kogong expected to use. Anyway, the floating island is considered a new force in Lost Land. Even though it comes from ancient inheritance, it has been isolated from the main world of MIDI for a long time. And it should not have many conflicts of interest with most of the inherent forces of MIDI. So after Lin finished telling the story, he added a sentence to please keep it secret from others. And he no longer worried. Besides, this matter will be exposed sooner or later. The reason for keeping it secret during this period is just to control the exposure time and choose the most favorable time. Ada's reaction was just as Lin expected. She did not have any resistance to the idea of a war tower, or clearly expressed her dislike or disapproval. On the contrary, he is quite enthusiastic about the design of transforming the energy pool proposed by someone. Based on his current thinking, Lin used whiteboard writing skills to make a briefing in the air and talked about his current ideas. Needless to say, Lin knew all about the various manufacturing methods of the magic tower. Existing ideas also include secondary energy pools for airships and analysis of 7-color magic stones contained in nature itself. The most important thing is the thoughts brought about by the semi-finished missile energy core that I saw in Silverbeard Dwarf Iron City. During the explanation process, the celestial being thrown into the air by him had fallen back to the range of the floating island, regained the ability to fly, and was charging towards someone menacingly. Seeing Ada being immersed in someone's thoughts, the artificial soul that has not been adjusted cannot take advantage of its computing power. So she cannot instantly understand and simulate the various situations someone said, and can only slowly understand it in her own way. Therefore, Lin didn't wait for Ada to deal with his own celestial defense force. He just waved his hand and sent everyone back to high altitude. Let them experience the feeling of free fall from high altitude again. It also includes those who are newly arrived, who can also be sent up to experience the new pleasure of free fall. So, what do you want to do? Ada, who finally gathered her thoughts, asked someone what they thought. Lin said, I hope I can take a look at the complete version of the Miser energy core on the floating island to confirm some ideas. In fact, I originally had an accusation, but it was just the idea of the accusation. Even I was quite dissatisfied, so I didn't consider it. But after seeing the floating island, I had other ideas. What kind of thoughts? Ada asked seriously. Lin took what he had observed and used the Miser energy core as the core to connect the energy pools of all the magic towers on the island. This design was used as a template. The idea of downsizing the scale and downgrading the materials was proposed. That is to say, a high-grade magic stone is used as the core, supplemented by a certain number of low-grade magic stones. After being connected in series, the output of power is increased, and the power recovery ability of each magic stone is maintained. The reason why the floating island needs to use the Mithrin core and thousands of energy pools is because this energy supply system is to supply the energy needed for an island to float in the air. If the scale is too small, I'm afraid it will be drained in an instant, and then the floating island will fall. But the scale of the war tower is not that big. In addition to maintaining the power output of the magic shield during wartime, there are no consumption items in normal times. So naturally there is no need for an energy supply system with a level of energy cores and thousands of energy pools. So how to simplify it and make the simplified system have the capabilities you imagined is a very troublesome system engineering. And it's obviously a copy of the floating island system. Someone in the energy pool is quite familiar with it, but the Mithrin core needs to be seen in person to see the situation. Ada was also very interested in someone's idea of miniaturizing the floating island's energy supply system. The materials that can be used to create the energy pool for the magic tower are all very rare magical items. Either it contains huge power, or it comes from an alien world and can create energy tides. In addition to being rare, these things have another characteristic in common, and that is danger. Therefore, if something goes wrong during the construction of the magic tower, it may lead to an irreversible disaster. Even after it was built, it was still used with caution, for fear that the power output of the energy pool would break free of limitations. And if this kind of thing grows uncontrollably, it can easily end in a big explosion. Not only does it harm others, it also harms yourself. Therefore, instead of treating the energy pool of the magic tower of MIDI as the Earth power generation unit, it is better to use it as the gate of the dam to control the amount of water released by the dam. And because the core rare objects that create energy pools are difficult to find, the growth in the number of magic towers is therefore limited. This problem is the same for all magicians. Because of this, the magicians are quite reluctant to join the ranks of nobles in building magic towers. Compared with funds, most magicians cannot compare with noble lords. If these people are allowed to build magic towers, not to mention the problem that limited materials will become more popular, I am afraid that the price will become inflated due to the hype of thoughtful people. There are many experienced and well-established magicians who have been unable to build their own magic tower throughout their lives just because they couldn't find suitable magic items. If we can get rid of the dependence on magical objects and build an energy pool, then the number of magic towers will usher in a wave of growth. And if the magic tower continues to reduce its reliance on other materials, or even get rid of the existing 3-level standard for magic towers, and go further to build the battle tower imagined by the old Kagong, then the number of towers will grow explosively. It is possible that in the future, it is not an unachievable dream for everyone to live in a magic tower level building. However, the series connection of magic stones is not that simple. Although in the use of magic array, there are magic array patterns that are consumed by multiple magic stones at the same time. There is a saying that these magic stones are not considered a whole, but individuals. The series connection that Lin wants to achieve is the result of allowing multiple magic stones to be viewed as a whole. Finally, it achieves high storage, high output and high self-recovery similar to an energy pool. 3. High performances. Such a performance could not be achieved by simply using magic arrays in series before. In fact, a magic stone alone can achieve what someone imagines. That is the most advanced purple level magic stone among the 7-color magic stones. But the purple stone itself is an extremely rare treasure. In some small magic stone veins, you may not be able to find a fist-sized purple stone. In addition, purple stone itself has many uses. And as the center of a magic stone type energy pool, it is a waste of resources. Although magic stones can be simulated as batteries, the concept of batteries cannot be directly applied when used in series. Unlike an emerging car company in my hometown, car batteries use many small batteries in series. At this time, you only need to pay attention to batching and grouping issues to avoid the failure of a small battery, causing the entire large battery to become unusable. Then the difficulties of developing large capacity and high power batteries can be avoided. But the series connection of magic stones is not that easy. First of all, this thing does not have clear positive and negative poles, and it is wrong to connect which end. The second issue is the layout of the magic stones. Magic stones need to be put together and used, so they can't just be placed casually. If it coincides with the node of a certain spell model, it may become the effect of activating that magic. And it is very taboo for magic stones to be directly connected head to tail without going through the magic circle, connected in a long line, or connected in the shape of a circle. Such a connection method will quickly consume the power in the magic stone, but it will not produce any magical effect. There is a proper term for this in the knowledge of magic circles, called empty burning. Some poorly laid out magic circles can also cause empty burning, greatly increasing the loss of magic stones. This is a taboo in the magic circle, and any new magic, or the research of new magic circles, must have its basic type, which may be one or more, and then extend outward from the basic type. As long as the extended new spell model can comply with certain rules, then this new magic is half successful. The remaining half is whether the effect of this new magic is what you need. If not, then you can only make modifications and adjustments. Finally, complete a new magic that meets your needs. However, there is no basic type to refer to for what Lin wants to accomplish now. Instead of trying to figure it out from scratch, there is a super large completed body in front of you to learn from. So what Lin has to do is to figure out the layout of the floating island's energy supply system, and make it smaller and simpler. Chapter 1585 The Secret of Energy Core. The energy pools and connection methods in each magic tower on the floating island were clearly visible from Lin's observation. But the core part, which is the location of the miser energy core, has too much power gathered here. Therefore, under the same detection mode, Lin can only see a dazzling light and cannot see the details at all. If you sneak in secretly and cannot get too close, you will have to adjust the observation mode several times in order to clearly see the details of the location of the Mithrin core. Even nix them until you can identify them. Otherwise, you have to sneak further to the energy core and observe it up close. But the risk of doing so is undoubtedly doubled. Since the real owner is right in front of you and is also interested in the same topic, there is no need for those sneaky behaviors. As for the magicians in ancient times, did they have the magnanimity to share knowledge? And whether Ada would kick herself away after listening to her own ideas and close her door to study? Lynn is not worried at all. First of all, having an idea is completely different from having a preliminary plan or a complete plan. Lynn just said so much. But it is actually only in the first stage. There are indeed some things where a flash of inspiration is the most important, and everything after that will fall into place. But not everything is easy said and done. There are also situations where things are easy said but hard done. However, Lynn really didn't know whether the floating island Edda, which originated from the ancient magic inheritance, and after thousands of years of development, was still like the lost land, only knowing how to do things by exhaustive methods, and mathematics only limited to numbers. Counting stage. Maybe they are advanced enough and can quickly sort out a practical method from the ideas just mentioned. You don't have to participate at all on your own. And you can certainly kick yourself off without any burden. Fortunately, in the following performance, Ada's response was not the worst. After rubbing what Lynn had drawn in the air with the whiteboard technique into her memory bank, she said generously, "Great magician Tripwood. Please go directly to the Mystic Core. I think you already know the location. Where is it? Is there no guard or access control for such an important place?" Lynn asked in surprise. According to reasonable development, shouldn't someone be sent to lead the way? With the green light all the way, leading one to the restricted areas in the eyes of outsiders? What's the point of letting yourself go directly? Ada showed a meaningful smile and said, "This little thing is not a problem for you. Right. A magician who can use flash. There are a lot of rumors about you on the forum." After speaking, Ada disappears. It's not that the guardian of the floating island can also flash. She just cancelled the projection incarnation. However, we also learned from her words that the forum, a new thing in the past 20 years, has also entered the eyes of the floating island gods with a long heritage. I don't know if they knew it when they were still in hiding, or they only found out after they appeared recently. Moreover, Lin did not use his privileges to delete the information about himself from above. Although it can be done, if you actually do it, it is like informing others that you can do this kind of thing. Therefore, it is not too surprising that people who use the forum know information about themselves. But since the other party had already left first, Lin could only follow him obediently. Otherwise, when the group of people in the sky lands again, without Ada controlling them, they may have a higher chance of killing them again instead of talking calmly. In the blink of an eye, Lin had used the flash technique to shift his position and arrived at the place where the Miser energy core was placed. The appearance of the complete version of the Miser energy core is very different from the one seen in the Silverbeard Dwarf Iron City. In the territory of the Silverbeard Dwarves, the missile energy core that Lin saw was actually an open device. There are several obelisk-like devices that restrain the two intertwined, irregularly shaped and constantly changing energy groups to prevent them from disintegrating. Instead, an internal cycle is created to collect the overflowing energy. However, it was under the control of the Guardian Lupita, and it emitted a large amount of radiation harmful to the human body. It could be said that it was a Miser energy core that was no different from being out of control. The device layout of the complete and controlled Miser energy core in front of me was quite different from what Lin remembered. At least it is a device with a regular shape, rather than the one used by the silver-bearded dwarf, with an energy mass like an amoeba. The Miser energy nuclear device used on the floating island also has an obelisk structure device for extracting energy. But the layout is not as casual as Iron City, but a cross-shaped layout from front to back, left to right, and up and down. In the center is a polyhedral aqua blue crystal. Just seeing this crystal, Lin felt that the mathematical attainments on the floating island must be quite high to be able to make such a thing. But taking a closer look, perhaps this appearance was not deliberately made, because this aqua crystal has 6 endpoints facing the front, back, left, right, up and down. The 6 obelisks form the tip of the device. In other words, this regular polyhedron-shaped crystal is most likely a balanced state naturally formed after energy groups have been extracted for a long time. No excess energy escapes from the obelisk, except for the filament-like extension to the obelisk's tip. And certainly no harmful radiation is emitted. And the devices constructed of these 6 obelisks are not all used to extract energy. There are always 2 opposing obelisks, and the extraction is used as output. and the power transmitted from the magic tower energy pool is poured into the crystal. The 6 obelisks constantly switch their input and output roles according to a certain frequency, maintaining the distribution of 4 extractions and 2 infusions. Moreover, the 2 obelisks that instill power must be opposite to each other. It is not difficult to analyze the composition and composition of the crystal in the center. This is actually similar to the energy pool of the magic tower. But the core is a purple transformation magic stone that is so large that it is unimaginable. Just like the thing in Taichung. And this is different from the strange objects used in energy pools. Purple stone cannot be used as the core of a standard magic tower's energy pool. However, the security of the two is also very different. The energy pool of the magic tower is so dangerous that it would not be a surprise to explode at any time. The power output of the purple stone is very stable and will not be dangerous in any way. A certain magician's vision has improved compared to when he was in Iron City. And it can be seen this time. Whether it is the energy group in the center or the polyhedral-shaped crystal, it is not the focus of this miser energy core. The real focus should be the 6 obelisk-like devices. These 6 square spires are not formed in one piece or carved out. Instead, it has a complex mechanical structure. A sophisticated device that is hard to tell at a glance from the natural spectrum emitted by different parts of the item itself. The material can be roughly judged, not to mention all kinds of precious magic materials. Lin even saw some materials that he had never seen before. If you really regard these unseen parts as lost materials that have been mined out in the mysterious land, then you would be underestimating this ancient magic empire. There are slight discrepancies and inconsistent spectral data indicating that this is most likely an alloy, a type of metal that Lin had never seen before in Midland. However, there are many magic materials in Midland, which are actually natural alloys. Therefore, Lin dare not say whether the alloy spectrum found here is natural or artificial. But the most eye-opening part for Lin was its machine-like structure. In the past, Lin's understanding of magic, in addition to spell models, other enchantments, magic arrays, magic props and other objects were all attached to magic array patterns to achieve corresponding effects. Simply put, it is just like the printed circuit board from home. Capacitors, resistors, and other components are replaced by corresponding magic array patterns on the MIDI side. But the basic gameplay is still based on planes. I once thought about designing an integrated array pattern so that it could match the shape of a certain magic array pattern at different angles in a 3-dimensional space, thereby producing an effect. In other words, a cube's integrated formation pattern can produce 6 kinds of magic effects, 6 sides. However, this idea is still based on the flat magic array pattern. To achieve such an effect, there are certain rules or patterns. Not everything can be put together casually, and multiple magic effects can be combined into a formation. So the actual results are not much. However, among the miser energy nuclear devices on the floating island, the obelisk device is made up of many parts with varying degrees of precision. It can be said that each part is like an energy channel for power transmission, representing a magic array pattern. All channels, that is, all parts, are not straightforward. Rather, it is like a magic array that bends and intersects, eventually forming a magic array. In this situation, it is somewhat inappropriate to use the term magic circle to describe it. It's like presenting a 3-dimensional magic model directly as a physical object. That is to say, in reality, the magic materials composed of different magic materials do not actually exist, but are just spell models that represent a certain way of power exchange and circulation. In fact, this is a blind spot in someone's understanding of magic. The structure that truly utilizes power, or magic power, to produce magical effects is a multidimensional spell model. The so-called magic circle is actually the product of translation. As long as it is converted, the effects before and after the conversion are bound to be different. Whether the gap is big or not depends on how good the translator is. Therefore, most of the time, magic and magic circles are regarded as 2 systems of knowledge. And there is no way to cover them all, because this has always been done. Lin has never thought of directly constructing the spell model in the real world. Moreover, there is not just one group of spell models within a certain range, but multiple groups that use the gaps between each other to stagger and overlap. This makes it difficult to understand. No wonder someone is unable to understand what these obelisk-like devices are doing at the first time. And doing so is not always the result of 1 + 1 = 2. If the spell models interfere with each other, it is very likely that a new magic effect will be born, and the 2 models will become one. Of course, such a result is not necessarily unfavorable. But if you can avoid interfering with each other, try to avoid it as much as possible. To do this, start with the spell's attributes, and then take into account the overlapping angles of the respective vectors. In short, the calculation is several times more complicated than the previous flat magic arrays. There are dozens of times or hundreds of times. Chapter 1586 The Height of Achievement on the Floating Island. After reaching this conclusion, Lin couldn't help but laugh to himself. Ever since I first saw the semi-finished product of the Miser Energy Core in Taichung, I had always thought that the core of the energy mass, which was similar to an energy pool, was the focus of the Miser Energy Core. Starting from the Dream Tower, I went through several major renovations in the sub-dimensional tower. The main reason was the replacement of energy sources, and the entire system improved by leaps and bounds. The purpose of other buildings is to serve energy sources, or to convert the generated energy into permanent magical effects. Unexpectedly, the obelisk device used for extraction and infusion is the most important part. In other words, the parts that I thought were supporting roles in the past were so valued by this ancient magic inheritance that they even seemed to counterattack and become the protagonist. It can be said that the parts that I watched carefully in the past were all in vain. And of course, I didn't understand the parts that I watched casually. With today's vision, Lin certainly understood the structure of these obelisk devices. Incidentally, each of the obelisk devices at the Miser Energy Core location on the floating island is different from the others. Instead of having 6 devices designed in a unified way, as imagined, judging from these 6 obelisk devices, the magical world of MIDI is actually not without machines. Just the knowledge of true magic machines. The threshold is too high. Ordinary people have no qualifications at all, nor do they have the financial resources to access it. So it's really not surprising that this kind of inheritance will be cut off. This is not just a matter of highbrowness, but that there are too few levels of application and the technical threshold is too high, especially the production cost, based on the parts that someone can recognize, is even more shockingly high based on today's value. Those who are unrecognizable will not be mentioned. As for what is displayed on the floating island, whether it is the iron kite-like air armor, the sun ray armor used on the island, or the empty whale of a large aerial mobile vehicle, these things, in the eyes of someone who has traveled from the Earth, it's not a very eye-catching new piece of equipment. Although I don't know how high the technical content is, it is not difficult for Lin to achieve similar things with the same volume. Unless you want to worry about details and performance differences, you need to spend time thinking about it. As for the magical power of the heavenly beings on the floating island, it is still at an unknown stage for the entire Lost Land. Apart from using the weapons on the air armor, they did not chant any spells or perform any magic attacks. But this cannot be said to mean that they are not magicians. After all, even the masters who were born and raised in the Lost Land mostly gave themselves a suit of support before the war, and then rushed to the front line to be used as berserkers. In battle, ordinary people can't tell who is who. Even if Lin came uninvited and entered the floating island, he didn't see anyone using magic. But magic is everywhere. It's like returning to my hometown. The feeling of technology being everywhere in the busy streets of modern cities. Therefore, if he did not enter this core area to take a look, Lin might really think that this ancient magical civilization was nothing more than this. But when I saw this secret energy core, which was known as the pinnacle of magic, I realized that I was still an ignorant seeker on the path of knowledge. At least the subdimensional tower located in the dimensional gap has fully activated its computing power for the first time in a long time. Analyzing the complete version of the Miser Energy Core that Lin saw in front of him, the energy room located on the top floor has also undergone a major overhaul. Don't think that parsing and modifying at the same time is troublesome or impossible. Lin's subdimensional tower located in the dimensional gap has long been freed from the constraints of time. Time here is no longer linear development, but an indescribable equational change. The basic calculation formula is eternal 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. It doesn't matter what happens to equal sign. Anyway, the left side becomes the right side, and the right side can also turn back to the left side. There is no time factor in this. In other words, when a question is thrown into the calculation of the subdimensional tower, the other side of the equal sign must appear immediately, as long as it has an answer. The development of the subdimensional tower to this point is one of the results obtained by tracking the wish-making power. That is, the dragon of the void in his imagination to that magical world. And it took a lot of effort to realize it. The most important thing is that the subdimensional tower is located in a dimensional gap where time itself does not exist, which makes the whole thing much simpler. At that time, I was doing research in this area, also to study the Higiri Feng Lei Sun. which is the benchmark for the DC Universe's speed force among the 5 mortal swords. But it turned out that the direction was wrong. The realization of the speed force should not start with time. However, the results of such mistakes are not disappointing. Therefore, when it comes to things like computing power, someone seems to have unlimited resources and no longer needs to seek support from Yggdrasil or Hagiri. In the real world, from the moment Lin's eyes saw the miser nuclear with his own eyes, his threat in the eyes of Ada, the guardian of the floating island, continued to increase. Although the appearance remains the same, it is actually changing all the time. Ada had never seen a human like this. In her long memory, even the most amazing and talented celestial beings, and even the magicians who led the research on missile energy core at the time, were not as unreal as the humans on the surface of the earth in front of her. Even if they are gods or powerful demons, they still have traces to follow. This trajectory does not just mean whether its growth curve is flat or steep, but every step of growth has its causes and consequences. It does not appear suddenly, or suddenly disappear. Did the person in front of me really see any truth from the missile energy core? So will it help him to transform the energy pool of the magic tower? Is he willing to continue to hand over this part of his knowledge? At the beginning, Ada allowed this uninvited surface magician to enter the core of the floating island, actually with the intention of controlling him. Today the possibility of control still exists, but seems increasingly remote. As an ancient magical civilization that can suppress the gods and dominate everything, Ada's thinking logic has artificial intelligence-like rationality. But in fact, she was also infected by the pride of the gods. In other words, this kind of pride is just a daily routine for heavenly beings. So if Ada also adopts this attitude and uses it as the premise for thinking, that's absolutely fine. But such pride seems to be unqualified in front of this magician. If Ada were human, she might have chosen a path of conflict out of jealousy. However, she is not a real living person. So her thinking is about how to study the other party's gains and achieve the other party's current results. Before true self-interest, jealousy is the thinking of a loser. It's just that Ada can understand this, but the proud gods may not understand it. In their eyes, the Homo sapiens on the surface are still extremely backward, and their strength is far inferior to them. This can be understood from recent battles. The ordinary human army was being run around, chasing and constantly bullying the weak evil camp coalition forces. The somewhat respectable troops directly under the Empire were probably the elite among humans, but they were far behind them. This illusion made them think that the surface human magician who infiltrated was also a member of all living beings. It's just that his special abilities and personal magical achievements allow him to sneak into the floating island silently. That's all. So when the celestial beings who were sent to high altitudes twice by Lin and finally landed back on the island discovered that someone was no longer at their original location, the floating island Ada ushered in an unprecedented alarm and island-wide search. The target is of course the surface magician in black robe. And this search does not require sending out a bunch of people to search every inch of the floating island. Of course they have ways to monitor most of the island. They just need to send people to search for blind spots. When the target could not be found anywhere and all the blind spots in the surveillance were eliminated, the searching heavenly beings had to admit that the opponent had most likely entered the restricted area on the floating island. According to the magician's previous conversation, the most likely location is the real core of the floating island, the missile energy nuclear area. It was transferred to extremely high places by unknown magic twice in a row, and the possible location of the target was near the Miser energy core. So the heavenly beings did not dare to take it lightly. Not only were elite personnel dispatched, but the sword used as an heirloom to fight against the gods was also armed. This set of equipment suppressed all natural gods in the ancient magic empire era and turned them into indigenous gods that could only exist in remote and wild areas. One can imagine its power. Even if the opponent is not as high as a god, he still has various plans to deal with strange abilities. This is where the confidence of the gods lies, especially inside the floating island. They don't need to carry bulky energy devices, just relying on the energy plug-in board on the back. The energy to drive all functions of the equipment can be continuously obtained from the floating island. This undoubtedly increases their threat level by several levels. But after people broke into the Miser energy nuclear area in full force that day, Ada had only one thought, and that was that it was too late. Before letting this magician see the device of the Miser energy core, there might be a chance. But Ada didn't expect that just seeing it with her own eyes would make this magician act like a completely different person. She didn't reveal any secrets related to nuclear energy at all. And of course she never leaked drawings or any data. However, if Lin knew such an idea, he would also sneer at it. In fact, when he first appeared, he concealed his power to a certain extent, considering that I have been in front of people for quite some time. Lowering my exposed power to the level of ordinary people will only arouse the vigilance of others. Therefore, he has always performed at a mid-level level based on the group of magicians in the holy city of Starry. This level of apparent strength, combined with a strange ability that no one has been able to break so far, is enough to win people's trust. But it is not too alarming. In other words, someone is still pretending, but they just choose a more reasonable disguise. But the transformation of the subdimensional tower made his strength increase unstoppably. Although I also continue to disguise myself, it is a bit difficult to measure the right level of suppression to show my progress without scaring others. In fact, someone has never thought about a problem. This kind of temporary breakthrough, obvious growth that can be observed casually, no matter how big or small, is a very scary thing in itself. Either do it and don't think about it so much, or don't do it. After doing it, you still have to pretend. It is really the highest state of bitch making cards. Chapter 1587 The Elites of Heavenly Beings. No matter what someone thought, a group of heavily armed men broke in, obviously out to get him. But Lin didn't want to fight with people in a place like this, especially when the armor looked like he was not easy to mess with. The metal armor seems to be alive. What kind of description is this? Although it's hard to explain. That's exactly how Lin feels right now. For the heavenly beings who came, there was no standard for the equipment they wore. And they did not even have a unified color. It looks like a creature covering the body's surface, which will change softly according to the person's actions. Visible colors also produce different feelings depending on the angle. But the almost blinding metallic luster said that the equipment was not as weak as it seemed. It's not like looking at a bunch of oiled bodybuilders, all shiny and shiny. It's not like seeing the rigid lines of silicon-based creatures or robots. In addition to the visual impact, the special pressure from the magic side is also one of the reasons that makes someone pay attention. The feeling of being frightened under pressure may be difficult for ordinary people who have never experienced it to understand, and they may even think that such a phenomenon is impossible. Then try taking a sauna and being suffocated by a large amount of high-temperature water vapor in the steam room until you can hardly breathe. The feeling can be said to be quite close, in the area where the Miser energy core is installed, even though the energy leakage has been reduced to a minimum. This is not a sealed environment after all. So now that the magic environment has changed, Lin has also observed that the concentration of power in the environment is incredibly high. This proves two things. In addition to the power of the Miser energy core, when the magical environment of the entire world changes, the floating island, a heritage derived from ancient magical civilization, cannot maintain the ancient environment and adapt accordingly. But even in such a high concentration environment, after these armored heavenly beings broke in, they directly increased the concentration of environmental power to a level that was enough to oppress people. Moreover, the armor on his body also vaguely echoes the energy core, and the two seem to have some kind of connection. The protection of Xuanwu black robe was very thoughtful from the beginning of its design. However, Lin still deliberately turned off some functions to avoid affecting his judgment against the enemy. Otherwise, Lin has a way to completely isolate himself from the outside environment. With this suit, it would not be a problem to wear it directly in space. So the pressure given to him by the intruding group of heavenly beings in front of him was very good. Lin had reason to believe that this was one of the methods used by the floating island to fight against the gods. It means that I am so valued. This is a really disturbing emphasis. If they really fight, Lin's assessment of himself is that he may not lose. Even now that I have been living in the Lost Land, I am not as afraid of things as I was when I first came here. When encountering something, I just want to retreat in order to advance. But if we fight in the core area where the missile energy core is installed, it is foreseeable that everything here will be beaten to pieces. Is this necessary? If you really do that, you will probably become enemies even if you don't have any hatred in the first place. So Lin looked at Ada and asked, "Well, can't you stop them? I'm not here to fight. You should be the Supreme Council they call you, and you are qualified to order them." Realizing that Guardian Ada was also present slowed the Celestial's action slightly. Ada is just an avatar, so there won't be any damage. This is something that all gods know, so they won't worry about it. As for the Miser energy nuclear device on the side, the heavenly beings are even less worried. As early as the design of the energy core, the problem of destruction was taken into consideration. Therefore, even the most powerful magic cannot break through its self-protection. If the protection device is not released according to certain procedures, no one can destroy the energy core. This kind of confidence is the reason why the Heavenly Man troops are not afraid to start a war here. But why is the Guardian's incarnation also there, and not using the defensive measures here to target this intruder? And the intruders seem to be talking to Ada. Various anomalies slowed down the movements of the elite troops of heavenly beings. Ada did not come forward to stop her, and seemed not to see anyone coming in. She simply shook her head and said, "It's true that I am the Supreme Council, but the council composed of heavenly beings has the same status as me. The two interact with each other. It has always been a tacit understanding not to veto the other party's orders. So if they think it is necessary to do something to you, I will not stop it. Of course, I hope that any form of conflict will not happen. Otherwise, I think it will be difficult to avoid the ending of the floating island falling today." Following Ada's words, Lin turned to the heavenly beings who were approaching him and said, "You see, your guardian has such an attitude. I didn't come here to fight you. And I don't see your secretaries in vain. Nengha, I have some ideas about the new magic tower energy pool that I would like to exchange. So do we have room to calm down and talk? So after I arrest you, can I get the same knowledge?" The leader of the celestial beings said unabashed words that would make people frightened. But Lin did not show any panic expression. Instead, he showed a matter-of-fact expression and said, "It will really turn out like this." Then he grasped it with his right hand, and an inconspicuous thin dagger was wrapped around it. Inexplicable lightning appeared in Lin's hand. One of the 5 mortal swords, Hagiri Wind Thunder, is the weapon with the second-to-last completion rate among the 5 swords. Although many methods have been tried, they have all been proven to be on the wrong track. Wanting to create an ability similar to the Speed Force in the magical world, Lin initially thought simply about speed. But Demon Prince Azad's performance was the best that Lin had ever seen in terms of speed. Using the same method, Lin could at most catch up with Azad's speed. But he could not surpass the Demon Prince. And of course, he could not reach the level of achievement he wanted. So give up. Later, the research started from the aspect of time. Although there are results, it is completely irrelevant. A very interesting conclusion. Speed has nothing to do with time. To put it more clearly, time is a subordinate concept of speed. So it is difficult for time to affect speed in turn. Many people may not be able to understand or even agree with this. But changes in time will not affect the speed itself. However, the speed may in turn affect the flow of time, or even reverse it. That's why in my hometown, scientists say that time does not exist. In Lin's advanced flash technique, time is just a reference point on the coordinate axis. In short, research in this area has strayed into other directions. If you want to create an ability similar to the Speed Force, this path will not work. In the end, Lin realized that what he wanted to study was not the Speed Force after all. The power of interpretation of this thing lies with DC. Whenever necessary, eating books and setting settings is simply a daily routine. At this speed, the ultimate performance. Rather, we need to develop a method that can change and embed new rules in the existing world. It is quite common to play a game of chess in which soldiers, chariots, horses, and soldiers are the main players. What I have to think about is not how to win, but how to reasonably place the queen in chess on the chessboard. Then use the queen's rules to kill everyone. But this is not about flipping the chessboard. But it should be smooth and silent. And everyone can agree with this extraordinary gameplay. And for the rest, everyone still does what they have to do. Everything still looks the same. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain how light would not produce a sonic boom due to the super speed of the Speed Force, when it is close to the speed of light that can affect time. How could it avoid collisions between particles and cause annihilation phenomena derived from nuclear fusion or nuclear fission? If you look at what the Large Hadron Collider is doing in your hometown, you should know that once the Flash's Speed Force is released, it will not be solved by a mess. But nothing. That thing is basically a living nuclear explosion-making machine. So stop saying Barry. Run. In order to protect the Earth from destruction, the first thing Superman or Batman should do is to cut off the Flash's feet. So the Speed Force seems to be related to speed, but it is actually a new set of rules that is self-contained and adapted to the physical laws of the universe. Developing this method is the correct way to build Hagiri Wind Thunder. Before today, Feng Leixian had made 2 wrong mistakes in shaping him. Although I have thought about the third way, which is to destroy the existing rules and embed new rules. I don't know how to take the first step, until he saw the complete version of the Miser Energy Core. It gave Lin a very important tip. That's who I think the protagonist is. And maybe it's not that important. It's time to focus on the supporting characters and find ways to improve them. You might be surprised. It's like just modifying the engine. There is no way to continue to increase its speed. Then you can choose to inject nitrogen while the engine is running, so that the speed can be greatly increased. As for whether it will shorten the engine life, it is not something to consider here. If it were pure magic, there would be no way to do what you want to do. As a time traveler, and a time traveler from the early 21st century on Earth, I do have some mechanical knowledge, but it is not to an exceptional level. Besides, I am not a mechanical professional. At best, I have some knowledge. But what if we use magic and technology as tools to just throw a proposition to Hagiri and let them develop freely? Whether it is the 5 worldly swords or the cons of the past. No matter which Hagiri they are, their changes are due to their own wishes and research. But in fact, Lin has not completely let go. He will also consider his own needs. After all, he is the user. So no matter what form the Hagiri transforms into, whether it is a two-handed sword, a dagger, or even a sword pill, someone has provided a certain number of options for Hagiri to choose freely. They seem to respect Hagiri's choice, but in fact they limit their ideas when it comes to options. In the subsequent changes, Hagiri will also look for the most appropriate method from someone's knowledge. After all, doing so would help Lin understand their changes. Therefore, the biggest constraint on Hagiri is Lin himself. What if we give up this layer of restriction and allow Hagiris to truly express themselves freely? Although the theme of Feng Lei Sun has long been defined there, Lin has never experienced the situation of letting Hagiri completely dominate the rest. So what kind of results will they deliver? The Hagiri reconstructed from the molecular level in his hands arouses Lin Wuxian's curiosity. Chapter 1588 box-cut version of the Speed Force. It didn't take long for Feng Lei Sun to reconstruct. At least it was done before the heavenly guards reacted and knew they were going to rush to capture someone. And this was not accomplished by a single Feng Lei Xuan alone, but was the result of the joint thinking and calculation of tens of thousands of Hagiris. You must know that the computing power of the Hagiris combined is not as high as that of a certain subdimensional tower that can escape the time factor, but it is still short enough to ignore those times. And their respective knowledge comes from all over the world, and is not limited to the lost land or the earth in someone's memory. There is a lot that even Lin cannot understand, but in some planes or worlds it is quite reasonable and basic knowledge. Just follow someone to track down the wish-granting power and chase Hagiri into that wonderful world, and you will get something different from Lin. Even after the two parties communicated, there were still some things that a certain time traveler didn't understand. This knowledge is like a pot of hodgepodge, allowing the sage to pick and choose, and remove the essentials. In reality, the reconstruction from the molecular level also allowed Feng Lei Xuan to no longer use the original dagger shape, but changed it to the shape of an ame thorn. But the length was only slightly longer than a fist. Although it looks like a metal hole, the details are actually unimaginable. Nanothick metal wires are intertwined according to special routes to form overlapping spell models. But when it comes to spell models, Lin can only recognize 40 to 50% of them in a list. Whether the remaining part can be regarded as the magic of the lost land is still open to question. And when these things are put together, they will have interactive effects. Its complexity has long exceeded someone's understanding. If we talk about Lin in the past, he was playing 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 10,000 times. There are so many changes. So now he can do 2 times 2 times 2 times 2. 10,000 times. What the Hagiris are doing is 2 squared to the squared square. The same thing 10,000 times. In short, someone really feels like a chimpanzee looking at high technology. And he is the primate that is said to be closest to humans. Looking at the reconstructed Feng Lei Sun in his palm, Lin's mind directly reflected the usage method passed on by Hagiri, as well as the relevant knowledge behind it. With Lin's current knowledge, understanding, and computing power, he can only give a comment of, "You guys really know how to play." Lin then turned his attention back to the group of celestial beings rushing towards him. They didn't know how many things they and Hagiri had dealt with. After all, in the world of thinking, they and Hagiri had long been freed from many constraints. However, the laws of reality still restrict everything someone can do. These will all be attempted for the first time today. The ame thorn type wind thunder in the right hand spun 3 times. In these 3 laps, the speed of each lap is different in the eyes of others. Sometimes faster and sometimes slower. But at this time, no one cared about the completely non-threatening weapon in the magician's hand. If it were the dagger from before, it might still be worth something. But now this clenched fist is just a pointy thing. What kind of threat can it have? But what the celestial beings and Guardian Ada didn't expect was that Feng Lei Sun, the Hagiri, had begun to move away from the identity of weapons and towards a role similar to magic equipment. Just because the Amei thorn is short, it doesn't mean it has no lethality. Besides, the point of Feng Lei Sun is not to hurt people with spikes. When Lin held Feng Lei Sun again, he let go. The incoming heavenly beings changed their forward momentum, and all of them turned over with their necks as a fulcrum, as if they had received a chokehold. Fall again. No one knew what had just happened, and there was no feeling of heavy blow on the neck. It was like they hit something, and then made a gorgeous turn. This was someone who had no murderous intentions. And they didn't really hit someone just now. They just changed their body posture. Because the momentum of the momentum and the body posture were unbalanced. This caused them to roll over. Otherwise, people's heads would be directly separated from their bodies these days. The man who did all this flicked his sleeves, hid his hands in the sleeves, put them behind his back, and held them together. He raised his head at a 45-degree angle, not even looking at his own results. Looking like a master. In fact, he now has severe muscle lacerations all over his body. If one were to represent the severity on a scale of 1 to 10, it would probably be at a level of 6 or 7. You can still move. But if you move, you will have to show your teeth and tear your heart out. To put it simply, Feng Lei Sun's super speed killed the more than 20 celestial opponents in front of him, who were strong enough to fight against the gods. But he himself was not having a good time either. It can be said to be the best example of killing 1,000 enemies and damaging yourself by 800. This also reminds someone that the Flash in DC has super resilience in addition to the Speed Force. The combination of the two creates the reputation of the Flash. And I only made one of them. The self-recovery ability of this demonic body is certainly much better than that of ordinary humans. But it is not yet at the level of a superhero. It can be said that if he hadn't been wearing a Xuanwu robe to protect himself, he would have cut himself into pieces by now. Therefore, this high-level attitude is not a deliberate pretense. It is completely out of necessity. Moreover, he cannot move for a while, and his power will be broken if he moves. The heavenly beings who were knocked to the ground did not suffer any real harm. They also stood up quickly, but did not dare to rush forward. He just looked at the leader, who had the power to give orders, with a look that meant you should go first. Although they were wearing weapons used to fight against the gods, people in heaven had actually had no real experience fighting against the gods for quite a long time. The people who came here were all elite soldiers among heavenly beings, and they all had more or less experience in killing animals. This is completely different from a timid time traveler who still has experience in hundreds of battles. Most of Lin's battles were fought for survival. Even when encountering headwinds, he still knows how to use his wisdom to find opportunities for victory or to escape from the battlefield. Heavenly beings who are accustomed to crushing favorable situations have never experienced such a failure. At that moment, no matter how much they deceived themselves, they still couldn't say that they just slipped. The opponent's mercy is already quite obvious. If he doesn't know what he is doing, it's hard to say whether he will show mercy a second time. In the face of life and death, the pride of gods is worthless. In fact, if the floating island appears on the battlefield where the Abyss Lord is present, they will suffer several losses and learn several lessons. Today, when dealing with Lin, a magician from the surface, they would not show such a bewildered expression. But the fact is that a group of people who could already be called the most powerful people on the floating island were knocked down at the same time and in an instant, which frightened him. He even doubted how the equipment on his body, which was said to be able to fight against gods, could not even deal with a human on the surface. Is this the equipment that was left in the warehouse for too long and got damaged? Seeing that his celestial beings were in a dilemma, Guardian Ada came to the rescue and said, "Step back, loyal members of the guard. This magician has proven that he has no intention of fighting you. Otherwise, with that blow just now, I doubt many of you will survive. So stand down." In exchange, I gave him the opportunity to see the Miser Energy Core with his own eyes. But I haven't received the reward I deserve yet. So I still have a lot to talk with this magician. If you want to listen, let the chief come over. Or at least the second one. His knowledge of magic, especially tower science, is not deep enough. So he can't understand the conversation between us. Ada gave a step. Even if the heavenly people want to be stubborn, they have to consider whether they have the strength. Simply follow Ada's instructions and retreat. And quickly report to the superior and ask the chief or second in command to come over. As soon as the soldiers left, Ada immediately turned to look at someone who was showing off, and asked, "How is it, now that you have calmed down? Can you move?" Realizing that his situation was completely under the opponent's control, Lin did not ask. Why not let others take the opportunity to attack? It's too pretentious to ask that kind of thing. They are obviously showing goodwill. And asking this question is just to take advantage. However, with his situation under such control, Lin was curious about another thing. He couldn't help but say, I am becoming more and more interested in the world in your eyes. This sentence is of course the reason why someone's physical condition is controlled. It is said that among Lin's various environmental detection modes, none of them can tell whether someone is in a state of muscle soreness. It is okay to have violent fluctuations in brain waves, but there are many reasons for fluctuations, and it is not necessarily possible to know exactly what emotions a certain fluctuation of the other party represents. To achieve this level, there must be enough comparison samples targeting the same target. It is impossible to make such an accurate judgment on someone you meet for the first time. Of course, Ada could tell where the doubt in someone's words was directed, but she pretended to be stupid and didn't answer, and just said with a smile, Your Majesty the Great Magician, what about the thing you promised? I was reminded again, but this time using a rather polite honorific. Lin couldn't help but wonder if the demonstration just now had an effect. But don't be in a hurry to fulfill your promises to others. After all, Ada had just prompted the group of people to leave and asked them to come. What if I had told the Guardian in front of me my thoughts before being called? After people come, they have to reiterate the ideas they just sorted out. It is a waste of saliva and time. As for whether the fight will start again after the people arrive, that's another matter. Lin still had a question in his heart, so he simply took this opportunity to ask it. Said, Actually, there is a question I have always wanted to ask. That is, what is the purpose of the floating island appearing at such a time? Guardian Ada's eyes widened, as if she was a little confused by someone's divergent topic. But Lin still said, The 5 floating islands disappeared in ancient times, which also caused the collapse of the magic empire. Hidden until now, a floating island suddenly appeared to assist humans in fighting the evil coalition. To do this, there should be some reason. Ada returned to her normal expression and said with an arrogant look, So what if I know? Are you going to default on your debt? Magician? Spreading his hands, Lin said, Of course not. If you agree, you agree. I still have this credit, but you can choose to say more or less depending on the situation. After all, the help I received was only for me to do it myself. It's just a matter of seeing Mithrin. I didn't get the blueprints or any data. Right. Chapter 1589 The Purpose of the Floating Island. The exchange between magicians is reciprocal. This is a principle that has not changed since ancient times. But here's where it gets interesting. What counts as equivalence? Who defines value? Even if you are from a certain place where people come from, most people are accustomed to a social environment where prices are clearly marked. And people who buy things still find them too expensive, and those who sell things think they are cheap. The so-called market mechanism is actually a statement that deceives some inexperienced children, who does not know the advantages of oligopoly, or even monopoly, in buying and selling. So, under the premise that Ada only agreed to let the other party come to the Mithrin nuclear area, and had no guarantee that the other party would be able to see anything, was it too much to take it for granted that he asked the other party to reveal all the ideas he had gained? Just because the other party really sees something, you can't use this as a condition to require the other party to give equal knowledge in exchange. What the other party gets depends on the other party's ability. And what you pay for yourself is the key. Let's just say that the other party looked at Meiseningha but couldn't understand it. And if he got nothing, would he give up asking for the reward? Ada asked herself. Especially since the other party is not someone who can be manipulated. Those heavenly soldiers who were scared away prove this point. Besides, the other party has the ability to freely enter and leave the floating island, and even the ability to enter the Meiser energy nuclear area without alerting anyone or any device, as long as they can't block it. Whatever they want to do to the other party is delusional. In fact, if Lin knew this idea, he would only laugh at the Guardian for being so naive. If he were a real person, he would definitely be thinking about how to take advantage of others and how to avoid paying bills. Perhaps feeling the other party's embarrassment, Lin added another explanation and said, I want to know the purpose of the floating island. In fact, I also want to know whether your position will harm the human side. If so, I will definitely have reservations. After all, I don't want to create too strong an opponent for myself. But if you don't have this intention, there is even room for cooperation in the future. Then who wouldn't welcome a more powerful partner? You are right, Lord Ada. This was like an excuse to go down the stairs, which reassured Ada a little. Of course, Lin also considered whether the other party might hide the real evil purpose and find any excuse to stop it. However, the floating island that had not appeared for thousands of years suddenly appeared, and instead of staying aloof, it directly participated in the major events related to the lost land. In this case, if you just find an excuse and expect others to believe it, you will treat everyone as an idiot. So if the other party comes up with an incompetent reason or insists on not saying anything, then it is reasonable to suspect that something is going on. If it is open, that is also a good thing. As a traveler, of course, I understand the truth that free is the most expensive. That kind of giving without asking for anything is not something that everyone can accept calmly. As long as the floating island stated its purpose, it was like setting a price. Then we could all discuss whether others can accept it, and to what extent they are willing to accept it. This will make everyone feel confident. It seems that the current cooperation between the Vader military and the floating island is only superficial. In fact, everyone is still doing their own thing. The biggest reason is that the military cannot fully believe in the position of the floating island. And of course, it is impossible to leave the back to such an ally, even if they cooperate to trap and kill people from the evil camp. The strategy is such that either party can withdraw at any time, and it won't have much impact. If this ally is actually a member of the devil's side, looking for an opportunity to perform a backstab, what will the human side do? This possibility is not entirely non-existent. Anyone who has reached such a high level in politics will not be a little white rabbit who can be slaughtered by others. Even if they don't eat people, they will choose to protect themselves first. Of course, we will be wary of such allies who appear suddenly and seemingly want nothing. Isn't it because my request was very big and I directly gave the limit early on, which scared old Kawei Gong so much that he didn't dare to come to his door? Otherwise, according to the old Mandarin, if he catches a living person, he will be tortured to the point of illness if he is not ill, and he will be tortured to death if he is ill. Perhaps Lin's reasons were too strong, and Ada finally realized the floating island's position and was a little embarrassed by the current human camp in the lost land. So she decided to express her needs. Requiring the floating island to participate in the war is the decision of the Supreme Council, which is also my decision. The reason for making such a decision is that I hope that after the war, or without waiting until the war, the floating island can once again be restored to the surface world. Connect. That's it? Lin was really surprised this time. Just because of this reason. To fight a war that does not belong to you. If this is a petition, then it must be that the things you want are boundless. But why in Ada's mouth? The main purpose sounds like a trivial thing. If we really want to restore contact, it would be better for the two sides to contact each other by restoring trade first, rather than joining a war from the beginning. The other reason for being so anxious is that the other person is a newbie who has no experience in the world. Another reason is that the matter is quite urgent. And Ada, a guardian who has existed for thousands of years, certainly cannot be someone who is inexperienced in the world. Then the reason is the latter. But of course Ada would not finish the matter in just one sentence. She would just listen to her explain the cause and effect of the matter, according to someone's simple understanding. It is a floating island that escapes from the lost world and pursues a perfect social system. This system rationally allocates everyone to all needs, while those low-end, low-level, repetitive tasks that do not require creativity are handed over to golems or magic devices to perform. Coupled with the strength of the floating island, it seems to have no natural enemies and has been developing steadily to this day. Then the problem arises. I won't go into detail about the harm caused by class solidification to society. In the past, on the floating island, as soon as a child was born, the path he should take until his death would be determined based on each child's abilities. The current floating island goes a step further, from the moment a child is born. Depending on what kind of family the child is born into, the path he will take until his death is determined. The reason for the transition from the former to the latter is that the heavenly beings on the floating island discovered that the education of a child's environment will affect a person's development more than personal ability. No matter how well an outstanding child born to working parents is raised, the chance of him becoming an outstanding leader is slim. No matter how bad a child from a leader's family is, he will still have a certain standard after inheriting his parents' status. But it is this system of choosing the best solution that has gradually led the floating island to an indescribable situation. Ada couldn't explain why. She just knew that if this continued, it would be very bad. So she spent a long time thinking about it, discussed it with the gods on the island, and tried one solution after another. But the situation has not improved. In the end, Ada made a decision that everyone in heaven had opposed before, which was to lift the closed state of the floating island. In addition to reconnecting with the surface world, there is even a need for deeper communication, including business transactions, population mobility, intermarriage, etc. The reason why such a decision was made is because all methods agreed upon by gods and humans have been tried, but they have not helped to change the status quo, and they can't think of any more ways. It can be said that from the standpoint of heavenly beings, they are at the end of their rope. So Ada decided to implement methods that the gods originally disagreed with. According to the tacit understanding between the Supreme Council, that is, Ada, the guardian of the mystic nuclear power, and the Council, the highest decision-making organization for the heavenly people. Multiple people take turns to be the speaker, and do not refute each other's orders. The floating island Eda lifted after being in a closed state for thousands of years. He entered the war against the abyssal camp as soon as he appeared. In fact, this was not because Floating Island deliberately participated in the war, but because their location was near the battlefield. And because although the floating island can be moved, the degree of freedom is not as high as outsiders imagine. For a new force that wants to integrate into the surface world, it seems unreasonable to just stand by and watch when a war breaks out as soon as it appears. Therefore, the floating island's participation in the war became an unavoidable option. But the behavior of the heavenly people was also quite conservative. The so-called conservatism here does not mean that the gods do not contribute on the battlefield, or that they retain their strength. Although at the beginning, Tianran did not aim to destroy the enemy, but if he didn't know how to run after being beaten, then his attitude of being helpless if he was beaten to death was also quite obvious. Until recently, geniuses have deliberately pursued lethality, striving to annihilate their enemies in every battle. However, the battle between the heavenly beings will not leave the scope of returning to the floating island within one day. They don't camp out overnight, no matter how late the battle goes. The celestial beings will return to the floating island to rest after cleaning up the battlefield. This kind of attitude is what someone calls conservative. It also made the threat of heavenly beings and floating islands in the eyes of the evil camp change from extremely high to extremely low. However, Floating Island never thought about changing this situation. Although Guardian Ada has the command authority of the Supreme Council, she only has such power within the island. Once outside the island, the gods still decide for themselves, and Ada can't even object. In fact, when Lin was halfway through listening to the Guardian's story, he roughly guessed what the problem facing the floating island was. But it was polite to let someone finish what they said. Besides, Lin was not 100% sure whether the situation was what he imagined, so he patiently acted as a listener. In the end, he listened to Ada show off with the disgusting feeling of having his mouth filled with shit. It felt like listening to a fat, rich man saying, "I eat delicacies from the mountains and seas every day, so I'm overweight. What should I do?" Faced with the troubles of such a rich man, Lin Bu was already polite enough by complaining. So how could he help the other party think of a solution? Besides, Ada herself had come to a conclusion. She said this not to ask for help from a certain magician, but just to show that she had no ill intentions towards the lost world. Therefore, Lin Zai promised that he was willing to convey such goodwill to Floating Island and hide the current difficulties facing Floating Island, to promote cooperation between the surface world and floating islands. It's just that Lin only serves as a microphone. Formal envoys still require the two parties to appoint candidates from each other, and he cannot be the representative of a magician. Ada readily accepted the extra help. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as someone takes the initiative, everything that happens next will be a matter of course. Ada had no reason to refuse, and certainly would not refuse. After all, they paid their reward long ago. Chapter 1590 New Magic Stone Energy Pool. Lin had thought about giving Ada a set of books related to sociology from his hometown, such as Marxism-Leninism, capitalism, and the wealth of nations. But in the end, he didn't do it because he remembered the other guardian. So after finishing his proposal and getting approval, Lin looked at Ada, who maintained a proud expression with interest, and said, "This is really interesting. The previous guardian I knew. She thought about it all day long, how to wipe out all the silver-beard dwarves. Are you thinking about how to continue and let the floating island develop well for the sake of the guardians on the island?" Ada also remembered what the magician in front of her had said about the behavior of another guardian, Lupita. She maintained a dignified and unattainable expression and said, "Why do you think the attitudes of the guardians should be the same?" This rhetorical question suddenly made Lin stupid, because in the various science fiction works such as film and television novels that he came into contact with. AI has reached the extreme level, and will come to the conclusion of destroying human beings or dominating them, so as to prevent human beings from destroying themselves. This is just like the ridiculous situation where the magistrate police, in order to prevent people from committing suicide, shot each other first and eventually died. But AI training is a matter that requires patience and care. If you go astray at the beginning, there will be no way to correct it later except giving up. For example, if a picture of a dog is defined as a cat from the beginning, then the trained AI will always regard the dog as a cat. It's almost impossible to change, unless you find the training phase before the dog was defined as a cat. Start over. Of course, the AI here is weak artificial intelligence. Real strong artificial intelligence still belongs to the stage of imagination. And the things and problems that will happen also only exist in imagination. But the same question is, no matter what kind of training data is given, will AI that is a strong artificial intelligence still come to the same conclusion? Those films, TV novels and other works are pessimistic, which is understandable. After all, if you have an optimistic attitude and both the princess and the prince can live a happy life in the end, then the work still has to go. It's no big deal if you don't have to break up, if there's no conflict in the story. It's a big deal if the work doesn't sell well. It's the military counselor in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. When he talks to people, he doesn't use the words, "You are in great danger," as an opening. After a little understanding of Ada's good intentions, Lin did not dare to take out books on this doctrine or that doctrine. If you can really find some solution from it, then forget it. I'm afraid that the Guardian will be led astray again. And then, I won't know how to clean up the mess. No matter how extreme the Guardians of Iron City are, they can at most kill the entire Silverbeard dwarves. Once the Guardian of the floating island goes astray, no matter how easy it is for someone to come and go, if the floating island is bombarded wherever it floats, the lost world will be destroyed even if it is not finished. Considering things don't get much better when they get better, they get a lot worse when they get worse. It then becomes self-evident what someone's best choice is. I didn't dare to continue such a topic to avoid getting burned. Fortunately, this embarrassment did not last long, and the chief and secondary officers of the floating island came to the Mizran nuclear zone, and each of them also brought an entourage. The two main figures are both members of the Floating Island Council, but they also have other official positions. That is, the General Advisor and Secondary Advisor of Magic on the island. Magic is a legacy left over from the ancient magic empire, including magic, magic circles, magic creations, etc. In this knowledge, the most authoritative person is the General Advisor, and the second most authoritative person is the Secondary Advisor. Logically speaking, such a position should be considered based on the person's ability and qualifications. But in the current floating island, these two positions represent two families, and they are certainly the two most powerful families on the floating island. But Lin didn't want to worry about whether the other party was genuine or not. If you come from such a family and sit in such a position, you can't be an uneducated fool. There is a basic level, and the rest is left to the staff. I didn't expect that they each brought so many people. Now that all the characters are here, Lin no longer dwells on the purpose of the floating island. He readily shared all his insights from the missile energy core and his thoughts on the new magic stone energy pool. Considering that the floating island will not become a life and death enemy in the future, I also have the intention of recruiting such a helper. And with Ada's assistance, this academic discussion can be considered quite enjoyable. At least the people who come here are not the kind of arrogant people who, when they see people on the surface, ask them to kneel down and lick them gratefully. This may be the impact of overturning their soldiers in divine attire in one fell swoop, while still leaving some room to spare. It would be troubling if they just wanted to regain their place. Whether such an attitude is superficial or comes from the heart, it is always a good thing for someone. As long as there is no unnecessary conflict, you don't need to tolerate the other party's attitude like eating shit. Even if it is hypocritical, it can be accepted. The central structure of the new magic stone energy pool is composed of multiple magic stones, and mainly provides power. The structure and rules here are the easiest to explain and understand. The key point lies in the word balance. The most basic and elementary structure consists of at least 5 magic stones. 4 red-level magic stones are placed at the 4 endpoints of a regular triangular pyramid, which is in the shape of a regular tetrahedron, and 1 magic stone with a grade higher than the red-level one, that is, at least orange ingot level, is placed in front of it. The 4 magic stones are equidistantly located in the center. The total power of the magic stones arranged in this way will be lower than the sum of 4 red level magic stones plus 1 orange ingot level magic stone. But this specially arranged magic stone can be regarded as 1. The reason why we know this conclusion is that Lin had done relevant research a long time ago. Since the total amount of power that can be used has decreased, the research on the special arrangement of the magic stones has been abandoned. It was then determined that it was not enough to have magic stones with endpoints. There also had to be a core magic stone in the center in order for such a group of magic stones to form a whole. The 4 magic stones at the end do not necessarily have to be of the red brilliance level, but the 4 must be consistent in order to increase their level. The center magic stone must also be at least 1 level higher than the end magic stones. This is also a mandatory restriction. The magic stones arranged at the end points do not necessarily have to be arranged in a regular tetrahedron, as long as they are regular polyhedrons. And it can also be layered. And the layout of each layer does not necessarily have to be the same. But the condition is that the outer layer must have more endpoints than the inner layer, but not vice versa. That is to say, in addition to the core magic stone, you can first arrange a layer of regular tetrahedrons, and then cover it with a layer of regular hexahedrons, for a total of 12 magic stones. The grade of each layer of magic stone must be the same. And it also follows the restriction that the grade of the inner layer is higher than that of the outer layer. By doing this, although the 12 magic stones plus 1 can be combined into a total of 13 magic stones, the total amount of power will be lower than if used separately. As for how much lower it is, it depends on the overlap angle between the 2 floors. The reason why this research was abandoned in the first place was not only the reduction in the total amount of power that could be used, but also the natural recovery ability of magic stones after partial consumption. A single magic stone is superior to multiple magic stones that are composed of a whole. In other words, the most efficient way to use magic stones is to use them one by one. If the power of a magic stone is not enough for use, then choose a higher grade magic stone, or a larger magic stone that has been specially cut, unless there is a last resort, such as when the selection of magic stones in his hand is limited and higher output is needed. Lin will use this wasteful way to use magic stones. But to be honest, basically when someone has the ability to do this kind of research, they have never encountered such a forced situation. This method of composition of magic stones, which was originally thought to be useless. If a group of 6 obelisk devices in the missile energy core are added, it can produce a completely reborn effect in someone's simulation calculations. Although the total amount of power is still lower than the sum of the individual stones, the natural resilience of the magic stone will be greatly improved. It can be explained in a numerical way that when the daily magic stone consumption is generally less than 5%, the daily recovery amount is enough to make up for the consumed part. That is to say, this way of use can achieve a pseudo-perpetual motion mode with 0 consumption of magic stones. As for the magic stone group paired with the obelisk device in the Mithrin core, as long as the daily consumption is less than 20%, it can achieve a 0 consumption pseudo-permanent mode, 4 times the amount of recovery. Plus the fact that the magic stone group can be composed of a large number of low-grade magic stones, makes it possible for the power output of the magic stone group to be higher than that of a single purple-level magic stone. So in the use of magic stones, it can be said to be a revolutionary breakthrough. It's just that the technical level and material value of the obelisk device in the Miser energy core are not low at all. It can even be said to be so high that even the magicians who specialize in building magic towers may not understand it. In this case, it would be a bit wishful thinking to popularize such a device. But the obelisk device used for the Miser energy core is used to integrate thousands of energy pools as the core. It is the highest grade purple transformation magic stone. Not only can magic stones below the purple transformation level not be able to serve as the core, nor can building an energy pool replace the core. In other words, the obelisk device can completely reduce its specifications and use other magic materials to replace it for a corresponding size of magic stone group. These can all be completed through calculation and matching design. A new magic stone energy pool is to be created for use in a standard 3-story, 1-pool magic tower. According to calculations, its material cost will not be lower than that of traditional energy pools, and it will even take up much more space than traditional models. But the advantage is that it saves you the time of searching for energy pools and strange items. You must know that the biggest factor restricting the number of magic towers in Midland is that it is very difficult to find strange objects that can be used to create energy pools. Many magicians who own these rare objects also treasure them as family heirlooms. Even if their generation cannot use them, they may be able to use them if their descendants or disciples are able to build a tower. Even Lin himself has such rare items in his collection. And there are two of them. One is the World Tree seed obtained from the World Tree. This seed also comes with the coordinates of an alien plane. It means that as soon as this seed falls to the ground, a World Tree will definitely be planted. The other was an indescribable stump that was sealed and strictly kept. Needless to say how dangerous this thing is. Even Lin Orphan now feels a little guilty when seeing this thing. Chapter 1591 Flaws of Edda. No matter who they are, these two things are something that can be encountered but cannot be sought. If Lin can get it, he can't get it by throwing money at it. Obtaining any of these will have its own circumstances or corresponding dangers to face. After that, even if Lin offered a large reward, he still couldn't find the third rare object, let alone buying it. There is not even half of the confirmable news. All the magicians who collect rare items tightly keep the news secret. Now it can be replaced by magic stones to create an energy pool for the magic tower, even though it has not been experimentally verified. As soon as this news gets out, it is estimated that there will be an earthquake in the land. The impact is far greater than the impact of forums and banks. And it is a far-reaching earthquake. Moreover, this design can also cooperate with the reduction of the function and scale of the magic tower, lower the design standards of the magic stone group, and save money, labor and trouble. If one only needs to build a war tower that meets the standards of the old Kagong, the cost of the matching magic stone energy pool will be less than 1/10 of the traditional energy pool. The difficulty of construction and the difficulty of collecting materials are extremely different from the traditional form. Especially the traditional magic tower actually spends a lot of effort on how to restrain the traditional energy pool so that it does not get out of control, or when it is on the verge of losing control, such as when a large amount of power is extracted. There are control or suppression methods to avoid real misfortune. A magic tower that uses a new type of magic stone energy pool has no such concerns, and naturally does not need corresponding devices. This saves a lot of effort, materials, and space to set up the device. If we really want to talk about shortcomings, the new magic stone energy pool is not without any shortcomings. That is, once the power consumption exceeds the design upper limit, it may cause irreversible over-extraction of the magic stone group, even until it is drained dry. At this time, you can only discard the drained magic stones and replace them with new ones. This is because the power reserve of the traditional energy pool, compared to the consumption of the magic tower, is like building a nuclear power plant just to supply an air conditioner. Even if I say it very boldly, I will open 10 of them at once, because there is a power plant behind it. 10 air conditioners are at the level of drizzle. But the magic stone energy pool is like a generator set with a power limit. If the usage limit is exceeded, the machine may stop working. At this time, let alone the air conditioner, the electric fan cannot be turned on. In order to avoid such a situation, the reserve amount must be taken into consideration when designing the power capacity of the magic stone energy pool. Increasing the capacity will correspondingly increase the cost and manufacturing difficulty. How to decide between these choices depends entirely on the wisdom of the builder. This is not like the energy pool of a traditional magic tower. After a certain magical item is obtained, the supporting measures must be meticulous and the best. It is impossible to cut corners or use cheaper and more trouble-free methods, because once safety is ignored, the consequences are not just an explosion of the energy pool. There is a huge chance that the entire magic tower will be blown up to the sky with him, and it may also have an unpredictable impact on the labyrinth ground. In the early history of Lost Land, there were many times when the magic tower's energy pool had problems. In the end, it was the gods-level figures who came out to clean up the aftermath, and ordinary people couldn't get involved at all. As for the losses, there is no need to say more. According to estimates from the records of MIDI, Ling can directly use atomic bombs as units to simulate. For example, in a certain year, month, and place, the magic tower exploded and destroyed the 3 kingdoms, which was equivalent to the power of 10 little fat people. This part is certainly Lin's understanding. Moreover, according to field surveys, the actual scope of the impact is not much different from the records. Although the explosion of the magic tower energy pool did not contain radioactive dust, it seems that it will not cause trouble for long. In fact, the construction of energy pools involves dimensions or planes. Once it explodes, if left alone, the cracks in the broken space may continue to expand, eventually swallowing out the entire lost land and causing the destruction of the world. That's why a god-level existence is needed to come forward and deal with it, even if the space cracks are closed and repaired. Normal creatures may not be able to live in the land that has been impacted by chaotic energy. Not to mention that not a single blade of grass will grow. Even just entering it may disrupt body functions, and eventually lead to death. But the power of the lost creatures is far beyond the imagination of a certain time traveler. There are also creatures that are adapted to survive in such an environment. The destructive power of these creatures is not inferior to that of king-level monsters. Or even worse. Fortunately, creatures that have adapted to such an environment will in turn be unadapted to living in normal areas. So it's no surprise that they are wreaking havoc in the world where ordinary people live. If we want to talk about the advantage of the magic stone energy pool, it is that there is no worry about exploding the traditional energy pool. This is not to say that the magic stone energy pool will not explode. But it is more likely that the power will be drained directly. Even if it does explode, the consequences and subsequent impacts will not be that serious. In a relatively short period of time in reality, Lin had integrated the technology of the Miser energy core in front of him and perfected the design of his magic stone energy pool to a certain extent. Even the simulation tests passed smoothly, leaving only actual verification. In order to explain to Guardian Ada, as well as the chief and second-in-command of magic on the floating island, Lin also told his own experience as much as possible and proposed 3 models of design templates. They are the basic 5-stone energy pool, which is the minimum tetrahedral energy pool design with 4 red and 1 orange. An advanced layered energy pool. However, it is only the basic form of the inner tetrahedron and the outer hexahedron. Finally, there is the standard energy pool that competes with traditional magic towers. At this stage, it becomes infinitely complicated, and the space required is quite large. A standard design magic tower would be difficult to fit on one floor. In fact, when explaining these contents, the understanding ability of the people on the floating island was not weak. But they still spent a lot of time. The most important thing is that the magic knowledge that Lin studied and the magic knowledge of heavenly people are 2 sets of knowledge that have been separated for a long time. Each has its own system, and there are many differences in the proper nouns. In order for both parties to understand, Lin had to explain in a different way, which was more difficult than teaching a child from scratch. Sometimes they even treat the other party as if they don't know anything and explain everything from scratch. But often when the story reaches a certain level, the other person suddenly says, this is what it is. Let the 2 sets of knowledge finally match up and understand each other. What is more fortunate is that the heavenly people on the floating island are not ignorant of mathematics. Lin did not test how high their mathematics proficiency was. But at least if addition, subtraction, multiplication and division are replaced with concepts that humans can understand, the 4 arithmetic operations will be no problem. Therefore, Lin generously handed over the formula for calculating the power capacity of the magic stone group. However, whether they can use it and whether they can calculate it is no longer within their own business scope. In fact, if the heavenly beings on the floating islands, who think highly of themselves, admit that their knowledge of magic is not as good as that of a surface magician, they will not be able to do it anyway. Therefore, many of the things Lin explained were memorized by rote, and they did not really understand. Fortunately, there are 3 sets of design drawings for the magic stone energy pool. Even if they can't use formulas to deduce new designs for certain needs, at least they have these 3 sets of drawings that they can copy. And don't think that the basic 5-stone energy pool is inconspicuous and is of no use at all. In fact, Lin has also been considering the design of portable multi-barrel rotating machine guns that fire energy bombs. The biggest factor limiting this weapon is that it consumes a lot of power. Using 2 high-grade magic stones is a pure waste, because high-grade magic stones have many uses. They are difficult to replace with low-grade magic stones. But if low-grade magic stones can be used to form a limited-capacity magazine, then the usability and portability of the multi-barreled machine gun can be greatly improved. But these methods of use, of course, have nothing to do with the heavenly beings on the floating island. As for why the gods value this technology so much, Lin actually has a guess. This is related to the weakness of the floating island. So the gods did not relent in this regard. They just showed their emphasis on technology. Don't look at the floating island, which has a Miser energy core as its core, connecting thousands of energy pools on the island. Comparing this to the situation in my hometown, it is not a mere power plant level configuration at all. It is probably a nuclear fusion power plant, the kind that can support the consumption of an intercontinental continent. Logically speaking, with such a large amount of power support, the defense of the floating island should be impregnable, and an attack can destroy the country in one strike. However, Judging from the recent battles on the floating island, even if a large number of enemies are within the attack range of the standard magic tower, the floating island has never used magic to directly attack and kill a large number of enemies at once. They all send out celestial troops to cooperate with the empty whales to encircle, annihilate and strangle them. In addition, the floating island cannot move freely, and its movement speed is not fast. These two things made Lin realize that perhaps the energy demand of the floating island is still quite embarrassing. After all, in order for an island of such a large mass to float in the air, there are daily defensive barriers and concealment magic that need to be maintained. Even if it appears at the moment, the consumption of invisible magic can be saved, and it is estimated that more investment has been invested in protection. It seems that the energy distribution on the floating island is stretched to the point of being stretched. This is also because Lin noticed that the layout of the magic tower and energy pool on the island is quite unreasonable. The area where the Miser energy core is set up and the layout and proportions of various devices are so exquisite that they look like works of art. However, the magic buildings on the island are built wherever they come up, with no reasonable planning at all. When you first look at it, you will be shocked by such a huge cluster of magic towers. But at the second glance, it just looks messy and has no sense of beauty at all. Don't underestimate the issue of aesthetics. In someone's hometown, in classical aesthetics, the beauty of a thing means that it conforms to certain mathematical laws, like the famous golden ratio. It is widely used in various fields. It can be as large as the pyramid, or as small as the human body structure or the distribution of facial features. It complies with the laws of mathematics, which means that even if such a layout is not an optimized configuration, at least it will not have too many problems with balance. However, in Lin's opinion, this floating island completely failed to meet the most basic requirement. In addition to the various magic buildings in a mess, more importantly, there is no extra space on the island to build new magic towers. Chapter 1592, The Last Pride of Heavenly Beings. Without a new magic tower, no new energy pool can be created. The floating island's energy demand is still in short supply, and many design features may not be available. Even though the functions are online, everyone is using them very hard and with fear. However, in Lin's opinion, these may not be fatal flaws. The really bad part is the layout of the magic tower and energy pool on the floating island. When Lin was designing the magic stone energy pool and conducting simulation experiments, he had noticed that different layouts of the magic stones would give the magic stone group, which could be viewed as a whole, different power capacities. A poor layout may also have the opposite effect of inhibiting each other, causing a significant decrease in the total amount of power. Therefore, the most ideal layout design is in the form of a regular polyhedron. The magic stones are evenly distributed at the endpoints, and they are equidistant from the core to provide the maximum amount of power. Therefore, some strangely shaped and concave polyhedrons will not work. In the case of multiple layers, the fitting angle between each layer must be considered. The selection of angles is also based on the two concepts of equidistance and balance. The crooked condition is definitely not good enough. In other words, the energy pools on the floating island were gathered at the Miser energy core, and they did not exert their maximum value and provide the maximum amount of power. Even the power supply of some energy pools will offset each other due to poor layout. The main reason for this result is that although the energy pool can theoretically provide unlimited power, the transmission channel does not. The structure of the magic stone group is a very close composition, and there is no interference between them. Therefore, by simply calculating the distance between the core and the endpoint, you can get the optimized result. But when zooming in to the entire floating island, physical transmission channels are needed to link the energy pool of each magic tower with the Miser energy core. The layout of energy pools and channels will have different effects on them and their mutual benefits. Besides, each energy pool is also responsible for the consumption of the magic tower it belongs to, and not all of it will be supplied to the Miser energy core. In addition, it is impossible to fully operate, with the purpose of draining the energy pool over and over again. The power that can be gathered into the energy core is extremely limited. Lin also noticed that the configuration of the magic tower in a certain area on the floating island was clearly planned. Moreover, the magic arrays on the magic tower group also vaguely form a whole. For example, the protective barrier for the defense of the entire floating island should come from here. There is also a super large attack magic circle. Although I have never seen it used on the floating island, its oppressive power is 100%. And judging from the internal defense layout and the magnificence of the architecture, That location should be where various key organs on the floating island are located. But the rest of the development is barbaric, and can be described as horrific. It can be imagined that at the beginning, the floating island was properly planned. However, after such a long time, it is certainly impossible for the floating island to maintain its original appearance. For the subsequent additions, I don't know if the unworthy descendants have forgotten the key points to pay attention to when building a magic tower on the island, or because of other pressures. The planning cannot be perfect. This kind of thing is not surprising in the hometown of a certain traveler. Everything was imagined perfectly during the planning stage. When it comes to the implementation stage, a senior executive here comes up with an opinion. A senior executive there comes up with an idea. And yet another senior executive comes up with an idea. In the end, describing it as neither fish nor fowl is putting it mildly. And this is the situation encountered by the floating island in front of us. Although most of the content is just someone's guess at the level of storytelling through pictures. But Lin Yu is confident that from his own perspective, he should be inseparable. At most, it's just a matter of human relations and sophistication. I don't know if the situation on other floating islands is better or worse. Lin also asked Ada and the two chief and second-ranking magicians who came here if they knew about the situation on other floating islands. The way they behaved when asking questions was not as if they were keeping silent, but as if they really didn't know. Lin didn't go into details. On the one hand, it was also because he saw a floating island. The island's defense and concealment design should have the most original version, which is the magic circle that Lin believed belonged to the central area. If we go back and analyze these magics, and then reversely crack them, we should be able to find clues to other floating islands. Of course, Lin didn't think that the miser energy cores on the other 4 islands could be any different from Ada. Even if there is a difference, it shouldn't be too big. However, Lin is still curious about the social form on the island and the changes that have occurred after being separated from the surface world for thousands of years. However, a certain traveler who thought he had said everything he needed to say encountered some minor troubles when he was about to leave. The heavenly beings on the floating island still don't give up the idea of leaving someone behind. It seems that in response to the warnings of others, the men and women who came with the chief and second-ranking master of magic on the floating island had no intention of using strong methods. This can be easily judged from their clothes. The people who come are all dressed up, not armed. But if the hard one doesn't work, then use the soft one. They used a sea of questions to keep stalling for time. Some men and women who looked very young even used sexual temptation. They were very distinctive clothes, which are very different from the style of the surface world. The key point is that they save a lot of fabric. However, in terms of color and embroidery, it is quite complicated and gorgeous. However, their body shape and appearance are similar to Ada, which is difficult for someone to describe. Although it's not unattractive, it's not a popular dish. There is a kind of beauty that I don't know how to appreciate. If I were 20 years younger, in that era of thinking with a small head, I might have the mentality of trying something new if it is delivered to my door. But now, although my physical function is better than before and not worse, my mentality is completely different. So when faced with various temptations, Lin pretended to be dumbfounded and refused to react normally. If someone hints more clearly, they can use the different habits on the surface and the floating island as an excuse to say that they don't understand the hint given by the other party. This is true anyway. Although the previous behavior of the heavenly beings was not that of being aloof and giving alms to the people on the surface. But when it comes to love between men and women, rather than the field of knowledge, that feeling comes out again. Not to mention that they are willing to condescend and get close to me. What an honor it is for a surface person. Some people don't know whether it's because of their poor psychological quality, or because they haven't set up a condom beforehand. They look like they're sleeping with monkeys, and I'm not happy about it. With an unconcealed expression of disgust on their faces. Haven't they ever thought that a monkey's heart is also made of flesh? And it can get hurt if you understand it. Anyway, Lin thought that he had gone beyond the outline and talked a lot, even giving calculation formulas that he didn't originally intend to talk about. It was none of his business whether those guys who had been locked up in ivory towers and had been proud for dozens of generations understood it, and whether they wrote down the words they didn't understand. Not to mention the wonderful thing of being able to teach someone. The most annoying thing in the world is teaching people. Therefore, Lin, who felt that he had fulfilled his responsibilities, allowed the heavenly beings to experience for a time what it was like for the lost people on the surface to be helpless with the flash technique. He flashed away and returned to his home in the holy city of Starry. I went to the kitchen and poured myself a few large glasses of water. A man who insists that he does not have the character to teach others has just wasted a lot of saliva. I couldn't even get a cup of tea to quench my thirst on the way, so I couldn't help but criticize the floating island's hospitality. It's just that someone didn't think about it. For an uninvited guest, it was very polite for the floating island not to kick him out. I still hope that I can be treated like an emperor. As for that contradiction, I won't say much. Although I have repeatedly emphasized that I am not a good teacher. Whenever I have the opportunity, I will talk about myself until my mouth is dry and my tongue will not stop. The reason why he didn't think about those things was because Lin was currently occupied with another worry. It seems, probably, the mission of Old Kawe Bus Agent has been completed. Although this knowledge seemed to be given for free, the essence of it was told to the gods on the floating island, including the most important calculation formulas. But Lin is not worried at all about being abused by heavenly beings or destroying the balance of the surface world. Although they have obtained the design of the magic stone energy pool, as long as they want to use it, the heavenly beings must let go of their stubbornness and regain contact with the surface. The reason is also very simple. Because Lin does not believe that the island they brought to the sky contains magic stone veins. Even if it does exist, it is estimated that they have already found a way to use it in such a long time, and it is impossible to exploit it on a large scale, or they have already mined it all. And even before the heavenly beings cut off contact with the surface in the past, they had a large reserve of magic stone materials. After such a long time, almost all that should be consumed. Even if there are any left, they are probably only a few high-grade magic stones. The biggest advantage of the magic stone energy pool is to use many low-grade magic stones together to output more and more power. Using high-grade magic stones is a complete waste unless there is such a need. As for low-grade magic stones, Lin estimated that if the heavenly people did not trade with the surface, they would only have to grab this way. And if you want to grab it, the persona you established and the support you gain from helping the evil camp will be wasted. So I was helping Guardian Ada find a reason to get in touch with the surface world. As for the old Mr. Kawe, if the old man can deal with the pressure of public opinion, that is, the Magicians Association may have the inevitable objections. Should Lin give the full set? After thinking carefully, Lin felt that he should not release all his knowledge so that everyone can design a magic tower of the size and shape they want. Besides, this is very possible, and not what everyone needs. The advantage of traditional energy pools is that the power supply is almost unlimited. So as a tower owner, do you have to choose an energy pool design that allows you to squander the power as much as you want? Or do you have to be careful about its use, for fear that you will exceed the usage limit? The shortcoming of the upper limit of the output power of the magic stone energy pool is already very clear. Although traditional energy pools have certain risks, with the development of magic tower architecture, such risks have long been within control. Unexpectedly, the Demon Alliance invaded southward and knocked down magic towers one after another. Even if the tower owner becomes ruthless and launches a suicidal counterattack, no tower will really lose control. This is proof. Chapter 1593 Opportunities brought by the War Tower. The biggest limitation on the energy pool is the magic tower itself. This is not something that the tower owner can just lift if he wants to, and then die with the whole world. And this is also the biggest reason why standard energy pools cannot be built in places other than magic towers. So, from the perspective of an orthodox magician, unless you really can't collect the rare objects that can be used to make a traditional energy pool, and you want to own a magic tower and collect other materials, you will settle for the next best thing and choose to build a new magic stone energy pool. From this point of view, after the new magic stone energy pool design comes out, it will not be popular and no one will want to use it. Of course, this is impossible. In Lin's view, the biggest supporters and beneficiaries of the new energy pool are not the magicians, but the noble lords. Because the lords don't need a fully functional standard magic tower, especially in terms of life functions. They can live in their own manner and enjoy the service of servants. Even the internal defense system is not necessarily necessary, or the design is too complicated and fancy. These deleted functions can be fully reflected in the construction cost. In the past, building a standard 3-story magic tower might have required generations of savings passed down by a magician and painstaking collection to meet the material requirements for building a tower. The financial and network potential of the nobles is far beyond what a single magician can match. The efforts of several generations of magicians may be just a few years of savings for a wealthy noble. The main reason why the nobles are unable to completely master the magic tower is not only the opposition of the Magician Association, but also the monopoly on knowledge. Those particularly rare and indispensable materials are also monopolized by magicians, especially the strange objects that build energy pools. Because this kind of thing cannot be bought with money, nor can it be dug out by just finding a piece of land casually. As long as there is a mine in the land, there are many rare things that can only be obtained by strong people risking their lives. Let's just say that it is now sealed tightly by Lin Yin. And it was the stump of the indescribable thing that almost destroyed the branch headquarters of the Magicians Association. If an experienced person were not present, and Lin, a time-traveling freak, might have turned a densely populated city into a restricted area for life. This kind of thing cannot be touched by people with low abilities, with shortcomings in professional knowledge. No matter how strong it is, it may fall into ruins. However, according to the needs of old Kawi Gong, the war tower he wanted was deliberately avoided by the word magic tower, because an old man had reckless intentions. It was just someone blocking it, and it did not need to have the full function of the magic tower. The three most basic requirements are being able to look out and monitor a certain range of areas, being able to carry out magic attacks on the area, being able to set up a smaller range of protective barriers to be used as a safe zone. This requirement is actually a combination of the three functions of a watchtower, arrow tower and barracks, hoping to use magic to implement protection. Besides wanting to reduce the number of people here, there is the chance of making mistakes. I also hope that through magic, I can see farther distances, carry out more powerful attacks, and have better protection. The other normal functions of the magic tower are not superfluous, but according to the needs and vision of the nobles, and in a state of war, they can be regarded as dispensable. It's good to have it, but it won't be a worry if you don't have it. I believe that when the cost estimate is placed in front of the old man, he will boldly delete all the dispensable functions. What kind of illusions? Weather control, permanent evil magic, and a halo that boosts morale? Wouldn't it be impossible to fight without these? And designed according to such standards, the war tower does not require many rare materials at all, and all it requires are replaceable conventional magic materials. In addition, the problem of the energy pool has been solved. That is, the three thresholds that restrict nobles from entering the field of magic towers, the Magician Association, and the scarcity of knowledge and materials. The last one has been broken through. The entire set of knowledge is in the hands of a certain great time traveler. Lin believed that even if he only released a few sets of standard war tower designs instead of all the knowledge content, it would be enough to make the noble lords collectively climax. Today's magic towers are too individual. Even if it is the same tower, it will show different styles in the hands of different tower owners. And this kind of performance is not needed by the noble lords. For the lord, the simpler and more powerful the war tower is, the better. There is no need to be complicated. As for the opposition from the Magicians Association, Lin had no intention of being on the front line and confronting the association in this regard. This should be old Kagong's responsibility, not his own, and certainly not something he can afford. Solving this matter cannot be driven by personal power or prestige. Without strong political strength, you are not even qualified to enter the ring, let alone fight in the ring. As I thought before, as long as a normal magician has the ability to build a traditional magic tower, he will never consider this castrated version. So from the standpoint of the Magicians Association, the castrated version of magic tower knowledge should not even appear, let alone study it. So what method will the old man choose to use to overcome this problem? If he wants to ignore the association's opinions and go ahead, should he follow suit? This is a very serious issue, especially if he offered to build the twin towers of the Abyss Gate in exchange. How should he refuse? This old man's support may very well be the only opportunity Lin has on the human side. If this opportunity is missed, will there be a second or third chance to get support from the human side? Of course, Lin knew that it was unrealistic to let the twin towers of Gate escape human control, not to mention that it is still in his own hands. A man who everyone thinks is not allowed to own a magic tower. But looking at this matter from a higher perspective, although humans are the protagonists of this era, they have not yet reached the level of controlling everything. When higher level wills conflict with human beings, the scene is so beautiful that Lin can't even imagine it. That worst case scenario is what Lin wants to avoid. Therefore, when revealing the plans for the twin towers of the gate to those close to him, he would always intentionally or unintentionally say that he might seek cooperation with the devil, which was clearly a threat. The main reason is that we don't want the human side to feel that they have the right to refuse, which will lead to the worst situation. But now that things have developed, Lin still feels that his future is bleak. The reason why things were successful in the past was not only that I stood in a position of assistance, and it had nothing to do with whether things succeeded or failed. But more importantly, there were interests behind those things as incentives, pushing all participants to move in the same direction. Anyone who wants to block all of this may become a victim of the general trend and be ruthlessly crushed. Be it forums, banks, or even the representative system promoted in the Karlsruhe Empire. Precisely because the benefits of change can be enjoyed by the majority of people. The minority of people with objections do not need to step forward at all. The majority of people who have tasted the benefits will take the initiative to settle the matter, even if he uses dirty methods, as long as the dirty hands are not his own. Lin Lo will pretend to be dumbfounded and pretend he doesn't know if he knows. But what we want to promote this time, the greatest benefit is not shared by the majority of people. In fact, it is not quite right to say that. If everything goes as expected, the twin towers of gates are related to the major issue of upgrading the entire puzzle. If this hurdle can be overcome, it is conceivable that everything in the entire mysterious land will undergo a step-by-step improvement. Of course, this is also a benefit to humans. But they can't see, even if propaganda is done from this perspective. It cannot be denied that while humans are improving, all creatures living on the mysterious land are also improving in the same way. In other words, such an upgrade is ultimately insensitive. The threat of Warcraft is still a threat of Warcraft. And those who are stronger than ourselves are still stronger than ourselves. The status of human beings in the entire world will not change in any way. Such a result will not drive humans to support this major project of upgrading, without the motivation of everyone's interests. Lin has always been guilty of this matter. Even deep down, I don't have much hope. This is why he will comply with the request of the old Duke Kawe to study the feasibility and construction methods of the war tower. After this is exposed or made public, it is likely to be regarded as a heresy in the Magician Association and be reviled by everyone, even if they don't dare to say it face to face. Talking about it behind the scenes is disgusting enough. Once again, this old man is probably the only ally Lin can win, so he has to fight for it. As for the man from the Southern Empire, not only have we not contacted him for a long time, but also with the implementation of the representative system, the Emperor can only be used as a decoration and cannot play any role. If you push away this opportunity, you may also push away the only chance for human beings to survive. Once, the world trees decide to launch a Lost Land version of the human purification plan. Can I still stay out of it? At that time, will it be too late to go back and help humans? Or should we just go all the way to the dark side and never look back? In fact, in the Lost Land, a certain time traveler has long been accustomed to fighting and killing. I am even more indifferent to things that are not done by my own hands. Even if it was a massacre, Lin had never done it. Although it was not done with his own hands, it was still ordered by him. I still remember that the Karlsruhe Empire, the coastal Grand Dukedom, was dug out by the robot fleet. If a huge area is dug up and contains several rich cities, will all the people on it die? Not half innocent. Although Lin insisted at that time that the power of a lord came from the people who supported him. So he was willing to stay on that land as if he was supporting him. On the surface, Lin seems to have little burden for doing such a big thing. But in fact, Lin was not completely free of psychological pressure after the incident. Although I didn't do it myself. This is a magical world. A bunch of people died unjustly. How could their ghosts not come to cause trouble for the perpetrators afterwards? No matter how many such ghosts there are, there is a former lich next to a certain time traveler. What kind of trouble can these ghosts make? But this does not mean that someone can live with peace of mind, faced with all kinds of unsolvable problems. Lin shouted in annoyance and threw himself on the big bed in the attic room. Like a child. Roll from left to right. Then from right back to left. Then he stared at the ceiling aimlessly, not wanting to think about anything. Chapter 1594 Change of Situation. Some say plans don't change quickly. When the battlefields everywhere were relatively calm, all the commanders were thinking about it, or working on ways to break the situation. Although there are signs of the mission assigned by old Kagong, he doesn't know about it yet. Lin still kept the things he got from the floating island in his hands, and did not dare to let them go. As for the floating island, it is also surprisingly silent. I don't know that the gods attach great importance to this new method, so they don't want people to know about it. Or maybe they were afraid of revealing the news, which could easily lead to the fact that the floating island was invaded, even though the invaders were a friendly party. However, the commander of the evil camp did not waste time. They were even a step ahead in finding a way to break the situation. When the fourth lord of the abyss joined the battlefield with a pair of sky-high ram horns and bulging muscles, the advantage of the strange foursome was immediately equalized when the fifth Lord of the Abyss, a gorilla with hair like flames, charged into the human army. Even the most determined regular army of the Guana Empire was still killed until it collapsed. Of course, the Empire has the means to fight against God's-level enemies. But this does not mean that they can deal with such enemies anytime and anywhere. It was not the soldiers' fault that they were caught off guard and were killed with howling ghosts and cries. The fact that they were able to organize a retreat under such circumstances was enough to prove how well-trained this legion was. Facing an Abyss Lord-level demon. Seeing that tall figure as tall as a hill charging towards you without being frightened to the point of peeing. You need to have a good psychological quality. Wadefa and the other four wanted to lend a helping hand. They used their strength instantly and really suppressed the enemy in front of them. But the opponent was still a demon at the level of the Lord of the Abyss. Although the defeat was obvious, they were not killed for a moment, giving them the opportunity to support others. As for using 1 against 2 in a battle of this level, it's a joke. The 5 demons deliberately distanced themselves from each other. Although they could not support each other, they also eliminated the possibility of Wadefa and others supporting each other. There is no one who can control 1 and 2, and directly control the 2 Abyss Lords. You really treat the other party as a puppet. In this case, even though the Lord of the Abyss, who faced the strange foursome, was killed and covered with scars, the human army paid a heavier price. A regular regiment of the Guana Empire could have been disbanded if the flag had not been snatched back. And the auxiliary army composed of supporters from all over the world were either dead or injured. And no one could escape intact. This is when they retreated into the shelter of a magic tower. The magic bombing with full attack temporarily delayed the offensive of the Lord of the Abyss, and at the same time killed the demon army in an extremely embarrassed state. In conjunction with a large-scale bombardment from the magic tower, the foursome finally had their hands free to block the 5 Abyss Lords. Especially Ma Ludialong, dressed as a samurai. He is so fast that he withstood the greatest pressure and caused the greatest damage to the demons. Finally, after the demon side could not achieve greater results, the demon army retreated, let the remnants of the human army huddle under the protection of the magic tower, and lick their wounds. Although this battle was a victory, it was not perfect in the eyes of Wolfram, the two-wolf-headed king. The biggest failure was the miscalculation of the strength of the strangely named foursome. Those mere 4 humans could actually suppress the Abyss Lord in a one-on-one situation. If they were given a little longer time, it would not be impossible to kill the king until he returned to the Abyss and waited for his resurrection. The 4 demons who were against them didn't want to admit such a thing, but they knew deep down that they were no match. Especially since the other party doesn't seem to be trying its best. This is simply an incredible thing. But by destroying one of the opponent's main forces and exchanging a little psychological frustration, the devil still made a profit. And after this battle, the human side should also retreat under the protective umbrella of the magic tower and stay quiet for a while. This battle proved that without the protection of the magic tower, the 4 weirdos alone were not enough to protect the soldiers of the army. If the human army still dares to wander outside, it will be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Although after every battle, the king who faced those 4 weirdos would look a little embarrassed, with all kinds of skin and flesh torn, broken bones and torn flesh. But as long as you don't die, this kind of injury that does not damage the original source can be fully recovered by sleeping. After gaining such an advantage, as the demon commander, the Lord of the Abyss, Wolfram was thinking about taking advantage of this good opportunity to mobilize the army to divide and surround the human side. Hiding in the shelter of the magic tower also means that human support for each other decreases, because it would be a kind of isolation for them not to dare to leave the shelter easily. As long as the demons can reasonably allocate their forces, not only can they suppress humans, but they can also freely choose to eliminate them one by one. Not only can the obstructing magic tower be demolished, but the human army can also be annihilated, as long as the human army in the north of the Wind Emperor mountain range is completely wiped out. Even if the Guana Empire in the south still has the ability to resist, it will not be as troublesome as its current opponents. It would be much easier then. Looking closer, today's battle also caused many casualties. Summoning the 6th Lord of the Abyss can also be put on the schedule. It is a pity that an Abyss evil god was originally recruited to join their invasion. The opponent even sent out a lawful team that could not be seen under other monarchs. It was very powerful, and played a lot of roles in the battle. But that one seemed to have been visited by a magician and warned. Therefore, it will not contribute any more in subsequent battles. Once the army that has been dispatched is dead, the beholder will withdraw from this mysterious land invasion war. The Abyss evil god is different from these great kings in terms of individual strength. The Maharaja's strength is superior to that of the evil god. But comparing the strength of their respective subordinates, no matter how powerful the demon subordinates the Prince absorbs, they can't compare to an army composed of fanatics. And such an army may not be of much use in the battle between the Abyss, but in the war to invade Lost Land. He is more trustworthy than anyone else. Perhaps to outsiders, the question of whether or not to trust a group of demons seems ridiculous. But to the devil, such a question is not funny at all, but is taken quite seriously. It's just that the so-called trust here is not a matter of loyalty or betrayal. It is a question of how much the subordinates can achieve out of 100 points after assigning the task. From the devil's perspective, as long as the superior maintains sufficient deterrence, there is no need to worry about betrayal by his subordinates. And this is devilish loyalty. But a demon who is willing to pay loyalty does not mean that his ability can handle everything. Especially among the group of demons, there are many people whose muscles are stronger than their brains. The practice of using recklessness to make do without ingenuity is the universal value of the Abyss. Finding a subordinate who can do things to the satisfaction of the superior demon is something that can only be met but not sought, especially during this war of aggression. Wolfram felt even more like this. Many times, it is not because of its strategic arrangement that it loses to the human commander. It was simply that the demon underneath was not strong enough to complete its strategic intentions well, so it lost the local battle. Let's just say that in today's victory, the demon army didn't play much of a role. Even on the human side, the greatest damage came from the extra Lord of the Abyss. If the demon army can play its due role, even retreat on the human side is a luxury. But in the end, some humans were allowed to escape into the magic tower, and the demons were stopped outside the protection of the magic tower. The next thing to consider is how to pull out the tower. This is different from the previous southern invasion that went smoothly. At that time, with the collapse of the southern front of the Suli Tang Empire, the tower was pulled out all the way. Each magic tower is almost alone and has no external support. In the end, it ended up being destroyed. And the tower was destroyed and everyone died. If you want to pull out the tower now, you will face a magic tower guarded by an army. And the difficulty of the strategy has more than doubled. Without military protection, as long as the troops attacking the tower dare to charge forward against the magic attack, they can always reach the tower before they die, or even invade the tower. But if there is an army guard, if you just charge hard, it is very likely that everyone will die, and you will not be able to get close to the magic tower. The difficulty of the two strategies determines that Wolfram cannot advance rashly. No matter how many demons or other Homo sapiens have taken refuge, it is not a big deal to an Abyss Lord. But if there are such casualties, but no achievements can be achieved, it will damage one's prestige. The prestige was damaged, but it was more troublesome for the princes than the physical injuries. The human heart is unpredictable, and the devil's heart is equally unpredictable. How to make up for the lost prestige, or establish higher authority, is a tireless topic for the monarchs. In comparison, recovering from physical injuries is a trivial matter for demons like them who have registered themselves in the Abyss. Even if they die or are eaten, they can be resurrected. Those with broken arms and legs can only be considered minor injuries. However, in the face of the huge difficulty of removing the magic tower, Wolfram put some of his attention on the four weirdos. Most importantly, the feeling given to it by the four people was not very human. Wolfram, who has dealt with countless Homo sapiens and is known for his wisdom, also has considerable experience in playing with people's hearts. No matter whether the other party is strong or weak, as long as there is something you want, there will be a weakness. As long as there is a weakness, it can be exploited. But those four people had none of that. No matter how much it and its companions tried with words, they could not find any trace of logic in those confusing words. It's like they are in one body with countless souls. The reason why Wolfram pays so much attention to these four people is because they actually have the ability to overpower the Lord of the Abyss. In its memory, there are only a handful of people with this ability. You might not meet one in 1,000 years, but now you meet four in one go. There is also a magician who can beat the beholder until he loses his temper. I heard that the demon king from thousands of years ago was resurrected in this era. With this in mind, Wolfram immediately began to wonder, is it a good thing to invade Lost Land through the Gate of the Abyss in this era? There is another question that they have never thought about before. That is, why did this door suddenly open? This is not a door that is waiting to be opened or is in a state of being opened, but a complete door that is enough to pass through the Lord of the Abyss. Let's just say that the Guardian Lord, who always carries a shield and looks for trouble everywhere, has still not appeared. The water behind it seemed to be deeper than I imagined. Chapter 1595 Crisis-Driven Meeting. The situation took a turn for the worse, leaving old Mr. Conway little time to hesitate. Although only one main force has been defeated now, there are only 6 main armies of the same level or stronger in the old man's hands. If one was crippled in one breath, it meant that he had lost 1/6 of his strength. It's not that there are no armies active outside of the main army, but the purpose of these small troops is to play a role and do logistics. They cannot fight a tough battle, let alone the opponent is a demon. With their equipment level, whether they can break through the defense is a question. This is also because if you fight against the devil, if you can't win a big victory, kill the devil and take the lead in cleaning up the battlefield, then the wounded soldiers and the dead are likely to become sacrifices, summoning more demons to come to the lost land. In order to ensure victory in every battle, the old Duke Conway reorganized his army and formed 6 main groups. These 6 main forces are all based on the regular legions of the Guana Empire as the backbone, together with the auxiliary troops who are properly trained and trustworthy. They have indeed achieved outstanding results on the battlefield north of the mountain range. Now that one of them is broken in one breath, the old man will be so angry that he will vomit blood. But this result is by no means the end. Old Kagong knows that the devil has found a way to defeat mankind. This method is also very simple. That is, there are enough lords of the abyss to withstand the 4 Haikiri people, and there are still manpower to attack the human troops. Except for the support and defense of the magic tower, the human army is vulnerable to the 5th Lord of the Abyss. In order to prevent the remaining main force from being defeated by the same method, they also retreated into the protection range of the magic tower under the order. But this is also not reassuring, because the main army is shrinking in defense. It means that they are in a divided state and have clear goals. The devil commander's next move will definitely be to kill enemies and demolish towers. That's what he would choose, thinking of the opponent in the demon camp. Old Kagong did not think that the opponent was a brainless fool who could not seize the opportunity. In other words, if he has any game-breaking moves in his hand, he must use them immediately. Time is not on humanity's side. Will the defeat of a main force be enough for the opponent to summon the 6th and 7th Lord of the Abyss? The old man only had 4 uncontrollable cards in his hand. The only good thing was that the 4 Haikiri people would take the initiative to meet the attacking Lord of the Abyss, and their support was very fast. But there are only 4. Old Kagong knew that there were 2.5 people who were capable of dealing with God's-level opponents on their own. He didn't dare to look for the half. The Emperor's most beloved 14th son, the Demon Prince Azad. Who knows which side this guy will help when he comes on stage? Even if he helps humans, if someone is really unfortunate, he won't be hated to death by the old man behind him. The other 2 people who can win, or at least not lose, are my granddaughter's teacher and the magician who wants something. Regarding the former demon king, old Kagong also did not dare to look for him. In addition to her considerable importance in the life system of the Church of 3 Holy Lights, which no one can touch, her own temperament cannot be controlled either. My granddaughter didn't even dare to speak to the grandfather who helped her, and she only received 2 big white eyes. If it hadn't been for this, the old man wouldn't have known that his granddaughter had such an expression. As for the magician who wants something, it's simple. Just satisfy his request. I would hesitate before, but now I don't. Because if you continue to hesitate, you may not even have the chance to hesitate in the future. Seeking approval from the Magicians Association was something that old Kagong immediately ruled out. Although neighboring branches of the Magicians Association also recruited their members to form magician troops to participate in the war. Its strength is also one of the few trustworthy among the guest armies, and it is also quite active on the battlefield. But this is because it is closely related to their lives, so they are so active. If it were a distant branch, there would be very few people who would fight demons out of passion, or if there was no urgency. And such people have already traveled long distances to the battlefield to become one of them. The widespread construction of magic towers involves the interests of all magicians, as well as the position of the Magicians Association. It is impossible for a few regions to make a decision and all magicians agree. This may be even more difficult than the Dharma Saint certification. If representatives of magicians from all over the land are gathered to discuss a charter, old Mr. Conway doesn't think he can last that long. Let's just say that the Guana Empire may not be preserved. In the past, noble lords and magicians made a convention. It was a great undertaking that involved all the forces and magicians in the whole land, and took nearly 100 years to complete. There is no such time now. Maybe others have it, but I certainly don't. But I am willing to act recklessly, and I can act recklessly. But the magician doesn't believe me. So what should I do? But you can't blame the other party for not giving yourself enough trust. Indeed, even the Grand Duke of the Empire cannot make a final decision on the ownership of the Twin Towers of the Gate. But if you can't do it yourself, there are still people behind you. It was not difficult to convince his old friend, the old emperor of the Guana Empire, Armin Kazalnia. After all, most of the empire's troops were restrained on the north side of the mountain range, huddled under the protection of the magic tower. It was difficult to even retreat back to the defense line on the south side of the mountain range. If all these troops are transferred here, what will be left of the empire? So my old friend didn't have many options. Another ally that can be won over is the emperor of the Hater Empire. Even though the Hater Empire only dispatched half of its airships in the early stages of the war, airships that mainly supported the battlefield could be said to be the safest force. But since crossing the Wind Emperor mountain range and arriving at the northern battlefield, the danger factor of the airship has skyrocketed. It started with the first military airship that was half destroyed by the orcs in the following battle. As long as the airship is too close to the ground battlefield, and the Lord of the Abyss joins the battle, as long as it is caught, it will usually not escape the fate of falling. Since joining the war in the north, the Hater Empire's airships have lost 1/5 of their number. In the war history of the Hater Empire, every loss of an airship can be called a defeat. In this kind of war where 1/5 of the airships were lost, the Empire's top officials almost had a collective brain stroke. If the status quo is not changed, losses of this magnitude will continue to grow. From the perspective of the Hater Empire, it is impossible for him to withdraw now. Because if he stops now and allows the Guana Empire to fall, he will definitely be the next one and will not be able to escape. This is different from the situation where a gambler takes in more capital in order to recover his capital after a small loss. Smart gamblers know how to set stop-loss points. But there are no stop-loss points in wars. And it is normal for the winner to take all. So once a war breaks out, no matter which side can do it, they can only grit their teeth and hold on until the end. And then bet on the other side not being able to hold on first. Therefore, the Emperor of the Hater Empire must and has reasons to support any method that can restore the situation on the battlefield, even if you have to pay a price for it. Don't forget that the Emperor of the Hater Empire is not hereditary, but elected from among the electors. But the power of the Emperor is real. Apart from changing the elective monarchy system to a hereditary system, which is a step that cannot be taken, it is difficult for the nobles and princes to stop any other things they want to do. Therefore, Old Kawe believes that the Hater Empire can also be persuaded, in order to allow the magician to participate in the war without any distractions. Old Duke Kawe decided to get the endorsement of two empires. As long as the emperor recognizes the magician's ownership of the Twin Towers, there will be a way to compete with other political forces in the land. And these are two emperors. As for letting the magician, who is not allowed to own a magic tower, occupy two towers at once, or a magic tower in a key position, would there really be any loss to the empire? That not allowed is not a formal legal agreement, but a tacit understanding between nobles and magicians. The technology exchanged is not just the key to changing the war against the Abyss. It is very likely to be the key technology that will affect the future situation of the Lost Land. Among them, the noble lords are still the biggest gainers, while the magicians are the losers. Is there any reason not to support this? Finally, and most importantly, the location of the Twin Towers of the Gate must be on both sides of the Gate of the Abyss. And the Gate of the Abyss is within the Silatang Empire. There is nothing to be hesitant about being generous to others. Even if the attack coverage of the Twin Towers of the Gate can be compared to the improved version of the Great Sage Tower in the Southwest Peninsula, it has not yet reached the borders of the Guana or Hater empires. It won't come even if it's doubled. In order to gain the support of the two emperors, the old Duke Kawe planned an unprecedented meeting. The two emperors, each leading 5 important ministers, including him, the commander of the coalition forces, and the most important figure, the great magician Gabrish Tripwood, met on an airship over the third-party territory. Old Kawe Gong is confident that he can persuade his old associates to participate. Anyway, most of the empire's political affairs have been handed over to the crown prince. If the old emperor is really prepared for any eventuality, there will not be much turmoil in the empire. The more difficult part is how to convince the emperor of the Hater Empire to attend the meeting. Therefore, the condition put forward by the old Kawe Gong was that personnel from the Guana Empire, without escort, hold a meeting on the airship of the Hater Empire. If you can't gain trust by putting your life safety in the hands of the other party, then there's probably no need to talk about other things. Let's break up the gang as soon as possible. However, this does not mean that old Duke Kawe really disregarded the safety of himself and his emperor. It goes without saying that he himself is a transcendent being. Among the participants, the most dangerous one was the magician. No one within his field of vision is absolutely safe or absolutely dangerous. It all depends on his thoughts. But the old man was also secretly angry with the magician. If something unexpected happened, he must leave with his emperor as soon as possible. It can be said that the reason why the Guana Empire promised not to bring guards is because they have more trustworthy power than ordinary guards. This kind of trust cannot be experienced by others. In other words, old Kagong understood very well that as long as the man present was not in the right mind, no amount of guards would be of any use. As long as he did not think of conflict, no amount of ambushes would be of any use. Just because time was very urgent. Among the participants, except for the emperor of the Guana Empire who knew everything, and the emperor of the Hater Empire who knew a rough idea, everyone else was put on the shelf and taken to the airship. Arriving at the destination, the important ministers of the two countries even suspected that they had offended their emperor in some way. So they planned to execute themselves secretly. Until I saw another empire's airship. Chapter 1596 Meeting Point. This operation can be regarded as a secret operation to some extent. And it is quite hasty. For old Mr. Kawe, this was also a last resort. Because he didn't want people to know that he left the battlefield. If this news got out, it would be a serious blow to morale. In any war, especially one in which defeat is already evident, the news that the commander is escaping alone will only make the army collapse faster and more violently. And no one can take care of it, even if he leaves temporarily for important matters. Old Mr. Kawe doesn't want to talk about it, because it is a fact that I left. Why I left? The answer to this question is everyone's interpretation. No matter how many words the parties involved try to explain, it may not be useful. On the side of the Hater Empire came an airship army, a formation of 10 ships. Among them, the flagship is the Emperor's chariot that cannot be easily taken out. Let's not talk about speed or attack power. Defense power is the most important point. And then, there is the gorgeous appearance. The ivory SHL makes the entire airship look as moist as pearls. And the thick hull is like a ground fortress, giving it a solid majesty. All decorations are beautifully decorated with gold and jewelry. Even the flag representing the empire and the status of the emperor was made with the most advanced silk and embroidery techniques of the kingdom of silk and floated outside the ship. Gargoyles, like gargoyles, were evenly arranged in a circle around the outside of the ship. These things are not just for decoration, but sophisticated flying golems that can fly out into battle at any time when necessary. Such a flagship, however, went through 3 stages of 100 years of design, 100 years of construction, and 100 years of perfection before it became the travel vehicle of the emperor of the Hater Empire. Even today, it continues to absorb the latest technology and continue to make modifications. Just say that the 6 propellers hanging at the stern of the ship and distributed radially allowed this old airship to achieve a speed that was not inferior to the cruising level of the new airship. Of course, it's not comparable to top speed, but it's already a considerable improvement. Half of the upper deck of this airship is open. But for the sake of speed, even though MIDI still didn't quite understand what air resistance was, the Hater Empire still built an openable and closable hatch for this airship. It is true that after closing the hatch cover, the flight speed accelerated. Now the huge hatch remains open, and there are many welcoming ceremonial knights lined up on the deck, waiting for the arrival of distinguished guests. As for the Guana Empire, what came was not the twin griffins of the Grand Duke of Kawe family, the most famous high-speed airship on the battlefield. The prefix extreme speed is more of an honorific than a description. It exemplifies the superior capabilities of the airship, for which it was so revered for its exploits. Although it has the same capabilities as the twin griffin, or the airship on it, it does not exist on the battlefield. Carrying the emperor of the Guana Empire and his important ministers to the meeting place was the airship Double-Headed Eagle belonging to the Azarnia family, the emperor's family. The airship is the sister ship of the twin griffin. Basically, any new equipment, as long as it is proven feasible on the twin griffins, will be installed on the twin eagle soon. She belongs to the emperor of the Guana Empire, but it has the same problem as its sister ships, because the internal cabin is too narrow. The riding experience can be considered torture for nobles who are greedy for enjoyment. Therefore, the emperor, who was not in good health, actually did not ride many times. But fast speed, high concealment, defense, and early warning capabilities are not to mention. When there is a mission, an airship that focuses on combat performance is more trustworthy than those who sit comfortably. So the old emperor of the Guana Empire arrived in this airship. However, the two airships approaching in the air did not dock. They are all high in the sky, keeping a certain distance from each other, maintaining the same speed, and floating slowly. The reason for not daring to stop the engine is also obvious. Turning the propeller off and on again is different from the acceleration level from slow to fast. If the opponent has any evil intentions, the double-headed eagle will definitely run away first. In comparison, the Hater Empire came with an army, and they were much more confident. The reason for no contact is, of course, that the person who organized today's meeting has not yet appeared. In order to be able to travel in secret, Old Kagong neither used the twin griffins nor asked the twin eagles to pick him up. He found another trustworthy person, who was also one of the protagonists of this meeting, the great magician Gobrish Tripwood, to pick him up. And someone's flash technique ignores spatial distance, which is perfect for doing something that requires sneakiness. Putting an elf holy robe borrowed from the world tree on the old man, the magician waited for contact before setting off. In a blink of an eye, he pulled the two of them to the rendezvous point agreed by the airship. In fact, the airship's rendezvous in the Lost Land is not like a time traveler's hometown that can have precise GPS positioning coordinates. In addition to using terrain features for triangular comparison, the main thing is to try your luck in the air. Use sight, use detection magic to capture, and then the two parties take the initiative to meet. In other words, the actual meeting point of the airships from the two empires was not at the originally agreed upon location. In addition, both sides did not stop, but maintained a slow speed in parallel. They had already left their initial position far away. But someone still took the eldest duke to the destination at once. The reason was that the design of the double-headed eagle came from him. Issues such as the back door were tacitly understood. As for the old man being taken away, whether he really didn't know or was just pretending to be stupid was not something Lin considered. Comparing one airship to a group of 10 airships, two humans suddenly appearing in the sky would not attract each other's attention at first. Even the double-headed eagle with early warning function can only warn birds above a certain size. Otherwise, small bugs and inconspicuous birds that disappear after being bumped into will trigger an alarm, and it will be endless. Humans, even two humans, are within this range. Not to mention the airship core of the Hater Empire. They still maintain the tradition of watching with human eyes, even though the lookouts have at least the ability of a magic apprentice, and their eyesight is specially selected. Their attention may not be comprehensive enough to provide 360-degree early warning at the same time. So in order to remind others that he had arrived, Lin unceremoniously spread out the night sky and directly covered all 11 airships. Doing this can also shield you from prying eyes from the outside world. Although you don't necessarily need to be so careful, it is better than nothing. For a moment shrouded in a strange dark magic barrier, the airships of the two empires did not appear panicked or unconsciously paralyzed. They have their own evasive actions. Faced with this kind of magical barrier that knows no boundaries, being reckless is not a good choice. It is very simple for a magician who can do something like this to use the magic of turning the world upside down and confusing the senses to make a charging person or airship crash into the ground. The double-headed eagle launched a magic barrier directly outside the ship. The huge sapphire blue spherical magic shield covers the entire airship. This is someone's special protective magic. Even if it is attacked by dragon flames, it can last for 10 seconds. This time was enough for the double-headed eagle to escape at full speed under the dragon flames. Of course, it was enough for her to confirm the situation in the darkness before deciding on the next step. The airship army of the Hater Empire was not slow to react at all. They immediately adjusted their formation and surrounded the Emperor's flagship from top to bottom, left, right, and front. Although the environment becomes dark, it does not blind everyone. This is their chance. At least they will not hurt friendly forces. The magician's gun port is also blooming with spiritual light, and the magician inside the ship can launch bombardments at any time. With the reaction speed of the two parties, Lin can guarantee that both parties may have been preventing the other party from causing trouble from the beginning and were fully prepared. The reason why the nerves of the two empires are so sensitive is simple. Because in the countries established after the end of the Dark Ages 7 or 800 years ago, this kind of emperor-to-emperor meeting between emperors had never happened. The king meets the king. The king meets the emperor. This kind of thing has happened before, and it happens often. But it was really the first time for an emperor to meet an emperor. Even if the emperor went on a personal expedition, the emperor would only go to the border to defend against foreign enemies. He never crossed the border, and the number of times was only a handful. Let's just say that for those emperors with great martial arts in the history of Myland, the real results of their battles were achieved by their generals. who really went out to fight and kill by themselves. Therefore, in an unprecedented meeting like this, both sides have no experience to follow. Being suddenly shrouded in a magic barrier. It was very polite not to blow up my hair directly. Old Kawei Gong looked at what a certain magician was doing, knowing that the other person wanted to give the two empires a showdown, and felt helpless in his heart. Although the purpose of this trip is to get the endorsement of the two empires to build the twin towers of the gate. But ultimately, the main reason is not the selfishness of the magician, but the needs of the 25 world trees behind him, and even the interest groups including the will of the land. So when this magician comes here, he does not represent him alone. If you are looked down upon by others because you go to a meeting alone, things can easily get out of hand. So the old man can understand the reason why this person comes out to scare people. This is not a good time to continue pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Unless you really intend to eat the other party. You need to set a trap and create an excuse. If you are not going to do this, letting others know that you are on an equal footing is necessary for negotiations. This is Lin's plan. If Lao Kagong puts himself in his shoes, he can still understand it. But understanding does not mean being able to accept it. Especially when one of them is the emperor, who he has served his whole life. So old Kawei Gong quickly set off his own magical signal fireworks to notify others that he had arrived. I didn't slap anyone in the face. At least I was given a step down. When the three-color fireworks representing the eldest duke appeared sequentially in the dark night sky, the double-headed eagle immediately released the protective magic. They have not received similar training on how to receive magicians flying at high altitudes. Chapter 1597 The Meeting of the Two Emperors. The upper deck of the emperor's flagship of the Hater Empire was ready to receive guests. But according to the arrangement of old Kawei Gong, Lin needed to board the double-headed eagle to pick up people, and use the flash technique to send the emperor of the Guana Empire and his ministers to the airship of the Heidel Empire. This saves the trouble of docking two airships at high altitude and avoids possible dangers. Needless to say, the attendees were all pampered, aristocratic old men, and no one had a military background like old Duke Kawei. If one of them is blown off by the strong wind while walking on the aerial bridge, there will be a big earthquake in the Guana Empire tomorrow. So the old man still used his own dignity and asked the magician to act safely. Of course, Lin would not refute such a matter that had been discussed in advance, or deliberately make things difficult. Not long after the old man set off a firework signal to show his identity, he suddenly changed his mind and took old Mr. Kawei into the cabin of the double-headed eagle. In front of him was the emperor of the Guana Empire, Armin Kazalnia, who was already dressed in imperial robes and preparing to meet with another emperor of the empire. On the left and right were 5 important imperial ministers also dressed in red. This is completely different from the costume seen at ordinary aristocratic banquets. The splendor at the banquet is far less solemn and cumbersome than these formal dresses. The old emperor had seen this magician's flashing ability. Although it happened more than 10 years ago, he still remembered it freshly. So I was not frightened by this. So I was mentally prepared. But several other important ministers have never had such an experience. Of course they knew this magician. Even if they hadn't seen him in person, they had seen his photos on the forum. Who dares not to pay attention to a magician who can overthrow a Grand Duke of the Empire? However, appearing so suddenly in a crucial position, so close that he could be killed directly, even closer to them than the guards, made the nobles who cherished their lives very uncomfortable. If the man hadn't been accompanied by the familiar old Duke Kawei and in front of the emperor, they would have cursed each other. Lin showed up. Of course, not to talk nonsense with a group of people. He didn't want to explain to the elderly people around him why he could appear in this exact position without prior confirmation. You must know that although it was agreed to pick up people in the airship, it was not said where to pick them up. The easiest way is to get down to business, so that no one has time to discuss the details. So I changed my mind again and directly teleported the old emperor, 5 ministers, old Duke Kawei and myself, a total of 8 people, to the upper deck of the Hater Empire's flagship through the flash technique, at the end of the opponent's welcoming queue. This is of course where guests should be. At this time, the 6 people who were originally staying in the sealed airship cabin passed through the open upper deck of Hater's flagship, and saw clearly what the night starry sky was like. Originally, they had only been informed, but they had no experience and no imagination to know their situation. Although they are not very familiar with magic, they also know that this kind of barrier covering a total of 11 airships is not something ordinary magicians can use. I couldn't help but feel more afraid of him. The sudden appearance of the guest did not cause any commotion among the welcoming knights of the Hater Empire. They still stood upright and straight, with their heavy swords in front of them, showing a majestic and high-spirited performance. However, including the Emperor of the Hater Empire and important people in non-essential positions on the airship, they were originally standing near the entrance to the inner cabin, preparing to welcome this very special guest. But the sudden night starry sky barrier caused them to be held down by the guardians and sent into the airship. Now that the welcome officer has confirmed the identity of the visitor, he invites the big shots from the Hater Empire again. They were not rude and walked out with dignity. Both parties conducted a welcome ceremony in accordance with the popular etiquette of MIDI. An event that should be recorded in the history of Lost Land is going on without many people witnessing it. When two parties meet, the lowest-ranking official or the official responsible for welcoming guests will announce their respective identities. As for the Hater Empire, the protagonist is of course Emperor Almanboso. Hidden under that gorgeous attire was a man in his prime, tall and muscular like a bear, with dark brown skin and sharp eyes. It seems that the person who can stand out from the many electors will not be a fool. In fact, since Lin stayed in Lost Land, none of the great nobles he had met had such arrogant and domineering playboys. On the contrary, it is the young people among the small nobles who will encounter such strange things. Anyone who can rise to the top in the competition of the big nobles will not be a simple thing. The remaining 5 important ministers are of course high-ranking nobles within the Hater Empire. But there is still a familiar face. That is Count Guha, who once went to the holy city of Starry with people from the Kingdom of Silk, intending to ask Lin for the magic silk-making technology. More than 10 years ago, Count Guha was a captain in the airship fleet of the Hater Empire. In addition to bringing people from the Kingdom of Silk, his other great use is to represent the Empire's position and intend to put pressure on someone. It's a pity that Lin already had the confidence to support the reputation of an empire at that time, without giving any face to anyone. The people from the Kingdom of Silk and the Hater Empire returned in despair. It's just that some people just pretended that they didn't know about their methods and the help of a stupid boy. Maybe it was because of the chance encounter at that time. Or maybe it was because Count Guha really climbed to such an important position in the Hater Empire. Anyway, for him to appear on such an occasion, even though he was at the bottom of the table, it was an honor that was unattainable to ordinary people. As for the Guana Empire, Old Kagong, who had the lowest status and was also the initiator of this meeting, was responsible for the introduction. The reason why he is said to have the lowest status is because this old man currently does not have any noble titles. In such a formal occasion that pays attention to ceremony, no matter how high your seniority is, it is of no use. However, the old man was not dissatisfied because of this. In other words, this was the decision he made after excluding the opinions of the 5 juniors, because he was the initiator of this meeting. And as the mediator between everyone, Old Kagong did not want to be disturbed by a group of people who did not know the importance. Because except for himself, it is estimated that no one knows that the seriousness of this whole matter has reached a level that can be described as absurd. The introduction of the third-party participant was also made by this old man who no longer had a noble title. He stepped aside and let the other magician, who was wearing a black robe and tied with 2 golden tassels, introduce in front of everyone. This is the great magician from the holy city of Starry, Gebrex Chui. Perwood is also one of the leaders of this war tower strategy. Lin walked to a position parallel to the Emperor of the Guana Empire, and a little further away, showing that the 2 parties were not the same. Such a stance made the Hater Empire shudder, but then calmed down. But the Guana Empire remained calm, and it was obvious that there had already been communication. As one of the few people who knew part of the truth and had seen the magician's abilities, the old Emperor Armin was not dissatisfied with such treatment. Other ministers had already raised objections during the discussion stage, but since the old emperor himself did not object, others could not comment. That's why there is this scene in front of me. However, Lin walked on the right side of everyone in the Guana Empire, which was considered a subordinate position in the etiquette of the Midland nobles. There is no dissatisfaction on the part of the Guana Empire. Lin had no objection to this arrangement, even if he came to represent the will of the world trees. Because if everything goes well, the leaders of future wars will still be the 2 empires. In the face of the sacrifices they are about to make, there is still some respect. However, when he was introduced to his identity as the great magician, Count Guha, an old acquaintance of the Hater Empire, smiled and greeted him. Your Excellency, it's been a long time. With your record of fighting the Lord of Guardians without dying alone, you should have been treated as the Saint of Dharma long ago. Just call him a great magician. The polite words are really polite. But these words can also be understood to mean that the other party does not believe that someone has ever fought against the Lord of Guardians alone without dying. However, looking at his sincere expression without any sarcasm, it was difficult for Lin to grasp the other person's thoughts. If in normal times, someone who had just met said something like this, Lin Dake would slap the other person in the face with, "We are not familiar with each other," no matter what the other person's intentions were. But in this situation, a slap in the face that is too direct will not only offend the person, but may also mess up the matter. As a person who hopes to achieve success from the bottom of his heart, Lin replied softly and forcefully, "I don't deliberately pursue the evaluation given to me by the world. I just need to know that I can do it myself. I will hang my hat on Starry." The title given only represents respect for the local magician association and has no other meaning. After a round of confrontation between the two parties, the focus quickly shifted to the two emperors. For the people of the two empires, although the identity of the magician was elevated, most people still couldn't understand his meaning. The people they need to take seriously are still the two wearing the emperor's crown. However, because this meeting was quite hasty, many things were kept simple. At least the dialogue between the two emperors should have had repeated communication and confirmation by the etiquette officers of the two empires. And each word should have been considered before there was a speech acceptable to both parties. But now it's all up to two old foxes to improvise. They still spoke in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant, and was watertight. Just look at an old man with a lot of white beard, who would not be surprised to lie down in a coffin at any time, and a strong man in his prime. The two sides can be evenly matched in terms of words. Everyone's evaluation of the emperor of the Hater Empire has been raised to a higher level. Even the old emperor of the Guana Empire couldn't help but feel admiration. If the other party's identity wasn't equal to his own, he might have shown the intention of soliciting. But the real main battlefield is, of course, not at the welcome ceremony on the open deck. The important ministers from both sides also shook hands and greeted the corresponding personnel according to their identities. The 6 most critical figures of the Guana Empire walked into the airship of the Hater Empire without any guards. This trust is extremely rare, and is one of the reasons why this meeting was possible. But anyone with a discerning eye knows that once the Hater Empire has bad intentions, neither the initiator of this meeting nor the magician will stand idly by. The former is a transcendent person, and the latter, regardless of whether his record is true or false. Not many people can figure out how their group appeared on the airship. The teleportation magic called Flash is the main reason why it has been difficult to deal with this magician for a long time. Chapter 1598 War Tower. Lin was the most impatient with this kind of confrontational exchange with Zen Buddhism. It's not good to say something directly. Do you have to force others to understand it themselves? Where does this go wrong? But what I want to talk about today is also related to myself. And I don't even have the right to turn around and leave. It is a fantasy to expect others to be willing to maintain their own interests even if they are not at the negotiating table. So even if he felt sick again, Lin could only hold on with laughter. The airship that first boarded the Hater Empire had a completely different layout of its internal cabin from the airship designed by Lin himself and focused on combat performance. The former is like a luxury cruise ship, and the latter is like a small single room with only a few square feet of space, narrower than a bird's nest. More importantly, this flagship airship also has a luxurious conference room. It is so luxurious that if gold were not too heavy, they would probably wish that everything was made of pure gold. But everywhere I saw it was shiny, almost blinding someone's eyes. As for the indoor part, neither natural light from the outside is introduced, nor are candles lit everywhere. They use the magic lamp extravagantly to illuminate the windowless cabin as bright as day. As the initiator of the meeting and the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, Old Kagong briefly told the current situation of this war involving the future of Lost Land and the national destiny of the two empires. Although it was not expressly stated in the words, the despair hidden behind it was still felt. However, in the narration, there was special mention about how much help the magician's magic tower provided and brought a positive effect to this war. Listen to a noble praising a magician to a group of nobles. Lin estimated that such a scene was unprecedented. As a means of turning the tables, Old Kagong proposed the tactic of building a large number of magic towers. This is a ridiculous method of inserting towers all the way, inserting a safe supply route, and attacking the gate of the abyss. This idea is very beautiful. The reality is very skinny, and everyone who hears it thinks it is impossible to achieve. If the person who spoke was not the highly trusted commander of the coalition forces, there would only be 12 members of the two empires present. In addition to the old man, who was the commander-in-chief, and a magician, there would be no one else. Otherwise someone would have been there. Start spraying. The two emperors behaved quite calmly. They agreed to this meeting because they knew it in their hearts. The old commander's tactic sounded like fantasy. But if there was no feasible solution, he would not propose it. So they came here to listen to that method. Under the explanation of old Kagong, he said that the full function of the magic tower was not needed. As long as it can detect and attack the enemy, and protect our troops, it will be good to meet these 3 requirements. To this end, he invited the rebuilder of the Great Sage's Tower, the great magician Gobrish Tripwood, to assist. He may not have the deepest understanding of the magic tower, but when it comes to breaking away from existing thinking and meeting the needs of this war, I believe no one can do it better. With such flattery, even if those present were wary of it, they would not be able to say no. After all, the functions revealed by the Great Sage's Tower really frightened most of the noble lords and magicians in the land. So there was a small tacit understanding that this person would not have the opportunity to come into contact with the magic tower again. Lin didn't say much nonsense, and directly proposed the starting point of a magic stone group composed of multiple magic stones. That is, the newly designed magic stone energy pool, and gave 3 war tower templates. As a member of the magicians, Lin was embarrassed to act recklessly, so he decided to bypass the fixed design of the magic tower. That is, the 3 unchanging magic tower classification standards: 1 pool with 3 floors, 2 pools with 4 floors, and 3 pools with 5 floors. The war tower requested by Old Kawe Gong not only avoids the word magic tower in its name, but also only has 1 or 2 floors, not 3. It's just that the height between each floor is higher, and the stairs to the top are longer. This kind of thing is something that can only be understood. Anyway, in the regulations of the magic tower, no one stipulates how high each floor must be. There are no building regulations in MIDI. Everything depends on the perception of the builder and the user. The 1-story war tower is actually not short in height. But the key point is that it can be controlled by no one, or can be controlled remotely through a method similar to the forum. That is, a programming language. This would be suitable for buildings like beacon towers, or to provide functionality similar to surveillance cameras. There is no need to deliberately arrange manpower locally. As long as there are people behind to monitor regularly, then it is not difficult for one person to be responsible for multiple towers. This not only ensures the safety of personnel, but also greatly saves manpower. It can be said that there is nothing better than a good thing. In addition to the 2 functions mentioned above, the 1-story unmanned tower can also be used as a temporary place to replenish supplies, since there is no need to place people inside the tower. Some materials that can be stored for a long time can be stored so that people in need can access them at any time. As for the issue of monitoring the quantity of materials, this can be easily accomplished with programmed internal monitoring. Such a location can also temporarily accommodate the wounded, or serve as an arrow tower to attack enemies who enter its attack range. It can be said that it is a design with many benefits. In terms of cost, according to Lin's estimation, it was so beautiful that the 2 emperors here wanted to insert this thing all over the territory of their empire and monitor every inch of the land. The cost of hosting a banquet can cover several unmanned towers. Any enterprising emperor would find ways to reduce the number of unnecessary banquets and work hard to build this thing. The other is a 2-story manned war tower. This is similar to the form of a magic tower, except that its functions are much reduced, and there are almost no living functions in the tower. The station magicians or magic apprentices will most likely have to live outside the tower. Only in combat status can you enter the war tower to operate. This form of war tower cannot deal with a large number of enemies with a single tower. It must be matched with a certain number of troops for attack or defense. The main purpose of this tower is to focus on long-range attacks and destroy the enemy within 100 steps. It can be said that relying on such strongholds, the actions of the human army have more guarantees, and it is easier to deal with enemies. And as long as they are within the coverage area of the war tower, humans are acting like clairvoyants with their backs on the turrets, without having to worry about being attacked or attacked by the enemy. Although the cost of construction is not cheap, it can no longer be handled with 1 less banquet. But compared with the construction cost of the orthodox magic tower that they knew, it was incredibly low. Just building 1 floor of an ordinary magic tower costs more than this. In addition, the control of the magic tower has been programmed, and its interface has been simplified to the point where it can be controlled by a magic apprentice or even a literate and trained soldier. Let the war tower no longer look like a magic tower, and people other than magicians will look like illiterate people. Let the terrifying war fortress become a useless waste. Moreover, all the people present at the meeting were wily and capable people. How could they not understand that such a new type of defensive fortress could not only be used in the current war against the Abyss. It is a major weapon that will change the current fandom landscape. The so-called cheapness in the construction cost of the war tower is from the perspective of the imperial nobles like them. So as long as a wealthy country builds such a tower after invading other countries, it can almost be like declaring sovereignty and eliminating the possibility of enemy counterattack. Countries without money and unable to build towers can only watch their territory become someone else's territory inch by inch. In other words, the biggest advantage of the war tower is not that it helps magicians, but that it helps the noble lords consolidate the territory they occupy. At first glance, it seems to have quite a lot of benefits for nobles. And towers that use magic are no longer a technology exclusive to mages. Magicians should hate such things. But in fact, if you think about it on a deeper level, it is not always good for the noble lords. When a legal declaration is no better than a wealthy man building a war tower and using force to gain substantial power in the region, how should today's nobles deal with themselves? Nobles with sufficient financial resources can usher in a wave of opportunities for growth. But nobles with insufficient financial resources are destined to be eliminated. The emergence of the war tower will not only change the pattern of the land, but also the balance between the nobles and magicians will be broken. And the nobles will have the opportunity to override the magicians. Even the nobles themselves will be forced to undergo a selection process of survival of the fittest. And some wealthy businessmen will have the opportunity to be promoted to emerging nobles. At this point, Lin and Lao Kagong didn't think too much. It's just wishful thinking that as long as nobles hear about such a useful gadget, they will definitely flock to it and agree to anything just in exchange for this knowledge. From the perspective of the two emperors, they were certainly eager for this knowledge, but they are much more cautious about how to use it. And there's another problem at hand that needs to be solved. A big reminder is that the magician who provided this knowledge appeared in this meeting as an equal to an imperial emperor. Respect that the other party has the strength to fight against gods? Such reasons are not valid for a group of people at the top of power. There is nothing wrong with me praising strength. But no matter how sharp the sword is, can it be on an equal footing with the hand holding the sword? I'm afraid no one believes this. According to past practice, even a Dharma saint is just a tool in the eyes of the emperor. At best, it is a very powerful tool. If you are not careful, you may hurt yourself. When such a person appears in the whirlpool of power, his status should be that of a follower or a cooperator who stays out of the matter. If it was the former, then his position should be at the end of the imperial queue, or behind the old commander. If it is the latter, according to the status of this magician, he can simply serve as a knowledge provider. After throwing things out, let people who don't understand take the initiative to ask him for advice. There is no need to appear in such a place. But when he came, he still had the same status as an imperial emperor. Then the purpose of this magician is very intriguing. The emperor of the Guana Empire was obviously an insider. Even his important ministers were mostly puzzled. But he himself remained calm. The emperor of the Hater Empire, Armin Basso, had no choice but to take the initiative and asked, "So, Your Majesty the Great Magician, what kind of reward do you want?" Chapter 1599 Conditions. For such a decent person, no matter what the other person's identity is, Lin will always look up to him with appreciative eyes. If he really regarded himself as someone who could spend a few cents and be on the same level as a street performer, Lin would have to consider the possibility of going directly to the backup plan. According to Lin's experience of being around in MIDI for so many years, if he doesn't have the most basic respect and self-awareness, such a person is not worth wasting time talking to. Because no matter how you talk, there will be no good result, especially if the other party is a high-ranking noble. Therefore, Lin, who had been mentally prepared for a long time, disclosed his request for the first time outside of a trustworthy person. Said, "Your Majesty Wasaw, my request is to support me in owning 2 magic towers." 2? Emperor Almanboso repeated in confusion. It can be said that he was not surprised at all by this magician's request. This almost omnipotent magician still wears the shackles imposed on him by the world. There are many things that cannot be ignored by having strong force. Those who have power can only enjoy it. However, the difference between MIDI and a certain time-traveling hometown is that the strong men in MIDI have the ability to flip tables, while in hometown, power represents everything. But even if you can flip the table, it doesn't mean that what you want will be done. It is based on the balance of terror, a compromise between power and strength, which is the same as the small country back home that has mastered nuclear deterrence capabilities. However, the Emperor of Hater could understand someone's intention, but he was still puzzled by the number of 2. Generally speaking, A magician will only live in a magic tower. 2 towers? What to use it for? Lin didn't wait for others to ask questions, and further explained, these 2 towers will be built on both sides of the Abyss Gate for permanent purposes. Of course, it will also restrict the free exchange of creatures on both sides. At the first moment, all those who did not know the truth had only one thought in their minds, and that was absurdity. But upbringing and reality prevented them from scolding them directly. Their upbringing allows these great nobles to behave more calmly, and not express their emotions easily. This will help you avoid falling behind in negotiations, or at least avoid exposing your weaknesses. But the reality is that they do face a demonic problem, and need a way to break it. The magician in front of them happened to have one of them, so it was difficult for them to refuse. But negotiating is sometimes like buying food at the market. First, they dislike the other party's vegetable leaves being full of insect holes. And then, they dislike the other party's vegetables for being wilted, or yellow, and looking like they were either malnourished or had been left out for too long. In short, I dislike it in every possible way, just to bargain. But this time it was not the emperor himself who went into battle. Speaking of which, Almanboso also felt a little regretful about his previous questioning. If someone else is asking the question, there is room for change. He opened his mouth, and the other party answered seriously. This is why he is now in a difficult situation. Besides, finding faults is not something you should do due to your status. Therefore, the emperor of the Hater Empire gave his ministers a little hint, and those people quickly understood. It was Count Guha, the tool man, who came forward again. Firstly, he was the youngest among the 5 ministers who followed. And secondly, he and the magician were old acquaintances, although the initial meeting ended on bad terms. At least they didn't offend each other to death. Otherwise, if he had revealed his identity as an empire at that time, someone in the team he led would have died. If it really breaks out, it could become a big deal. Maybe Lin thought it was nothing, but to an imperial noble, his inaction was the greatest favor he could give. Therefore, with this kindness in front of him, Count Guha believed that as long as he carefully considered his tone, he would be the most suitable person to deal with this magician. Besides, no one dares to be disrespectful, since the other party has achievements that can rival the gods. So Count Guha chose the right moment to speak out. Your Excellency, the great magician of Tripwood, we can understand that you want to get support to build a magic tower and move in. But why 2 towers and why in the abyss? Shouldn't the 2 sides of the door that let the devil invade be closed? Now that he has decided to formally make his request, Lin must of course find a way to increase his bargaining chips and weight. If people think there are other options, it will only make the whole thing develop in an unpredictable direction. So Lin said without hesitation, if I say, closing the door to the abyss will not help at all, are you willing to reconsider this matter? Almanboso, the Emperor of Hater, did not think that the magician in front of him would talk nonsense out of selfish motives. And those things are not suitable for deceiving an emperor. So he was very curious about the reason. Compared to the emperor's curiosity, he briefly observed the reactions of everyone present. The only one who could maintain his expression without any change was the old commander of the coalition forces. Even the Emperor of Guana raised his eyebrows unconsciously. As for everyone else, they don't know the truth. They had non-committal disdain, but also secretly suppressed anger, and most of them felt baffled. Therefore, the only person who understands is the old commander. The Emperor opposite may know the truth, but not much. Others really have no idea. At their level, the world could still hide the secrets at the pinnacle of power in Midland. And Emperor Almanboso became even more curious. Lin did not sell it, and explained directly. It all started with a commission from 2 ancient world trees more than 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago, 2 world trees were promoted successively in just a few years, and the shock spread to the entire lost world. Of course, it is impossible for the Emperor not to know about it, but after observing it for a while, they found that there was no greater impact and stopped caring. But things are still brewing somewhere they can't see. For example, the 2 ancients put forward a commission to find their way to advance in a joking manner. After all, they, who have lived for who knows how many years, have no other needs besides taking that step forward. Then there is a series of mysterious transformation plans carried out by someone. This includes sorting out and dredging the ley lines of the mysterious land, unifying the Elf Kingdom and World Tree, and using the long-established high-seat meeting of the Turtle Dove Alliance to make World Tree form a closer alliance. The end result was the 9th Power Plan. The 9th Power also involves a god, who is almost integrated into the lives of the lost people in the past 10 years. The gold coin goddess Ku'in. The emperor who has experienced these days knows only too well how much changes Ku'in has brought to Midi. New types of transactions will inevitably lead to new types of disputes. In order to resolve these disputes, there must be corresponding laws. Then new ways of adapting to new laws are born. And a new cycle begins. The most influential thing is the private banks established by some wealthy locals, who used to make loan sharks after the banks went through their initial stage. And the behavior of lending was expanded to the point where it was enough to shake the country. And then the moral politics and law was born. Paying back debts is a matter of course. This sentence is applicable to a certain time traveler. Or it is the foundation of capitalism. But in lost land, defaulting on one's ability is the norm. So whether you want to borrow money or are willing to borrow money, it is very difficult. When default became the law, loan sharks almost disappeared. But this does not mean that the world will become a better place. Because many people want to borrow money because they have to do so in order to survive. When the threshold for borrowing money becomes higher, it means that his life will become more difficult. When life becomes difficult, there will be corresponding public dissatisfaction. In order to solve such problems, new lending methods that are protected by law are born through exploration and constantly modified. But this time, the lending behavior no longer has anything to do with the goddess. Even the master of wealth, one of the 8 powers who is rumored to have contributed to the borrowing, clearly drew a clear line. In short, no one dares to do these things in the name of gods. Without the support of the banking system, a huge pool of money-absorbing funds, the emergence of capital predators will have to be delayed for who knows how long before they appear in the mysterious land. In fact, there are rumors that the Germany, politics and law, were created by Her Majesty the Goddess. Although those who know the truth know that this is not true. It is not much different. Because that evil law was promoted by Her Majesty the Goddess's chosen people. In addition to the overall situation of lending and the economy, another impact of the birth of banks is that robbers have almost disappeared. In the past, one of the most troubled things for big lords, rich men, and kings was how to recover their taxes and profits. In a place like Midi with fierce folk customs, it is nothing new to have something happen in some remote place and make the team transporting coins disappear. Most of the people here are desperados carrying out robberies under the pretense of being harassed by monsters. However, when passing through the territory of Warcraft and the escort team is not strong enough, it is not unheard of for the entire convoy to die in the wild. This kind of thing even happens very often. This is how most of the treasures obtained by adventurers appear in the wild. Therefore, robbers and escort mercenaries are 2 major professions that support each other and grow. Although many times, people in these 2 professions often change jobs when no one is paying attention, and take on another job just to make some extra money. However, when money is no longer transported by fleets, robbers are faced with a large number of unemployment. Although there are goods other than money that can be robbed, selling stolen goods is not always that convenient. And you will also get slapped. There is no such worry in robbing money. So when there is no money to rob, many robbers are forced by life to change their ways. However, some warriors challenge the merchant to enter the bank, intending to rob him of all his accounts in the kingdom of coin. It is a pity that the elves stationed in the bank may not have adequate financial knowledge. But their combat effectiveness is definitely first-rate. The truth revealed in chapter 1600. Even a rural bank that is usually guarded by only one person can rely on the power and support of the World Tree to mobilize a combat squadron in the blink of an eye to deal with any situation. Unless the robber is a powerful person or a gang commits the crime. Otherwise, when facing elves with more than 100 people, who can expand to a team of thousands at any time, they will only fall into the hands of the bank. No one else would do anything bad under the eyes of the gods. If there really is a strong person who defies the will of heaven, such a person can live a comfortable life without robbing a bank. But it is impossible to expect a robber to become a regular official and live a peaceful life from now on. Many of them engaged in things like kidnapping and extortion, and started to compete with others in battles of wits and courage. But this is just like robbing goods. The difficulty is very different from being able to directly grab money. Therefore, although the focus of incidents has shifted, the overall number of incidents has decreased. Such a phenomenon makes these people in power not know whether to cry or laugh. In short, the Bank of the Gold Coin Goddess Ku'in has a huge impact on the entire lost land. In the eyes of this group of people at the top of power, banks are monsters that are harder to control and more terrifying than forums that promote the flow of intelligence. This is why there is no god behind the forum. But there is a goddess behind the bank. Although this statement is told to a certain person, He will say that this is just a conjecture of later generations, rather than the boundaries between the two different systems that distinguish important and unimportant. But a certain magician said at this time that the rise of the gold goddess and the complete erosion of the entire land by banks were just part of a big plan. Is it possible? This seems really possible. In fact, there has always been some kind of power hidden under the surface. Of course, it is impossible for these people who are at the top of the power of the lost land to be ignorant. But with the power in their hands, they can't figure out the truth, which is very scary to think about. Now everything has been exposed. Even if they just want to accuse a certain magician of being so absurd and uninhibited. But deep down, they feel that this is the truth. But what surprised them most was the next development. The ninth power plan has been implemented so far, although there are too many details that are difficult for outsiders to grasp. The development of the bank and the growth of the gold coin goddess are all in the eyes of everyone. But if all of these are factors that prompt the door of the abyss to open, then what will everyone think? When the locations and actual scenes of the 8 eternal gates of the abyss were unfolded in front of everyone, the information about their respective guardians was also spread out in front of everyone without any concealment. The issue of the 9th gate of the abyss has become a heavy pressure, weighing on everyone's shoulders. You can choose to close the door at the southern border of the Silatang Empire, but this will only postpone the situation temporarily. Sooner or later, another complete door to the abyss will be opened somewhere else. If the devil still discovers that door first, then it will become the bridgehead for the abyss to attack the lost land. And once again, we will usher in a war with huge sacrifices. But this development is just an inference. Among the audience, many were taking chances and thought that the door to the abyss should be closed. Maybe the abyss just stopped. Then you won't have any subsequent troubles. If you agree not to close the door to the abyss, then you must find another way to block it so that the two sides can no longer communicate freely. Just like the 8 abyss gates that have existed for a long time. Those 8 gates were handed down in the form of secrets in the records of their respective empires. Although there is no conclusive evidence to prove it, everyone still holds the attitude that they would rather believe it than believe it. On the one hand, it is also because there are too many things that are unrecorded but are facts. Many of them still exist to this day, and there is nowhere to deny them even if you want to. Therefore, the attitude of the Midi people towards this kind of thing is quite open, and they will not deny it blindly, unless doing so has political propaganda implications. Now that I have acknowledged it in my heart, those 8 doors do exist. Then the corresponding guardian also exists, which is not unacceptable. Therefore, the conclusion is very likely to be the same as what the magician in front of them said. What they should do is not to close the 9th door of the abyss. Instead, try to find a guardian for this door, or other alternative methods. The Gate Twin Towers plan was finally revealed to everyone. After everyone listened, they had only one thought. The layout of this preface is really damn long. Questioning whether the 2 towers of the gate can replace the effectiveness of the guardian? The magician had done exhaustive research and found ways to simulate the guardian's duties. I almost have to pat my chest to ensure that these 2 towers can definitely perform their due functions. But for the 2 pragmatic emperors and their ministers, the most important thing was just that they could do it. That is to block that door so that the devil cannot pass through it and freely enter and exit the world on both sides. But such a simple request is not the reason why they must easily agree to give up control of the Twin Towers. That's right. As a group of people at the pinnacle of power in Midland, after hearing such a grand plan and the necessity and importance of the Twin Towers of the Gate, it is natural to want to control such a thing in their hands. This is not the power to control whether to allow demons to pass through or to allow humans to enter the abyss. But it has a deeper meaning. This is the ticket to elevate the empire's status from the pinnacle of the human world to another level and enter another world of power. But again, are they able to eat this big cake? Control the magician in front of you and make him pour out everything in his stomach? Not to mention that the people present were all pampered aristocratic lords. And the only extraordinary person who could fight was on the same side as the magician, just by calling in all the guards waiting outside. Can we deal with this man who can stand up to the Lord of Guardians? I'm afraid that with all the people in the airship bundled together, there won't be enough for him to fight alone. If you know the plan, then rule out this man and go it alone. Anyway, from the perspective of the beings behind him, the most important thing is to get things done. Not that it has to be done in the hands of a specific person. This kind of operation is not something out of the ordinary for a group of nobles who have experienced struggles and are sophisticated, even if the objects are different, as long as they also have desires and needs. There is room for manipulation. Is it really? The reason why I have such self-doubt is that everyone present is thinking about the same problem. That is, if you want to do the aforementioned things, you must have a prerequisite, which is to win the current war against the abyss. However, in order to win the current war against the abyss, it seems that the things provided by the magician in front of him must be used. At the beginning, the old man who served as the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces said so. When the Abyss Lord arrived and the gods did not show up for unknown reasons, they were able to stop the Abyss Lord's manpower, which was far less than the opponent's number. This is a terrifying threat to ordinary armies. Only with the support of the magic tower can we have the strength to fight. This was also the reason why he began to think about building towers all the way north to the gate of the abyss. A strategy of using defense is offense. If they do not plan to use such tactics, they will have to find a way to solve the problem caused by the number of Abyss Lords. People or things that can compete with beings at the level of gods are extremely rare beings. In an era, if there is a person who can rival God, it can be called a golden age. If such powerful people can be found everywhere, then what is the meaning of the existence of gods? The Empire certainly has the means to fight it, but they are few and heavily restrictive. It cannot be used casually, nor is it free of charge. Perhaps precious materials were consumed, or perhaps something more valuable was to be sacrificed. According to common sense, the Lord of the Abyss should be dealt with by the gods of the lost world, and this pressure should not be placed on mortals. Perhaps saying so would be detrimental to the character of an empire. But what is different from what ordinary people think is that the emperors, who are at the extreme level of power, know very well that there are limits to manpower. Even if one day in the future, the current problem can be solved with the passage of time, there is no solution now. Admitting this is not considered a failure, but it will help you find another way and find a solution faster, instead of being stuck in solutions that don't solve the problem until it's too late. Since the beginning of the war, not to mention that the gods have not appeared. Even the Guardian Lord, who is most active in fighting against external enemies, seems to have disappeared. People can't help but wonder, has this god died? This war is weird from all aspects. And these capable people at the top of power have long been aware of this. They just can't find the answer. And no one can answer it, now that everything has been revealed and all the clues have been perfectly closed. This war that should have been a huge headache is destined to end, and end with the victory of the lost side. This happy ending made everyone feel very unhappy. The reason is simple. During the entire process, the only thing humans can do is sacrifice. And it was a needless sacrifice that could have been avoided. With the respect of the Empire, when have they ever been angry at the level of a little daughter-in-law? I thought that I was the protagonist who did my duty, and everything I did was for righteousness and everything. As a result, when the truth was revealed, I realized that I was just a sidekick, and no matter how much I paid, it would be a joke. Normal people can't accept this kind of thing, let alone a group of gentlemen who have held power for a long time and enjoy the treatment of superiors. At this time, Count Guha, the youngest among all the nobles, couldn't help it. He jumped out and said, "Your Majesty, the great magician, what evidence do you have to prove everything you said? Although this whole story sounds like there is nothing wrong with it, but there are too many things that we can't verify. You should understand that the more important the matter, the more definite evidence is needed when making a decision, rather than just a few stories." Chapter 1601 Bank Lady. This question was instantly approved by most people, and they also spoke out in support. Probably except for the old Kawe Gong, who remained calm. The old Emperor of Guana, Armin Kazalnia, showed a thoughtful expression. Hader's Emperor, Alman Boso, did not express some emotional opinions easily like others. The previous gaffe in asking the question made him more cautious. And he also wanted to observe the people participating in the meeting. As the initiator of this meeting, the old commander-in-chief of the coalition forces should be the one who knows all the details. So he will not be surprised at this time. So what about the emperor opposite? What additional information did he have? So he had such a thoughtful expression? As for that extra piece of information, it's not really that secret. In the past 10 years or so, many things have been circulating in a small area, but most people choose not to believe them. That is the other identity of the magician in front of him. A member of the High Council of the Ikaruga Alliance. This is different from being a member of the Ikaruga Alliance, who can be equated with a terrorist. A long time ago, anyone who was at the core of the power circle in Lost Land would more or less know who the members of the Alliance's High Council were. The High Council is actually composed of world trees. The original Turtle Dove Alliance only had elves. Later, Homo sapiens from other races could also join. but they all needed to be approved by the High Council through interviews. Later, this situation will be relaxed, and as long as there are introducers within the alliance, you can become a peripheral member. But if you want to become a core member, the high-level meeting is still a hurdle that cannot be bypassed. However, there are no special benefits for becoming a core member, so this status will not be deliberately pursued. For some people, it is just a sign that they have met the alliance high seat. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, the mysterious veil covering the high-level meeting has long been torn off. There is no need to send people to investigate deliberately. Those who have seen the high seat of the alliance may have told the matter after drinking or during pillow conversations. It's just because of the actions of the Turtle Dove Alliance that the noble lords are unwilling to reveal the identity behind this terrorist organization to avoid being deliberately pursued by some fanatics. Alliance members are also happy to maintain a mysterious impression, which is useful for acting secretly and frightening ordinary people. But as a mortal, being able to sit on an equal footing with the world trees. What kind of concept is this? This is also the reason why Armin, the old emperor of Guana, accepted to walk side by side with the magician at the welcome ceremony of the Heidel airship. Those who can travel with his eternal majesty and stand shoulder to shoulder with myself. It's hard to say who will be higher than who. However, for Lin, this kind of proving comes and going is the most troublesome. But he has to do it. Even he himself can't trust others unconditionally. So how can he have the nerve to ask others to trust him unconditionally? Well aware of the principle of free is the most expensive. The requirements here are unconditional. How much price do you plan to pay in the future? And for the sake of good cooperation in the future, it is best to provide evidence that is difficult to find fault with, so that you can win people's trust. As for how to prove what you have done, it is all instructed by certain existences. Rather than handing out a signed contract, it would be better to just listen to what they have to say. After making up his mind, Lin snapped his fingers regardless of whether others agreed or not. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the airship conference room, along with tables and chairs, were transferred to an unfamiliar space. Only the magician is missing. At this time, even the old emperor of the Guana Empire, who was mentally prepared, was startled. It reminded him of the comment made by his old friend that it was not safe as long as he stayed within the sight of the magician. You must know that in addition to being quite solemn, his imperial crown robe is actually also a rare piece of magical equipment. In addition to increasing the wearer's physical strength, allowing the wearer to survive complicated and lengthy rituals, or those useless visits, of course it also has a protective effect. Moreover, magic accessories can be hung on the inside of the crown suit to increase its protective function. This time when he put it on, the old emperor put on all the accessories and pendants he could carry, and the protection was maximized. Not to mention dragon flames. Even attacks from gods can protect him from death. In order to use the flash technique to accompany them, the old emperor had not turned on some functions. This allowed a certain magician to successfully use the flash technique to transfer them. But after arriving on the airship of the Hater Empire, the old emperor quietly turned on those functions, so as not to be arbitrarily transferred by the flash technique. If there is an emergency, and you have to rely on the magician to escape, just turn on the switch of the prop. It's just a matter of retracting your hands into your sleeves and fidgeting a few times. But what people didn't expect was that even with the protective magic fully activated, he was still pulled to other places by the magician without any resistance. For the first time, the old Emperor Armin Kazalnia had an intuitive understanding of the unsolvable evaluations given by everyone about the flash technique. The mentally prepared old Emperor was shocked. But how could the others maintain their composure? At this time, no matter how well educated they were, they couldn't help but curse. It's just that the person to be scolded is not in front of him, leaving everyone with nowhere to go. He could only curse dryly and look at the environment he was in. The place where they were was very similar to the dark starry sky barrier that enveloped the airship. It was pitch black with a faint light. However, when they looked up, the scene in the sky was not any starry sky they had ever seen. It's not just shining spots of light, but countless strange colors rendering each other, intertwined into an extremely strange chaotic color. There were also various huge creatures surrounding them. Looking down at them, there are white deer, white bears, white lions and other animals, as well as several strange trees towering into the sky, as well as a man and a woman who also look down. All beings are sitting on thrones with high backs, naturally exuding an inexplicable sense of oppression. Then that man looked particularly familiar. Damn it! Isn't that the great magician Guy Black's Tripwood? Here it is! As soon as doubts arose in everyone's minds, Lin smiled brightly and said, Your Majesty, Gentlemen, welcome to the high seat meeting. But that smile looked treacherous and mean in the eyes of others. In fact, it is very easy to make their heights exactly the same as mine. There is enough space in the central open space of the high seat meeting on the negative floor of the subdimensional tower to accommodate the transfer tables, chairs, and a group of people. However, Lin still adjusted the angle of the teleportation projection, allowing this group of people to enter this space in a relatively small size. Everyone wanted to talk to the Alliance leader, so they could only look up. When the time came for him to show his strength, he didn't want to take care of the fragile souls of noble gentlemen. It will be helpful for them to quickly realize the insignificance of human beings in their negotiations. As for whether he might have a rebellious mentality, Lin no longer wanted to think about it. So before the surprise of a group of people ended, Lin began to introduce to his left Yggdrasil of the Eight-Fruit Tree, the ancient one among the world trees. Then there is Fastnath, who eats dead trees, and is also a member of the Ancient Ones. Then came the incarnations of 23 world trees, each of which Lin named. After turning around in a circle, he finally came to his right, the only female human being present. Lin extended his hand and introduced. This is... Before Lin finished speaking, a noble couldn't help but interrupt and asked, Is she the bank lady? Bank lady. The doppelganger of the gold coin goddess Queen. He has a standard human body shape, and his appearance completely conforms to most people's aesthetics. Especially the silk dress and all the jewelry on her body were the proud designs of a certain former lich, coveted by countless noble women. It can be said that if you don't reveal your priesthood and say that she is a sexy goddess or a beauty god, some people will believe her. The appearance of the bank lady was not intentional on Kuyin's part, but it was somewhat inevitable, because in the bank, in front of Kuyin's great holy symbol, if you want to use the bank function, you must first chant the name of God. Certain chosen people are given small holy symbols that they can use to call upon the name of God in places defined as holy. Therefore, the word Kuyin has become the starting point for enabling banking functions. So if people want to call the goddess in normal times, how should they distinguish the names? Just say Golden Coin Goddess? Whenever the name of a priest or god is recited, it attracts the attention of that being. And as soon as they receive attention, mortals will inevitably feel reserved and uncomfortable. After all, it is a god who is watching them. Over time, the term bank lady, which is intimate and does not attract too much attention, has been widely used. But the spirit is a kind of existence that is born from other thoughts. When everyone works together, things will come true. So the doppelganger of the gold coin goddess appeared and took the name of bank lady. And because there is no icon of Ko-in in the bank, only his holy symbol, in the church of the gold coin goddess established in the old days, its icon was not his true halfling appearance. It is an artistically transformed human beauty. So the bank lady appears in human form. In short, this magical scene of pornographic pictures turning into living beings was actually staged in the Lost Land. And the people in a certain time travel were speechless. This is even more surprising than finding out during an interview that a good gay friend actually doesn't have a pornographic picture. Which is not a lie. In a world where liars are rampant, cheating less is considered conscientious. There are actually people who don't cheat. What makes someone even more speechless is that Kuyin himself also likes the alter ego of the bank lady very much, and has a narcissistic attitude of, I'm in love with myself. If it weren't for all the characteristics except appearance, including the arrangement of divine powers, Lin would have thought that these were two gods, instead of one main god and one god's clone. The characteristics of gods that are easily influenced by others, and thus lose themselves once again shocked the people of a certain time period, and decided to give it a wide berth. Maybe some people will enjoy it, and think that creating multiple different selves is a good thing. But someone who has lived with the Chuniji incarnation and the Fat House incarnation for a period of time can responsibly say that no one can bear to be around someone who knows all about their dark history and complains about it from time to time. If you can still tolerate this, then try having two people like this. So when I killed those two guys, I was secretly more happy than reluctant to let go. Chapter 1602 The Real Threat. In any case, with the bank lady present, even if everyone didn't recognize the other incarnations of the world tree, they couldn't grit their teeth and insist that this was a bluffing scene created by illusion and was not worthy of belief. The majesty of the gods is inviolable. This sentence contains the abuse and blasphemy of their image, and such behavior will directly attract the attention of that being. If there is anything wrong at all, divine punishment will come in the next second. For the lost gods, there is no such thing as immediately finding a lawyer and filing a time-consuming lawsuit after being infringed upon. They all come directly to your door and beat them to death. Midi's rights protection relies on strength, not the law. But being able to use such an image means that such behavior is allowed. Otherwise, this image is not just an image. It is the actual appearance of the existence. The most important point is that the bank lady and the incarnation of the world tree are sitting together, which can confirm what the magician said before, that these aloof beings are accomplices. But what's even more shocking is that the magician is sitting with these beings. Being able to fight against gods and being able to compete with gods are two completely different concepts. Ordinary people are angry. And under certain conditions and circumstances, big nobles may also be stabbed by him. But this does not mean that this ordinary person can gain the respect of the nobles. Similarly, being able to fight the Lord of Guardians only means that the magician's combat power has reached a certain level, and he has mastered the means to deal with gods. But it is impossible to be on an equal footing with these existences without receiving recognition and respect. Strength can bring awe, but it may not bring recognition and respect. It's like this magician can be said to be the strongest in the world in terms of his achievements. But if he wants to build a magic tower, he still has to beg for help. But there's a little problem with the word obediently. In fact, when you come to the high-level meeting in person, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, you no longer need to explain anything in words. The conclusion has already been drawn. But the originally unhappy feeling in everyone's chest and stomach now turned into unwillingness, grievance, and difficulty in venting. This feeling is why people with titles such as kings and emperors are very reluctant to deal with theocratic organizations. When communicating with people in the church, they will make excuses for their lack of etiquette on the grounds that they belong to another majesty in body and soul. It's not disrespectful, but all kinds of disrespectful little actions can put the noble gentleman in a bad mood all day long. Nothing tastes good anymore. If you encounter those big bosses, even if they are just a trace of spiritual incarnation, how should the king or emperor face them? Even though everyone is called your majesty, there are also ranks between your majesty and his majesty. The most terrible thing is that they are gods. Even with weak divine power, no king or emperor would be a match for the gods in a duel. When one's strength and status are not as good as the others, there is no excuse for not bowing. So it is not difficult to imagine that any noble master would be willing to meet a god, especially as an emperor, sitting at the top of power, overlooking the people who are prostrate. It doesn't matter if you bow your head, and it doesn't matter if you don't bow your head. It would be better not to see him. Then, there would be no question of whether to bow his head or not. But now that it's been put on the shelves, it's not just one god, but 26 gods at one go. Even if the human side fights with the other side, and one fights the other side will still have extra hands to poke their butts in the back. As for the magician, ever since his message became eligible to be placed on the emperor's papers, his evaluation has been constantly elevated, and his level of vigilance has also been rising. But he showed no signs of disobeying authority, especially for the noble class. Although they are not unconditionally obedient, they are at least friendly. This is an important point. There are too many strong people in Lost Land who enjoy fighting against authority and don't care about right or wrong. These people are undoubtedly troublesome in the eyes of the noble lords. This magician does not have those problems, and is willing to share the benefits in his hands instead of completely monopolizing them. Although not many people enjoyed it, it was always a good start. However, all these well-behaved actions now seem like a joke. Among the emperors and noble ministers of the past dynasties, there are many weirdos who like to hide their identities and go among the people. When they see injustice and lawlessness on the road, they will jump out to uphold justice and punish those evildoers who rely on their strength or power to do evil. When one's true identity is revealed and someone is slapped in the face, it feels very pleasant. But no one has ever thought about how the person who was slapped in the face felt. Now they experience it. Compared with the aforementioned happiness, the mood goes to another extreme. Unhappiness, rising to the level of anger. But there is no way to break up. And there is no capital to break up. So it is accompanied by endless grievances. Damn it. Am I really the emperor? The vast majority of people present had this idea. However, even if Lin moved out such a large battle, the tiny human being still would not give up any possible opportunities. But this time, the person who broke out was not someone from the Hater Empire. Instead, someone from the Guana Empire took the lead. Moreover, this person's status was not the lowest, nor was he the youngest. The old emperor of Guana did not make any hint, but was surprised that his minister jumped out like this. So, is this a private action? While Lin was thinking this, He also listened carefully to what the other party said. The great nobleman in red robes said with some emotion, "Your Excellency, the great magician, your Majesties, I can understand your desire for this grand plan. But why not say it from the beginning? Your plan is like this in detail. I believe that you have the ability to realize it and lead everything. But look at the loss that the lost land and human society has suffered now. It is really true that you have just appeared as a savior." The old man blushed and held it in for a long time, unable to say the next words. This was because he couldn't think of a softer way of saying it. And if he had followed his heart, he would have cursed him a long time ago. But he also knew very well that he couldn't afford to offend anyone in front of him. Coupled with his situation, even if his words were slightly offensive, he would probably not even have a chance to return to the lost land. So he could only hold it in aggrievedly. However, this feeling is also what most people think, just looking at the battle in front of us, let alone the invasion of the abyss. The demon army came across the border in large numbers. Even if it were 100 times more serious, as long as they were willing to solve it, the matter would have been solved long ago. How terrifying is the power possessed by World Tree. Most of the little nobles didn't know what was going on, so they would probably focus on these giant plants that could rival gods and live for countless years. But everyone also knows very well that the real terror of World Tree can only be felt by invading their territory. Compared with the divine kingdom of gods, it is no less generous. It's just that for ordinary people, the kingdom of God is an illusory existence. However, the territory of World Tree is in the lost land, and anyone can enter it by mistake. Simply put, as long as you stay far away, the threat of World Tree is as if it is not there at all. But those nobles with clear understanding know that the most threatening force of today's World Tree is not their own bodies, but the Wood Elves' army they organized after uniting. What is the concept of all members wearing elven holy robes and holding weapons of the same level as the Elven Emperor's holy bow? The closest way to describe this group of Wood Elves is to describe these Wood Elves as small walking magic towers, capable of both offense and defense. In particular, their way of marching is to teleport through the World Tree, rather than relying on their legs to move across the maze. This means that they can assemble a large army at any time and place, and withdraw when they want to leave. And no one can stop them. When a great magician with flash magic transfers his difficulty to an army, the despair will make everyone ignore it intentionally or unintentionally. Prevent yourself from losing the courage to live. In the past, since the World Trees no longer attacked each other, the Wood Elves were no longer wary of each other. In order to live a better life in the Lost World, the Turtle Dove Alliance was established. But at that time, each World Tree tribe was separated and scattered, except for the two ancient Wood Elf tribes. No one dared to challenge them. From time to time, Homo sapiens broke into the tribe with the mentality of trying to move the tiger's beard, collecting materials related to the World Tree, or plundering young elves, traded as slaves. Although the Turtle Dove Alliance is an organization that unites the Wood Elves, its structure is basically loose. It is even more hidden under the surface, secretly doing some shady conspiracies and calculations. Now the Wood Elves have truly united, ignoring distance and even more so the supply problem, with his physical strength superior to that of most races, and the two powerful offensive and defensive weapons of the Elf Emperor's holy bow and the Elf holy robe. It can be said that he is the top army in the Lost Land. Even the regular legions of the Empire and the Emperor's personal guards dare not say that they are sure of victory against this Wood Elf army with its back against the World Tree. As for why this army is known to some interested people, it also involves the Bank of the Goddess of Gold Coins. Banks that collect large amounts of money inevitably become the most delicious piece of meat in the eyes of some people. Don't think that those who have evil intentions are just loners who are making trouble, or robbers who can't bring themselves to the table. There have also been state-level attempts to force banks into submission. Even if they don't dare to enter Kuyen's kingdom of God, they still dare to do things like blocking roads and setting up checkpoints to collect taxes. Then he ran into the Wood Elf army falling from the sky. According to the descriptions of the surviving soldiers, it was not a war at all, but just a one-sided massacre. All the generals were wiped out on the neck by the Dark Elf assassin at the first time. Next came the projectile and magic bombing from the Elf Emperor's holy bow. The human army was almost dead before they even saw the appearance of the enemy. People who survived said that they didn't know why they were able to survive. It can only be God's mercy and good luck. If such an army could be placed on today's battlefield against the Abyss, then there would be no problem with demons at all. As for the trouble of the Lord of the Abyss, these World Trees will naturally find ways to deal with it. In any case, for these big guys, Midi is their home field. Chapter 1603 Reasons for Choosing Cooperation. Things that should have been solved so easily have put humans on the front line and suffered such huge losses. As one of the losers, one can imagine the anger in my heart. But no one dares to vent their anger on these beings. In addition to upbringing issues, the desire to survive is more at play. Plants like World Tree are not gentle gentlemen. Otherwise they would not acquiesce to the establishment of an organization like the Turtle Dove Alliance. In the eyes of the noble lords, this organization that frequently kills people and exterminates their families is not a good thing. But there are some words that just don't come out well. Therefore, this great nobleman and important minister of the Guana Empire could not help but speak out. It was just a rhetorical question from the magician that left everyone speechless. Lin asked, "If at the beginning of the war, or even earlier, when the Gate of the Abyss was taking shape, I jumped out and said, because World Tree and the entire lost land are in need, please let me build stable buildings on both sides of the Gate of the Abyss. The magic tower of two worlds. Who would agree? Who would support you?" "Well," the old man who originally spoke said without giving up, "we can talk about this kind of thing. Yes, because it takes time to negotiate. The demons can take the opportunity to invade during this time. Since the demon invasion is inevitable, what do you have to complain about?" Lin said. "Can't we control the door first and block the demon's invasion?" The old man still refused to give up. "Who will control it? Let the Wood Elves control it. That area is really controlled by the Wood Elves. Can you allow such a thing? Or should it be controlled by humans? If it really falls into your hands, the first thought must be to close the abyss. Then do we still have room for negotiation? If neither side controls it, then the devil will invade, and the result will be the same. Well, then you can also contribute in the subsequent war, instead of only human sacrifices." The old man said angrily what he wanted to say most. Lin remained calm, using his huge figure to overlook a group of little people who could not reach him, and said, "In the process of sacrifice, waiting for your nods to agree. How long will it take? How is it different from the current situation? Since it's the same. So it doesn't matter if the Wood Elves get involved, or if we bleed and sacrifice together with you, and suffer misfortune in this way. You will consider our demands instead of using the elves as a shield. Go to the front. It's better to die cleanly." "Huh?" In response to this torture that penetrated his soul, the old nobleman stiffened his neck and chose to avoid answering. He also said, "Then you can go directly to the door of the abyss and block the door first. We will talk about what you want to talk about later." This is back to the situation just now. The issue of who will control the Gate of the Abyss. Lin showed a contemptuous look for the first time and said, "Do you need me to repeat what I just said? Then if we keep disagreeing, will you just let things get worse?" "Why not?" Lin said indifferently. But he still slightly corrected the old man and said, "But I regret to emphasize one thing. The only ones who have become worse are you, or the human society that has dominated the Lost Land for a long time. For Yggdrasil and the Lost Land, as long as that door is still there, things have not changed for the worse, and certainly not for the better." The most cruel part of this whole thing was pointed out by Lin in a bloody way. The blood kept flowing. But no matter how much or how little it flows, it has no impact on the overall situation, and is all in vain. This time it was the turn of the people from the Hater Empire to speak out. The Emperor was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. It was the powerful officials below who spoke. He said weakly, "Your Excellency, since you are capable of solving this matter yourself, why do you have to go around in such a big circle and create such a mess? Isn't it fun to tease us?" Now the person who felt helpless was a magician who was as huge as the incarnations of the World Tree. Lin spread his hands and said with a look of shit on his face, "What I want to build are 2 magic towers. Magic towers. They are not broken houses built with mounds of earth or stones. Just use local materials. Don't you forget? Now! The world is just as defensive about me as it is about anything else. Some of the key materials used to build the magic tower. Not to mention that I can't buy them myself, even if the technical guild or the automobile center wants to buy them. It is difficult, and there are quantity restrictions. A lot of people feel aggrieved and dare not do it in front of me. Complaining? Don't you think that I am really blind and deaf? That I can't see or hear anything?" Someone said something like a complaint, which made old Mr. Callway feel a little embarrassed. As Lin's closest political ally, he clearly had the ability to break through such a predicament but did nothing, and even ignored the situation. This member of the great noble family is actually an accomplice, just to maintain a small tacit understanding between the nobles and the magicians. Lin knew. But there was nothing he could say to change the situation. Fortunately, I put all this aside and don't think about it so much. As the saying goes, if you have no desires, you will be strong. In the past, I wanted a magic tower. In addition to the deep-rooted land mentality in my bones and wanting to have a home of my own, it was more to protect myself in this dangerous world. As a single-player operable war fortress, the magic tower is the best choice, and no other option can compare. Or to develop their power, they could learn from their hometown neighbor, Mr. Takeda of Japan and the Warring States period, who was known as building a city based on people. It's just that the difficulty between the two is too different. The mind has to be caught in the door several times before a time-traveling house can choose the next path of fighting for kings and hegemony. And the thoughts that had calmed down became active again because of this incident. That's why Lin is so proactive in dealing with many problems. No longer just pretending to be dead as long as he can. If I didn't put it off for a month, it would be a waste of my otaku nature. But even if you become active, it doesn't mean that the problems in the past no longer exist now. It's just that I avoided facing it before. But now I have to face it. Lin is not the kind of character who exploits his strengths and avoids his weaknesses. Besides, why do you want to do this? As long as you think deeply, these people who have been in the power circle for countless years will quickly figure it out. Therefore, Lin did not hide anything about the difficulties he faced and told them everything. It's just that when things unfolded, the person who was originally so pale that he looked as if his whole family was dead suddenly became rosy again. They know that the most dangerous thing in a circle of power is having no place to show off your strength. But as long as you have chips in your hands and a place to exert your strength, how much strength you can use and how much you gain depends on the ability of the person using it. Since we know that this magician also wants something from him, and we also know that this opportunity has been won by everyone's tacit understanding for a long time, there is no reason not to find a way to make good use of it. But they didn't think about it. If under normal circumstances, someone could slowly collect the materials to build a magic tower, I dare not say that after more than 10 years in the holy city of Starry, I could collect all the materials to build a tower. But at least there is a beginning. Although someone's income is amazing. But to build a regular magic tower, ordinary magicians need several generations of savings. And even Lin needs more than 10 years. Or even decades of accumulation. In the past, I was able to fish out a great sage's tower because there was only a soil embryo left in that tower. And it was still in a destroyed state. The most important thing is that the location is too remote and the local people's sentiments are not quite right. Only then did it fall into the hands of a certain time traveler. Now that we have a good start, and we are facing needs on official business, we can generously ask the World Trees to sponsor us. Starting with the rare materials prefixed with World Tree and various elven specialties. Lin was confident that he could assemble the building materials for 2 towers in a short time. Even if they were a bit crude. Anyway, the twin towers of the gate are built first. The basic functions are in place, and can be gradually improved in the future. Then the door to the abyss would have been blocked long ago. And there wouldn't be as many troubles as there are today. When Lin boasted to old Mr. Kawe that the problem could be solved within a day, he was not talking nonsense, but telling the truth. The mixed soldiers and the organic fleet were dealt with, although the complete Lord of the Abyss was difficult to deal with. The Hagiri with over 10,000 people was even more terrifying. Think of another way to get Finn and her former Dark Legion guards Commander Stone to come over. Unless the Abyss Lords all come to the Lost Land today, there will be nothing that can't be solved. But where did the materials for building the tower come from? Are you just wasting your energy blocking the door? Begging Grandpa and Grandma everywhere? Is it possible to ask for it? Let the devil in, and play the role of raising bandits to respect yourself. To be honest, this is a last resort. If you put in all the hard work from the beginning, and then let go, because the deal fell apart, you will give the devil a chance to wreak havoc. At that time, you will only be scolded worse, without any sympathy, and even more nonsense and support. The teachings of our ancestors: a good person will be bullied by others, and a good horse will be ridden by others. This statement is not groundless. Now that I have confessed, a group of nobles who seem to be desperate for the death of their entire family and hopeless in life are glowing again. How could Len not guess what these people were thinking? If he were in their position, he would have this expression: if you don't take advantage of it, you're a bastard. If you can give away female tickets, who would be stupid enough to pay for it? The evil of human nature has no regard for status, time, place and race. Your Majesty the Great Magician. It was another old noble from the Hater Empire. although he didn't show the full aristocratic arrogance on his face. The coquettish flavor in his bones still showed through. He said, "I can understand how important your plan for the Twin Gate Towers is to your majesty, the World Tree, and to the entire Lost Land. But the cost of building the magic tower is not light at all. Not to mention there are a lot of materials. It's quite rare. It's impossible for us to pay for it in vain." This is a very high price. Lin had dead fish eyes and pointed his hand in the air. With his skilled whiteboard writing skills, he immediately outlined the design lines of the war tower that had been shown before, as well as the explanatory text. At the same time, he said, "Then, sir, how much do you think this design that can turn defeat into victory for mankind is worth?" Chapter 16. Oh, for the face, and thinking of the old-school nobles. The nobleman who spoke had a more vivid mind than the others, and his ability to draw inferences from one instance to other cases was not a problem. He quickly found a few arguments and said with a smile, "With the help of your excellency and your majesties, counterattack is not a problem. This so-called new magic tower design that turns defeat into victory is not that important. Of course, from your point of view, I can understand that cooperation with the Lost World is not the only option. If you want to choose a suitable ally based on the outcome of the war, it is a good way not to directly intervene in the process of the war. That's right. After all, whoever controls the Gate of the Abyss in the end is likely to become your partner. But what I want to emphasize is that the devil, that is, the Abyss side, is by no means a good ally." This is a completely different concept from choosing among the many Homo sapiens races in the Lost Land. Whether humans, elves, dwarves, or halflings, we all follow the basic rules of the Lost Land. But the demons have their own set of rules, and the Abyss just wants to turn the Lost Land into a second Abyss. From this perspective, you can really achieve your original goals from the Lost Land under the rule of the demons. So, since we are the best or even the only choice, then I think we should have a place in the new order that is about to be established." Yggdrasil, who had been silent all this time, allowed Yggdrasil, the voice of the magician, to break the silence. The 8-fruit tree incarnation of the ancient Yggdrasil shook the treetops, and the 8 fruits made a crisp tinkling sound like wind chimes. He also said, "Then mortals, what else do you want?" The tone was calm, as if there was no emotion in it. In fact, except for the relatively new member Ms. Bank, the rest of the Alliance leaders knew that the fact that the Ancient One spoke was not a good thing. It's not that the World Tree boss is angry, but the seriousness of the matter must reach a certain level. And these bosses, who have lived for countless years and have experienced a lot, will speak out. Most of the time, Len communicated with the 2 ancients through the priests of their respective elf tribes. There are not many direct conversations, let alone meaningless small talk. Even if it was to say hello, the 2 ancients could only shake the branches to signal. Normally, he still looks cold and ignores everyone. After all, they are plants, and no one can say anything bad about them. Is it possible to expect this plant to be like a dog, hunching down and wagging its tail all day long? As for the way the elf priests communicate with the World Tree, they are all mysterious communication methods that can only be understood. Many elves may serve the World Tree all their lives, but may not even hear this ancient master speak the golden mouth once. Just like the way the magician shook a tree branch. It was an oracle-level revelation. Every time I see it, no elf will burst into tears with gratitude. It's just that someone doesn't have the consciousness. Now one of the ancient ones, Yggdrasil, spoke again. They are both high-ranking members of the Turtle Dove Alliance and share the status of World Tree. Of course, the other bosses did not react as fiercely as the elves, but they were also thoughtful about Yggdrasil's reaction. As we all know, in human society, when the power status reaches a certain level, people do not like to have contact with gods or beings of the same level, because they are unwilling to bow to other beings, even if they know in their hearts that they are inferior. But conversely, these gods or beings of the same level don't like to deal with these mortals at the top of the power pyramid. He is obviously an ordinary mortal like everyone else, but he still pretends to be different. What's the point of constantly emphasizing bloodline and status? It's easy to say that those beings who step by step from being mortals to becoming gods are easy to say. They have had the experience of ordinary people and can understand what the pride of nobles is. The World Tree is just a tree, a plant. Even if they know what a noble is, how can they understand the arrogance in their bones? However, the nobles who are now getting into the whirlpool of desire have no such consciousness. For them, how to maximize profits is almost an instinct engraved in their souls. seeing people stretching their arms in front of them. How could they miss the opportunity to take a bite? Before the noble hater who was chatting in front could say anything, someone from the Guana Empire jumped in and said, "Isn't it just building magic towers on both sides of the Gate of the Abyss? We will take care of both of our two empires one by one. We will also be responsible for the garrison. We will bear the threat of the abyssal demons and ensure that everything is handled smoothly for your majesty from beginning to end." Hee. It looks like he was kicked away again. Someone is so self-deprecating in his heart. Let's not talk about whether the magicians in the Lost Land may agree to hand over the control of the magic tower to the nobles. Being picked on peaches again. Someone didn't want to continue to endure the same humiliation as before. Lin said coldly. "Does this mean that in the future, the two empires can use the method of destroying the magic tower as a threat at any time to make the world tree, and even the higher existence will act according to your ideas? Well, even if not both empires wanted to cause trouble, as long as one of the empires has evil intentions, he only needs to destroy the other tower to break the balance that was finally established. Are you sure you have such qualifications? Then what choice do you have? Don't talk about taking refuge in the devil. The best result is the Lost Land. The Abyss. The Abyss. And the nature of the devil is destined that they will not be satisfied with the current situation. Only the human world is a suitable partner." The third nobleman said confidently. "There is no need for anyone to hide a private meeting like this. Uchimidi doesn't have the bad habit of asking people to guess and understand everywhere like in my hometown. Therefore, when nobles see what they want, their attitude is quite direct. And many times, strong words with subjective content can easily guide other people's thinking. As long as you can dominate the topic, then things are half done. The remaining half is just a matter of eating more and eating less. But the premise is, if you can really dominate the topic." The one who spoke was still the ancient Yggdrasil. He directly ignored the human nobles, who looked very small in the high conference center due to the projection angle, and asked, "Is there a backup method?" Lin suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and used himself to calm down. But in fact he said with a bit of gnashing of teeth, "Yes. In fact, at the beginning, I thought about the possibility of cooperating with the Abyss Demon. But such an idea it is indeed impractical and unfeasible. So I seriously thought about feasible backup plans and made a preliminary plan. Simply put, it is to directly get rid of the possibility of involvement of both humans and demons. And let us take the lead in everything. The specific action plan is as follows. The first step is to eliminate all opposition and opposition. The blockade imposed on me by Midland is at best the behavior of a small number of people in power in the local lords and magician associations. Most people don't care or even know that such a thing exists. So we will carry out a purge operation. In addition to the aforementioned objects, the target also includes the demons who passed through the Gate of the Abyss and came to the Lost Land. The third goal is to create a no-man's land around the Gate of the Abyss to avoid our future course of action is needlessly interfered with. The problem of building materials for the magic tower is even simpler. In one word, rob. If you don't rob one place enough, go to the next place until you rob enough. People are killing people anyway. So robbing things can only be regarded as a convenience. Even if you don't take or rob, you will only give others an advantage. So there is no need to pretend to be reserved at this time. The third step is to build a tower and establish satellite towns around it, and immigrate to enrich the population, and develop farmland, livestock and other food industries. This is to ensure the food source for the guardians of the magic tower. And it can be matched with the magic tower to form mutual support the power of the horns. And the attack range of the twin towers of gates in my design is no longer limited to the 10 kilometers stipulated by the Magician Association. According to the example of the Tower of the Great Sage, the attack range of 400 kilometers is actually not the limit. But consider when it comes to actual control, a range of 300 to 500 kilometers is not a problem. As for whether this area should be built or not, my opinion is that it doesn't matter whether it can be built or not. And not only this side of the Lost Land, but also the other side of the Abyss needs to have the same plan. It also doesn't matter who the immigrants are. Anyway, after the magic tower is built, if there are any opponents, they will be sent to death. I have killed them in the front, and there is no need to maintain a false and glorious image in the back, all the way to the dark side. That's fine. Those who follow me will live, and those who go against me will perish. Of course, there is a very important issue here. That is, the necessity of the twin towers of the gate is based on the premise that the ninth power can be established. For the ninth power to be established, banks are indispensable. even if Homo sapiens other than humans also use banks, based on their belief system. Whether they can support the ninth power is indeed a problem. Therefore, the human world must be maintained. But all we need is quantity. There is a saying in my hometown: antiques in prosperous times, gold in troubled times. That is to say, no matter what era, the value of coins made of precious metals will always exist and will not be eliminated or ignored. Perhaps a good economic environment can only exist in peacetime. But peacetime is not a necessary condition for the use of money. Even because banks protect private property, others cannot easily rob it. In times of war, banks may even become more important. But we may need to change how we use them. Then we use the results of a large-scale social experiment 1,000 years ago, when the Demon King destroyed the beliefs of the old era and caused the old gods to completely disappear from the earth as a reference. According to calculations, as long as the number of humans remains at more than 15% of today, banks will not disappear. And as long as the population remains above 60%, even if it falls into chaos, the demand for banks may not decrease but increase. Someone's backup plan is more than just words. The situations he mentioned are all explained with a map of the whole world. For example, the effects of attacking all opposition forces and clearing the area around the Gate of the Abyss are displayed in real time on the map. When explaining the impact of population decline on the belief in the goddess of gold coins, a series of mathematical formulas derived from economic and mathematical theories were proposed. This was used to prove that his purge action would not shake the foundation of the ninth power and harm the interests of the will of Midi and World Tree. Chapter 1605: The feasibility of backup plan. However, apart from the 3 steps of building the tower mentioned above, Lin's planning did not end there. Just like the game industry back home, once the game is made, everything will be fine. We also need to promote, operate, and work hard to harvest the wool. Likewise, Lin's concern is certainly not the difficulty of building a magic tower. It's about how to maintain the operation of the magic tower after the tower is built. If the tower is completed, the matter will be complete, and there will be no need to consider subsequent development. Someone has already done something reckless. Where do I need to wait until now? So he gave himself a drink of water, took a breath, and continued. And the reason why I neither support nor oppose the establishment of this Lao's High Kingdom is because I do not intend to rule the entire lost world like the Dark Ages 1,000 years ago. Of course, I do not intend to dominate or influence it in any form. We have made this mess ourselves. The reason is very simple. Because by doing so, it is easy to make ourselves a huge target. Anyone can easily target and take a bite. Just like the devil 1,000 years ago. 1 or 2 bites may not do anything. But if we bite too much, we can still be torn into pieces. As long as there is no such obvious target, then the first goal of the careerists in the chaotic era must be to annex the people around them, instead of choosing to cooperate. And then expedition to the twin towers of the gate. We can completely eradicate us who created the chaos of the era. Then when a certain force reaches a certain level, we will strike again. This time, we don't need to target the entire lost land. Just the force that has grown to be threatening. And we don't have to kill all the people in the entire force. We just need to hit the key points, disperse them, and return the whole situation to chaos. Don't think that it is difficult to do this. In fact, it is far more difficult than we can imagine. Simple. Just the existing Elven Coalition can do it. Before a stable society with a sound system is established, everything happens because of people. When the person who is the link dies, the environment he originally painstakingly created will inevitably be shattered. Before the people below maintain the original good situation, the first thing they do is to fight for power. As for revenge or something, this is more like a slogan or an excuse. I don't believe how many people are willing to participate in the expedition. Just to die. Revenge for his old master. As long as these emerging forces are defeated and the situation is chaotic, then the situation we want can be maintained. Simply put, in order to maintain the stability of the twin towers of the gate, what we need to be is not the ruler of lost land, but it's a spoiler. It's better to target those forces that pose a real threat to us, rather than targeting the entire land. In this way, most of the potentially threatening forces will be destroyed by internal friction, and we won't need to take action at all. As for whether other gods will intervene, I don't think there is anything to worry about. Theocracy and political power have always been opposed to each other, and in chaotic times, people will pursue spiritual sustenance even more. That is, relying on the power of faith to fill the spiritual dissatisfaction caused by the lack of real life. In other words, Maintaining such a situation is also beneficial to the gods. Therefore, they will be allies that can be united, rather than the enemy. As long as this situation lasts for 3 or 5 generations, I will even wonder if anyone will remember that we are the culprits that caused all this situation. The hatred will not be firmly tied to us, but to those who are fighting around them, neighbors for generations. By that time, whether it is to make the 9th gate of the abyss fade out of sight like the first 8 gates, or to make people get used to our existence and no longer choose to deliberately target or suppress us, will we continue to disrupt the situation by then? Policies can be discussed again. At this point, I believe that the 9th Power Project has been successfully concluded. There is no need to do anything more deliberately, because the door and the twin towers of the door will truly become a part of the mysterious land. Just like the Great Library, an indelible mark. It was a long talk, but fortunately someone brought boiled water to drink. Otherwise it would not have made his throat smoke. But after explaining his backup plan, Lin felt inexplicably happy. It's like taking a sip of ice-cold beer on a dog day. That refreshing feeling that's refreshing. But of course, this kind of joy cannot be understood by the world trees. They maintain their usual plant-based calmness. And the ancient Yggdrasil spoke again, and pointed to the point. How long will it take? As for the happy ending in his own words, that is far away. However, other parts can still be estimated. So Lin replied, I dare not say anything later. I estimate that it will take 7 days to complete the construction of the twin towers of the gate. There is no need to use the elf quick reflex. I directly request the robot fleet everyone is dispatched. They all owe me now anyway. Use robots to carry out purge operations, clean up demons, and clear the area around the gate of the abyss. Except for the Lord of the Abyss, who will personally handle it. The rest can be completed in a day at most. The next 3 days will be spent plundering the building materials needed for the magic tower. Some key rare materials may not be easy to find, and even if they are found, they may not be enough. So it will take more time. As for the more common magic materials, as long as they are collected conveniently, I think the extra parts should be enough to build satellite towns around the magic tower. By then, let alone a magic tower, it will not be difficult to build a magic circle city. After all, I went to see the floating island not long ago, and there are some experiences I can learn from. And we don't need to let that land go to the sky. So we don't need high-end things like Miser energy. But I am confident that these cities can be more powerful than floating islands. But I haven't thought about the city planning part in detail yet. If I really want to do it, I have to think about it separately. I have a mature plan for the design of the twin towers of the gate. As long as the materials are available, I can just let the robots build it. This may be better than finding other methods. It would be more appropriate for people to build the tower. The predecessor of the robot is the Earth Elemental Elf. For the magicians in the Lost Land, summoning the powerful Earth Elemental Elf to build a house is an extremely extravagant practice. They are also specialized. The houses they build are not only the quality is excellent, and sometimes comes with some extra effects. This is not to mention the powerful leader-level robots. But they are all Lord-level Earth Element Elves. Although after being transformed into robots, they are not as proficient in the use of magic as they were in the Elemental Elf era. But if they are also equipped with engineering machinery, that is absolutely no problem. So I estimate that it will take 3 days to build the tower. As long as you follow my drawings, the accuracy, work efficiency, and quantity of the robots, and sufficient materials, the twin towers of the gate can be built in only 3 days. That is to say, I only need 7 days for the entire process until the tower is completed. Even if I grab some more grace, I can finish everything in 10 days at most. As for whether to build a magic circle city, change the terrain, and reclaim cultivated land and pastures in the future, it can be done by robots or find other people to do it. There is no time limit for these. We can consider it slowly. After explaining his estimated timetable, he also threw out some supporting documents for everyone to verify. But when someone talks happily, not everyone listening is so interested. Fortunately for the world trees and the bank lady, as the main beneficiaries, what they have to evaluate is feasibility and credibility. But the other group of noble people who were completely ignored and who were at the top of the power of the land were all frightened when they heard this. The minds of these noble gentlemen, including the 2 emperors, were filled with impossible, absolutely impossible, and other words. They tried their best to find out the unreasonable errors and omissions in what they just said and break through the self-justifying logic. But some things can't be done just because you want to. The lie that seems to have the best chance of being exposed is undoubtedly the part of the robot fleet. Ever since a robot fleet overthrew an Imperial Grand Duke more than 10 years ago, countless people have tried to get in touch with this unprecedented power. Another group of people are pursuing the truth behind the disappearance of the Earth Elemental Elves and the changes in the Elemental Elves. Of course, the news cannot be completely blocked for such a long time. The fact that the 4 major elemental realms are attached to the Lost Land means that the residents of the 4 major elemental realms cannot completely cut off contact with the Lost Land. The origins of the robots and detailed information are gradually becoming known. This is true even for those magicians who are curious. With the dignity of the Empire, how could he not have more information? They even began to study the secrets of the robots' power, and had contact and cooperation with some leader-level robots. The deeper you go, the more you can understand the power of robots. And this power is incomprehensible at the moment. Perhaps when humans completely absorb robot technology and develop roots available to humans, the gap in strength between the two sides will not be so disparate. It is said that at the beginning of the Abyss invasion, some people proposed that robots should come forward to deal with the demons. But the problem with robots is the same as when they were elemental elves. That is, they are too expensive. It's so expensive that even if you sell your empire, or even your entire land, you still can't afford to hire a fleet of robots. But if someone could use the entire robot fleet, not to mention defeating the demons, sweeping across the whole land wouldn't be a problem. The most terrifying thing is that people with this ability are really ready to sweep across the land. To say that the thoughts here can still remain normal. It is the old Mr. Kawe who has been in contact with this person for a long time. After the magician turned a blind eye to others and told a shocking plan, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Your Excellency Guy Blash, this is the only backup plan you have. If you really do this, then I'm not dead." Of course, Lin couldn't completely ignore the old man he knew well. Using the tone he used when communicating with the old man, Lin said gently, "The second plan is not impossible. Compared with the first plan, I recommend it twice as much." "Oh, what is that?" Old Kagong asked quickly. Other nobles who were in confusion also pricked up their ears. Lin said, "That's just waiting. In the past 8 eternal gates of the Abyss, no one has ever heard of anyone deliberately doing anything. The final situation was the birth of the Guardian, and it has been passed down to this day. According to the 2 ancients, the history of the gates of the Abyss even precedes them. So we can make an inference that we don't need to do anything about the 9th gate of the Abyss. Sooner or later, a Guardian will be born to perform his due duties. Your Majesty, Yggdrasil, should be able to afford it. And I save trouble, and don't have to rack my brains to think of how to cover everything. It can be said that everyone is happy." Chapter 1606 Grudges. The magician first threatened, and then acted like he was watching the show as if it had nothing to do with him, which undoubtedly angered all the nobles. As human beings who have been at the top of power for a long time, they have never received such cynicism from a mere magician. Even if the Dharma saint stood in front of them, none of them would be polite, for fear of saying the wrong thing and irritating themselves. Immediately, someone couldn't stand the grievance they had been feeling, and stood up from the table, pointing at the magician who was as tall as other world tree incarnations and sitting on a high seat, and yelled, "Don't forget, you are a human being. Before you made these bullshit plans, did you ever think about your duty as a human being? What does it mean to be on the side of the elves? Traitor! Rebel your mother, you big-headed devil." Lin's eyes were blazing, and he punched the armrest of the high seat with his fist. In an instant, the electric light was activated and rushed in all directions. The bank ladies and the incarnations of the world tree who were nearest to them all shivered from the electric shock. The bank lady couldn't help but cast a sad look. However, someone who is in a rage has no concern for other people's thoughts. Now he is almost on the verge of losing control. The high seat vibrates. The water mist boils. The hair, beard, and sleeves move automatically without wind. The eyes are on fire, and the fire comes out when you open your mouth. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not a Lost Land person. I'm an Earthling. In your terms, I'm a foreigner. Betrayal doesn't make sense to me. The world trees gave me a way to go home. I just need another magic tower to build a deep space telescope. Yes, I admit that I have selfish motives for the twin towers of Gate and want to do some private work in private. But so what? It will not affect the effect that the twin towers should have at all. And now I can build one in the maze and the abyss. Using the triangulation method, I believe it can make my path home clearer and increase my chance of returning home successfully by a few percentage points. But what have you done? Even if I want to buy basic magic stones that can be used to build magic towers, I either can't buy them or ask questions, and I promise not to use them for any purpose. I endured all this, and my mind gradually faded away. Now that I have the opportunity to contact the magic tower, you want to kick me aside again? Have you been slandering me for a long time, and you think it is natural to do so? I didn't dare to act recklessly before because I didn't want to challenge the whole world. Now I dare to act recklessly because I have the whole world behind me to challenge the world and order that belongs to mankind. If I hadn't killed all of you, the ninth authority established by Queen might have collapsed before it even took shape. I would have done it a long time ago. You think I calculated the red line for population decline because I have enough to eat and have nothing to do? A data that is not interesting at all. An aristocratic class that accounts for less than 1% of the total population determines the direction of all mankind. Even if you add in the power class in the Magician Association, as well as the bishops and above in various divine churches, the number of people did not increase this proportion by even 1 percentage point. As long as I put some effort into carrying out precise strikes, even if accidental damage is allowed, my plan will not be shaken at all after plunging the entire mystery into irreversible chaos. Do you know what this sentence means? It means that if you are all dead, the lost land will only enter a state of carnival, and no one will be sad for you. What's ridiculous is that you think you have a choice. Whether you want to live or die, you should be able to wish for more blessings. But in fact, the choice has never been in your hands, nor in the hands of Yggdrasil, but in the hands of Yggdrasil. In my hand? It's in my hand? You know what this means. Who gave you the courage to point at my nose and curse? An old nobleman retorted stubbornly. The power in your hands is not uncommon. Sooner or later we will be able to obtain a power stronger and more numerous than you. Believe it or not. So what? Don't think that I don't know that you also have contact with robots. But even if I give you 100 years to understand the technology of robots, and another 100 years to surpass it, I can destroy it all tomorrow. Time is not on your side. Lin struck again. And this time the lightning flashed more and further. If the humans in the center were not too small and far away from the surroundings, this ball of lightning might also reach them. It's just that at that time, their ending was not like that of the bank lady and the incarnation of Yggdrasil, which could be resolved with a tremor. However, as long as the electric light is not deliberately guided by magic, it still follows the most basic physical phenomenon. That is, it runs towards the nearest conductor. So the unlucky ones are naturally the high-ranking people around us. Logically speaking, this level of offense would be enough to make anyone fall out. If a magician fails to apologize properly, the consequences may be serious. But the magician, who had always been kind, or at least indifferent to others, suddenly exploded, showing such a violent side, and proposing such a murderous plan made even the world trees, who had no feelings for humans, fall silent. Even plants know how to grow toward the sun according to their nature, which is also a sign of seeking good luck and avoiding bad luck. When someone is furious, no world tree can stand up to him and confront him. Anyway, the electric shock will make you shiver, which is considered to clear the meridians. Of all the people, the one whose mood was completely different from the others was definitely old Kawigong, an old nobleman who had known the magician for more than 10 years. As a great aristocrat, he would hand over a magician. In addition to the benefits of this person, it was more because he had seen through the magician's character. It seems cold on the outside but hot on the inside. Eat soft things but not hard things. To put it nicely, it is called kindness. And to put it unpleasantly, it is called being exploitable. The most commendable thing is that he sticks to his duty and never breaks the rules easily. Not all nobles rush to eat people up and wipe them clean. At least for a warrior like old Kawigong who was born on the battlefield. He knows how to share benefits with others. They know better than those nobles who stay behind and talk big words without hurting their backs. There is no other way. We expect the soldier to sacrifice his life and die, and then turn around and force him and his family to a dead end. Such a general must know how sharp his soldiers' swords are. And how could those nobles, who were firmly seated in the temple, understand how dangerous it would be for them to force someone to rebel? They just keep testing people's limits, pushing the upper limit of tolerance higher and higher. And they won't know that they have passed it until the tight string is completely broken. At this time, the old man didn't feel resentful, but more helpless. He could only smile bitterly and said, "Xiao Gai, why have I never heard these words from you before? What should I say? My lord, Even I won't believe such an excuse from other people's point of view. So how can I win people's trust? No matter how much time I spend and how much evidence I prepare. People who don't want to believe it, well, I will never believe it. Lin said truthfully. As long as there is a possibility of a thing being used for other purposes, people will choose a more conservative approach to avoid abuse. From the perspective of a certain magician, even if his idea is confirmed, he just wants to find a way home. But for the noble, this magic tower is a threat after all in his hands. So the best option is to keep that magician away from the magic tower. If it hadn't come to this point, where it was already unstoppable, no one would believe what this magician said. No. Rather than believing it, it is better to say that everyone is subconsciously willing to believe that those words are true. In this way, the threat after the magic tower is established can be minimized, and the fear in the heart can be slightly relieved. When he realized how ridiculous his idea was, the old man was filled with helplessness. Once upon a time, a nobleman close to the emperor had to live such a humble life. Putting aside the problem of the mysterious land and the earth that the man calls, do you still regard the magician in front of you as a human being? Are there such human beings who are as huge as gods and overlook all living beings? Because he was so familiar with him. Old Kagong, who had no problem with his previous attitude, reconsidered whether his attitude and thoughts towards such a magician were too negligent. But there is a more serious problem at hand. That is, when negotiations are facing breakdown, awkward silence is not a good thing. The first voice that breaks the silence may very well be the sentence that determines the future direction. But whether human society in this future will continue or be discontinued is a question so heavy that it is difficult for everyone to think about it. Everyone who was aware of this matter felt their mouths were dry, and they were unable to speak even a single word. In such difficult times, living longer than others and experiencing more than others is an advantage that no one else can match. For the old emperor of Guana, Armin Kazharnia, he was as shocked as others when he heard those words. But he was not as angry as others. This is not to say that the old emperor is so open-minded that even if he is fooled by an ordinary person, he can still laugh and let the matter pass. But this old man, who has half his foot in the coffin, knows that acting on impulse is never a good attitude towards something. Holding power is not to abuse power, but to lead people to make the most correct choices. Profit is just an accompanying accessory, not the main purpose pursued. It's just that many people have forgotten this and only value the latter. And at his age, the old emperor valued what he could leave more than what he could gain. It would definitely not be a good thing if the Guana Empire, which has the most orthodox imperial heritage in Midland, and has the heritage of the Magic Empire, the Goblin Empire, the Elf Empire, and the Dwarf Empire, is cut off by your own hands. So it's self-evident what choices you can make. He used the characteristic rough voice of an old man and said soothingly, "Calm down, Your Excellency the Great Magician. Before the matter reaches that point, there is still room for negotiation. Otherwise, you wouldn't have waited until now." "Right. Maybe my patience has been exhausted before. The so-called waiting is actually just an illusion," Lin said indifferently. "Don't refuse the opportunity provided by others. Maybe this will make what you want to do easier to solve. All you need to do is just take some time to listen," the old emperor said warmly. "Then you hear a bunch of bullshit conditions and make yourself even more angry?" Lin mocked. "I'm not a good businessman, and I don't have the patience to mingle words with others. If you expect to test my bottom line step by step, then I can tell you clearly that everything I just said is my unshakable bottom line. No concessions. Probably none." Chapter 1607 The Empire's Offer. This was not the first time that the old emperor and the magician had met, but it was really the first time for them to have such a merciless conversation without using any honorifics. In the past, no matter what kind of ridicule he faced, this magician could treat it as a joke and pass it off gently. But this outbreak cannot be said to be without warning, at least according to the information about this magician in the old emperor's documents. His attitude and ability are extremely inconsistent. His abilities are so strong that he is almost unrivaled, but his attitude is so humble that he is like a submissive subordinate. If such a person is not weak in character, he or she has great aspirations. But even a person with a weak character will have his character reversed after receiving such powerful power, as if trying to make up for past regrets. It is full of violence, passion, and inexhaustible desire. The old emperor had seen countless such people in his life. It's just that many people are not really that powerful, but have gained some power that is different from the past, thinking that they have changed their appearance enough to despise everything. However, the magician in front of him did not indulge himself in this way. His behavior remained the same. giving people the illusion that nothing had changed. It is this illusion that confuses everyone, thinking that this dormant dragon is just an old dog without teeth. When dealing with an old dog, there are ways of dealing with an old dog. When facing evil dragons, there are also ways to deal with him. The aristocratic upbringing, as well as the old emperor's ups and downs in his life, made him very clear about how to find the right balance. To be honest, the other party's request was far from touching the old emperor's limit. The reason why this magician has been suppressed is because of the small tacit understanding among the power classes all over the world. To put it bluntly, it is just the selfish motives of everyone. The magic tower built by the magician is a good thing. But this good thing cannot be taken into the hands of people beyond his control. Therefore, the final conclusion becomes the situation before us. And at the same time, it also lays the foundation for the evil consequences of the magician's outbreak today. Continue to stick to that little tacit understanding? Who do you owe? Facing the invasion of demons from the abyss. Your own country is about to be destroyed. So you continue to do it for the benefit of others? So the old emperor said without hesitation. I can understand that the magic tower is the limit that cannot be touched. But you said that a magic circle city can be built around it. Leaving a block in this city for the Guana Empire should not be a problem. It is an undeniable fact that the place where you expect to build the magic tower is not within the territory of Guana. It is within the borders of another empire. Suratan. Just casually dividing a piece of land within the territory of an empire and declaring independence and autonomy will not be easily recognized. War is bound to happen. The only difference lies in the scale and the number of casualties. Instead of expressing my support for you in a declaration, is it more credible than if I directly provide help to support you? And this help can be to the extent that I will not hesitate to go to war with another empire. Doing this can save you a lot of trouble. At least the weak ones will not and dare not question your qualifications to own the magic tower. Because doing so is like challenging the Guana Empire. Unless you don't mind meeting people. Just say what you said before. Show anger again. Make threats. And find ways to overwhelm those who disagree. Even if the Magician Association continues to block and suppress you. With the support of the Empire, I can guarantee that you will reduce more than 90% of your troubles. If you really encounter the kind of trouble that the Empire cannot solve, it is not something we can handle. Something happened. In exchange, I just want to confirm one thing in advance, which is where the magic tower will belong after you leave or die. Since the previous humility and respect were missing from the other party's words, the old emperor's words became much more straightforward. In addition to expressing his thoughts, he also laid a foreshadowing. Asking about the ownership of the magic tower after someone's death actually implies meddling. Of course, Lin understood what the old emperor meant. I have thought about this problem before. Managing two interconnected twin towers by yourself is not a big problem. If you want to maximize the effectiveness, there is nothing better than to manage one yourself and let them also manage one. Then was a lich before, and is now a unique and perfect human being. Although there is no other reference object, lifespan should not be an issue in front of this person. The only time she would be so bored that she wanted to die, there shouldn't be a situation where she had to die. To be honest, Lin also understood that he was no longer a human being. Demonic body is just a nice way of saying it. But strictly speaking, he is a demon. He just controls his appearance so that he still looks like a human being. But compared with the real devil, he was not registered in the abyss. He was considered a non-staff member and wanted. Such a self would definitely not have the same lifespan as a normal human being. But I don't know how long I can live. So if you settle in the Twin Towers of Gates and still haven't found the exact coordinates of your return home, it is estimated that the time you can guard the Twin Towers of Gates will start at 100 years. With no upper limit. It is possible to directly turn yourself into a real guardian. Such a result is certainly not what Lin wants. Lin has actually considered the successor to the two Towers of Gate. In the hands of other humans? This is the least likely option. Unless this person's background breaks away from the traditional aristocratic power class and does not have a background in the Magician Association. He belongs to the Turtle Dove Alliance, which is a candidate that the world trees can control. In the hands of an elf, dwarf, or halfling magician, this matter seems to be the most reasonable and simple. But it is actually not easy to handle. More than 99% of the current Magic Tower owners in Lost Land are humans. This shows how serious the Magician Association is on the issue of racial discrimination. On the personal side, as long as you are congenial, it is a personal matter what kind of friends you want to make. However, in communication at the organizational level, even if they are both in the good camp, there will be distinct factions or cliques based on race. and they will be wary of each other. The only one that breaks this boundary is an unofficial organization like the Turtle Dove Alliance. Perhaps because all Homo sapiens species are treated equally in the eyes of World Tree. World Tree does not care about race issues. As long as we share a common philosophy, we can become comrades in arms. However, in this world where humans are the protagonists, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky for a non-human Homo sapiens race to become the owner of a magic tower with the consent of the Magician Association. Even if they had it, it would be the elves, dwarves, halflings, etc., who had built a magic tower on their own with the savings of several generations. But they will only own it for one generation, because the magic tower is not an asset that is allowed to be inherited, but is assigned by the Magician Association to suitable magicians to guard it. So who will the second tower master be? Or what race will he give it to? There is no doubt about the result. Naturally, these non-human Homo sapiens magicians saw clearly the association's tricks, and stopped building magic towers, and were completely separated from the tower owners. The non-human tower owners, who still exist today, all built their own magic towers in the early days. And those long-lived species have extremely long lifespans. It is not a problem to survive several generations of human beings, so they can survive until this era. However, if the establishment of the twin towers of the gate agrees with the opinion of the old Emperor Iguana, it means that it has the support of the Empire. At this time, it is inevitable to ignore the Magician Association. Conflicts with associations can even be expected, albeit in different sizes and forms. However, apart from having to be acceptable to the World Trees, it would be difficult for the successor candidate to take office directly without obtaining the consent of the Empire. The most likely candidate in front of me is Finn's apprentice, Marquis Balin, who is targeting the Necromancer, the granddaughter of old Duke Kawe and a nobleman of the Guana Empire. But even if he can arrange it, 1 or 2 terms are enough. Is it possible that he can arrange it for everyone with 500 years of hindsight? Although we don't expect the twin towers of Gate to survive for hundreds of millions of years, it certainly won't be something that can be solved in a few hundred years. And the vast majority of lives have their own lifespan. Who can guarantee that in the inheritance from generation to generation, successors will strictly abide by the old rules? If a certain generation makes a big mistake, it will affect the entire mystery. This unreliable method cannot be approved by those superior beings. Rather than letting uncontrollable variables make things worse, it is better to let the 2 towers stand empty. But leaving the twin gate towers empty is not the best choice, because one of the important responsibilities of the Guardian of the Gate of the Abyss is to block the communication between the 2 parties. There is no one to control the magic tower, although Lin can use the program to make some simple controls. If there is no one to maintain it, there is still a chance of problems. The best thing to do is to find a full-time guardian to guard it like the 8 permanent gates of the Abyss. Then this reminded Lin of 2 other guardians with the same name, but actually completely different feat. Ada on the floating island, and Lupita, who was in the Silverbeard Dwarf's hermitage. From a certain perspective, these 2 guardians who were born from the Miser Energy Core, or to be more precise, from the Purple Transformation Demon Stone, can be said to be naturally born non-living souls. Lin has also done research in this area. If you want to give birth to a guardian-level soul, the volume of the purple-level magic stone must be very large. At least the finger-sized purple stone someone has in hand can only cultivate a soul at the level of a small insect. Rather than finding a usable purple transformation-level magic stone from the Guana Empire's treasury, Lin had something more suitable. Moreover, this thing will be used and will be exposed sooner or later. So Lin took it out in advance. He turned his hand over, and a huge ball with a crystal clear and round appearance, filled with pink mist, and as smooth as a pearl suddenly appeared in his empty palm. There seemed to be a white cloud rolling around inside the ball, faintly glowing with dazzling golden light. "This is my successor," Lin said bluntly. The old Emperor Armin Kazalnia was naturally baffled by this unclear expression. The rest of the humans were still confused by the old Emperor's speech and were trying to figure things out. Although he noticed the thing in the magician's hand, compared to his current body shape, the thing was the same size as a small house. It was impossible to associate such a thing with preciousness. However, the incarnations of World Tree, who have always maintained silence, can no longer pretend this time, because they know what the magician brings out. The seed of the World Tree. The only way for the World Trees to reproduce. Chapter 1608 Seed of the World Tree. Lin actually has 2 World Tree seeds in his hand. One was obtained from the ancient Fastnath. This World Tree seed comes with an alien plane sign, which means that as soon as the seed hits the ground, it will sprout and grow into a new world tree. The other one was obtained earlier. So early that I almost forgot about it. Obtained from the seeds given by Waldvor, the first world tree someone saw. In addition to promoting the opponent to advance, and helping the opponent overcome the difficulties of promotion, Lin also handed over all his relevant experience. It contains the theory of the prototype of flash technique. Even though the world tree rooted in the earth at that time had a dismissive attitude towards flash technique, because the knowledge gained will be shared with all world trees, Waldwall gave a certain magician a reward on behalf of other world trees. The reward values given by all the world trees were added up. And finally Wadwo gave a world tree seed. However, this seed has no signpost connecting to other alien planes. This means that after the seed is planted, when it germinates depends on the accumulation of time. There are few ways to speed up growth other than how much special nutrients are available where you plant them. It is a high probability that even after generations of guarding, the plant will never sprout. This is because the lifespan of the world tree is too long, almost infinite, so they have enough time to see their descendants grow. This is not the case for humans. However, don't think that there is a concept of father-son inheritance between world trees. The parent-generation relationship between them is not strong, and all inheritance comes from the blood, not the teachings of the parents. Basically, as long as the world tree takes shape, the other party will be its best fertilizer. If it weren't for the fact that the cost of generating a seed is much greater than the gain from using the sprouted world tree seedlings as fertilizer, maybe they would leave a bunch of offspring like a poison and harvest them one by one. However, the facts tell them that this is not cost-effective, and this world tree seed will be handed over to Lin as a reward. Rather than saying that the world trees hope that this seed can reproduce and expand the world tree population, it would be better to say that they handed over a share of the inheritance belonging to the world tree to the magician. That is to say, what they hand over is knowledge, in exchange for the knowledge provided by someone. This is fair, and neither party feels they are at a disadvantage. In fact, until today, Lin has not fully analyzed all the knowledge in the world tree inheritance. There are some things that I really don't understand, such as the usefulness of photosynthesis to myself. Not to mention that the world tree seeds have another great use for magicians. That is the necessity to build the magic tower energy pool, which is the core of the strange object. The energy pool is in danger of losing control, so most of the magic tower's power is actually used to restrain the energy pool. This is common knowledge among the magicians. The energy pool built with the seeds of the world tree is also in danger of losing control. Just because the roots come from plants doesn't mean it's safer. But the type of risk is different from other types of energy pools. In the energy pool of the world tree, what the magician wants to avoid is the awakening of consciousness in the seed, rather than the connected alien plane breaking the boundary between the two worlds, causing the two planes to destroy each other, or one of them to devour the other. Don't look at the latter situation as if it can be classified among the benefits, not to mention the side that is devoured. Even if it is the side that is devoured, the entire world will suffer huge changes, and the creatures living on it will inevitably be affected. When this soul that was supposed to grow into the world tree gained enough knowledge from inheritance, it was shocked to realize that it was being used as a battery. Don't think that he is quick to understand and readily accept such a situation. Destruction and loss of control are inevitable consequences in history books. But just like the guardians born from the purple stone, there are those like Lupita who hope to destroy the entire group under her protection. And there are also those like Ada who will consider the heavenly beings on the floating island and ignore the opposition of everyone. Choose to join the WDO and restart communication with humans. So in the seed-shaped energy pool of the world tree, when the consciousness in it is revived, will there really be only bad endings and no good endings? Lin believes that such a conclusion is biased. Just like the news back home, they always report on cases of young people successfully starting their own businesses and how much money they made. But it is not said that among all the young entrepreneurs, 90% are losers, and more than half are in debt. Those who succeed are rare, and many of them just don't lose money instead of making money. Selectively revealing the truth is even more clever than Brother Way's so-called deception in Mr. Jin's The Deer and the Cauldron. Because I didn't tell any lies, I can stand the test. The unsaid part can be excused as ignorance. Who can prove that this person has bad intentions? Therefore, Lin believes that there is a clue to awakening the consciousness in the seed-shaped energy pool of the world tree. Just say that among the existing magic towers in the Lost Land, is it true that there are no tower spirits with the same level of consciousness as the guardians? The official statement is no. Even for things like the tower spirit, the official statement is vague. But every magic tower has its own secrets. And even as a tower owner, you may not be able to understand everything. Some are secrets left by the founder of the tower, and some are left by successors during the expansion. These secrets may not necessarily be included in the inheritance of the magic tower. If the tower owner dies unexpectedly, it will be easier to lose some secret information without written records. So the "no" here means true or false, or even pretending not to exist. This is very interesting. However, Lin didn't need other magic towers for reference. He had seen enough examples, and had done research himself. If it weren't for the fact that the twin towers of the gate must be built on both sides of the abyss gate to form a cycle in balance, Lin even thought of planting the world tree seeds directly on one side. Anyway, whether the abyss connects to the mysterious land, or the mysterious land connects to the abyss, there must be an energy tide that can be utilized by the world tree in this naturally formed alien plane channel. Perhaps because the connection between the lost land and the abyss is too close. The tidal difference is not large, but it should not be a big problem to promote the seeds of the world tree to germinate. But will doing so affect the re-established and dredged mini veins? Lin wasn't going to take the risk. As for planting the world tree on the other side of the abyss, considering that there are no examples of the world tree growing in the abyss, will doing so cause any unexpected changes? Someone doesn't want his quest line to be branched out by him again. That would be too tiring. Then, there are various trees on both sides of the door? This opinion was rejected by myself at the first opportunity. There are no examples of twins or symbiosis in the world tree. Their nature will dominate and plunder everything within the spread of the root system. If there are two world trees in such a range, one must be dead and the other alive. This fact has been certified by the big guys at the high-level meeting. Lin did not need to expend the scarce resources at hand to prove such a thing. Precisely because it didn't make sense to use the world tree as a guardian, Lin came up with the idea of using a magic tower to suppress both sides of the abyss gate. Although the world tree cannot be used to guard the gate of the abyss, the consciousness from the world tree's inheritance should be able to come in handy. So when it came to the successor to the twin towers of gates, Lin didn't think much about it, and just focused on the world tree seeds at hand. Anyway, the energy pool of the magic tower also needs this level of rare items. Use the world tree seeds, let go of some restrictions, and cultivate his consciousness. With the assistance of programming language, controlling the magic tower should not be a big problem. As for whether it will happen like Frankenstein or Robocop, where the consciousness of a human is awakened, only to find that he is not a human. As a result, they fall into conflicts of self-identity, and even lead to madness and destruction. This possibility is not impossible. Those magic towers that were rumored to have been drowned by awakening consciousness have probably experienced the baptism of these crazy consciousnesses. According to the nature of the relationship between magicians and summoned objects, it is estimated that both parties will not be too happy. So it is not surprising that one party loses control. And he was backed by 25 world tree bosses. The little baby who has just awakened consciousness will probably be suppressed even if he has any other thoughts. If there had been good guidance at the beginning, we would not have ended up in a lose-lose situation. At this point, Lin is quite confident. Although I am not good at educating or making friends, I still have a way of coaxing such a giant baby. In a word, it is deception. Deception with all your strength. And the whole thing is beneficial to World Tree. And they don't have to worry about being accomplices to ensure that there is no possibility of things going astray. As expected, the wave of thought separated a certain magician's exploration. But as if there was no cover, they were running around on the first floor of the subdimensional tower in the dimensional gap, above the high seat meeting. These waves of thoughts are so dense that they almost condense into physical existence. You can imagine how frequent the discussions among the World Trees are. In fact, Lin, who has mastered the inheritance of World Tree, also knows that this is not a special encryption method. It is just a language. World Tree language. If the language of the dragon points directly to the root of the spell, the language of the World Tree is the essence of everything. The former also has magician studies and even proficiency. I'm afraid not many people even know about the latter, let alone understand it. It is said to be a language, but in fact, the logic of World Tree language is completely different from that of ordinary languages. Therefore, although the translation program someone prepared for himself can translate multiple languages in real time, it is of no use at this time. If you want to know what the World Trees are communicating, Lin still has a way to translate it. But before he could think of translation, the World Trees had already reached a conclusion. They did not speak in any explicit or implicit way, but spoke one by one, starting from the ancient Yggdrasil, who was at the top of the list. The 8 fruit tree shook its branches and said at the same time, "Okay." A series of yes sounds. Each sound represents the agreement of a world tree. A total of 25 sounds. Which means that while they support the magician's decision, they will also provide substantial help when necessary. In fact, at the beginning, Lin did not grasp the way to use the seeds of the world tree to get the support of the big guys. What should I do if I fall out because of this? But now it seems that the results are quite good. As long as there are no mistakes in execution and the target results can be achieved, everything will be perfect. Even if you want to use the twin towers of the gate to do some private work, building a deep space telescope is not a problem. It was the humans, whose thinking speed was not as fast as those of the big guys here, who reacted at this time. The old emperor looked at the thing in the hands of a certain magician and asked, "Is this the seed of the world tree?" Chapter 1609. The old emperor's reaction. The thinking and reaction speed of ordinary human beings is simply an afterthought in front of a group of big guys in a high-level meeting. However, the old emperor, who had seen many rare things, did not ask a vague question like "what is this?" but a clear and pointed question. This actually made the big guys look at him. The seeds of the world tree are not just something found on the street. They can be seen everywhere. There are not even those seeds that are watering outside. Because after receiving the induction of the world tree, the wood elves will recycle them. Unless Master uses a special method to block the source of induction, it is possible for it to be collected by private individuals. No one likes to talk to someone who knows nothing or is stupid, because that would take too much time on the most basic teaching, which is a pure waste of life. Sometimes the person speaking is not necessarily an idiot, but they are too lazy to think and just want to be a doer. Everything is done by people and delivered to them. Faced with such a person, even if Lin doesn't break his face, he usually gives the other person a soft thorn. But since the old emperor had used his brain to make such a guess, Lin certainly did not hesitate to clear up the doubts. Then he said, "Yes, it is the seed of the world tree. You want to make a tower spirit?" The old emperor said with a troubled expression. From this old man's words, Lin suddenly realized that there might still be some gaps in his knowledge about lost land. At least when I first started, I didn't think of the talling thing so quickly, even though I also knew the concept. Since the other party had guessed, Lin followed the words and said, "That's right. It's just an existence similar to the tower spirit, but a guardian. Well, the guardian I'm talking about is the guardian of the gate of the abyss I mentioned before. It's different. It's a soul born from a purple transformation magic stone. I don't know if you have seen it before." The difference between a tower spirit and a guardian is mentioned because the former may be just a simple response device that drives some simple actions. According to the understanding of a certain time traveler, the most basic tower spirit cannot even be called weak artificial intelligence. It's just a device that when a switch is pressed, a fixed pattern of bells will operate in conjunction with it. Excellent tower spirits can shoulder the responsibility of managing magic towers just like humans. However, this type of tower spirit usually uses some special methods to sacrifice the soul of higher Homo sapiens as the core, so that it can have corresponding wisdom. It's just that this kind of tower spirit is too smart, and because they were sacrificed to achieve the identity of the tower spirit, they often cause rebellion, betrayal, and a series of troubles. Therefore, for a long time, this kind of high-level tower spirit has been taboo for magicians. Guardians born from purple-level magic stones do not originate from living beings, so they do not carry the emotions of these living beings before their death, including love, hate, and hatred. So reliability. Thinking of Lupita, Lin felt that he couldn't discuss the issue of the Guardian's reliability. They're all equally hacking unreliable. However, he said this and mentioned that this Guardian is not that Guardian. Lin suddenly had the idea that maybe the relationship between the two Guardians was not so distant, and it really just happened to use the same name. The names of the Guardians, Ada and Lupita, come from the ancient magic empire. That era was quite unfamiliar compared to today's mysterious land. Of course, Lin had no way of verifying how those Guardians were researched and created. And it is obvious that the consciousness of the Guardian will be born. This is something that the designers and manufacturers knew from the beginning. It did not appear suddenly at some point in time over a long period of time. And then everyone accepted this fact with great nerves. Although there are records from that era in the Great Library, they are quite rare. Naturally, there is no way to verify it. Mainly because the record carriers of that era were not paper documents or similar materials that were easy to carry and move, but various stone tablets, murals, or secret carvings. These things are not within the business scope of the Great Library. As for the guardian of the Gate of the Abyss, its origin is the name claimed by the first guardian Lin, the Moth King Jian Moss in the Cat Forest. The origins of this type of guardian are very mysterious. Not only are there no records, but even the rumors of officials and unofficial historians have no relevant content. It is as if these guardians were of the sun, moon, and stars, and they have been there since the land of mystery. The ancients can still find the source. At least they know where they came from. But the guardians of the Abyss Gate have no rumors about the source. But this is the situation of modern Lost Land. In the ancient era of the Magic Empire, were there no relevant records? Will there be records on the floating island? After all, those 5 islands have been isolated from the world for a long time, and have inheritance from ancient times. It is not surprising that there are relevant records. If it were before, Lin didn't have a complete idea about the guardian of the Abyss Gate. He might follow this path to see if he can find a way to establish a guardian. Anyway, he is already familiar with sneaking into the floating island. He just needs to find a way to avoid the induction of the island's guardian. On the way, look for the other 4 floating islands, whose whereabouts are unknown. If there is no one on any of them, it will be a piece of ancient heritage in vain. People who time travel are like being possessed by Indiana Jones, working part-time as a gold medalist, and going archaeological everywhere. As for my fat house, traveling through time is like suffering from a phobia of ancient ruins. I have never done this kind of beautiful thing many times. Do you want to move around this time? But now the Twin Towers of Gate are also linked to their own interests. I want to rely on the Twin Towers to find my way back to my hometown. This idea has been lingering in my mind since I knew that I had to build a magic tower to solve the problem of the Guardian of the Abyss Gate. Unless it can be proven today that the plan of the Twin Towers of the Gate is not feasible, and other methods must be found to establish or replace the Guardians of the Abyss Gate, then Lin will be able to find another way. Otherwise, he will definitely go all the way to the end, and never look back until he hits the wall. If you hit a wall, you'll probably play dumb, get what you want, and then think of other solutions. One person's chaotic and complicated thoughts will certainly not affect other people's thoughts. In fact, after the old emperor received the magician's confirmation and witnessed the statements of the World Tree incarnations with his own eyes, he knew that there was no room for discussion on this matter. In other words, even if there is room for discussion, it is not something that a human of his level is qualified to discuss. Again, it's not without reason that nobles don't like to face gods. But even if you can't get your hands on the 2 magic towers, you can place your own troops around them openly, which is still an improvement. At least the request he made was not explicitly opposed. If you can't control the 2 towers and completely control the traffic on both sides of the Abyss Gate, you must at least have monitoring personnel. This is the old emperor's idea. Not to mention the World Tree and the beings on it. I am afraid that after humans take control of the Abyss Gate, they may use self-destruction of the Twin Towers or closing the Abyss Gate as threats at any time to intimidate those superior beings to obey human instructions. The human side is also afraid of these existences, and threatens the human world by opening the door wide and letting the demon army enter the land. If you look at the situation in front of you, you will know that the demonic threat is not so easy to deal with. The Guana Empire was fully prepared to face the devil, instead of being caught off guard like the Suritan Empire. But the situation of the Abyss Demon has been established, together with half of the airship legions of the Hater Empire. The strength of 1.5 empires alone is not enough to solve the crisis. It may be necessary to use the empire's foundation, gather more and more powerful forces, and sacrifice at the expense of others to solve this big trouble. Therefore, the request to leave an informant at the Gate of the Abyss is also in the hope that the crisis can be reacted to in the early stages and the problem can be solved quickly in the future, instead of letting the devil take hold in ignorance and turn a good situation into a mess. After figuring out that there was no room for negotiation on this matter, the old emperor did not give up his intention to continue bidding, and said, "Since it is not handed over to the enemies of the empire, then I can still accept it. Then my second condition is..." Lin slightly frowned, showing an impatient attitude. But he did not interrupt the old emperor's speech rudely, but listened quietly. "Since you have said that you have the ability to solve the devil's problem in a short time, please show it. Humanity has shed too much blood. Even if we are willing to provide materials for building a magic tower, we want to transport them to the destination. We have to rule out being attacked by the enemy." Lin could tell that there were several intentions behind the remarks that seemed perfectly normal and full of compassion for humans. The first thing is to test whether someone's previous big words are the truth or bragging. Being able to deal with a Grand Duke of the Empire does not mean that he can also deal with the Abyss Demons and the nobles of the whole land in one day. So the old emperor wanted to make a test. If a certain magician doesn't even have the strength to solve the devil's problem in one day, it's hard to believe that he has the ability to threaten the nobles of the entire land. By that time, it is estimated that no matter how many things you promise now, it will be in vain. Even if the empire does not turn its back and deny its credit, it will drag on the matter for as long as it takes. The second point is to consume a certain magician's opportunity to use robots, using the current Earth elemental plane to reconnect with the mysterious land. The robot also responds to the call of ordinary magicians from time to time. Lin can believe that the information about his troubles in the elemental plane has been revealed by the robot a long time ago. Firstly, I did not restrict them from revealing their own information. Secondly, whether they were the former elemental elves or today's robots, their personalities remained the same as before and had not changed. In short, as long as the remuneration is adequate, everyone is a big mouth, and stitches will not help. Therefore, Lin believed that many people should know that there was a limit to the number of times he could command the robots. So wasting these times is tantamount to destroying one of your own deterrent capabilities, which should also be the goal of these powerful people. The old emperor's final consideration was probably what he said: humanity has shed too much blood, and he is unwilling to see more sacrifices. Not to mention that all the regular regiments of the Guana Empire are now at the forefront, and more than 70% of the private troops of the imperial nobles are on the battlefield. If the human coalition fighting against the Abyss were destroyed, the most seriously injured would be the Guana Empire, so he must find a way to avoid such an ending. However, even if a magician knew all this, it would be difficult to refuse, because this is an upright conspiracy. And if you are unwilling to cooperate, then the insincere party becomes the side of World Tree headed by Lin. Chapter 1610 Conspiracy. Faced with such a sophisticated conspiracy, Lin really didn't have many ways to crack it. But there was no need for him to shirk the old emperor's request. Back home, in order to show force, those big countries couldn't just find someone to beat them up, so they could only use military parades. You really have to take advantage of opportunities. And you have to create opportunities if you don't have opportunities. The problem that someone has always been that they don't have a good platform to display force. And they don't want to beat people until they can't take care of themselves for a trivial matter. Without enough demonstrations and a large number of victims, the deterrent effect is naturally insufficient. Think about the famous strong men in the Lost Land. Which one is not the result of a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones? It is exactly in line with the words of a certain traveler from his hometown: one general success will lead to the death of thousands. 12 years ago, a great duke of the Karlsruhe Empire was poached. That battle really shocked many young people. But such performance alone is not enough to negotiate with the empire. Therefore, the old emperor's request was actually like asking a certain magician to prove that he was qualified to negotiate with the empire. And he also thoughtfully provided a platform. A group of people that no one would feel sorry for even if they were beaten to death. For such an opportunity, even if Lin didn't say that he wanted it, he would not refuse it easily. However, the situation of human beings is a bit delicate now. In addition to the enemies coming across the gate of the Abyss, there is also another group of lost natives. So Lin said, I will deal with the demons and the Lord of the Abyss. There is no problem. But those from the underground world. Before the magician could finish speaking, the old emperor said first, there are people around you who are participating in this war. You should know what will happen to mankind if it falls into the hands of these traitors. So please deal with it together. I did not ask you to hunt them down in the underground world and exterminate them. But on the surface, no one should be spared if they are contaminated with human blood. What the old emperor was talking about was naturally Ezio's group of children, who came from elementary school and established a fraternity. With this group of people here, Lin is certainly no stranger to this war against the Abyss. Even if he doesn't take the initiative to ask them for information, some information will automatically flow into his ears. An evil camp race that comes from the underground world and is dominated by half-orcs. The way they treat human captives is not just about enslaving them. These people are also used as food when they are hungry. In this kind of thing, from the perspective of an orc, there is nothing wrong with finding something to eat when you are hungry. But from a human perspective, not many people can tolerate being like pigs, cows and sheep, ingredients that others slaughter and cook at will. Therefore, it is reasonable for the old emperor, who is also a human and rules the human empire, to make such a request. Lin, who emphasized that he was from Earth and not from Lost Earth, actually wanted to push him away. But after thinking about it, he nodded in agreement. If we only target demons, A few or even a fleet of robots might be enough. But coupled with the coalition of evil forces from the underground world that are flowing on the west side of the mountain range, a few fleets cannot catch up with all the enemies in one day. You must know that among the enemies on the table now, the largest number are not the demons coming from across the border, but the orcs, grey dwarves, etc. that have emerged from the underground world. The strength of a demon lies in quality, not quantity. Just because the Lord of the Abyss is unstoppable, you can know how terrifying the threat from the Abyss is to the Lost Land. In order to allow more Lords of the Abyss to pass through that portal, there are not that many ordinary demons who should be able to pass through freely, because the fully open gate of the Abyss still has restrictions on its use. Every passage of the Abyss Lord will make the portal state unstable. If you want to return to a stable state and continue to communicate between the two worlds, it will take time to recover. It is precisely because of such restrictions that the demons do not think about overturning the order of the mysterious land alone. Instead, they recruit races that have been driven to the underground world by humans and are in the same evil camp, and use this method to strengthen their troops. What's interesting is that, looking at it from the side, the evil camp is not of the same mind. Otherwise, some would not have stayed on the battlefield to the north of the Fingdi Mountains, and some would have gone to the west. The euphemistic name is poor logistical supplies and insufficient food. So some troops must go to other places to raise food and share the pressure. But with the Lord of the Abyss as the commander-in-chief, would it really be impossible to control this detached army? The reason for not doing this must be due to other considerations. For example, increasing the amount of flesh or soul that can be used for sacrifice, regardless of what this army from the underground world has in mind. Since they are on the same side as demons, they cannot blame others for treating them like demons. Not to mention that their actions can be described as cruel and unworthy of sympathy. Therefore, Lin nodded in agreement to the additional request made by the old emperor. As for that, the old emperor Armin Kazalnia said again. But this time, he saw the obvious irritation on a certain magician's face, which was even higher than the impatience he showed before. So he knew that enough was enough. But he continued, Your Excellency once mentioned that the design of the war tower for counterattack should be disclosed to the entire magician community as general knowledge. I believe that those in need will naturally obtain it from the association, and you will also receive additional rewards. This sentence seems to be mentioned casually, and it is a trivial matter, but there is no small thought in it. Would a real magician like the war tower? A castrated version of the magic tower? Just as someone has thought before, the ones who are really of great use are the noble lord class. The old emperor thought more clearly that the only people who could use the war tower to change the situation were wealthy enough nobles. Nobles who are too weak may also be eliminated. Local wealthy businessmen will take advantage of the situation to replace the eliminated nobles. This may seem like a bad thing, but in fact, if you magnify the situation, it may not be bad in the long run. In any case, the old emperor had no intention of letting go of this invention that could change the current situation in Lost Land. But he didn't want to be at the center of the storm, so he hoped that the magician could make it public. Anyway, this magician is preparing to do something even more outrageous. When the towers of the gate began to be built, no one paid attention to the knowledge of the war tower, even if this knowledge harmed the interests of the magicians. Will the magicians settle the two accounts together? The old emperor also understood very well that anyway, one account had to be paid, and two accounts had to be paid. So he simply put things together to save some effort. Letting this magician come into contact with the magic tower again is enough to ignite the emotions of the entire world. A few more out-of-line things will not make the situation worse. As for the idea of exclusive war tower knowledge, it seems very attractive. But in fact it is not very necessary. What the old emperor needs now is to disrupt the situation in Lost Land. The twin towers of the gate will undoubtedly create the biggest waves, while the war tower can effectively involve the energy of certain noble lords. While everyone is busy occupying territory and consolidating their territory, will they still have the energy to deal with the problems posed by the twin towers of gates? If these people only focus on the twin towers of gates, their actions in other areas will be slower and others will take the lead. Don't ask these noble lords whether they regret it. Maybe their ancestors will jump out of their coffins and accuse this prodigal son who can't protect his land and family. The problem with the twin towers of the gate is just a small tacit understanding between everyone. While the war tower is related to vital interests, it is obvious which noble lord with good brain will choose. Once the noble group is solved, the troubles of the magician group are equally easy to solve. The reason why everyone maintains the small tacit understanding that cannot be made public is not because of the coercion of others, but to guard against this magician. Because the disgusting ability to change the world is really scary. Because most of the chambers of commerce that have access to magic materials either have aristocratic backgrounds or have a background in the Magicians Association. Therefore, it is very easy to block some raw materials for specific people. But if someone in this small tacit understanding group takes the initiative to break the rules, others can only verbally criticize them, but cannot give any substantial punishment, especially when the person breaking it is an empire. Then the person who curses has to consider whether he can swallow the accompanying bitter pill after opening his mouth. The majesty of the empire cannot be insulted. And this sentence is not something people say casually. As far as the empire was concerned, the old emperor's previous protection and the small tacit understanding that was now broken were not written in black and white to regulate anyone's behavior, and could not be used as an excuse to rebuke or make trouble. If the original idea was to have the twin towers of gates controlled by the empire, perhaps this would violate the agreement between magicians and nobles and lead to substantial retaliation. But the person who built the tower now is an official magician. He also has the title of Grand Magician. And he has never served in the empire. Even if all the materials for building the tower are provided by the empire, it does not violate the magician's convention. Who can find fault? The only concern is that if this magician can show enough strength when destroying the evil camp alliance, I believe a lot of troubles will be solved. In the face of overwhelming strength, many people will know how to maintain a humble attitude. If this magician is unable to demonstrate such ability, there will naturally be corresponding changes in plans. Even if Lin couldn't guess all of the old emperor's various calculations, he could still guess 1 or 2%. Emperor Armin Kazalnia's strategies are all fair and square, and people have to follow his arrangements in order to obtain the greatest benefits. At the same time, the old emperor and his forces will also gain something. But Lin's advantage is that he is not greedy. He is not entirely motivated by profit when doing things. And sometimes he still prioritizes life-saving. It doesn't matter if you suffer a little loss. Although I also like to use conspiracy to deal with people. My targets are groups, not individuals. Even if someone is quite sensible and sees through his intentions. But as long as there are profit-driven elements in the group, they can still push the entire group to follow the route they have arranged. However, when others use the same method to deal with themselves alone, someone thinks that he can avoid the phenomenon of group intelligence, rationally evaluate the pros and cons, and decide things accordingly. So when faced with the old emperor's last request, Lin didn't agree to it, and just said calmly, "I will consider it."